Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new video. Tonight we have over 11 hours of horror stories. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's see if we can reach 3 likes on this video. I think we could probably manage that. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated. I post content just like this as often as I can. I put a lot of work into these videos and I love what I do. We are getting very, very close to hitting my 2025 goal of 125,000 subscribers as well, so if you want to help me reach it, I'd really appreciate it. But more than like silly number go up, as cool as it is to see like the channel growing again for the first time in years, I'm very appreciative for that. It's just really cool to feel like I have people supporting me and what I do. I think that's something we should all have in our lives, and I want to say thank you specifically for that. It's currently 2 in the morning. There's nothing else I'd rather be doing right now. I feel like I was born to do this. Just staying up late, telling horror stories. It's what I love, you know? And the fact that people enjoy it is the coolest thing on the planet to me. But anyways, enough with the sentimental crap. Let's get to the horror stories. Let's get to the messed up stuff. Yeah, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax. Enjoy the stories right after the ad break after this intro. There won't be any more ad breaks after that. None during the stories, none in between the stories, nothing. Just the one after this intro, and then there will be one like when the video ends, like tomorrow. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. I stared with confusion at my phone. The rest of the gang were all in on this Monopoly game. I swear to God, if you get free parking, I will literally kill your stupid face, said Evelyn. Ravi rolled the dice in his hands. Come on, sweet baby Jesus. I just need a 4. He dropped them onto the board. No, he said, probably biffing it like always. I tried to make sense of it. Just a word on my screen, black text on an all-white background, a rather classical-looking font. Hide. I tapped rather impatiently on the expensive black rectangle. The text wouldn't disappear. AJ, Evelyn called, like a teacher busting a student. You're addicted. Play board games like a normal human adult. Yeah, sorry. A few more desperate finger pecks at the screen, then I turned to holding the power button down for an extended period. With my free hand I grabbed the dice, rolled a 3, landed on B and O railroad. After 2 seconds of thought, nah, screw railroads, I said. Of course, we weren't animals. If someone didn't want to buy a property, that was fine. No auctions or any of that nonsense. House rules. Back to the phone as Hero, on my left, took the cubes and prepared to drag his sorry little shoe across Go to collect his $200. A minute with the power button didn't do anything. We were entering factory reset territory. I contemplated borrowing Ravi's laptop to Google whatever the hell this might have been. I felt the apartment rumble, albeit just for a split second, as if we were on the edge of an earthquake. I tensed briefly. The background noise from the TV, "No one wants this," auto-playing on Netflix, disappeared, following the faint sound of the flicker of static. Ravi was the first to get up. I don't, he said, talking slowly as if not to jinx it. I don't think that was an earthquake. He examined the TV, confused at the outage. He checked the wires. Shouldn't be the breaker. I don't have that much stuff plugged in, do I? I grappled with the sad, likely hacked state of my phone, and that weird word staring me down. That was weird, I heard a Hero say, half laughing. Head lifted. What? I asked, to catch Hero turning his phone to me. His home screen too had been replaced by black text atop white. Hide. Evelyn, as anti-technology as it comes, had properly clocked this reprieve as her time to quickly respond to long outstanding texts. "What the?" she said. "What is this?" At my confused look, bordering on scowl, resting scowl face, she flipped her phone around to me to show the damage. It was the same on hers. I grew a bit nervous. "Ravi, where's your phone?" I asked him. "I'm sure it's somewhere," he said, still tinkering with the TV, likely not due to any of his troubleshooting. It flashed back to life, red power light at the base blinking steadily. A simple message now appeared on the big screen. "Hide," Ravi asked, grabbing the remote and pressing buttons to switch back to Netflix, but nothing was registering. "Dude," I said. He turned around. I showed him my phone. Hero and Evelyn showed theirs. "That's..." He looked back at the TV, then at us again. "Wait, how is that possible?" "Is that like an Amber Alert?" Hero asked. "I mean, I guess, but that's a push notification. This is like completely overtaking the screen." Ravi's brows furrowed. "On different hardware, too." "A hack?" I asked. He shrugged. "That's kind of a weird hack, no?" "Government experiment?" Hero again. A thought came over me. I walked to the balcony, slid the door open, stepped out onto it. Eye of surround the city from Ravi's 14th floor apartment. In the neighboring apartment towers, most of the units had blinds down, curtains closed. The few unshuttered, however, I felt like that guy from Rear Window, contained strangers staring perplexed at their phones. At their computers, the sides of bolted-to-the-wall TVs, barely visible to me, displayed the same white background with text atop it. What I was seeing, everyone else was seeing. The others joined me on the balcony. "Whatever it is, it's at least hit this block," I said. I looked down at the city streets. Most of the people below caught in a similar holding pattern of standing frozen, heads fixed to their devices. "I guess we don't have anything to call the cops with." Hero. "I'm sure they're aware." Me. "Maybe wait it out until they fix it?" Ravi. I nodded, and yet I could tell Evelyn was a bit perturbed, forcing magnetic thoughts to imbue her silence with weight. "Thoughts?" I asked her. "I mean, should we do it?" she asked. "Do what?" Ravi asked. "Hide," Evelyn said. "Hide where?" said Ravi. "I don't know," Evelyn said. "I mean, we're already in my apartment. I'm sure that's good enough, right?" he said. A pause. "Let's not lose our heads," Ravi continued. "This is nuts, but it's not... I mean, it's not like literally hide, right?" Hero clicked his fingers. "What if it's viral marketing, like for a movie?" Hero with the necessary but unintentional levity. "Hacking our phones so we can't use them? I don't know if that's in Liongate's purview, man," I said, then head turned to Evelyn. "But hide." The flicker in her eyes more than meant she'd sided with the light bulb in her head. She returned to the inside and got to exploring Ravi's apartment carefully. "What are you doing?" Ravi asked, trailing. Hero and I followed. "I don't care if I look stupid. It could be a warning. Maybe something is happening," she said. "We're in a box, basically," said Ravi. "We're fine, Ev." "But the thing," she motioned to the TV, then to her own phone, "says hide. Maybe it's that literal," she continued shouting, finally settling on the sliding closet in Ravi's room, the best she could come up with in his 600 square foot quarters. "I'll do here unless you think there's better." "Evelyn?" Ravi stressed. She shuffled in past hung garments, scooching to the end to make space. "I'm gonna close the door soon, and if you're all really my friends, you'll join me." Awkward silence until Hero chimed in. I mean, guess it's good to be safe, right? He went for it, second-guessed for a second, then committed to entering. You guys get the luxury of laughing at me forever if I'm dumb. Win-win, she called while Hero wedged in beside her. A compelling argument, certainly. Begrudgingly, I followed, tucking in next under Ravi's dress clothes. There was still room for him inside his own closet. Hell, he caved, joining last, sliding the door closed to introduce darkness. I went back to my phone, still that classical font, still that mandate. How long do we have to stay in here? Ravi asked. 5 minutes, Evelyn said. Yeesh, he tagged. And then we sat in silence for a while, distant tick-tick-ticks of the clock in the living room bringing down the blood pressure a tad. It all felt silly, kind of fun. Remember when we went camping at Sunlight Groves? Hero asked. Glamping, Ravi clarified. Ev thought she saw a bear. Hero laughed. A bear and its cub. It was dark. It looked like bears, she said, half laughing herself. I heard noises, too. Bears at Sunlight Groves? He said again. Saddest patch of trees in America. Guys, shut up. We're here, so let's commit to the bit before the conjuring doll gets us, said Ravi, surprisingly not bitterly. We kept our traps zipped for another minute. Eyes at the phone again. Hide. Nonsensical. All of it, really, but in a way that was starting to sit more and more uncomfortably for me. What do you think it is? Hero whispered. I shook my head. Evelyn with the light shrug. Ravi with a deep inhale before speaking. I mean, obviously sophisticated, he said, voice low. Like it's... yeah, it's obviously something. I waved my phone. My bank is on this, and it's bricked now, basically. I'm screwed. They'll figure something out, said Ravi. Powerful knocks at his apartment door all of a sudden. Thundering. Hey, a voice called, muffled through the walls. Ravi, you there? Evelyn braced. Who is that? A skinwalker, obviously, replied Ravi. Kidding. My neighbor Monica. Evelyn reached across me and Hero to tug at Ravi's sleeve. Are you positive? Yes, and I should probably get it. You said 5 minutes, she said. Yeah, but I'm being a pretty trash neighbor right now, he replied. The knocking persisted. So did the words. I have this weird thing on my phone. Brad has it too. It says hide. TV, same thing. Computer, same thing. I don't know how to reach anyone or what to do. The neighbor trailed on. Ravi blew air out of his nose. Alright, this is stupid. I'm gonna... No, said Evelyn. But then all of a sudden, he stopped. We all stopped. I felt something. Something very, very real. No knocking anymore. Or at least, I couldn't hear anything. Not the tick of the clock, nor the soft rustle of us against clothing. It was like the world was holding its breath. Like there was a presence. Right outside the closet. Then the sting of static in my ear before... It passed. Whatever it was, the feeling dissipated, the sound returned, and I sneaked a glance at my phone. The word hide was gone and replaced it was my home screen. The silence between the four of us was uncomfortable. Did you feel that? Evelyn finally whispered. No one said anything. Ravi outstretched his arm yet again to slide the door open, but his hands were shaking. You can do it, I whispered. I think we're good. He steeled himself, looking very much like he was crossing some sort of internal threshold. He pulled the door aside, revealing his room exactly as we'd left it. We took it in. "I'm gonna answer Monica," he said with not a whole lot of vigor to his voice, getting up and creeping out of the room. The rest of us followed, stopping in the living room while he continued to the door. I went to Twitter, searched hide, and sorted by new. Evelyn, meanwhile, grabbed the remote from the stand and turned the TV, now hideless, on and maneuvered through the Roku channels. "What are you looking for?" Hero asked. "Just like a live channel, I guess," she replied. "The news?" My scrolling wasn't yielding anything of help or insight, though it was clear, via the confused posts from seemingly around the whole world, that the scope of whatever happened was global. My focus shifted to Ravi, who was standing on the welcome mat, eye pressed against the door's peephole. He hadn't moved in quite some time. "Everything all right, man?" I asked. He didn't reply, just stood there frozen. I approached slowly. She's... I heard him croak. I reached him, patting him on the shoulders and urging him to detach from the door viewer. He finally did, leaning against the wall at first before slowly sliding to a seat on the floor. I peered into the hallway through the hole. Outside, his neighbor, the one knocking, looked like she'd been skewered, decimated. An explosion of blood in the hallway. What? I felt a buzz on my phone. I pulled it out. Again. Before I could even process, I heard Ravi and Evelyn react. "There's another one. It says again now." I turned to see the foreboding word on the TV. "Fuck. So we should hide again," Hero called. Much like Ravi, I was shell-shocked. "AJ, what do you think we should do?" He repeated. "Evelyn?" I said, trying to force the words out of my mouth. "You had good instincts the first time. What do you think?" "How much time do you think we have?" she asked. How much time passed between when I first saw the word hide and when we felt that presence in the closet? It might have been 10 minutes. I heard Ravi mutter, almost lifeless. "I don't..." Then Evelyn interrupted herself. "Wait, what did you just see outside?" She started approaching the door. I stopped her. "I don't think it'll be good for you to see it." Are you serious?" she responded. "Yes," I said, immediately realizing that lying might have been smarter. "We can't assume we have the same amount of time," Ravi added. I went with my pitch. "Do we try the same spot?" Hero started pacing, thinking, tapping his foot. If we think about it, it said hide and we hid. Now it's saying again, and obviously that means that whatever happened is gonna happen again." He gave us a look as if he could see, in our drained expressions, what was waiting on the other side of the door. "That's a great recap, man," I said. "What I mean," he said, struggling, "is that when you'd play as a kid, if you kept picking the same spot over and over, eventually it'd catch up to you." Are we really trying to apply some sort of logic to this? Ravi mumbled. Evelyn fortified herself. "I think he's right. It's nuts, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but we need to operate on gut, and gut tells me we pick better spots this time." "But spots makes it sound like we should split up," I said, looking around, slowly realizing that the limited real estate we had to work with meant this suggestion made more sense than I would have liked. I turned to Ravi. "Where should we all go?" He shook his head, palmed his forehead a few times as if to slap himself back to reality. "We do..." He started thinking. "Two under my bed," he grimaced, letting neurons collide in his mind. One of us in the utility closet, the other laundry closet. He got up and pointed. One of the closets was right behind me. Life in him again. Now. My eyes fitted to Hero and Evelyn, who ran into the bedroom. Ravi gave me a nod before entering the laundry closet and awkwardly squeezing in with the washer and dryer, closing his door. I entered the utility closet and closed mine. Rather, I tried to. The door wasn't clicking shut. Ravi, the door, it's not... But then I fought the urge to say anything more. If time was up, I'd compromise my spot. Hell, compromise his spot too if I kept talking. I tried a few more times to get it closed, then... I committed, terrified out of my mind to gripping the handle and holding the door shut. I tried to keep my shaking hand and quickening breath in check as... The silence overtook again. Complete silence, and then... that presence. I felt a light tug at the door. I kept my hold firm, but didn't try to overpower. Didn't want to completely give it away. And again, it stopped. The feeling disappeared, and I waited 15 seconds before sneaking a look at my phone to see that the again warning was gone. I heard the sound of Ravi's door swing open first. I followed with mine. He was emotional. I forgot that door is screwed up, man. I got scared, man, and I was... You're all good. It's alright. I know. I even heard you call for me, and I didn't. I panicked and I thought it'd... We're alive, man. It's alright. We're... And I immediately remembered it wasn't just us. Evelyn and Hero. Right, he said. We rushed to his bedroom. Nothing at first. The two hadn't emerged yet. For a moment, the horrifying thought that we'd be pulling their corpses out from under the bed rushed past me. Guys? I said. Coast is clear. Quick. Silence. For quite some time. Before they finally shuffled out in one piece, alive. As they shifted from crawl to bend to standing, I wanted to hold them. Hold everyone for just a second. I felt a newfound appreciation for life and their faces and personalities. Another buzz on my phone. I took a look. Break time. I let out a sigh of relief and showed the message to the others. I guess that's good, Evelyn said. A second to catch our breaths after this craziness. But then what? Ravi asked. Is this just gonna continue? We walked into the living room together, nervously. We haven't even gotten a single second to wrap our heads around this. Evelyn again. Something in me didn't seem right. I didn't feel good. Hey Ev, how do you know that we should have stayed in the closet for 5 minutes? Hero asked, somewhat pointedly. I clocked minor annoyance in her face at the question. I didn't know anything. It was a guess. But I mean, yeah, you guys were pretty lucky I was here and pushed for it, because you were all being stubborn. Hero wore a strange expression as he looked at her. Alright. Sounds like you want to say something more, she said. Why would I? What makes you think I'd... Ravi interrupted Hero by stepping between the two of them. Holy hell. Keep your heads on, people. But as he said it, and maybe it was just an aberration in my mind, but I couldn't help but feel something significant stir within me. Something really inflame, as if even though his face was straight, he was concealing some sort of inner smile at what was happening. Hero, I think you're focusing your skepticism in the wrong direction, I said. Ravi's expression turned irritated, which all but confirmed it to me. I don't know if you want to be mad at the person that saved us the first time, I said, trying to make a point by motioning to Evelyn. But as I looked at her, something felt wrong there too. I contained it. Or rather, the person who wanted to open the closet door. And then something even more obvious hit me. Wait, Ravi. You tried to kill me. And all of a sudden, I was glaring at him, my temper rising by metric tons every second as if it was all starting to make sense. Evelyn and Hero joined me. Ravi looked incredulous. I already admitted that I screwed up with the door. I confess to you. Why are you trying to make things worse? I was trying to calm them down. Then, noticing us approach him, he backed towards the kitchen cabinets. He pointed at me. You were on your phone when this thing first happened, he said, as if he were having his own revelation. You were waiting for it to start. That's an insane misdirect, I said, positive that I couldn't trust him. But as my eyes turned to Evelyn and Hero, I realized I couldn't trust them either. Couldn't trust anyone. Still, Ravi absolutely needed to be the first to go. The first to be disposed of. He grabbed a knife from the cupboard and held it out at us, and only the smallest thought in the back of my mind was telling me that we were being toyed with, that it was so incredibly obvious that whatever this was, it had a handle on us. But unfortunately that understanding was academic for me at best, as I kept finding string after string of thoughts and emotions connecting, everything adding up, the logic sound, my emotions inflamed. Break time, Evelyn said. It's breaking us. Of course she would know that, though, if she were in on it. We all looked at her. I watched for sudden movements from any of these traitors. Even a millimeter shift wouldn't get past me. It's overriding us. It's flooding us with anger that isn't ours. And real as it feels, she faced her phone at us, beckoning us to read it clearly. Break time. We can't fall for it. And that small grounded part of me took over, even though I was sure with everything in my soul that she, Ravi, and Hero were the source of everything that was happening. Ravi's grip on the knife tightened as he and the rest of us remained in the bizarre equilibrium of our four-way standoff. It's all of you, I thought to myself, before I felt a lightness overtake me, like an insatiable hunger fading, or extreme fear dissipating when you realize that noise in the other room wasn't a person, but rather something knocking over. My feelings of unrest and paranoia were gone. My phone screen once again returned to its default background. It was hard to describe how I felt now. Lucidity, shame. I looked at Ravi sadly. His head hung low as he put the knife back in its place. Hero turned to Evelyn first. I'm sorry, he said. Then to Ravi, sorry. Sorry, guys, said Ravi. And then I said, I'm sorry. You're welcome, assholes, Evelyn said. We deserve that. That was insane, Ravi said. Like a messed up roller coaster ride, said Evelyn. I didn't... That wasn't totally me, Hero said. Like something was in me and it was... It's okay, man. I was getting tired of saying it. And certainly I, out of everyone, didn't deserve to impart forgiveness anyway, after what my own head was at only 30 seconds ago. We need to, write something down. Like we are susceptible. Don't forget, started Ravi. We just need to remember to keep your heads on. I interrupted. Remember. But I think the fear that, again, would pop up on our phones drove him to start rummaging for some paper, start scribbling some words on it, while the rest of us tried to soak in the reprieve of nothing happening. Every half second a luxury. I wanted to say sorry another 20 times or so. Something I was sure wasn't a feeling unique to me. I feel like I'm losing myself, I said. It felt like I was in a dream at this point. Yeah, said Ravi. Yeah. We're, Hero said, looking at us carefully, probably all gonna die. Should we, say our words, I guess? Don't talk like that, said Evelyn. How many people do you think are dead? Hero asked. I went to the TV, temporarily free yet again from 1 or 2 word mandates, turned it on, toggled through the homepage until I found the live stream of a soccer game, one fixed camera angle, everyone in the stadium torn apart, players on the field within frame, eviscerated. I returned to the homepage, navigating in an attempt to find a different live program. I clicked on what appeared to be a news channel I hadn't heard of before. The sight of an empty desk appeared. Wires leading under the desk made me think that perhaps the anchor was hiding under it. "We are trying to report," he said, "knowing that the signal is going to cut out. I've survived so far. Survived whatever exactly this might be. But the carnage from footage I've seen is extensive. I strongly recommend..." The broadcast was interrupted by the new word. Seek. Again in classical lettering. And the screen cracked, then shattered with a loud pop, sending bits of glass onto the floor, as did the screen on my phone that I'd placed on the coffee table, as did the phones in Evelyn and Hero's hands too, reactively dropped on the floor by the pair, a weak bounce before settling. I panicked. "Seek, seek," I said desperately, trying to jolt my brain to the task. "Maybe something out of place?" Evelyn said. "What if we have to find what's killing everyone?" said Hero. I started, but I couldn't even muster up close to the sentence. I ran to the balcony, outside, to see if there was something obvious to look for. In the sky, in the city, what I spotted on the neighboring high-rises was blood-stained curtains, unrecognizable bodies where blinds were lifted, and, as my eyes darted from spot to spot, a lead. A small TV in one of the apartments. The screen looked unbroken. A word on it I couldn't make out. 5 letters was the best I could do. "It's the screens," I said. "We need to find a screen that still works." I ran back into the living room. "Does anyone have binoculars?" They all looked at me. "Why would anyone have binoculars?" Ravi asked. There's a screen, I think, in one of the other apartment buildings. It's working. There's a word, but I can't see it. We need to find another one. I don't know, I ran into Ravi's office. Computer screen broken. Grabbed his laptop. Shattered. Nope. I nervously tapped my chest with the fingertips of both my hands while the rest desperately searched for something viable too. Did I have to run to the other apartment? Would there even be enough time? How would I even get in? And then, like a bolt of the blue, it hit me. "Ravi, where's your phone?" His voice was a little confused. "I don't know, man. I lose it all the time." "Find it." "You really think that's it?" "We're looking for a functioning screen. It's the only one we haven't ruled out yet." I turned to Hero next. "Check out the other apartments on the floor. See if any of the doors are unlocked. If they are, go inside. Check everything. Phones, laptops, TVs, doesn't matter. See if there's a message intact on any of them." "On it," he said, rushing to the door, opening it, freaking out at the body in front of it, nearly tripping, then composing himself and rushing into the hallway as the door closed behind him. We tore apart Ravi's apartment next. Couch cushions. "Where do you usually lose it?" I asked. My head peeked under the bed, peeked into counters alongside Evelyn desperately. "I don't, man," he answered. "It's stupid, but sometimes I literally just chuck it across the room." Helpful. Supremely helpful. In the bathroom, I looked in the medicine cabinet, then back into his room, to his closet, checking the pockets of all of his pants. I started to feel the inevitable looming. This was the one that was going to kill us, wasn't it? "Love you guys," I heard Evelyn say almost under her breath, like she could feel it too. No tangible ticker counting down, but a feeling in my chest, a train closing in, with us tied to the tracks. Ravi running to the TV stand, looking behind, then under books, under shelves, and I was back in the living room again. Sure, there was nothing left. My eyes lowering to the painful game we'd started our deadly evening with, Monopoly. Specifically to the messy pile of 50s, 20s, and 10s on Ravi's side of the board. I knew his etiquette for swapping some of them out for hundreds was quite poor. The cash stacked high, which made sense. He was crushing all game, and yet... I crouched and did an even more aggressive sweep of the spot that we'd started our desperate search at, to discover his preserved Samsung Galaxy A35 underneath the fake money, with a new word to greet me. Smile. And it really did feel like time was up this time. I found it, you have to smile, I screamed like an auctioneer. Evelyn turned first from her spot in the kitchen. What? I ripped the phone from the ground and held up the message to her. Smile. She mirrored my uncomfortable expression. All teeth, feigned happiness, as did Ravi as he bolted out of the room before even seeing the message on the phone or my intense eyes. Hero threw open the door. Couldn't find anything, I'm sorry, he screamed. He saw our wide smiling faces and our eyes screaming at him to get the hint as I tried to mouth the words while keeping my pose, but instead it sounded like sma. And yet, despite the confusing sight, with the luckiest stroke in the world, he copied and showed me those pearly whites. I retained my beaming smile, feeling a tear of fear travel down my cheek, my eyes glued to Ravi's phone in my hand, hoping and praying that we wouldn't all get torn apart. And the word disappeared. I showed the group the proof, and one by one our cheery expressions dropped to our default nervous frowns, resting scowl face restored. A collective exhale. I can't do this, said Ravi. I know, Evelyn said. And unlike some of the gaps we'd been afforded in the past, I already spotted a new message on the single remaining functional phone left in my right hand. Point to sacrifice. I could feel the group's eyes on me. I couldn't hide the misery. What? Ravi asked. Point to sacrifice, I said, barely legible. AJ? Evelyn asked. I tilted the phone so they could read it. I couldn't say the words any louder. My body wouldn't let me. Underneath the words, a timer had been running. One that was already down to 145, 144, 143 by the time I flashed them the phone. And yet, still, all of us needed more seconds to let it settle. I felt defeated. Truly this time. All right, said Ravi, cutting through the holding pattern. So what? We talk it through with the time we have left? Maybe we all agree on someone to point at. I mean, hey, who knows what I have to live for? Hero next. My family, mom, dad, siblings. I wasn't even thinking of them this whole time. They're all probably dead. Yeah, I interrupted. His words hitting me immediately and curbing any remaining social etiquette I had left. Everyone I had ever known was likely gone. Wow. Evelyn smiled at us softly. I just have you guys now, she said. So, yeah, screw this. She said, immediately pointing to herself, almost causing me to die right there in fear she'd be torn apart immediately. But the counter was still ticking down. I flipped the board on this BS, she said, without wavering. 112, 111, 110. Hero pointed to himself. Screw it. You know what? I flipped the board too, he said. I looked at him, almost nervously exasperated. Really? After all that, guys? 107, 106, 105. If there is a hell, Ravi said. Unlikely, but what the... Maybe we dodged that bullet. He curled his index finger back towards himself. Flipped the board. I just looked at them. It was strange to feel a deluge of selfish thoughts flood into me all at once. 40 seconds. 39. 38. Alright, I said, copying my peers. Let's do it. I pointed at myself too, like we were all playing Simon Says or something. 33. 32. 31. I took an appreciative look at my old friends, the longest standing friends I'd ever had in my stupid life, and then at the Monopoly board we were playing on. It really was quite an awful game. I wasn't sure why we'd always subject ourselves to it. 27, 26. I saw the pile of money on free parking. 23, 22. The only way to make it fun was to play with BS rules. House rules. 20, 19. Wait, I said. Follow me. I sprinted to the door. I opened it, held it open for the rest. 15, 14, 13. I pointed at Ravi's dead neighbor in the hallway in front of the door. Monica. We didn't know what we were dealing with until she died. Her sacrifice gave us a chance, I said, almost looking up as if I was speaking to whoever was enacting this terror on us. I was aware it was a reach. 9, 8. And we've probably lost a lot of humanity since then, so... Sorry, I said, pointing at her. And thank you. 6, 5. And my best friends pointed too. A real morbid way to close things out, with a clash of sorry and thank you, escaping them as what would likely be their last words. I had really interrupted what was quite a nice moment inside for this strangeness. 2, 1, 0. House rules, I said. And then I prepared myself for it. Pain, then annihilation. But nothing came. Instead, Ravi's phone in my hand just read, "Good game," before defaulting to Ravi's homepage picture. A Borzoi. He didn't even own one. He was just obsessed with that breed of dog. We stood there for 10 minutes, it felt, before we finally ventured inside, single file, like a group of polite zombies. I was unsure what to make of what had happened, what to do, who to check on, the state of the world, what was going on around me. I sat back down at the Monopoly board, the others, in an almost Manchurian candidate sort of way, took their spots too. I think it was my turn, I said slowly. I grabbed the dice, I rolled. It was a 10. I tapped my top hat icon on each square until I landed on Short Line Railroad. Do you want to buy it? Evelyn asked me. I thought about it for too long. Finally. Sure. My wife's long black hair swept over her shoulder as she turned to tell me to hurry up. 6 miles into the hike and she was still bounding with energy while I neared the brink of collapse. Bang, 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 bang. Taking no notice of the pounding that had just drifted through the trees, she paused to allow me to catch up with her and tease me for becoming an old man. Our 10th time making the trek. An annual tradition to return to the place where I'd proposed, and she looked as beautiful as she had on the first. Bang, 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 bang. It was louder now, enveloping us. Desperately I tried to ignore it too, fighting to stay in the moment, fighting to stay with her. I knew what was waiting if I gave in. Bang, bang, bang. I opened my eyes and she was gone. And I was back there. Light bringing no warmth streamed in through the window and I shivered, uselessly pulling the meager, moth-bitten sheets tighter to my body. A full month's worth of frigid mornings had taught me to expect the chill air forcing its way through the cracks in the crumbling plaster walls, which brought with it the scent of fresh snow. And so continues the endless winter in hell, I grumbled, half awake as I reached blindly towards the bedside table and wrapped my hand around the glass that I knew would be waiting there, full to the brim with poisonous medicine. Swallowing its entire contents in 2 large gulps, I gagged on the flavor of tepid, watered-down, cheap whiskey, potent enough to keep the shakes at bay, yet not quite so strong as to bring any measure of real peace. At least its pain-numbing qualities exceeded those of the booze in the outside world, allowing me to choke back the tears brought on by my shattered back. Bang, 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 bang. The cacophony that had woken me continued down on the first floor. From the sound of it, our fresh arrival was still violently trying to come to terms with his new living arrangements, angrily shouting, pounding on the walls and based on the scraping and then the loud crashes that followed, attempting to hurl the dining room chairs through the windows. Henry will be furious about having to rebuild those again, I murmured. I took another swig from the glass that, by then, had refilled itself, and listened more closely to the man's words. With only 2 semesters of college Spanish under my belt, it was some time before I recognized anything that he was screaming. "Donde esté la puerta?" was the only thing I picked out that I fully understood. It will return soon enough, I thought to myself, polishing off my second helping of swill and setting the glass back on the table, feeling the weight of those words more heavily given the events of the last couple days. Best not focus on that part, though. I shuddered, propping my back up against the metal bars of the headboard and reaching once again for my only comfort in there, topped off as it was, for a 3rd time. Confined to my bed for the foreseeable future, I heard Henry's door open and his footsteps thump past mine as I knew, for the 3rd day in a row, he was going to attempt and calm the fresh tenant. And watching the haggard, dirty, broken man in the mirror that faced the bed raise the glass once again to his lips, I reflected back on my first day in the winter house. 2 years. It was 2 years to the day that I lost Sherry. It all happened so quickly. We were on our anniversary hike when, for the first time in our relationship, she fell behind me. Then, without warning, collapsed in the middle of the trail. Hospital visits, tests, diagnosis, treatment, fighting, losing, withering. Dead. 6 months. It's all it took. 37 years of healthy existence, 10 years of happy marriage. So much life still left in front of her. Dead. Every time I closed my eyes, I could still hear the high-pitched squeal of the machine announcing to me that her heart had stopped when I felt the last of her strength evaporate from the hands I was holding. For the next 2 years I tried to carry on without her. Did everything I knew to pull myself out of the swirling pit of despair I dropped into the moment she stopped breathing. Friends, family, hiking, lifting, church. I even debated going to therapy. But my father had always told me that that was only for weak men. Every day I fell deeper into the hole, and every day the bottle loomed nearer. You see, Sherry and I had met in Alcoholics Anonymous. She was already 3 months sober at the time and comforted me on the very first day, helped see me through the worst of my detox, kept me going back to meetings, became my biggest advocate. We were two broken souls that had enough pieces left to hold each other together, and once she was gone, mine was shattered once more. But she had made me promise that I would keep my sobriety in her absence. Made me swear it on the ring she'd worn on her hand every day of our marriage, and that I then wore around my neck every day after her passing. Yet one night I found myself in a bar I'd been to many, many times in my pre-Sherry life. A bar so familiar that, although I hung my head in shame, the feat I was watching carried me to a stool that, even after years of neglect, still felt like home when I sat in it. And without me uttering a single word, a drink appeared in front of me. Double whiskey, on the rocks. The bartender winked and asked where I'd been before shuffling off to take another patron's order. Staring at the ice cube suspended in the amber pour of my failure, I apologized to Sherry before drowning it in one practiced motion. 5 more helpings of the same tonic at the bar, and a stop at the liquor store on the way home, and I was feeling the best that I had in a long while. In fact, it was the only time in the last 2 years that I hadn't felt the crushing weight of Sherry's death bearing down on my chest, and I was experienced enough to know that the minute I sobered up again, the pain of her loss would return even more intensely than before. So I decided that night, on the walk between the liquor store and my house, that I was never going to be sober again. My plan was to continue drinking in every waking minute of every hour of every day of the remainder of my life until my liver finally would give out on me. And in that instant, I felt an incredible sense of relief. Everything seemed so simple then. I was a locksmith who worked for himself, so I didn't need to worry about being fired for intoxication. All I needed to do from then on would be to make enough money to afford my rent, utilities, food, and booze, while I waited for death to take me. What I did not know at the time was that I'd just made myself a target. When I arrived home that evening, I immediately stumbled my way into the kitchen and grabbed a plastic cup from the cabinet. Given I was already nearly toppling over with each step, I was certain I'd shatter anything glass if I tried to use it, and therefore was more than happy to fill my NASCAR chalice with a heavy dose of whiskey and ice. The next hour or so, I melted into the couch watching trash TV, working myself halfway through the 5th I'd purchased. It wasn't long before I passed out, empty vessel in hand, dreamlessly fading into nothing. I awoke with a headache, around 3 a.m, needing to pee fiercely, and stupidly, I tried to sprint to the restroom, kicking the coffee table on the way there. Blind pain seared through what I imagined was likely a broken pinky toe in my right foot, necessitating that I limp the rest of my way to the toilet in our master bedroom. After I had finished my business, I debated brushing my teeth and laying down in bed for the rest of the night, but with the way my head was feeling, I knew that if I didn't get some more alcohol into my system before I fell asleep again, the morning would be horrendous. And walking back into our bedroom, I caught sight of something I hadn't noticed when I'd crossed through the space with my eyes bleary from the tears of my shattered toe. There was a glass on my bedside table, brimming with a brown liquid and ice effortlessly floating through it, tinkling softly as the cubes moved up and down. It appeared as if someone had just placed it there a moment ago. I blinked repeatedly to make sure it didn't disappear, but after closing my eyes and opening them for the 4th time, I resigned myself to its reality and focused then on how it could have gotten there. As I mentioned, I was only planning to drink out of my plastic cup for the evening. Moreover, as far as I was aware, I'd been knocked out on the couch until about 5 minutes prior. Had it been there when I came into the room initially? I pondered. It must have been, unless there was someone else in the house with me. My heart rate increased, considering the possibility that someone had invaded my home, and I stood stock still for a minute, listening intently for the sound of any other movement in the house. But all that met my ears was the gentle click of the ice, which I felt should have settled by that time. Yet when I looked back at the table, it was impossibly still stirring, as if disturbed by an unseen hand. Grabbing a baseball bat from the closet, I planned then to search the house and started first by checking that I had, in my drunken stupor, remembered to lock the front door. Sherry and I had had a break-in a couple years before she passed, and I had personally installed a special deadbolt that used keys which I'd made myself. Of those keys, there were only 2 in existence, and of those 2, I retained sole possession. So when I reached the door and found that I had indeed thrown the bolt behind me when I had returned home earlier, I relaxed slightly, confident that no one could have picked the lock and entered through the main entrance. I conducted a thorough search of the remainder of the modest domicile. In doing so, I established that all other doors and all of the windows were locked, sealed, and undamaged, and I detected no trace of anyone besides myself within the walls. I was alone. So, I returned to my bedroom, praying as I crossed the threshold that the beverage would simply have vanished, and I could chalk the whole thing up to a hallucination. But I was sorely disappointed. There it still stood, solid as the moment I first laid eyes on it, ice continuing to bob up and down. The only explanation that I had for its presence then was that I had woken up, or maybe even sleepwalked, some time before I had arisen to pee, made myself a drink, placed it down next to my bed, and wandered back to the couch. But why would I do that? I confusedly considered. If that had been what happened, I would have had to have it done it very recently, as the ice looked unmelted. And it seemed so odd that I wouldn't have drank any of it before heading back to the living room. However, as it was the only explanation I could come up with that made any sense to me, and given I had been on my way to the kitchen to fix another drink before I spotted the one already waiting for me, I begrudgingly accepted that it must be the truth, brushing off the concerns that kept popping up in my head. With that, I approached the table and saw that as I did, my footsteps shook the contents, answering for me how it had appeared to be in a constant state of disturbance. I had been stomping around the house and creating the vibrations that were making it look alive. So easily, I ignored all of my worries. So easily, I lifted the glass from the table. So easily, I took a sip. And it was euphoria. The most delicious drink that had ever passed my lips. In fact, the most delicious thing I'd ever consumed in my life. Far beyond the quality of the piss I knew to be sitting in the plastic bottle in the kitchen that it should have tasted like. But I didn't care. I couldn't stop myself. Down, down, down. I gulped its entirety down in a wild frenzy, unable to move from the spot. Unable to care for anything else. I ate the ice. I licked the inner walls of the glass clean. I was about to bite down on the glass itself when I snapped out of it. For a moment I felt nothing, but then as I lowered the empty container from my face, I was struck with an intense surge of pleasure. Every nerve ending surged with warmth. Every pain I'd ever known drifted away. Sherry's hollow, sickened face dissolved from my memories and was replaced with the smile that greeted my mornings for so many years. I needed more. Then, as if a bartender had heard my thoughts, I looked down to see the glass was full again. Madly, I snatched it up, draining the elixir even faster than the first helping. And I was rewarded. I began tingling with the sensations of every joyous minute I'd ever experienced. The best days of my life all flashed before my eyes. The smell of Sherry's perfume crept into my nostrils. At that moment, I was positive that I was happiest being on the planet. While I basked in bliss, a voice rose from the back of my mind, carrying with it only one word. More, it demanded. The glass was full again, and the third dose barely lasted a second. I felt Sherry's arms around my waist, wrapping me in a hug from behind. The weight of her head pressed down on my shoulder as she pulled me gently down onto the bed. Lovingly, she ran her fingers through my hair and whispered tenderly in my ear, "Don't worry, I've got you now." It was so sweet to hear her voice again, so sweet to feel her warmth beside me. "I've got you now," she repeated, yet this time the tenderness was gone. This time, a darkness filled each syllable. Panic replaced ecstasy, but I was helpless to do anything about it. Overwhelming exhaustion overcame me, and I was forced powerlessly into a heavy and dreamless slumber. Sunlight shone on the inside of my eyelids, and I cracked them open to find it was morning. Nothing about my bedroom appeared different than any other time I'd woken up there, besides that it was absolutely freezing for the middle of summer. Yanking the covers closer to me, I cocooned myself to attempt and warm my bones. But it was to little avail. A pounding headache prevented the events of the previous evening from returning immediately, but when I rotated my head to look at the clock on the bedside table, there was an empty space on it that I knew, for some reason, should have been occupied. The glass was gone. It all came back to me, and I, with a start, sat up in bed, quickly to be greeted with an incredible bout of nausea. Frantically, I ran for the restroom and began to vomit so furiously. I worried that I might not just expel what was inside my stomach, but actually launch my stomach itself into the toilet. It was the most miserable I had ever felt, a hangover so severe that I legitimately considered calling for an ambulance. You would have thought that in that instant I'd be swearing off alcohol forever, yet in reality, once I felt assured that I had nothing left inside my body to chuck up, the first thing I did was crawl like a baby to the kitchen to find my leftover whiskey from the night before. Any alcoholic can tell you that the fastest way to cure alcohol withdrawal is to consume more alcohol. So with trembling hands, I snatched the half-empty bottle down from the counter and, foregoing any imitations of sophistication, took 2 large pulls directly from it. I gagged and my stomach churned. It took every ounce of my fortitude to keep it down, but I was able to hold it. Sitting on the floor, I leaned against a cabinet and continued to take small sips every few minutes while I waited for it to take effect, and gradually I began to feel the hangover symptoms subsiding. Once I was able to focus on anything other than feeling horribly ill, I thought again about the night before, about the mysterious glass, about how perfect it made me feel. With its conspicuous absence that morning, I wondered if it had all been a very lucid dream. Maybe it really had been a hallucination brought on by the binge I'd gone on after such a long period of sobriety. Whatever the case, as the whiskey displaced more and more of the healthy ingredients of my blood, I focused less on the likely imagined events of the night before, and more on the growing hunger. With that sensation returning, I knew that I would be feeling well enough to stand and hold myself to my feet. Swaying a bit more than I expected, I continued to take intermittent gulps of drink as I managed to fumble my way through a shower, teeth brushing, and getting dressed, so that I could at least head out to get a greasy fast food breakfast and another bottle for the afternoon. Feeling at least presentable enough for the liquor store, I stepped out through the front door, closed it behind me, and turned my key in the deadbolt to lock it, and when I spun it back to the center position to remove the key from the door, it got stuck. Yanking on it as hard as I could, it refused to pull free from the lock. I tried jiggling it a bit, but couldn't shake it loose. Then I tried twisting it back to the locked position, but it wouldn't budge that direction either. Annoyed, I was about to head to my truck to grab some of my smithing tools to force it to come out, when something happened. The key rotated on its own to unlock the door. I stared at it in disbelief for a moment. There was no way that should have been possible. Even if someone was standing on the other side of the door and had spun the deadbolt handle, it wouldn't have moved the key externally. Confused but significantly inebriated such that I was more frustrated than scared at the time, I tried to turn it back to lock the door again, but found it was now frozen in the unlocked position. Unsure of what to make of the situation, I decided to open the door to begin investigating the entire mechanism that was met with a sight that I'll never forget. My living room was gone. Instead, the door had opened to reveal the dingiest interior I'd ever seen. From what I could make out under a thick coating of dirt, there were wood floors where there should have been carpet, a dining room with a sloping table, and 3 crippled chairs took the place of my kitchen, and a sitting room with one tattered sofa occupied the space where my recliner and TV should have been. Every surface was topped with such a thick layer of dust that the only distinguishable color was gray, and the most confusing part was that directly in front of me, straight away from the front door itself, was a flight of stairs leading up to a second floor. But I lived in a 1-story home. I moved backwards 1 step and surveyed the exterior of the house just to make absolutely sure that I hadn't somehow blacked out, and found my way to the wrong abode. But there were the numbers of my address on the letterbox right next to the door. As I had the night before, I blinked again and again in the hopes that my living room would return, but the decrepit image beyond the entry remained unchanged. There were the stairs leading up to the floor that could not exist. Fear began to eat its way through my liquid courage, and I reflected back on the glass from the night before. Maybe it hadn't been a dream. Maybe I'd been drugged. Maybe it was part of a government experiment of some kind with LSD. There needed to be a sane explanation for what I was seeing, as it was impossible that my door had randomly decided to open itself into another home. I went to take another step back, as my instinct then was to take off running. But before I could, a hand shot out from behind the door. A hand the size of my chest. A hand with haphazard, jagged spines jutting from the back of it. Pointed fingers as long as my forearms wrapped themselves around my wrist. And I was pulled inside the dismal foyer before being violently thrown to the ground near the foot of the steps. I felt my elbow shatter as it slammed into the floor, and I heard the door crash shut behind me. Screaming in pain and terror, I turned now to face what had just ripped me into a nightmare, only to find my concept of a nightmare had been childishly underestimated. A naked, pale creature towered over me. Moving on all fours, it circled me like a predator, considering its next meal, and given the dagger-like carnivorous teeth it displayed in a mouth that opened wide enough to consume my whole head in one bite, I believed it would not be too long before I discovered what it felt like to be prey. Its face was rounded, containing slits for nostrils and sunken black holes where there should have been eyes, but even lacking those, I knew it could see me. It met my gaze no matter what angle I watched it from. If not for the shape of the head and the humanoid hands, it would have appeared much like a 12-foot-long, hairless dog, but for one additional feature: the spines. I'd seen them on the back of the hand that grabbed me, but now that my eyes were adjusting to the light, and I'd blinked away many of the tears that had formed from the pain in my arm, I could see clearly that there were 4 to 5 inch spikes sticking out from its flesh on nearly every part of its body, sans its face, palms, and soles. Hundreds of them. There was no pattern of organization, and when they caught the light from the sun streaming through a window, I took them to be made of bone, On top of the talon-like fingers and the razor teeth, I then pondered that the spines on this thing might be venomous, and I started to cry once more, thinking through the horrible, painful ways in which I was about to die. It moved closer to me, and I braced myself for the inevitable, but then it simply stepped over my body and climbed the stairs behind me. I heard it make the hallway above, its steps receding further and further into the house, and then a door slam, and I was alone again. Gingerly, I got up from the floor and backed myself towards the entrance, never taking my eyes off the stairs in case that thing came charging back down them. I felt behind me for the wall and eventually made contact with it, blindly running my hands along its surface. I searched for the handle, but continued to feel nothing but smooth wood. Getting nowhere, I risked a look behind me to find the door, but was met with yet another shock. It had vanished. Staring at a bare wall between two windows, my brain broke momentarily and I began laughing hysterically at what I wasn't sure. But I knew one thing. It wasn't real. It couldn't be real. It was a joke of some kind. It had to be. I turned around expecting people to pop out from behind the moldy sofa, but no one came. I pulled my cell phone from my pocket to see if I had any messages from friends saying they got me, to find that it wouldn't turn on, though it had had a full charge when I'd walked out of my house just minutes earlier. Surveying the room around me further, I saw only candles and oil lamps for lighting, no outlets or appliances. I wondered if I'd somehow stepped outside of time. With the dire nature of my situation setting in more and more by the minute, I again felt panic building in my chest. Sprinting to one of the windows that flanked where the door should have been, I peered outside to see if I could flag down someone from the street to help me. But my street was not outside those windows. I don't know what I'd expected. I'd been pulled into a home not my own, and could then see that the world outside was not the one I'd left behind earlier. The world outside didn't even appear to be in the same season as the one I'd come from. Thick snow blanketed the ground in a sea of trees that stretched further than my eye could discern. Somehow I'd traveled from summertime in suburbia to a winter forest in an instant. What little buzz I'd had going before leaving my house that morning was fading rapidly, and I was not going to be able to contain my terror much longer. Feeling that fleeing on foot through the woods would be better than exploring any deeper into the house and possibly running into even more terrible creatures, I tried to pry open the window I was looking out of. But it wouldn't move. I searched for a lock that might be holding it shut, or nails, or screws, anything that could prevent it from letting me out. But there was nothing that I could locate. Throwing all caution away, I started to punch and kick the window, following my body's instinctual desire to run, but it seemed nothing I did could crack the glass. Overtaken by dread, I forgot even the fear that the monster I'd already met would come soon to devour me, and yelled for someone. Anyone to help me, while I smashed my body into the panes. Eventually, I even tried to throw a chair through it, and it did nothing more than break the chair into pieces. And it was when I did this that I heard a voice behind me curse in a thick French accent. "It took me weeks to mend that last time," it snapped. I shouted and jumped back against the wall, after finding a waif of a man behind me, dressed in the remains of what had possibly been business attire at one time. He'd previously had a mustache, but now above his lips were a few tufts of unkempt mange, and much of the gray, matted hair on his head looked to have been yanked out. His teeth were rotting, and his skin browed with dirt, but not enough to cover the needle marks in both of his arms. A junkie. "Where am I? What do you want?" I blurted at the man, who threw a finger in front of his mouth and shushed me threateningly. "I want you to shut up and quit breaking stuff." "It doesn't like when we fight," he whispered ominously. eyes darting to the second floor. I dropped my voice lower. "Who are you? What is it? What is this place?" I asked. He indicated himself, am Henry Laurent. This, he gestured to the room around him, is the winter house. And it, he pointed up the stairs where the creature had disappeared, is the house. And the house is it. He was speaking nonsense, clearly high on whatever he'd shot into his veins. My face must have shown my distaste for his BS when I was clearly in distress, as he smiled and continued, "You think I'm messed up and spouting gibberish at you, no?" He gave a quiet chuckle. I thought the same thing when Beau explained it to me, but he tried to, gently, deliver the news. I feel it's easiest for you to hear the blunt truth. You'll come to accept it more quickly that way. Accept what? I inquired. That you are dead, he said nonchalantly. I'm dead? I snapped involuntarily. Not quite yet exactly, but you will never leave here alive. Think of this place as a sort of purgatory, a miserable purgatory. He trailed off. Please, I pleaded with him. I just want to go home. Can you help me get out of here? Were you not listening? He quipped. You cannot leave. No one leaves the house once it has them. It brought you here to feed on you, and there it will never let you go. Stop, I begged him. It was too much. My whole body was shaking, and I was struggling to breathe. Please, I don't want to hear anymore. I just want to go home. I sniffled with tears returning to my eyes. Oh, but you are home, he said unsympathetically. There's already a room prepared for you upstairs. This isn't my home, I shouted. Of course it is. You accepted the invitation. He gave a yellow-toothed smile. Invitation? I racked my brain for a memory of accepting an invite to live with a monster and a junkie Frenchman when it hit me. The glass. The drink. You remember now, no? He pestered. What was it? Pills? Cocaine? A whiskey, I stammered. Ah, yes, alcoholic then. Mine was heroin, the best I'd ever had. 3 needles full. The stuff here is terrible, but it's all there is. His expression dropped to one of deepest longing. There's heroin here? I was astonished. Heroin, alcohol, pills, meth, cocaine. Whatever brought you here will be here for you. Always. He paused momentarily. The house provides, he finished, then walked towards the shattered chair and picked up some of the pieces. There was a pile in the corner of the room with the remains of several other pieces of furniture, and it appeared he was going to try and mend the chair using pieces of different chairs and still more pieces of chairs as tools. You'll see. He started up again. Go check your room. Up the stairs and first door on the right. There will be something waiting for you in there that I'm sure you're beginning to get desperate for. Upstairs? Are you crazy? That thing is upstairs. I had every intention of keeping as much space between me and the monster until I could figure out what was going on. Oh, it won't bother you now, he said. It was only down here to let you in. It'll stay in its room until it's time to feed again, or unless we try to kill each other. He could see that I did not trust him at his word. Fine, he sighed. Would you like me to show you to your room? I did not want Henry to show me anywhere. I wanted to wake up. I tried to slap myself several times, but only found Henry's laughing face staring back at me each time that I did. Follow me. He made a motion behind him and walked towards the stairs. Come, there is something in your room that will make this easier. I saw no reasonable alternatives. I could continue to try and smash unbreakable windows and find an invisible door, or I could follow Henry to my room. Being I was unwilling to explore any of the rest of the house alone, So, trepidatiously, I accompanied him. Henry showed me up to the second floor, which comprised a single hallway that led straight back to a door at the end, with 3 others branching off on the sides. The warden lives down there. He pointed to the door at the end of the hall. I'm in here. He threw a thumb towards the first door on the left. Beau's in there. He jabbed a finger to the second door on the left. And that leaves you in here. We stopped in front of the only door on the right-hand side of the hall. I opened my mouth to ask him more questions, including why he'd referred to the creature as the warden, but he shushed me for a second time. Just go in and get your head right. I'll explain how it all works. Well, at least what's been passed to me, and the little I understand of it. Once you've taken the edge off a bit. He gave an encouraging nod towards the door, and I opened it to see a small and rather shabby room. My initial reaction was that it had no redeeming qualities whatsoever, and I was unsure what Henry was referring to as something that would help inside. A small cot, one might generously call a bed, sat under a window on the right-hand side with a mirror facing it from the opposite wall. On the left, there was a putrid-looking toilet, and the only other furniture was a small nightstand which was barren except for a glass of whiskey. The adrenaline had been masking it, but now that my body no longer felt it was in imminent threat of death, the withdrawal symptoms were encroaching and the pain in my elbow was peaking. I don't recall entering the room or walking to the edge of the bed. All I know is 1 second I was at the entry with Henry, and the next I was holding the glass in my hand. Hesitating and remembering the many warnings I'd been given during my life to not accept strange food or drinks, I turned back towards the door expecting Henry to be there providing affirmation that it was okay to take a sip. But he'd gone. Instead, I was startled by the touch of another hand on the one that was holding the drink. A gentle hand. Sherry's hand. My body was frozen by its presence, other than the arm she was guiding. She pushed the glass towards my mouth, and from behind me, she cooed when it reached my lips. It's okay, baby. You need this. So I drank. It was a pale imitation of the quality of the invitation, warm and with a flavor more reminiscent of top-shelf booze than the transcendent experience I'd had the previous night. However, in that moment, it was everything that I craved. My body relaxed the instant the liquid touched my tongue, and while the powerful ecstasy did not return either, the calming effect was exquisite. Even the pain in my elbow receded. Though the high was muted from what I knew was possible, it was still enough for me to beg for more, and my wish was granted. I stood, rooted in place, while Sherry's hands nudged me through 2 more helpings, and while I considered that it could have just been due to my intoxication level increasing, I couldn't help but notice each glassful tasted less potent. When I set the glass down the 3rd time, Sherry left me. No, come back, I yelled, but she did not return. Alone once more, and with my fear then sufficiently muted that I could begin to process the position I'd landed in, Henry's words floated through the drunken haze. The house provides. Looking down at the table, the glass was yet again full, and the meaning of that statement sank into my mind. The house could give me a chance to feel my wife's touch again, hear her voice, see her smile, and it would furnish me with as much alcohol as I wished to drink. It brought you here to feed on you. But it would also take from me. Sherry was not there to show me real love, and she would not stay to bring me real joy. She was part of the house. I reflected on Henry's sallow features, and wondered what he might have looked like when he first arrived, contemplating who might be handing him the needles in his suite. You will never leave here alive. And I was going to die there. I was going to die there. Studying the room threatening to be my tomb, I caught then something carved into the walls. Names. So many names. A shaking hand darted for the glass again, and I dumped more relief into my stomach, pushing the doom as far from my thoughts as I could. It took 7 more doses before I stopped sobbing, replacing horror with tiredness. I lay down on the mattress, somehow more concerned with sleeping than finding a way out of there. The house provides. In the weeks that followed, Henry taught me more about the winter house, so called by its tenants for the perpetual season it resided in. Lacking insulation, it was always cold within the walls, and as I learned with any discomfort there, the only respite could be found on the table in my room. Hunger, thirst, tiredness, cold, boredom, depression, fear, even arousal. Alcohol was all the house lent for me to cope. For Henry, it was the needle. For Beau, pills. The human body behaved differently within its confines than it did in the outside world. One could not starve there or dehydrate, though the sensations of needing food or drink would become overpowering if you tried to stop consuming your vice. And it was not possible to overdose, but rather overindulge would merely bring a relief. Restless sleep, carrying with it only nightmares and painful memories. All residents, male and female, found themselves impotent there. Not that desire was removed, it could just only be managed with narcotics or drink. And while we were not discouraged from interacting with one another or leaving our rooms, were free to converse and roam as we pleased, I quickly learned that addicts made poor conversationalists, and there was no more to the house to discover beyond the dining room, sitting room, and our bedrooms. No kitchen, no library with books, or living room with television. One afternoon I asked Henry why the house even bothered with the dining table we were sitting at, being we didn't need to eat, or a couch being we had no entertainment to enjoy on it. Reminders, he told me. Reminders of what? I responded. Of the lives we left behind, of a meal with family, of a movie night with a lover. The house is clever. If it just trapped us, alone in our rooms, and forced us to use all day and night, no one would last more than a few weeks here. But it lets us talk. It lets us come downstairs and see a sunrise, sit at the table and imagine being back in our own homes, at our own tables. And in doing so, it lets us keep a fraction of hope alive, a sliver of a dream that we'll make it out of here someday, allowing it to savor its meals for longer. He paused. But no one can hold out indefinitely. The door will return soon. I do not think Beau will last much longer. He cared for Alice. He was not the same after she left. He dropped his face into his hands and said the last few words through his fingers. Beau had not emerged since I'd arrived at the house nearly 4 weeks earlier. I'd initially surmised that Henry had made him up, having been driven mad by his 3-month stay there, consuming nothing but heroin. But sometimes at night, I'd hear movement from Beau's room, or a moan of anguish, confirming his reality. The door will return? I asked. Yes. Once an invitation has been sent, the door will materialize, but an invitation cannot be sent until a room has opened. His voice faltered slightly near the end. And how does a room open? I pressed. I told you on your first day here, you will not leave here alive. He shrugged. So I'll just keep drinking until the alcohol finally kills me? The house had chosen well if that was its goal, given I'd already decided to do that the night that it invited me in. No. He stood from the chair and walked towards one of the front windows before continuing. No, it will not let your vice take you quietly. Your body will not eventually just give up, nor will you be able to overdose, as you are aware already. Your body will rot from the inside. and you will feel pain, unbearable pain, but you will not die. So you're saying, I believed I knew where he was going, but wasn't ready to speak it aloud myself. Yes, if you want this to end, if you want to leave here, you will have to end things yourself, violently, painfully. It knows that you want to die, that's why it brought you here. It knows that you'd given up on fighting your addiction, and were just going to passively drink yourself to death. That's why it targeted you. It's why it targeted me, and Bo, and Alice, and the hundreds of others that occupied all of our rooms before us. We are its favorite meal, those so unwilling to seek help or feel our pain that we'd rather mask it until we simply expire. If our addiction is its dinner, our suffering its seasoning, then our deaths are its dessert. You will find that one day, when you begin to wish to die more than to alive, the house will change. It won't send your wife to put a glass in your hand. It'll send her to hang a noose. Tears were welling in his eyes. Bo warned me it would happen. Alice had been looking worse and worse for weeks. Her skin and eyes yellowed. She said her son had been telling her that it was time, and then one day she stopped coming out of her room and we heard something kicked over. Choking, gagging, silence, and... Christ, I can't. He wiped his face with his soiled shirt. Overnight the door formed. I tried to open it, of course, but it was locked. It needed a key. He finished. I was feeling sick to my stomach, something I knew I could easily fix by heading back to my room, but I wanted to know more, so I asked, "What do you mean it needed a key?" "You will see soon. I do not think my description would do it justice." And with that, he headed back up the stairs to shoot up. Henry refused to say more on the subject when I inquired further, but I did not need to wait long for answers. It was just a couple nights later when I was laying in my bed and powering through enough whiskey to knock myself out for a few hours, that I heard the same sounds Henry had described from Alice's demise coming from Bo's room. Something climbing on top of something, a chair being kicked over. Choking. I tried to block it out, even covered my ears with my pillow, but it forced me to listen, to hear every agonizing gurgle of Bo's final moments, to foreshadow what it had planned for me, somehow amplifying every excruciating detail directly into my brain. Yet as traumatic as it was to eavesdrop on another man hanging himself, Henry had not prepared me for the noises that would soon permeate the walls. Maybe it had been too horrible for him to wish to recount. First, it was the door at the end of the hallway bursting open, followed by the heavy clunks of the warden moving towards Bo's door, and finally the sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor, being dragged back to its lair. Then, squelching, crunching, chewing. Again, I tried to obscure the sounds, but it was no use. So, as I'd been trained to do, I reached for my glass only to find that, for the first time, it was empty. The house was not going to give me anything to dull the moment, and I knew it had done the same to Henry when I heard his anguished screams blending with the chorus of consumption. I considered running from my room, but was too terrified to what I'd see, as I had not heard the warden's door close behind it. There was nothing I could do but wait, and shake and cry and vomit. The house relished in its dessert, relished in every second of our combined despair, until silence fell again. A weight pressed down on the bed beside me, and as I turned to see Sherry holding the glass in her hand, topped mercifully with salvation. "Shh, it's okay, baby. You can have this now," she purred. I hungrily pulled the drink from her and poured it down my throat. "That's it. It's okay. Your age is away from that. You still have so much left to give me. Rest now." And she was gone again, only there to feign comfort, only there to imitate compassion, a phantom that, if Henry was to be believed, when I was all used up, would walk me to self-imposed gallows. I had avoided it to that time, but I could not help a glance in the mirror to see what I'd become, and was appalled with the man reflected back at me. The fat had melted from my cheeks, and deep bags sat below bloodshot eyes. What color had remained of my hair was now replaced with gray, and the majority of it had receded. I looked like the face of a dying man. The house could not refill my glass quickly enough that night, and eventually I collapsed back onto the bed, preferring the nightmares I might find in my dreams to the one before me. The following day, I did not leave my room until I heard Henry venture from his, which was after nightfall, and I only did so cautiously, first peeking to see if the warden's door was opened. Upon finding it shut, I ventured down the stairs to find Henry swaying in front of something that had sprung up between the two front windows. A door, which, as with the rest of the house, was ancient, heavy, likely made of oak, and had an iron doorknob that sat beneath a lock carved, from what I could tell, out of bone. "See, I told you. Here it is. An invitation has been sent. Now we wait for it to be accepted." Though he spoke calmly, his face appeared to have aged years overnight. Well, he had not indicated to me that Bo was a friend, or that they were close in any way. I knew from his stories that Bo had been there since Henry had arrived. With Bo's death, I wondered if Henry was considering how long it would be before the house would take him too. "How will we know if it's been accepted?" I asked, trying to focus the subject on anything other than the events of the previous night. "The warden will make a key," came his cryptic response. "What do you mean, it'll make a key?" I annoyedly followed up. "You will see soon," he said, before reaching forward to try the knob. It was, as he indicated it would be, locked. I tried it myself, though it might have remained a wall for all the success I had. But I was not completely deterred. I studied the lock, wondering if I might be able to find something laying around that I could use to pick at. Yet, it was unlike anything I'd seen before. In fact, it looked to me as if it were still waiting for a key to be designed for it. Still, I thought it might be worth a shot to see if I could get it to turn, and finding a nail on the floor, I stuck it into the opening. Immediately the nail glowed orange and burned my fingers before melting to the floor. Henry chuckled while I shook my singed skin through the frigid air. "I guess I must applaud you for trying, but this door can only be opened by one of the warden's keys." He snorted. "So we just need to steal one of those then, right?" I asked. He laughed harder. "Oh, if only it were that simple, my friend." His mirth was cut short when a bang came from upstairs. Henry exclaimed. We had no time to react. It was only in that brief flash that I truly appreciated how small the house was compared to the size of the warden. In what must have been seconds, it made its way from its room down the stairs and had grabbed us both around the ankles. Then it madly dragged us by our legs, smashing our bodies step by step, up to the second floor before unceremoniously throwing each of us into our respective rooms. And as I lay there, certain I'd broken several ribs in the journey, I heard it tear back down the stairs, screeching horribly as it did, clearly in terrible distress. Reaching for my whiskey to numb the pain in my chest, I next tiptoed to my door to see what was going on below, and when I made it to the hallway, I saw that Henry was leaning out from his room, a fresh needle mark in his arm, to watch the scene unfolding downstairs as well. Down on the first floor, the warden's shrieks became more and more intense as it slammed itself around, pounding on the walls, charging to and fro. Confused, I wondered briefly if it was trying to escape when suddenly it stopped just in front of the door, holding one of its hands out before its face. There, in the palm, a spike was forcing its way out, exactly like the ones that covered the rest of its body. A pointed bone jammed through its skin before, slowly, the tip began to form into a jagged but methodical shape. A key. I couldn't believe I didn't recognize them before, but I had only seen the warden the one time previously, and my eyes had been somewhat clouded by painful tears. The spines protruding from its skin were not tipped with venomous points, but with keys. Hundreds of keys. Various shapes and sizes dating back to locking mechanisms in the early 1800s. I understood then why Henry had thought the idea of stealing a key from the warden to be so humorous. One would literally need to be snapped off of its body. The warden continued to bellow until the key finished glowing and taking shape before it fell silent again. And then it waited. Patiently it hovered in front of the door, anticipating something that did not come until well after the sun rose the following morning, when a noise I recognized all too well met my ears. The turning of a key in a lock from outside the house. I watched then, as the warden inserted the newly formed key in its palm into the lock on the door and, pausing but for a moment, rotated it to the unlocked position. Silently I screamed in my head for the person on the other side to run away, to not be as stupid as I was to crack the door open. But it was no use. I saw the knob turn. The warden hid behind the door as it crept open, and I observed in the opening a man confusedly scanning the space before his eyes. There, behind him, was a rainy street with cars splashing through puddles, and I considered for an instant sprinting down the steps and diving out to freedom. Yet before I could start my legs, the warden reached through, just as it had for me, and yanked the man inside. He was forcefully smashed to the ground, and I heard something snap as he began to wail in pain and fear. But I was not watching him. I was watching the warden slam the door behind him, watching it remove its hand from the lock and the key retract into its palm, watching a new quill spring up in the forest on the creature's back, and watching the door dissolve once again into a solid wall. The warden circled the new arrival once before climbing the stairs again, and my first inclination was to withdraw into my room before it passed by, but I was overcome with an impulse that I could not ignore, a wildly stupid impulse. As it lumbered by my door, I waited until its back right leg was set down in front of me. Then I reached forward, wrapped my fingers around one of the spines on its ankle, and snapped it off. It howled with shock and pain, whipped around, and struck me with such force that I was knocked clear across the room and into the wall. Something cracked in my back, and I was met with the worst agony in all my days. I was sure that the warden was going to come in and crush more of my bones, but its head just hovered in the doorway. It looked to the key I held in my hand and observed the anguish on my face before simply turning away and continuing back to its hole. Perplexed, I could not believe that it allowed me to keep the key, wondering why it had not pursued to wrench it from my grasp. But when I looked down, I solved the mystery quickly. The spine in my hand was only that, a spine. The key had not been intricately carved out of its point when I removed it from the warden's leg only moments before. It was smoothed out. It was useless. And my back was broken, a fine reward for my brazen idiocy. I screamed from the torment racking my nerves, but also to the futility of my situation. For a brief second, I'd allowed myself to believe there was a way out, to believe I was not going to waste away for months, To hang myself, to be eaten by a monster. Henry left his room once the warden was safely locked away, and paused at my door long enough to say, "You are a moron," before heading down to the first floor to attempt and calm the new arrival. He had explained to me already that we could not enter each other's rooms, so I knew he could do nothing to help me. But his lack of empathy still stung on top of everything else. At least I'd tried to do something to get us out of there, rather than just waiting for the house to consume us. "You're a very naughty boy, William," Sherry's mocking voice cut in, as I felt the glass slip into my hand. "Drink up. That back is going to take a long time to heal. You'll need a lot of this." It was 2 days before I was able to move from the floor. The drink helped with the recovery, but only enough that I could get to my bed where I remained for the next week. From my convalescence, I could hear Henry trying to communicate with our new tenant, Manuel, but they had not made much progress yet. Henry spoke French and English, and Manuel only Spanish. While I was confused, I had nothing but time to think, and I delved firstly into why I'd done what I'd done to begin with. Why was I even searching for a way out of the house, when the house was giving me exactly what I wanted before it brought me there? All I had to do within its walls was drink and die. It even removed all other worries from the outside world. Bills, food, injury, work. The house provides. So then, why the impulse to survive? Why the drive to escape? Was it just that I could not stomach the idea of dangling myself from a noose? Or was it that, by forcing me to listen to Beau's death, by refusing to let me be deaf to his final consumption, the house had inadvertently sparked my will to live? Whatever the case, as I lay in that bed, I resolved that I would not die there. I resolved to go home. And I believed that it was not impossible. The house had shown me something the day Manuel arrived. It was vulnerable. If we truly could not leave the house, then why would the warden have bothered to return us to our rooms before it opened the door? What would it care if we were down there when it pulled someone new inside? Unless it was worried that while it was open to someone entering, someone else could exit. I mulled over plans for some time that involved me sprinting down the stairs the second the door was cracked, and I considered the timing of it, and the sheer size of the warden, and every scenario that I played out in my head ended with it breaking several of my bones well before I reached the portal. I did not think it was wise to test the warden's speed and strength, and while I did not think that it would outright kill me, as the house would then lose one of its meals, I had just been made brutally aware that it was willing to destroy large parts of my body in defense of itself. However, I thought again on what had happened when I snapped one of the keys from its leg, and I felt there was another clue in the warden's behavior afterwards. It had made sure that the spine in my hands had ceased to be a key before it returned to its hovel. Why would it do that? If it knew any key removed from its body would become useless in human hands. With that question in mind, I examined what I knew about the winter house worked from Henry's descriptions and my own observations, and I arrived at a conclusion. I could use my own key to escape. The house needed to put a piece of itself out into the world to invite us in. The drink I'd found on my nightstand, the needles Henry had discovered on his dresser, and when we had accepted the invitation, we'd given a piece of ourselves back to the house, a piece which it used to create the key and bridge the divide into our world. It was a theory, obviously, but if I was to hold on to any hope of surviving the nightmare, it was one that I needed to believe in. The key was created equally by me and by the house, and only its makers could use it to access the outside world. And while I had firm faith that my key would retain its form in my hands, I had two major issues to overcome. The first was finding my key amongst the hundreds the warden retained on its body. Though I was certain I could recognize the cuts that I'd personally designed, it would take careful and close inspection for me to locate it. The second, and no less daunting, would come after I'd discovered it. That was how to remove it and fit it into the door without the warden mangling my body. Over the next several days, a plan took shape in my mind, a plan that would require the help of Henry and Manuel. Neither man was very keen on my proposal when I shared it with them after finally recovering enough to leave my room. Manuel could not understand much of it, but he gleaned enough from the conversation to surmise that it was very dangerous. Henry simply thought it would never work. Around the splintered table in our 3 ramshackle chairs cobbled together by a bored and restless Henry, we discussed my fantastical plan for escape. "You're going to get us killed," Henry said. "I don't think so," I replied. "I don't think the warden will take it that far. You forget what you told me on my first day here. It is the house, and the house is it. Remember? It doesn't want to take our lives. It wants us to do that ourselves. Otherwise it can't savor its meal the way it wants to. Break us, sure. I have first-hand experience with that one. But we can recover from those injuries quickly here and try again." While our vices did speed the recovery process, they also never allowed the damage to our bodies to fully heal. My elbow still bothered me daily, and the destruction of my back made every move agonizingly tedious. I'd also noticed that every drink the house gave me was weaker than the last. It was very slowly working to wear me down and increase my suffering, but I was willing to weather significant pain if it would afford us the chance at freedom. "Even if that's true, you'll never find your key," Henry quipped. But I was confident that I could. I would just need their assistance. The warden rarely emerged, so there would normally be few opportunities to search it, yet Henry had said that it would come out to separate us if we tried to murder one another, as it would be a wasted meal too, if we were to die by each other's hands. So in my mind, it was a simple proposition. We would need to fight one another, often brutally, seriously. We would need to be convincing enough that the house would have to intervene, and while the warden was punishing us, I would have a window for an up-close inspection of its hoard. It took several days to convince my compatriots to join my resistance. I believe Henry capitulated as his own mortality weighed on him more and more by the hour. Manuel, I think, was simply afraid and looking for anything to distract him from the bleak world he'd been unwillingly forced into. In all actuality, I did not necessarily need their endorsement for my plan to progress. I could have just as easily attacked either of them without permission, but I felt that if they did not know why I was doing it, they might ambush me someday and quickly finish me off before the warden could stop them. As well, my conscience just would not let me keep it a secret from them, especially considering the second piece of my strategy. I dreaded discussing it, and was hoping I might be able to leave it as something to be sorted later, but Henry figured it out on his own. But of course, this is only half an idea. Even if you can locate your key, and even if you could remove it from the warden, you would need the door to return to use it. And for the door to return, one of us must die, Henry somberly stated. And as you believe you must be the one to wield your key, it must be either me or Manuel. I could not look him in the eye when I replied with a quiet, "Yes." Manuel caught on, and holding up a couple fingers said, "Only 2? "Yes," I added. "Only 2 of us will be able to leave, and I must be one of them. Once I locate the key, we'll need to wait for the door to return, and once it's arrived, we'll stage one more fight. When the warden attacks me, I'll snap the key off, and one other spine so it will, hopefully, only see the one that isn't mine turn into a useless spike. Well, in the confusion, I stash the real one in my pocket. Then when it leaves us alone again, whatever state we're in, we'll drag ourselves to the door. All let us out and we're home free. It's all we've got, I concluded. Though, while the pain sounded straightforward enough on paper, it turned out to be much more difficult in practice. Henry's body was deteriorating rapidly. All of ours were, really, as we had to continue to use our vices in order to get through the day. Especially considering that if we did not, we became so sick and weak that we would not have the energy or strength to convincingly try to kill one another. However, Henry was so far gone already that, on our first attempt, I broke several of his ribs with a half-hearted punch before the warden fractured his skull. It was a brutal game we played. Desperately in each trial, I scanned the warden for the telltale cuts of my key, but the warden was fast and violent. Still, we were undaunted. We tried again and again, with Manuel and I taking the brunt of the punishments as Henry took far longer to recover than either of us. Then, after 4 months and countless failed attempts in which I suffered innumerable injuries, included a crushed foot, broken arm, broken nose, several deep gashes, and a dislocated shoulder, Henry stopped emerging from his room entirely. I tried to speak with him through the door, urged him to carry on. I promised him that we were close, and that he could maybe go home soon. But it was too late. I could hear him speaking softly in his final hours. Okay, yes, you're right. I'm ready. It's too much. I'm ready. He had never told me who it was that haunted his room, but I knew there was a loved one in there, someone that he trusted, convincing him that it was time for him to die. The house had squeezed every ounce of life from him that it cared to take. The meal was finished, and it was ready for its dessert. I care not to describe the sounds of that evening again, but suffice to say they will never leave my ears. Henry was not someone I would have called a friend, but he had been there since my very first day, and his passing was difficult for me to stomach. With his loss, I felt the walls of the house closing in on me ever more. However, as bleak as the morning following Henry's death was, there was one macabre upside to his demise. When I went downstairs to inspect, I found Manuel standing in the living room staring at the space between the 2 front windows, where the door had materialized once again. Manuel turned to face me, and I could see from his mostly vacant gaze and the bloodshot eyes that he'd likely swallowed an entire bottle of pills after the house had finished with Henry. Yet, buried beneath the stupor of blunted horror and disgust, there appeared a determination which I had not recognized in him before. Manuel had, assuredly, gone along with the escape attempt so far, but with a hesitation that suggested he felt it wasn't the only way we might leave the house. I don't think he had truly believed that he would die there, and still held on to hope he may one day just wake up in a hospital bed recovering from a near-fatal overdose. It had clearly been a humbling experience for him, as it had been for me, to listen to another man's life end in such harrowing fashion. Without a word to one another, we both understood the opportunity that lay before us, and that, for at least one of us, this would be the last chance to get out alive. A small nod from Manuel told me that he was ready, and I charged him with all the remaining strength in my body. Tackling him to the ground, I pummeled his ribs with my fists, not bothering to hold back this time. He, having spent far less time in the house, was not nearly as diminished, and was able to flip me over onto my back with relative ease before he pinned me down and closed his fingers around my windpipe. Blackness began to press in on my eyes as my brain was refused oxygen, and when I was on the brink of losing consciousness, I heard the familiar blast of the warden's door smashing open. It came more furiously, and more quickly than it had any time previously. Even though I was hovering between life and death at the time, I was sure it was mere seconds between it leaving its room and it hurtling Manuel from atop me. There was an incredible crash as Manuel landed on the table, and it collapsed in a flurry of splinters, and the warden followed him to dole out more abuse, while I gasped air into my lungs, trying furiously to regain my vision. The snapping of bones jolted me from the floor, and I rolled to see that the warden had stomped on Manuel's ankle, cracking it in two. He cried out in torturous suffering, and I felt a pang of sympathy, but I was not looking at his newly crippled leg. I was looking at the leg the warden had used to inflict the damage. There, on the back of the thigh, just above the bend of the knee, was a familiar shape. With the warden distracted and raising its fist to deliver a blow I knew would be aimed at knocking out several of Manuel's teeth, I crawled as quietly as I could towards their struggle, inching closer and closer, eyes locked on our only hope. When I was just an arm's length away, I raised myself to my feet and braced for the onslaught I was sure would be rained down upon me momentarily. Then, swiftly, I threw my hands forward, wrapping my right around the base of the spine, tipped with my key, and left around a random second. With a twist of my wrists, I snapped both of them clean from its body in one motion, and I was met instantly with a backwards kick to the diaphragm. The blast sent me through the air, 10 feet across the room, the shock of which knocked the decoy from my left hand, but miraculously, I managed to hold on to the true one in my right, working to recover my breath yet again, having had it knocked from me by the powerful shot to the chest, and blinking the stars from my eyes brought on from the slam of my head against the ground when I landed. I cautiously looked upon the item I gripped tightly in my palm. The key remained at the tip. I had precious little time to celebrate, however, as the warden had rounded on me. It directed its wicked focus to what I'd stolen from it, and my planned subterfuge was thwarted instantaneously. We would not be able to slip out quietly like I'd hoped. It was now or never. Where I'd fallen, I was directly in front of the door, and the warden looked from me, back to it, and back to me again, both of us recognizing the gravity of each of our next moves. I rolled towards the door, reaching from the ground for the knob with my empty hand and aiming the key for the lock. But before I could insert it, I felt the monster's hand around my leg pulling me back. It grabbed my right arm, and with its incredible strength attempted to crush it, with the aim of forcing me to release my grasp. But I held firm, struggling fiercely to rip myself away, knowing that if I dropped the key, it would lose form, and I would be dooming Manuel and I. Yet, the pain was becoming unbearable. I could feel the bones in my forearm beginning to splinter when suddenly I was released. Manuel had dragged himself across the floor and had picked up the spine I'd naively believed would work to fool the warden. In a stroke of improvised genius, he jammed the point of it into one of the empty black sockets of the warden's face, causing it to recoil in pain and confusion. In the brief reprieve this granted us, the warden ran around the room trying to pry the impalement free. I was able to lift myself from the floor, slide the key into the lock, and rotate it. A loud, beautiful click told me that it had worked, and understanding that any hesitation would cost the both of us our lives, I threw the door open to find my front yard before me. A gentle summer breeze met skin that had not felt warmth in months. I breathed in the miraculous smell of fresh-cut grass as I spun and reached for Manuel's hand. Hobbled as he was, I did not want to waste time trying to get him to his feet to limp out, and instead began yanking to drag him through the opening behind me. But the warden had finally been able to pull the intrusion from its face and recovered. Witnessed that we were nearly free of it, It latched onto Manuel's broken leg and pulled him the opposite direction of me, back into the house, back into hell. I tried with every ounce of fortitude left in my emaciated body to heave him loose of its grip, but it was of no use. Slowly Manuel's hand slipped through my fingers. The last my eyes met his, I tried to wordlessly let him know how sorry I was, tried to thank him for all he'd done, tried to find any measure of forgiveness in his expression, but all I saw was fear and pleading for me not to leave him behind. Yet I knew that it was over. There was nothing more I could do for him. If I did not leave then, neither of us would be getting out. So, too fearful of that prospect, and truly hating myself for it, I turned away from Manuel. I pulled the key from the lock, I stepped through the portal, and I slammed the door behind me. It's been 2 years since my stay in the winter house, and up to this writing, I had not shared the details of my time there with anyone. Who would have believed me anyways? The instant the door had closed, the key turned to dust in my hand, and though I was confident the bridge between this world and there was broken, I did not dare immediately check whether the door now opened into my house or its. With the only evidence of my experience being my extensive injuries and significant liver damage, I chose to explain those as having been acquired through a lengthy bender, and having lived on the streets for the few months that I'd been missing. Even considering an attempt to explain the truth of what had happened to me filled me with terror, guilt, and shame, I convinced myself that no good could come from it. Barely alive, the first 2 weeks after my return were spent in a hospital being pumped with nutrients and receiving several considerable surgeries to begin to correct some of the damage to my body. And luckily, with several months of treatment and a few more surgeries, my prognosis for a full recovery was good. It was not until my return from the initial stay in the hospital that I first opened my door again, which, bringing with it a powerful wave of relief, revealed behind it my living room, just as I'd left it those months before. Upon entering, the first thing that I did was dump out the remnants of the whiskey I'd purchased on the night I'd relapsed, the only glimmer of positivity from the whole experience being that it strengthened the resolve in my sobriety. I told myself that I would never touch another drop, that I would live the rest of my life trying to help other addicts reach recovery, that I would keep as many away from the winter house that I could, as I know it's still out there. I know it's just on the other side of the door waiting for me. It knows I have my moments of weakness. It knows I suffer, and it hungers for my return. I'm writing this now to remind myself of the horrors it put me through. I'm writing it so that I never forget the torment I endured at its hands, because its temptations are difficult to resist. For the last several nights, when I've laid my head down to sleep, I've been greeted with the sound of tinkling in a glass. The invitation rests beside me, waiting for me to accept it. I'm flooded with the memory of euphoria it contains, and the unbridled ecstasy I could experience once again. A familiar, chill air sweeps through the room, and Sherry's whispers meet my ears. "Oh, baby, I've missed you. It's okay. Just take it. Come back home." Her name was Alice, and no, I'm not being rude about her. She really was a witch, like an enchantress, a sorceress, a magicianette, spells and stuff, dancing naked under the moon, or at least so I liked to imagine. If I'd known beforehand, I might have been more hesitant to get involved with her. I know people say stuff like, "My mother warned me about girls like you," but, well, my mother had warned me.
as had any number of fairy tales for that matter. You don't date witches. But Alice was cute. We'd talked on a dating app and quickly arranged to meet in person. Sitting there in that coffee shop, I really wasn't thinking straight. I wish I could say she'd enchanted me somehow, but if I was spellbound, it was only by her big brown eyes, and the way she smiled at me as we sipped with 2 straws from a cream macchiato. Did I fall in love with her? I don't know. But I liked her, and though it had come as a shock when she casually mentioned the witch thing, slipping it in neatly between a discussion of our hobbies and what I did for work, I was already committed to seeing her again. What did it matter anyway? I wasn't small-minded. Witches were just people. Sort of. Sure, no one really knew where they'd come from, and they seemed to be a phenomena completely exclusive to our neck of the woods. At the very least, I've never heard of the real deal anywhere else. And whenever I bring the topic up to outsiders, they look at me like I'm crazy. So you have to understand. While it may seem strange to you, to us it was almost normal. Things were very good at first. She was so sweet you wouldn't believe it. She told me she'd been lonely for a long time and that most people avoided her. Oh, everyone were polite, of course, but in every interaction there was this barrier preventing the development of real intimacy. Scared of her, I suppose. I prided myself on being better than that. No, really. It put a swagger in my step, and of course, my intentions were purely noble. After all, was I not graciously extending my kindness to her, rescuing her from a life of solitude? Had nothing to do with her shapely hips either. I was just being good. So, we were dating. Before long, we were going steady. It was always her who kept pushing us to take things further, but I didn't mind being pushed too much. She had a pleasant way of doing it. We even went on vacation together, renting a small cabin out by a lake some distance east of town. It was her way of telling me she loved me. Little underwhelming as a declaration. Well, remember how I said witches were only a local thing? Or at least so far as I knew about? That's because they couldn't go anywhere else. Leaving was painful to them, and if they traveled too far, it killed them. As it was, the cabin was right on the edge of whatever invisible line marked the boundary of her existence. By the end of the 3rd day, she was running a fever, and by the start of the 4th, she was unwilling to leave her bed. Though she insisted on staying out the week, wanting to get full use of the new fishing rod she'd bought me. I drove us home that same night, scared of how pale and listless she had become. She perked up almost immediately as we turned our noses westward, and by the time I swung into her driveway, I thought she was back to normal. I crashed at her place that night, and as we went to bed, I realized that no, normal was not the word. She was better. A whole lot of newfound energy to be worked off. I won't go into details, but I'm sure you can imagine. I began to spend more time at her place after that. I still kept my own apartment for convenience's sake, even though she was dropping hints now about maybe finding something together. It made perfect sense to shack up, the economics of it, but I liked the freedom that came with separate dwellings. Tying yourself down too tightly too soon seemed like a waste of being young, especially when it was probably gonna happen later in life anyway. It was Saturday morning, I recall, and I'd spent the night there as I usually did. I got up pretty early while she was still in bed, figuring I'd leave and have breakfast at a diner in town. Things had been a little tense the previous evening. Alice had been unusually quiet, sitting very silently beside me as we relaxed together on the couch. Later, when I had reached for her in the bed, she turned away and complained of a headache. That time of the month, I supposed. I pulled my clothes on and quietly tiptoed down the stairs. In the hallway, I stopped. I stared. The door was gone. I blinked, but it did nothing to improve the situation. The door remained entirely absent. Only a smooth section of wall stood in its place. "Alice?" I called. Came her sleepy reply. Babe, where's the door gone?" "The what?" "The door, honey. I can't find the door." "Oh, that." She was coming out of the bedroom now, tying on a flannel robe. I took it away. She went into the kitchen, leaving me standing there, nonplussed. After a while, I followed her like a lost puppy. "But, I said, "I need the door." "Do you?" she said, pouring orange juice into a glass. "Yes, Alice, I gotta go." She exhaled mildly, but with obvious displeasure. Carefully, she occupied herself with the task of making breakfast so as not to have to look at me. I saw her shake her head slightly and smile a very tight smile while working. She was also clearly only preparing one portion. "Alice," I said and reached out to grab her arm. "This isn't—" "Don't touch me like that," she snapped. My hand jerked away from her. I had no control over it whatsoever. It simply moved on its own accord. Wincing, I rubbed at it with my other hand as it throbbed with a lingering sensation of pins and needles. The hell? She wasn't supposed to use her magic on me. Well, not like this, anyhow. There were rules, weren't there? Alice seemed perfectly calm again, and was busying herself with setting the table. One plate, one glass, one set of knives and forks. "Why don't you sit down?" she said. "I'm not hungry," I muttered. My hand still stung. "That's right," she said, and began buttering a piece of toast. "It's not for you." Not knowing what else to do, and starting to feel a little lightheaded, I sat down and watched as she neatly and quietly had her breakfast. Neither of us spoke until, having finished her last forkful of scrambled eggs, she delicately wiped her mouth with a napkin. "Well," she finally said, "and what were you thinking of doing today?" "Nothing. I just want to go home. Look, Alice, I don't know what this is, but stop it, okay? You can't keep me here." "I suppose you'll be leaving then." I looked back over my shoulder. The door was still gone. "Alice?" "So," she continued, ignoring me, "you were going home. Straight home? You were not, for instance, stopping by Becky Greenfield's house on the way?" She said this in a conversational tone, like she was asking me whether I thought it would rain, but her eyes were hard as flint, and I felt a sudden, sick lurch in my stomach. "I don't," I said, then had to clear my throat. "What do you mean?" Her expression darkened further as she got up from the table and began walking away. "What do I mean?" she said. "I don't know. Why don't you think really hard about it while you clean the dishes?" I tried to follow her out of the room. "Look," I was saying, "I can explain." But as I tried to pass through the doorway, I banged nose first into what felt like a brick wall. I rebounded, and it was all I could do to keep from falling on my butt. Through the door, I could see Alice seating herself on the couch. She glanced at me, mouthed the word "clean," then turned on the TV. I thought it was strange how the picture moved as normal, but there was no sound. At first I figured she had muted it for some reason. Then I realized whatever barrier had blocked my passage must also keep any noise from passing through. That put an end to my plan of loudly calling her several types of which was probably for the best. With no other option, I reluctantly began scrubbing the dishes clean. The situation was undeniably dire, but in a way, this enforced servitude was actually working to my advantage. I desperately needed some time to think and get my story straight. Okay, I see you raising your brow here. Full disclosure, I had maybe not been exactly as faithful to Alice as I ideally should have. There'd been one or two minor indiscretions along the way, one of which was called Becky Greenfield. I hastened to add that she meant nothing to me. It was a drunken fling, over and done with the third time it happened. I certainly had no intention of ever seeing her again. Now, this was true, but maybe still a little more information than what Alice strictly needed to know. I had no idea of how exactly she'd found out as much as she already had, and how much that really was. We'd had a few talks about magic, and I knew there was no such things as enchanted mirrors or scrying pools. Magic was a force of the mind, she'd explained. It lived in people's heads. I'd been a little disappointed at the time. What? I'd said. Like it's not even real? People just think it is? Sure, she'd said. Just make believe. Then she had snapped her fingers, and suddenly there'd been the sensation of feathers tickling me in all my worst spots. As I collapsed in a heap of giggles, she'd smiled and added, "But when it feels real, what's the difference?" She'd maintained the spell for another heartbeat before snapping her fingers again and letting me breathlessly get back on my feet. At first I was angry with her, but she had laughingly drawn me towards the bed. "Don't be mad," she'd whispered as she pulled me down on top of her. "I bet I can make you feel really good, too." I certainly had no doubts left that magic was more than a mere illusion. It was our minds that defined our reality, and as long as I thought I couldn't leave the kitchen, my body would act accordingly, and if I thought the door was gone, I would be unable to make any use of it, even if I actually stood there touching the handle. Are you now about to call me a prize-winning fool? Are you about to point out that if all of this was the case, then yeah, of course she'd know what I'd been up to? That, "Hey buddy, get a clue," because obviously she was reading your mind. Wrong. She can't do that. It's the one thing everyone knows about witches. Look, think for a second, huh? With all the dirty little secrets floating around a small town, can you imagine what would happen if people thought their minds were being spied on? There'd be pitchforks and torches handed out on Main Street. The ensuing mob would have made what happened to those poor girls in Salem look like a day in the park. So no, mind reading was out. But somehow she had learned something, and now I was stuck in it. It didn't take me long to finish watching up, but I thought perhaps I might have just imagined a sketch out of a rudimentary defense. As I dried and put away the final piece of cutlery, I felt the lessening of some pressure behind me. The noise of the TV became suddenly audible. Here went nothing. I slowly walked into the living room, trying to put on my most disarming smile. "Alice," I said, "look, you know I'm crazy about you. It's you and me, right?" I sat down next to her, tried to put my arm around her. She shrugged me off. "Come on," I wheedled. "Becky? No way. I talked to her a couple of times, that's all. Sure, she came up to me at Flanagan's when she'd had a couple of drinks. She tried to kiss me and I pushed her away. Told her it wasn't happening. End of story. Look at me." She did turn towards me then. Her eyes were wet, and yeah, I felt guilty. But I also thought, "Jackie, my boy, now you've got her." "You swear?" she asked. "There was nothing else?" "Yeah," I said. "Course not. You're my itchy witchy girl. What do I need with anyone else?" She reached out to caress my face. I prepared myself for the sweet forgiveness that was to come. "You stupid," she said affectionately. "You're still lying to me." A sound like a gong reverberated in my mind as my head exploded with pain. It was like someone had cracked my dome with a frying pan. I slid off the couch, moaning, scrambling backward on the floor to get away from her. She'd lost it. For the first time, I started to think she might actually seriously hurt me. "Stop it," I shouted. "You're crazy. You don't even know." "I saw you," she shrieked back. She was standing now, face twisted with fury. Around her, the room was growing dim, as if she was somehow drinking in the light. "She got in your truck." "So what?" I shouted. "I can't give her a ride." "I went to her house." She spat each word like a bullet. "She told me. I threatened to turn her into a toad if she didn't." As if I could. As if there'd be any point. There's nothing worse I could do than leave her as she is, and yet, you screwed her anyway. An old... Becky was only 35, I thought. But Alice was working herself up to something. A haze of darkness had begun covering her skin, was pulsating in time to her words. She came forwards, driving me backwards to where the door was not. "I should kill you," she raged. "I should burn you. I should make you eat your..." She might do it. She really might do it. Desperate now, still on the floor, I groped blindly behind me with one hand. It seized upon something. With all the strength that was in me, I hurled the object at her like a tomahawk. The green ankle boot struck her on the forehead with a little thud. "Ow," she said. She sat down on the couch. The shadows dissipated. Her and the room both went back to normal. For a moment we looked at each other in silence. Then she burst into tears. "I loved you," she sobbed. "I loved you." I tried to say something, but she cut me off. "Go," she cried. "Just go." Behind me, the door was once more where it used to be. It was a sorry scene, all right, but I figured I'd better do as she said before she changed her mind. Slipping my jacket on, I was halfway out the door when she called out to me. "Jack?" I turned. She said something else. I couldn't make out the words, but they struck me like a spray of ice water, seemed to seep in my skin, into my head, nestling somewhere deep in the back of my brain. I ran. I left town the same day, setting myself up in a hotel the next town over. The one good thing was, at least I knew she couldn't come after me. Everything sort of worked out after that. I'd been commuting to work anyway, so relocating actually put me closer to my job, and I was able to call someone to get the rest of my stuff from my apartment. Then I got a new place, here in this town. So yeah, that's how I ended up here. Don't date witches, I guess. What's that? You think maybe there's some other lesson here? Like maybe don't cheat on your girlfriend? Yeah, I know. Trust me, I know. You think I've been telling you this because I like going over it? It's all because of those last few words she spoke to me. They were a spell. Every time I think about asking someone out now, I have to tell them this story first. I can't help it. So, now that you know, what do you say? Pick you up at 8? When I received the news about my mother's worsening health, I had to make a quick decision to return home. My savings allowed me to buy a ticket for a cruise ship, which, although not a large luxury vessel, was sufficient for a swift journey towards my hometown. The ship was fairly compact. It didn't stand out among other cruise liners, but it had everything necessary for passengers. In winter, when I received the urgent news, the weather was harsh. The city where I lived was covered in a thick layer of snow, and the temperature had dropped below 0. Gray, heavy clouds obscured the sky, and the wind was blowing strongly, creating a sense of winter chaos. The streets were slippery, and every step outside required caution. I lived in a small apartment on the outskirts of the city, which I had been renting for several years. I had actually moved out from my mother's place a few years ago. When I turned 18, I needed more independence. The apartment was modest but comfortable, a single room with a kitchenette and a small bathroom. It was my own place, but I had always remained close to my mother in my heart, and her illness now suddenly drew me back to the family home. After packing the essentials, I got into a taxi that struggled through the slippery streets in the harsh winter conditions. When I arrived at the port, the large cruise ship, although not extraordinary or particularly elegant, looked solid enough to ensure a safe journey. Its outdated appearance and somewhat neglected details contrasted with the elegance one might expect from larger vessels. The ship, while unimpressive, provided basic comfort. The duration of the cruise was crucial in this case, considering my mother's health. The cruise was set to last 3 hours. The weather at sea was as cold as on land. The wind picked up and the waves, although not dangerous, were unsettling enough to fuel my fears. When the ship finally stopped, passengers began to gather at the entrance, preparing to board. I felt both excited and worried, but what was to follow exceeded my worst fears. 2 crew members stood on the deck by the entrance. They had wide smiles stretched from ear to ear, which were simultaneously unnatural and unsettling. The smiles were too wide, too motionless to be genuine. They seemed almost grotesque in their excessive expressiveness. Their faces were illuminated by the artificial lighting of the ship. I saw their eyes were cold and inscrutable, looking at us with some mysterious, disturbing interest. Every movement of their hands, every gesture was too fluid, as if they were mechanisms in a perfectly tuned machine. Upon boarding the ship, my unease did not diminish, although the atmosphere around me was still filled with winter's dark elegance. The ship, though not a massive cruiser like those used for longer voyages, had its own charm. The interior of the ship was filled with warm, yet artificial light, which contrasted with the cold, black-gray sky outside the windows. Approaching the main entrance, I noticed that the interior of the ship was spacious, with elegantly furnished areas designed to provide comfort for passengers. Shiny marble floors and gilded details along the walls added a luxurious touch to the place, though somewhat outdated. The corridors were wide, with bright, pastel wallpapers and large windows allowing views of the sea, which was now filled with heavy, gray clouds. The crew members, who had earlier welcomed us on board with those unnaturally wide smiles, were now strolling down the corridors, their faces still radiating unsettling joy. With each step, I passed another crew member, and their wide smiles seemed even more pronounced as their gaze passed over me. Every step, every interaction with them was like walking on a tightrope, where every minor change could lead to unpredictable consequences. As I walked through the deck, I noticed that the interior of the ship was designed with great attention to detail. In the main hall there were elegant sofas and armchairs surrounding round tables. On the walls hung paintings depicting maritime landscapes, which, in the winter light, looked less welcoming than usual. Passing by the bar and restaurant, I noticed elegant but slightly rusty furniture. The overall tone was subdued but warm in shades of brown and gold, giving the interior a classic, though somewhat old-fashioned look. Even here, the crew members' faces bore those unnatural smiles that seemed to be part of some choreographed performance. Something was very wrong. Finally, I reached my cabin, located on one of the lower decks. The cabin door opened with a soft click, and I stepped inside, feeling a bit of my tension ease. The cabin was small but cozy, decorated in a simple yet elegant style. The walls were in warm beige tones, and the furniture, including a bed with an elegant spread, a desk, and a wardrobe, was neatly crafted, though visibly used. Through the cabin window I could see the sea, which now looked even more gray and turbulent, with waves crashing against the ship's hull. As I began to unpack, I felt my anxiety and tension coalescing into a sharp, penetrating unease. I started by taking out the essentials, a few pairs of warm clothes necessary for the winter weather, and documents. I placed them in the wardrobe, trying to keep things organized. On the desk, which was near the window, I set up a few personal items. Family photos, a small notebook, and a few books to pass the time during the 3-hour cruise. After spending a few minutes on the bed, trying to gather my thoughts and acclimate to the strange atmosphere of the ship, I suddenly heard a knock on the cabin door. I pressed the button to open the door and saw one of the crew members standing at the threshold. Unlike the others, there was no unnatural smile on his face. The man was dressed in an elegant uniform that perfectly matched the classic look of the ship, a navy blue jacket with golden buttons and a white shirt. Unlike the others, he did not have that unnatural smile on his face. He was holding a neatly folded sheet of paper, tied with a ribbon. "Good day, sir," he said, his voice warm but devoid of emotion. "I was informed that you did not receive the list of rules. It is important that you familiarize yourself with these rules to ensure your safety during the journey." I took the sheet from his hands. I unfolded the paper, revealing that it was carefully written in elegant script, suggesting attention to detail. At the top was date and time, and below in several points were rules that seemed as precisely formulated as they were disturbing. Here is what was on the list. Rule 1. Never make eye contact with the captain. If you break this rule, follow Rule 5. Rule 2. If you hear a soft scratching in your cabin, do not move, do not make any sound, and eventually, the scratching will stop. However, if the scratching intensifies instead, leave the cabin as quickly as possible and do not return to it for the rest of the voyage. It lives in the walls. Rule 3. Do not draw attention to yourself from the crew. Rule 4. When you leave your cabin, know that you are safe until you go down to the engine room. No one goes there because they are afraid of it. No one descends. In 1989, there was a macabre incident there. A woman named Mia was burned alive, leaving behind only a charred skeleton. So remember, you might notice a woman with long black hair at first. She will look normal, but after a moment, you don't want to know what happens next. Which is why no one goes down there. They are afraid of her. If you see her, find a hiding place as quickly as possible. It might not be too late. Rule 5. If you make eye contact with the captain, your only option is to jump into the icy sea. That's the only way I managed to survive. Although the list was written in a formal style, each of these recommendations seemed unnaturally detailed and somewhat exaggerated. The point about avoiding eye contact with the captain in particular made me uneasy. Combined with the strange smiles of the crew, everything began to fit into a disturbing puzzle. As soon as I finished reviewing the list, I noticed that the man had vanished, as if he had disappeared into thin air. I heard no footsteps in the corridor. He had simply vanished. I didn't know what to think about it, so I decided to check the cabin again and make sure everything was in order. After a moment of contemplation about what I had witnessed and read, I felt I needed to stay alert and not be deceived by appearances. My thoughts returned to my mother's condition and how important it was, despite all these oddities, to focus on the purpose of my journey. I decided to leave the cabin to ask one of the crew members about the duration of the cruise. I still had the disturbing rules on my mind, but now the most important thing was to find out how much longer I would have to spend on this ship. Hoping it would be a short period, I headed towards the main corridor. When I reached the corridor, I noticed that the crew was still moving along it, with those unsettling, unnatural smiles on their faces. I stopped one of the employees, a young woman in an elegant uniform. Her smile, though wide, was somewhat more subtle than some of the other crew members. "Excuse me," I said, trying to sound calm. "I wanted to ask how much longer this cruise will last." The woman looked at me, her smile unchanged, but her eyes were cold and inscrutable. "The cruise will last approximately 3 more hours. She answered with a voice that sounded like a metallic melody, somewhat monotone but polite. "Unless there are any unforeseen circumstances." I felt something was definitely wrong. If we had 3 more hours left and at least 30 minutes had passed since departure, it meant that the cruise was not as short as it should have been. This caused me deep anxiety. Were we actually traveling longer than expected? Worried, I slowly turned and returned to the cabin. I set a timer on my phone and waited another 30 minutes. When the phone screen showed 30 minutes had passed, I decided to ask again. I left the cabin and headed towards the main corridor, where I noticed the same young woman in the uniform that I had met earlier. I stopped her, trying to sound calm despite my growing concern. "Excuse me," I said, "but I have a question about the duration of the cruise. It seems to me that we have been sailing for at least 60 minutes. Has the initial duration of the cruise changed?" The woman looked at me with the same unchanging smile. "No, everything is going according to plan," she answered calmly. "The initial cruise duration is correct, and the remaining time is 3 hours. Please do not worry. Everything is proceeding according to schedule." My concerns began to turn into panic when I heard the crew member's response, which failed to reassure me. Time seemed distorted, and each further assurance that everything was fine only deepened my anxiety. Without thinking, I approached one of the passengers who happened to be nearby and asked him how much longer the cruise would last. "Excuse me, how much longer will this cruise last?" I asked, trying to sound as factual as possible despite my growing tension. The passenger looked at me confused and then at his watch. His face took on an expression of distress as he replied, "Another 3 hours. Why are you asking?" As I tried to process his response, a crew member appeared from the side. His face, still widely smiling, now seemed less friendly. He approached me and said in a cold, controlled tone, "Please calm down. If you continue to cause a disturbance, we will be forced to call the captain." I remembered the rules. I had broken Rule 3. They knew. I felt my heart beat faster, but I knew I couldn't afford to panic further. I calmed down as much as I could, though thoughts of what might happen if the captain was indeed called only deepened my unease. I slowly returned to my cabin, trying to process all the information I had gathered. I analyzed the rules I received and concluded that the best solution would be to spend the rest of the voyage in my cabin. The rules indicated that in case of doubt, it was best to avoid contact with the surroundings and stay in a safe place. I felt that staying in the cabin, away from the strange and unsettling events on deck, would be the safest option. I began to calm down and think about how to use this time. trying to find peace in isolation. However, after about 20 minutes of silence, I heard a faint, almost imperceptible scratching coming from the walls. I felt my heart begin to race. Rule 2. I stood still, trying to ignore the growing sound, but the scratching started to intensify. What began as a quiet murmur turned into more pronounced and increasingly disturbing noises that seemed to be getting closer. At that moment, fear took full control over me. The rules that had previously seemed merely strange now became a reality that I could not ignore. Panic grew as the sound became more intense. I could no longer endure. Without thinking, I ran out of the cabin, feeling my heart pounding wildly. I left the closed door behind and ran down the corridor. As I fled the cabin, I felt the panic subside as I moved away from the scratching sounds. In the corridor, I noticed that the staff's demeanor had changed. Their faces had become rigid and inscrutable, though they still wore smiles. But this time they were wider and longer. Each crew member's eyes tracked my every move, as if they were waiting for something to happen. As I walked down the corridor, I felt their gaze, which seemed to literally burn. I felt growing tension as I noticed 2 staff members had started following me. Their presence was initially discreet, almost unnoticeable. They kept a proper distance, not getting too close, but close enough to give the impression that they were right behind me. No matter how fast I walked, each of their movements, every step, was almost synchronous with my own. I felt their gazes piercing my back, and their silence became increasingly unsettling. Although they tried to keep their distance, they were getting closer with each step. Eventually, I couldn't bear the pressure anymore and started running. At the same moment, they did too. "Please stop," one of them shouted. But I didn't listen. Running blindly was my only hope. As I ran down the corridor, I noticed that the passengers completely ignored me. Their ignorance was terrifying. They acted as if I weren't there. As they closed in, I made a risky decision, which seemed to be the only possible solution in this situation. I descended to the engine room. I felt that this place, though unpleasant, might offer me temporary shelter. I quickly ran down the stairs to the lowest deck, where the engine room was located. When I arrived, I noticed that the staff did not follow me further. They clearly feared this place. The engine room was a vast, dark space full of noises and heat. Old rusty pipes and steel elements formed a labyrinth, containing huge engines, whirring pumps, and powerful generators. The air was heavy with the smell of oil and exhaust fumes. The light was dim, barely illuminating the room and casting long, unsettling shadows on the walls. Pipes and wires, tangled like snakes, ran along the walls and ceilings, and droplets of oil dripped from several places onto the floor. Every step I took echoed in this empty industrial space. I stopped by one of the engines, trying to calm my breath and process what was happening. As I hid behind a large engine in the engine room, trying to control my panic, I suddenly saw something that completely shocked me. In one of the darker corners of the room stood a figure, a woman staring at me with a strange, unnatural smile on her face. She was a few meters away, and her presence in this place seemed completely out of place. Her face was pale, and the smile, although it might have seemed polite at first glance, quickly transformed into something far more terrifying. As I watched her, her form began to deform. In some places, her charred bones were visible, and her skin took on a pale, grayish, rocky appearance, as if stretched over too large a skeleton. Everything happened in slow motion, yet too quickly for me to react. Her body began to contort grotesquely, as if it were not bound by any physical constraints, and I heard the sounds of cracking bones. Her hands, which had previously been elegantly placed by her sides, now took on irregular claw-like shapes, stretching in a terrifying way, and her face, Oh my god. Her face was full of horrifying details. Her pale skin, once soft and human, was now grotesquely distorted, as if it had been burned in a catastrophic fire. The remnants of her formerly normal face were covered in brown and black scars that resembled cracked, ashy crust. The smile that once might have seemed polite now stretched unnaturally wide. Her gaping mouth revealed teeth that looked too long and sharp, as if they were the remnants of a former smile. Deep black scars pulsated around her lips, enhancing her terrifying grimace. The eyes were the worst nightmare. Their original color and shape were completely distorted. Where normal eyes once were, now they were large black voids filled with a strange, glowing light. Cracks extended around her eyes as if the skin had been burned, creating irregular, horrifying edges. Frozen in terror, I watched as her form transformed into this monstrosity. I heard her scream as she finally began to move, a shriek that cut through the silence of the engine room, echoing off the steel walls and amplified by the sound of the machines. With the last of my sanity, I decided to hide in one of the narrow service cabinets nearby. These small rooms were used for storing tools and spare parts. I slipped into one of these cabinets in terror, trying to close the door silently. Inside there was complete darkness, and the air was heavy with the smell of oil and rust. I could barely move, but tried to make no noise. I heard the horrifying scream of that thing outside the cabinet. Her scream echoed off the metal surfaces. Through the small gaps in the cabinet doors, I saw flickering lights and shadows moving through the engine room. The woman moved with terrifying speed, her figure shifting from place to place, sometimes disappearing into the shadows only to reappear elsewhere instantly. Each of her movements was accompanied by the sound of breaking bones. As her horrifying scream grew closer, my heart beat faster. I felt cold sweat running down my body, and adrenaline had me almost completely frozen in fear. I knew I had to stay hidden in this cramped shelter as long as possible, hoping that she wouldn't notice me and that I would survive this nightmare. I didn't know how much time had passed while I crouched in that narrow service cabinet. Time seemed to move slowly, and the sounds around me were both terrifying and overwhelming. The woman's screams didn't stop, and her rapid, unpredictable movements only heightened my fear. Every sound, every crack sent shivers down my spine as I tried to stay calm, though my body was numb from cold and terror. Eventually exhaustion, stress, and fear took their toll. I fainted. The last thing I remember was the sight of the woman slowly approaching my hiding place. When I regained consciousness, the engine room was silent. With trepidation, I opened the cabinet door and cautiously peered outside. The space was now deserted and quiet, as if the terrifying spectacle had come to an end. The engine room, though still filled with the sounds of machinery, was calmer, and the horrifying presence had vanished. I slowly exited the cabinet, trying to make no noise. As I left the engine room, my legs were stiff and trembling, but I tried to stay calm and move quickly. Every step felt laborious, but I needed to get out, find a safe place, and assess what to do next. With a mix of relief and terror, I finally managed to leave the engine room. As I was leaving, I swear I saw her. She was hanging from the ceiling in an unnatural position, just above my cabinet. Her terrifying figure was suspended in the air in a way that seemed utterly impossible. Her distorted face was staring directly at me, and her huge black eyes seemed to penetrate the darkness, tracking my every move. A cold shiver ran through my body, and every hair on me stood on end. I couldn't tear my gaze away from her horrifying stare, which expressed something more than ordinary fear, something deeply terrifying, almost supernatural. I felt my heart race faster, and the sense of panic grew as I tried to find a way to escape. With dread and terror, I left the engine room, still feeling her terrifying presence lingering above me, accompanying me with every step. With anxiety and determination, I sneaked to the top of the ship, searching for shelter and desperately trying to find a way to escape. I reached the deck where the lifeboats were located. My heart was pounding wildly, and my hands shook with fear, but I knew I had to act quickly. I approached one of the lifeboats, trying to quietly open its hatch and prepare it for launch. Every sound seemed loud and revealing, and I tried to be as silent as possible to avoid drawing attention. However, just when I hoped I might escape, I noticed that the ship's crew was approaching me. Their faces were unreadable, but their demeanor was resolute and determined. I quickly realized that their expressions were cold and filled with unease, and their smiles, which had seemed strange before, were now entirely absent. I had nowhere to run. They had surrounded me. As the crew approached, I noticed that one of them stood out from the rest. He was an extraordinarily tall man, about 3 meters tall. His presence was imposing, almost overwhelming. He was dressed in a suit that differed from the other crew uniforms. It was dark gray and elegant, with a subtle, shiny sheen that drew attention. His presence was unsettling. His formal and elegant stance emanated something decisive and authoritative. That was when I made the biggest mistake of my life. I looked at his face. The only thing I noticed before I realized who he was his cold, piercing eyes staring directly at me. Then it dawned on me. He was the captain. I had broken Rule 1. I knew what that meant. There was no option but to follow Rule 5. I decided on a desperate measure. I jumped into the icy sea, hoping that this leap would be my only chance for survival. The water's temperature was brutal, almost immediately shocking my body. The cold pierced through my bones and the freezing water seemed impenetrable. Every movement in the water was painful, and the agony was almost unbearable. The water was colder than anything I had ever felt, draining all my energy. I struggled to stay afloat, fighting against the powerful waves that battered my body. The cold wind howled, and the darkness of the night made it hard to gauge how far I was from the ship. Every second spent in that water felt like an eternity, and hope for rescue dwindled with each passing moment. With cold dread, I watched as the ship slowly disappeared from view. Its massive silhouette, which had moments ago dominated the horizon, began to shrink and vanish into the darkness. The deck lights, which had given me hope, were now just faint points in the darkness, gradually fading from sight. As the ship grew more distant and its outline less distinct, I felt overwhelming isolation. When it finally disappeared completely from the horizon, I was alone on the icy sea, surrounded only by the cold black water. I eventually gave up, seeing no chance of survival. Due to hypothermia, I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was no longer in the icy sea. Instead, I lay in a hospital bed surrounded by white walls and sterile light. My body was wrapped in a warm blanket, and various medical devices monitored my vital signs. For a moment, I felt lost and disoriented, unable to understand how I had ended up in this place. Soon after I regained full consciousness, a nurse entered the room, surprised by my awakening. She told me that I had been found by a container ship passing through that area of the sea, heading toward the town where I had started my voyage. Their crew had spotted me drifting in the water unconscious, and had immediately carried out a rescue operation. Thanks to their swift action and professionalism, I managed to survive. Several days passed before I was finally able to leave the hospital. When the doctors deemed me stable enough to leave the facility, I couldn't wait to return to normal life. Unfortunately, as soon as I left the hospital, Another devastating piece of news awaited me. My mother had died. I learned that her health had deteriorated drastically while I was at sea. Due to my sudden disappearance and inability to contact her, she had no one to support her in that critical moment. Her death was a shock to me. The only reason I had taken the voyage was the hope of seeing her in time and providing her with support. The sense of guilt and sorrow was overwhelming. Although I was glad to have survived, the realization that my mother had passed away while I was fighting for my life was an unimaginable burden. After returning from the hospital and discovering that I had inherited the family home and a modest fortune, I hoped that returning to my roots would bring me peace and solace. My father was dead, and I had no siblings. Despite not inheriting a vast fortune, the house, which was part of my heritage, became a symbol of the past and a place where I could find refuge. I decided to return to the family home, believing that within its walls I would find a sense of belonging and safety. I bought a plane ticket for a very small portion of the inherited money to get me there, and said goodbye to the remnants of my previous life. As I boarded the plane, my anxieties were significantly less overwhelming than before. However, as I passed through the gates and entered the aircraft, I began to question whether the cabin crew always had such unnaturally wide smiles. Chances are, you've been to hell at least once in your life, and never even realized it. With surprising frequency, some people find themselves stumbling along the very furthest peripheries of hell, if only briefly, from sheer bad luck. They fall into glitches in reality, the places where some confluence of natural forces, both known and unknown, named and unnameable, summated in some incalculable way such that something fundamental just broke. Like an earthquake along the fault lines of the universe, tearing open a sinkhole beneath your feet. I've heard so many stories, but all share a single commonality. You will find yourself suddenly alone. Maybe you were walking home at night only to find the neighborhood was so much quieter than it should be, and the lights were all out and there was no blaring of TV sets or barking of dogs, and the shadows seemed starker, and the air heavy and thick, and you tried to pretend you didn't feel that primal tingling in your spine even as you felt your feet start to propel you forward faster and faster without your commanding them. Until at last you were safe at home, and wondering why you were ever worried. Or perhaps you were a child, emerging from a bathroom to find the shopping mall suddenly emptied out, everything abandoned, quiet and still in a way it should never be, even your mommy having vanished into the ether, and for the first time in your life, you knew what it felt like to be truly alone. And you hid away in the bathroom stall and bawled your little eyes out for what felt like hours, until suddenly you heard your mommy knocking impatiently on the door, and all was well again. It's not a big deal, really. Our instincts do a good job of warning us when we've entered a place that should not exist. It is one of the oldest terrors, one that we can trace through our evolutionary inheritance all the way back to our Precambrian ancestors, same as the fear of drowning. After you were through it, you probably just laughed it off and dismissed it as a case of the willies. But some people get unlucky. Sometimes it sticks to you and doesn't let you go. Some people say that it's trying to teach you a lesson. I doubt the real explanation is anything so benevolent. All we know is, for some reason or another, some people remain long enough to discover the second rule of hell. Stay too long and you'll find that, suddenly, you aren't so alone anymore. I found my way into hell while heading west along the Lincoln Highway through Nebraska, somewhere between Kearney and North Platte. It was the perfect place for it, in retrospect. The sort of road where you can't tell the difference between 1 mile and the next, where everything melds together into one blurry green and brown malaise of cornfields and power lines and old farmhouses. And you wonder if you'll ever live to see the end, or if it just goes on and on forever. I was riding shotgun in a beat-up red pickup truck, indiscernible from any of the thousands of pickup trucks I'd ridden in before it. It used to be all big rigs, but they don't let on hitchhikers anymore. Insurance reasons. To my right was a busted rearview mirror, and to my left was an older man with a thick accent and skin wrinkled beyond his years by the sun, sniffing on earth-like powder he hazily scooped from a 1.2 ounce can labeled Copenhagen smokeless tobacco. "Sorry about your brother, kid. Real sorry," he said, nodding to my little cardboard sign reading Denver for brother's funeral. "Thank you," I said sadly. "His passing, well, let's say it was not unexpected. He's at peace now. That's what matters." "That's a good way of looking at it. Still, sure don't seem like you were expecting it. Haven't seen a hitcher out here in, well, it's been a long time." "Can't drive, and couldn't afford to fly. I know what you're going to say, about it being dangerous and all, but really..." "What do you mean you can't drive?" He looked at me sideways. Just the subject made me shudder. I just can't. I can't do it." "Well, I'm guessing you've got a head on your shoulders and a brain between your ears, right? Then what's the issue? It ain't rocket science." My lip quibbled, as if grappling with the temptation to tell him the truth, but I just couldn't. I couldn't tell him about that crisp December night. The night I remember every time there's a chill in the air. The night me and my boyfriend were soaring down that Pennsylvania back road, and we were laughing and chatting and singing to keep ourselves awake through the night. How were we supposed to know what was about to happen? We hadn't seen another soul in hours. It was just us two in the road. I glanced at him for only a moment as he was telling some story, but then I saw his face go pale and his hand raised to point, and I looked just in time to see a black blur on the road, one that was coming fast. So fast. I slammed the brakes. Maybe if I hadn't, the man would have gone right over the vehicle and lived with a few scrapes, but I did, and instead he was jerked forward off the hood of my car, and my front wheels crunched over his body with a wet kerchunk. We stopped there, and the only sound was the gentle rumbling of the engine, the breath of a machine, unthinking, unfeeling, with no notion of what it had just done. And all the while, in the stillness, I imagined the man popping back up, smiling and laughing and revealing that everything was all okay. My brain recreated this fantasy 1,000,000 times in those few seconds, as if by fantasizing hard enough I could make it real. The reality remained. Things weren't all okay. They never would be. The weight of my tires had wrung the man's neck and caved in part of his skull. My boyfriend stood in front of the body, blocking it, begging me not to look. I pushed him out of the way. I need to see it. I need to. It was a madman's statement, a non sequitur, but said with that sort of finality that silenced all possible argument. And I stood over the body, staring stoically, dispassionately, like I wanted to study every inch of the man I'd killed, as if by searching over the pores of his skin and fractured skull and cloudy eyes, I could find some sort of truth hidden there. Why answer to the question pounding in my aching skull like the beating of a heart? Why? But there was nothing there. No truth of any significance. Just skin and blood and bits of bone. Drinking, man. I lied. I got caught drinking too many times. They took my license. He whistled. You? Such a nice young man? Who would have thunk? Well, I hope you learned a good lesson there, bud, he said and spat out the window. You know, I wish I could blame the kids these days, but honestly, things were just as bad in the 70s. Worse, maybe. Everybody was driving around drunk as a skunk back then. Still, you're lucky you didn't kill anybody. Funnily enough, that fake confession wasn't what ended up making him ditch me on the side of the road. That part came when I stupidly let slip that I hadn't voted for the same guy he did. I was out on my ears again, but I figured I couldn't be too far from Gothenburg now, and my gut was roaring for a BLT, so I started to walk. God, I should have been paying more attention. I should have noticed the signs of civilization fading away, the railroad and farmhouses and industrial complexes of corrugated steel being gradually replaced by views of old abandoned sheds and the crumbling concrete skeletons of buildings, until even that was gone, leaving only endless fields of corn on either side of me. I should have listened to that terrible feeling in my chest. Maybe if I had, I could have turned around, walked out of hell, instead of plunging myself deeper and deeper. What I wouldn't have done for some shade. I forgot my hat in his truck, and the sun's heat soaked into my head until my skull felt like a pressure cooker, boiling my brains. I could see the heat radiating off the road like someone was turning up a thermostat. Where were all the cars? Used to be one would pass every minute, providing at least a moment of hope. Now I couldn't hear the roar of them in the distance, nor could I hear the hummingbirds, nor the Mormon crickets. My walking slowed, became drowsy, almost a waddle. Hours must have passed, but the sun hadn't moved an inch, looming directly in the center of the sky above. Even my addled mind had realized that I couldn't make it anywhere by marching forward, but it was also too late to turn back. I'd never make it. Part of me wanted to flee the road, dash into the corn where there'd be shade and maybe a refuge. But deep down I knew there were no farms out there, no towns. Those fields stretched on forever and ever, and if I entered them, I'd never find my way back to the road. I was ready to collapse, my knees bent and shook with every step I took, ready to give out from under me. I imagined the turkey vultures picking my corpse apart on the side of the road, and then there, far down the road, a flash of color. I thought it was a mirage at first, but the pickup truck slowly came into focus, like a spot of clarity cutting even through the blur of my vision. I tried to call out, but my throat was too dry, and only a rasping groan emerged. It was all I could do to wave my arms in the air like I was mad. It was going fast, and I feared it might just leave me to die. But just as it passed me, the driver slammed on the brakes with a hideous squeal, leaving tire tracks in the pavement. I was gasping as I limped to the car, throwing open the door and snatching a plastic water bottle from the middle console, swallowing it in 2 or 3 gulps without a word. It felt like the water wasn't just rolling down my throat, but coursing through my entire body like a wave, flowing under my skin and making my hair stand on edge as energy and vitality returned to me. I felt like a corpse had been brought back to life. Thank God, thank God, I whispered. I think I was going mad. I thought I was going to die out there. The man behind the wheel was the polar opposite of my typical driver. He wore a 3-piece suit and a 5 o'clock shadow, and some old-fashioned hat which hid his eyes in its shade. He didn't even bother to look at me, just waited for me to climb in before smoothly proceeding with his drive. "Don't worry," he said in a smooth, easy tone. "Everything is going to be okay." I prattled on as we drove, recounting what had happened. It was pure stream of consciousness gibberish, for I was just excited to be able to talk again, marveling at the sound of my own voice. He sat silent and motionless all the while, hands at 10 and 2, eyes on the road. At least, until he suddenly cut in. "It's been too long since we had a good storm. Today would be a perfect day for rain." I paused, a bit taken aback by his interruption, and the non sequitur, but then smiled politely. "Yeah, I had no idea it got so hot up here in Nevada, and at this time of year, it was like an oven out there." Where is he taking me? The thought flashed across my mind, unbidden. I looked out over those endless, rolling cornfields for any hint of a landmark. Nothing at all. My eyes drifted down to the hood, seeing the truck's scraped red paint job, and finding it oddly familiar. They flicked then to the middle console, and there it was, that 1.2 ounce can labeled Copenhagen smokeless tobacco. That terrible, constricting feeling in my chest was slowly returning. I gazed at the rearview mirror to find the glass had been busted, but through the twist of mangled glass, I could almost swear the boilerplate disclaimer at the bottom read, "It is getting closer." His voice opened up again from the driver's seat. "It's been too long since we've had a good storm. Today would be a perfect day for rain." A shudder ran up my spine. He'd spoken those words with the exact same cadence, rhythm, tone. It was like somebody playing back a recording, or some NPC of the universe repeating the same voice lines, trying to execute broken and fragmented code. As if on cue, we both turned slowly to face each other, and I was met by the reflection of my own face twice over. He had no eyes, only round little mirrors lodged into his sockets, foggy and gray, but just clear enough for me to see myself. Things, I realized, were happening to the me that existed in the reflection of those mirrors. They were so small and blurry, it was hard to even tell what. In most cases, all I could see was a haze of red. I realized that those mirrors seemed to be showing me every way I could possibly die here, every way the driver could kill me, every way I could kill myself. Sometimes other things I didn't even recognize appeared in the vehicle to do the job. "Don't worry," his voice played again. "Everything is going to be okay." The car was moving faster and faster now, until those endless cornfields were indecipherable blurs on either side of us. But he wasn't stepping on the gas, nor was there a roaring of the engine. It was more like friction itself had been dispelled, and the truck was free to accelerate on forever. Still, I almost considered jumping out, but then the mirrors in his eyes showed a reflection of me doing so, and then being shredded into chunks of meat by the asphalt, like it was warning me. The man seemed to be falling into a seizure now, twitching and convulsing in his seat. I thought he was grinning at me, but really the muscles in his face were just pulling back, skin stretched painfully taut over his features. I watched the volume knob on the radio turn up of its own accord, but instead of emanating from the speakers, the sound rumbled from the man's throat in a fit of static. Hitchhiker, found, butchered, along Lincoln Highway. He spoke in disparate voices, as if his words were being spliced together from across multiple channels. Pieces were found scattered 4 miles along roadside. What could I do but scream and beg? If only I could run or fight back, there would be some catharsis in it, at least some illusion that I had any power over my own fate, but we were just driving so fast, faster than any man-made object has ever traveled. Once more the temperature was soaring, baking my brain and my skull. The sky seemed to be fading to a lifeless gray, before beginning to flicker with visceral shades of orange and yellow. The sun remained its vigil directly above us. Unforgiving, unrelenting, the stalks of corn were dying and shriveling in the fields, turning ashy and gray. I swear the very metal frame of the truck seemed to be melting, shedding droplets on the road like ice cream left out in the sun. There, out there, at the very end of the road, an unfathomable distance away, and yet closing the gap with such horrific speed, it seemed there would be only seconds before it was upon us. The towering silhouette of a thing with 7 hands and 7 crowns. All were singing in a dread harmony, a blasphemous mockery of the concept of music. Yet their voices carried those untold millions of miles on a infernal wind which boiled the frame of the truck. The driver was staring right at me now. Those mirror eyes were bulging halfway out of his sockets, each now reflecting the view from inside a car. Headlights illuminating a drive down a dark forest road late at night, and his mouth was opened wide, so wide, and all of those countless voices from across every channel had united into a unified, ritualistic chant. It is getting closer. It is getting closer. I no longer feared the certain death that would result from a crash at these speeds. I only feared what would happen to me if I allowed myself to be delivered to that creature. I started by trying the door, but no earthly force could ever open it or break its window. I then turned my mad, flailing upon the driver, punching, strangling, trying to slam his head against the steering wheel. His grip on the wheel never tottered even for an instant. He made no effort to stop me, even as I uselessly attempted to pry out those glassy eyes. I was halfway in the driver's seat now, blinded by tears throughout the mad struggle, making a mad scramble into his seat, and slammed my foot down on the brake. In a moment, I was far away from the chaos. I passed through the windshield with such speed that I felt nothing of it, and my momentum alone seemed to carry me on for miles. Everything went dark. For a moment, with horror, I thought that was what death was, an endless void of black, an infinite sensory deprivation chamber. But then my eyes adjusted and I saw the silhouettes of trees above, and the cool pavement below. And directly above me sat the moon, full and eerie. I tried to stand but found that my body would not obey. I think I managed to twitch a finger a little bit, but can't be sure. I tried to scream for help, but only emitted a low rumble in my chest, audible only to my own ears. Speaking of, they were the last faculty to return to me. Faintly, as if through a fog, I could hear crickets chirping in the forest, and the low rumble of a car engine idling. And then, was that the sound of my boyfriend? I could hear him crying by the crack of his voice as he begged something, but I could only make out the words, "Don't look," and then footsteps crunching shattered glass on the pavement as someone approached. I looked up at him, and just the sight of his face drew another rumble from my chest as I tried to scream and sob and beg for God. It was me. His breath fogged from the wintry Pennsylvania air. I watched the other me's eyes as I passed through every stage of grief and moments. I knew exactly how he felt. After all, I remembered it like it was yesterday. I remembered, too, what I must have looked like right then. My back broken, my skull caved in on one side. I could draw out every little detail from memory. And worse, I could feel what my victim had felt in this moment. His grief at a life he'd never lived. I felt the weight of all the one days he harbored in the back of his mind without knowing. One day they'll finally give me that promotion. One day I'll settle down with someone I love and have a kid. Name them Lily or Elijah. One day I'll save up enough to bring them to Kyoto to see the Gion Matsuri. And one by one, slowly, inextricably, I felt those one days turn into nevers. I knew I looked like a corpse already. Maybe I should by all rights be dead by natural law, but something kept me alive, long enough to hear the frantic conversation me and my boyfriend were having. Every word I was forced to remember was like a dagger to my heart. I'd do anything to take them back. And then I was kept alive, even as they dragged me through the forest, even as every movement felt like white-hot needles being driven into my fractured spine. I was alive to listen to them digging. I was alive to be tossed into the pit, to feel the dirt piled on top of me bit by bit, to feel the weight of it upon me, to be trapped in the womb of the earth, down in the dark with the worms. I was suffocating down there, and knew this choking desperation would be my eternal punishment, to inhabit the body of my own victim, forever and ever. I made peace with that fact. I deserved every moment of it, and at that very instant, light. It was the feeling of ice-cold water upon my sunburnt face that finally woke me. I sat up, coughing and sputtering, to hear the murmuring of a crowd all around me. "He's alive," a bearded old man shouted. A mass of hands rushed to stabilize me, prevent me from fainting again as I lurched dizzily. I blinked, confused, blinded by the light. I looked down at my hands as if to just confirm I was myself again. "Good merciful Christ, kid. You were passed out right on the side of the road." I looked drowsily around. A few people had parked their cars on the shoulder, rushing to investigate the body on the side of the road. Surely they expected a murder. Maybe that would bring some excitement to this dreary bit of country, but instead they concluded they found some young, stupid city boy who'd just about keeled over from heat exhaustion. Trying to hitchhike in this heat wave? One man huffed, shaking his head. "You must have lost your mind." "Don't worry," a much kinder woman said, rubbing my back as she helped me choke down water. "Everything is going to be okay." It took me a few minutes to get my bearings, but eventually, I started to believe them. Surely I'd just passed out from the heat and had a weird dream. My head was still sore and pounding after all. I politely declined an ambulance once I was back on my own feet, although a couple people offered me a ride to the next town, afraid I'd get myself killed otherwise. Relieved and more than a little embarrassed, I was immediately ready to put this all behind me, to forget about this strange journey I'd been sent on by my own subconscious. And then a car passed on the road that had previously been empty just a moment before. A classic hearse. And there, behind the wheel, the man with the mirror eyes. His nice suit unblemished, his features refined. He flashed me a knowing grin in that instant as I watched him pass, teeth all shiny and white. He even reached up and tipped his hat to me, as if he'd done me a service. Or maybe he was trying to warn me not to forget what I'd just been through, the lesson I'd learned on that long road through hell. And then he was past me, and all I could do was watch his car be reduced to a black speck in the far distance, seemingly swallowed by the blazing white of the setting sun. I still remember the first time she came in. I was tired. It had been a long shift. I'd chosen to start serving at this particular establishment because it had a reputation of being slow. Had is the operative word here. At one point in time, I could assemble a drink and have a man, maybe late 50s, early 60s, sit at the bar and look down wistfully, spouting off his regrets about a wasted life. I would get to listen. It was background noise. Therapeutic. Honest background noise in a world full of characters and BS. But, lo and behold, this particular haunt I picked started becoming all the rage for young people. Who needs them, right? All full of life, vigor, and energy. Smiles and excitement about the future. Wanting to party, wanting to flirt. Wearing layer upon layer of forced personas. "Hey, Chief," says the guy, curling 2 fingers while dressed up in clothes Daddy bought. "We, want a round for this whole group, yeah?" He says, forcing his voice down 2 octaves while doing his best imitation of an alpha male. Just off a bender of binge-watching hours of charisma on command videos. I'd want to say, but wouldn't. And of course, the people surrounding this man, all wearing masks of their own. Fake cheers, fake gratitude, and pretty girls penny pinching through college more than happy to get a free drink off this guy before getting the F out of Dodge, and... God, I was sick of it. But, as is the case with life, the places I did want to be were out of range. Unattainable. The dive bars filled with the seedy, miserable, philosophical crowd I craved were just too far away from the crappy apartment I lived in to justify working at. An honest environment would have cost me too much in gas prices, unfortunately. Enough that my non-existent paycheck would have gone towards breaking even at absolute best. She came in while I was making a rum and coke for someone. A double. I wasn't one to project favorable feelings onto a stranger. I was thrown to find, as I saw her enter the bar, that I didn't immediately hate her. She looked like an absolute stranger to the establishment, yet I got no sense that she saw herself as above it. It felt like she was a human being, someone who needed to be here for some reason but was unequipped for it. Like she felt silly. Like she found the music to be too loud. Too overwhelming. I watched her take awkward steps through the chaos of the floor, ever so slowly weaving past people unable to move because they lacked spatial awareness, and because she couldn't muster up the words, "excuse me," for some reason. She was too kind, too polite. And then she was right in front of me. She looked up instinctively, as if expecting a menu, and then down at the counter, as if expecting a QR code, and then she just sort of shuffled closer, with an energy like she was afraid of interrupting something even though I was looking right at her, doing literally nothing else, fully prepared to take her order. "So, I don't drink." "You don't drink?" I repeated back, deadpan. "Not really. I'm bad with, knowing what to get." "Well, let's keep it simple, I guess. Did you want a beer? More partial to a cocktail, maybe?" "Oh, cocktail. I love cocktails." "So you do drink?" "I drink, but not in a fancy or informed way. Usually I get what the other person's drinking, but the other person isn't here yet, so I guess I'll get whatever tastes the most like juice." I failed to suppress a laugh. Hearing those words from a fully grown adult was something else. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said. "Are you gonna look down on me for not being all bougie about my drinks? I guess what I meant to say was, I want something happy, aged 24 years, from Ireland, with a bit of a kick, maybe a sour." You are melding so many unrelated things together right now. It is crazy. Actually, I'm just a trailblazer and completely ahead of my time. And then a look in her eyes as if she was beaming the words, "Yes, I'm aware I'm a dork," right at me. And I am absolutely positively not an uninformed loser. I finished making her a pina colada and handed it to her. I hope you enjoy your drink, ma'am." A sweet, appreciative curl of her lips as she tapped her card, then turned to leave. She was back to the hurricane of people swirling across the room. I watched her body take on an awkward pantomime performance of, how the F do I find a table through the sea of mayhem? My eyes stayed with her for longer than I'd like to admit, and then I realized I was smiling. And it wasn't as a courtesy or a lie or a way to make someone think I was listening while I was off in maladaptive daydream land. She sat at an elevated rustic corner table by an antique mirror, the one closest to the bathrooms, a table that could seat a lot of people but only had her. The other person joined her eventually. I caught them talking at odd intervals as I fell back into my miserable shift at my miserable job, fielding the same two respective questions from doe-eyed 20-year-olds. What's it like being a bartender? And did you always want to get into this line of work? No, I wanted to say to both questions. My eyes would continually drift over to that corner table as the hours ticked away. I felt a pang of jealousy as I saw her hold the hand of the man seated across from her, a man who looked like he was having a rough go of it, wistful at times, borderline miserable at others, and occasionally tinged with nostalgia. He was all emotion. And she was consoling him, it seemed, hearing his heart story. We closed in on midnight, and the two of them were still there. She wasn't saying much of anything, but he was certainly saying all of everything by the looks of it. Her eyes remained steadfast on him, nodding as she took in his every word. It was early in my late shift, Tuesday night. Things were slow, but not too slow. It was ideal. Quiet. I could focus on the white noise of murmured, tired conversations. The clinking of glasses. It was like a meditation tape. My equivalent of the soothing sounds of the ocean. I had time to make my drinks with love. Not so much love, but focus. That's the word. A man arrived at the counter. He looked familiar. It took a second for me to place him. The gentleman from the other night. The one who sat across from the bashful woman who caught my eye. The one that got to hold her hand. He, on that particular night anyways, was a basket of complex emotions. Now, however, there was a certain calmness to him, a groundedness. He looked peaceful, like his head was finally above water. "Hey, what can I fix you up with?" "You have my permission to surprise me," he said humbly. I snickered. If this was her boyfriend, or husband, he certainly had an interesting rhythm to his moods. I grabbed a glass and a muddler, and started preparing an old-fashioned for him. As I did, in betrayal to my usual approach to customer service, I asked him a non-logical question. "And how's your day?" He took a genuine beat to collect his thoughts. Eyes raised diagonally at the ceiling, a thoughtful twist at the right corner of his mouth, and a contemplative, repetitive nod as if the words were playing in his head like a metronome. Then, "You ever just feel grateful?" he said. "Grateful that everything's finally come together? It all makes sense now, and it's all gonna be alright?" Cannot say I know the feeling, but envious for sure. Guess I'm quite the lucky man. Oh, you are. Based on his reaction, I don't think the reference landed on him. It seemed like he had a wonderful woman in his life, hence, lucky. He instead seemed to take the message in a much more vague, almost cosmic way. I do have to tell you though, quite sincerely, that it ain't all luck. He shot me a knowing look. You gotta really put yourself out there. You have to be open, emotionally naked. Those are the things it takes to find your home, your people. Don't think I'll be there anytime soon, good sir. I gave him the drink, and he made his way back to that same corner table. For the few remaining times that night that he accidentally slipped into my eye line, as I was loitering on the clock, he was the perfect picture of contentment. Another busy night in my self-inflicted holding pattern of a career. Some people say that bartenders are modern-day philosophers. Those people are stupid. It's a customer service gig like any other. Only difference here is you give people alcohol to leave you alone. But it never, ever works. This night was particularly stressful. We were down a person. I hated when we were down a person. When we were down a person, my boss would yell, and then I would wonder why I didn't just finish college. And so the domino effect of self-loathing would go. There were too many people asking for too many drinks. I almost didn't even notice she was there. She'd brought a new person this time, arms linked. Girlfriend's out for an evening. She approached the bar yet again, sheepish as before. Interestingly, the girl she was with seemed like her polar opposite. She looked decisive, focused, fake, a paper tiger. That was my assessment. "Hey," said the one I was more sympathetic to. With a couple of verbal stumbles after the "hey," wait, shoot. Did I never actually get your name the last time we talked? "Brian," I said. "Which means I never gave you my name either." "Nope," I said, cutting off what felt like it was going to be a self-effacing apology. She extended her hand. "I'm Monica, and I'm sorry. I'm usually better about that. That meaning polite enough to ask someone's name." I returned her greeting. She gave me one of the firmest handshakes I'd ever received. "Okay, so we know each other's names now, which is good. This," she said, motioning to the friend beside her, "is Sabrina. And Sabrina," she gestured back to me, "this is Brian." "Okay, great, good. Now that we're all friends, Brian, I'd love it if you could make the same drink you made me last time. If you remember what it was." "You mean the one where you asked me to make you juice?" The barb only brought a cheeky laugh from her. "Yes, the very same." I watched them from behind the counter later. They were at that same distant table. Of course they were. I wanted to judge them. I really, really did. The shift had been a headache, and fancying myself as better than the unwashed masses was exactly what the doctor was ordering. I wanted so badly to assume that Sabrina was the shallow friend to Monica, a person who actually seemed somewhat kind, somewhat genuine. But as Monica held Sabrina's hand over the table, looking at her as if she was the only person that existed in our wretched cosmos, and Sabrina in turn spoke openly as she cycled through ugly laughs, ugly crying, ugly reminiscing, emotional whiplash that I couldn't quite keep up with. All I saw was a person shedding any semblance of a front, peeling off layers of emotional makeup, becoming completely raw to the person they were in front of, laying it all out there, frankly, for Monica to receive with quiet nods and gentle affirmations. Their conversation went on for hours. Their drinks, the pina coladas I made, were still in front of them, chipped away at with only the lightest of sips over the course of their conversation. Glasses half full, or half empty, I guess, depending on how you look at things. 3 weeks passed before I saw Monica again. The thought of her would cross my mind every now and then. The strange want to actually talk to her. With how much my life was dimmed by forced, transactional conversations, it was a foreign feeling. Finally, on a night where I arrived late for work, I saw her. seated in the corner, a barely touched drink in front of her, hand gently resting on the man beside her as he poured his heart out to her. Completely different guy from the last guy. And at this point I was convinced. As I watched the man emote as if he'd just come from a Breen-Brown TED Talk, that she was some sort of modern, new age therapist. 55-minute sessions. What about 3 to 5 hours at a bar? That'll really help us curb your existential dread. Her imaginary words, not mine. I caught some conflicting feelings in myself as I looked on. Despite how awkward she could be, there was some sort of bizarre charisma or allure there. The charisma of someone being completely themselves. It made me nervous, though it was hard to put a finger on why. Nevertheless, the hours passed. Work was work, and as I finished exhausting my reservoirs of nods and smiles in exchange for compliments, platitudes, and the occasional openly rude customer, my eyes flitted over to her table, to Monica saying goodbye to her new client, or friend, or lover, whoever he was. A long hug, then a very deep glance into the stranger's eyes. An intense glance, a loving glance. And then they parted. So maybe scratch therapist. Or alternatively, a very, very new age therapist. Curse you, pangs of jealousy. I'm 35 now. I should be beyond feelings at this point. She approached the bar. Hey, I said. Brian, she said, leaning her elbow onto the bar with an animated, almost full-body exhale. How are you? Would it be uncool of me to say I'm tired? Why would that be uncool? Because you're a bartender. So, tired probably describes your entire evening. Oh, well, I mean, if I were off the clock, then I'd say absolutely you're being uncool, you jerk, but since I'm working, no, not at all. Do you have any traumatic stories you wanted to share? War memories? Tales about the one that got away? War stories for days, she said with a soft chuckle. Then an even softer, no. And then a more serious, hey. Hi, I said again. You're probably wondering what I'm doing at the corner of the bar, right? Yeah, I am actually. I'm helping people. Are you a therapist? She smiled. I suppose that's one way to look at it. I think I'm a bit confused. She picked her words carefully. I find people who are like me, people who maybe feel like they don't belong, outsiders, folks who are tired of pretending that they're okay living in an uncaring world, and I connect with them, and I build friendships with them, meaningful connections. How do you know that someone's an outsider? A pause, and then it's all in the eyes. She told me that I was welcome to sit with her on one of my days off. We would go to another pub if I didn't want to spend my off hours where I worked. Strange as the proposition was, I went for it. At this point, I'd sussed her out as being a truthful, open, and vulnerable person. Someone who seemed, at times, confused about it all. Confused in an endearing way. A way that felt different, special. A way that made me want to know more. On a night we both agreed upon, I met her at a different joint on the other side of town. I sat across from her, curiously skeptical about how all of this would go. And then hours passed, and within them, I opened up truly. It's sort of hard not to spill it all when someone gives you their absolutely undivided attention, with perfect eye contact and affirmations pulled out of the book of Mr. Rogers. She sat there statuesque as I whittled off details about my childhood, my confusion about life, feelings of aimlessness, shame at how judgmental I could be, and everything more. All of my misplaced anger, my vitriol. There were no real horror stories in my past, it turns out, nor any major present-day ailments that were bringing me misery. Putting up walls and scrutinizing strangers were just my coping mechanisms for being over-socialized and in my head about it all. At the end of the night, she gave me that same look of endearment she gave to the other man, as a sort of peace. A camaraderie came over me. "You're all right," she said, hand gently cradling my cheek. "It's the world that's stealing your joy from you." It seemed as if the words held more weight for her than they did me, but I nonetheless obliged, with a sort of silent agreement, an internal nod. I felt warm about it all. She gave me the tightest hug imaginable before leaving, and whispered in my ear as she did, "I know a way things can be better. If you're interested, find me again." I hadn't seen her at the bar for quite some time, and I have to admit, it made me antsy. It was hard to have someone Mary Poppins waltz their way into your life, be utterly emotionally naked with no reservations, allow you to do the same, and then disappear right after teasing some cosmic secret about the answer to all of life's problems. During the period of lack, I found myself softening in my role as liquid therapist a bit. People's idiosyncrasies, their faking it personas, their buried miseries, posturing, need to party, flirt, fight, mentions of beta, sigma, alpha, omega, ability to lie to themselves, desire to run away from themselves, from everything. Actually, I understood it. I sympathized with it. We're all just trying. I mean, I was still a judgmental POS 85% of the time, but hey, that remaining 15%, we can call that an improvement. I was at the tail end of the kind of slow shift that made you curse yourself for ever hating the busy ones. I closed up shop, and there she was, in the doorway as I was leaving. I didn't have it in me to pretend I wasn't enthused to see her. Instead, I ran up to her and hugged her. "I missed you," I said with the delivery of a nerd at prom. "I hope you've been well," she said, returning the embrace. It felt nice. "You said things could be better. I want to know how," I said. She smiled, her lips and eyes lighting up. "Of course. Let me show you. Do you want to come over?" It's funny. There's a certain connotation that comes with being invited to a sort of stranger's place at closing time. Yet I was absolutely sure Monica's head and intentions were in a completely different space from the rest of the waking and drinking world. We sat on her sofa together. She gave me a tender look. "I made something to help explain everything you're feeling. I hope it'll be helpful." I exhaled slowly, then nodded. She got up and popped a shabby, plain white DVD, marked with Sharpie scribbles, into the player. She returned to the couch as the video started on her TV. Over a black screen, an odd, disquieting melody played that I believe was intended to be comforting. Soft synthesizers and strange notes. Then a narration. "We are not our bodies. Instinctively we all know this." It was Monica's voice, speaking over footage of the cosmos, galaxies and stars. "We look closely at this world, as the delicate, sensitive souls that we are, and we can tell we don't belong here." Footage from Earth, empty woods, empty parks, empty cities. Our three-dimensional forms holding our souls down. And then a slideshow of images that resembled pages from a high school biology textbook. A diagram of the human body with a line pointing to the chest saying soul. Lines coming from the arms, the head, the legs, eyes, ears, all labeled as not soul. And if we stay here long enough, our soul will wither away and die. Another textbook-style diagram, but of a decomposing body this time. Even if we appear healthy. Footage of the ocean now. It looked like an amateur video, taken by someone actually wading in the middle of the sea. We don't know who brought us here or why, and we don't need to know. The camera panned up from the water and angled sharply to the night sky, facing the glowing moon. We just need to go home now. And then a new image. Over the backdrop of a sea of stars, a pitch black door on the left side of the screen. On the right, the same high school textbook diagram of the human body, standing upright this time, an arrow pointing to the door. Her narration was gone now. Text appeared on screen. Step 1, decide to exit. Step 2, find like-minded friends. Step 3, pick the method that brings you the greatest sense of internal comfort. Step 4, exit stage left. Step 5, when you're done, don't go into the light. And then her voice returned. Let's go together now. She held my hand gently as the video concluded. I felt disturbed. I felt unsafe. I tore my gaze from the TV and turned to her. Her eyes were serene, peaceful, calm, welcoming. It's okay now, Brian. You're okay. I'm here with you now. Monica, what exactly did you mean with that video? I detached my hand from hers and rose from the sofa. She stood up as well. You know what it means. You know it every time you look out aimlessly from behind the counter. I backed away. I'm gonna need you to say it explicitly. She traced my steps. We're departing tomorrow. We'll be leaving from the bar. You're welcome to join us at the table. I reached the door. I have to go, I said, reaching behind me to feel for the doorknob. One last good look at her. She wasn't perturbed, sad, offended, confused, or anything. Softly she said, I'll be seeing you, Brian. I turned and left. I worked the evening shift the next day. I was dead in the eyes, exhausted, not judging a soul, just breathing, just relishing the intake of stale bar air. When she arrived, she went straight to the corner table. Slowly, others poured in. Some of them I recognized as patrons who had shown up at the bar before. Folks I was unaware were ever associated with Monica. They sat with her, eyes trained on her. Soon after, her girlfriend from before, Sabrina, pulled up a seat as well. The two other men I'd seen her with on different nights took their spots too. New faces appeared next, one unfamiliar to me. By the end, there were 12 at the table. From my distant vantage point, their conversation seemed muted, soft, hopeful, but with a discordant dash of somberness. It was hard to focus on my job, to focus on the customers coming up to me. I'd look over to the corner. I'd catch more gentle speaking, the sharing of thoughts, sentiments, words that looked as though they were coming out as whispers. I wanted to be a fly on the wall. I also wanted to be as far away as humanly possible. Was there something I could say here? Something that a good Samaritan was supposed to be doing right now? Over the following 45 minutes, give or take, their words stopped. They closed their eyes together in a lengthy, silent moment. It didn't quite seem like a meditation or a prayer. I'm not sure what it was. Eventually, they all opened their eyes around the same time, and then they turned in unison and looked at me, with wide smiles. Their eyes were filled with what seemed like a very disturbing form of love, an image pressed to my memory forever. Monica alone got up and walked through the crowd, purposeful this time. Once again, she was in front of me, on the other side of the counter. "You can still join us," she said. "Where are you going?" I asked. "You wouldn't believe this, 'cause it's gonna sound real silly, but there's actually a special spot in the middle of the ocean, one that leads all the way up to the stars." She gave me a knowing smile. "We thought it might be a good idea to check it out together," she said. She held her hand out for me. "If you want to come." I wasn't sure what it was. Loyalty, a sense of camaraderie, a fear of letting her down, but as much as I was repulsed and terrified by her, I still had to fight the urge to give her my hand. Eventually, she gleaned my decision through my inaction and retracted her invite. "Thank you for talking to me and spending so much meaningful time with me, Brian." She returned to the table. The others rose. They left behind anything they'd brought with them. Then all 12 of them linked arms like they were about to go on a pub crawl together, and left. Their bodies were found in the ocean a week later. Each of them had worn a weighted metal belt to help them sink. The cops told me that half of the corpses were found in close proximity to each other. The other half were scattered about. I had to assume that the group found clustered together were the ones successfully able to keep their arms linked the entire time. I had the chance to see the photos of the deceased during the identification process. I did my best to provide the authorities with details on the faces I recognized. Times I'd seen them at the bar, rare occasions where I'd spoken with them. My tiny, insignificant crumbs of information were thankfully counterbalanced by insights provided by some of the regulars who'd known them better. It didn't take long to piece together the identities of the recently departed, not just who they were, but their full histories, careers, families, friends, aspirations, anecdotes, blanks filled in. All except for Monica. As it turns out, if she did have a history, it certainly wasn't one with much depth. She had no known family, no friends aside from the one she left with on her final night, of course. No information on when she'd actually moved to the area, or where she'd come from. I was the only one who seemed to know anything about her. As if that wasn't uncomfortable enough of a revelation, the cops decided to keep the hits coming. They must have been in an oversharing mood. They let me know that this recent death event wasn't quite as unique as I might have imagined. In fact, instances of groups walking into the water together, weights worn, arms linked, had been documented as a recurring phenomena over the last half-century or so in our quiet town. The folk tales and horror stories about events like this had, of course, existed for far longer in our little slice of the country. The sorts of folk tales I could have imagined a man, maybe late 50s, early 60s, sharing with me on a night where I was tuning him out as comforting background noise while making a drink. I took one last good look at Monica's photo before I wrapped up with the authorities. Out of all the images, hers was the one that looked the most tranquil, the most at peace. "I'll be seeing you, Brian." Months had passed. The incident had left me with a sinking, but mostly ignorable feeling. Routine had thankfully proven to be a formidable distraction. I was behind the counter, same as always, in a moment of time where I was unoccupied, no immediate task in front of me, nor some lingering item of work that I'd forgotten to do. I looked out at the bar scene, not a miserable look this time, nor an aimless one either, just a look. Out amongst the crowd of youngsters, characters, and fakes, not mutually exclusive titles, mind you, nor titles I used in a derogatory fashion anymore, I saw someone enter the bar, a new face, unfamiliar, one that had a distinct sort of energy to them. They weren't an imposter like all the others. They looked like they felt silly, like they didn't belong here, but didn't see themselves as above it all. In the past, I would have found this person to be almost charming. Now they were just a person. They took awkward steps through the bar floor. They were over-polite, and then they were right in front of me. "A pina colada, please," she said. I suppressed my laugh. Her eyes lit up with a glint of confusion. "What?" she asked playfully. "Nah, it's just... sorry. Just a little uncanny. Kind of a throwback there. You, reminded me of someone just now. But that's... anyways. Pina colada coming right up." I went to work when I heard her response. All I could do was continue making her drink, operating off of muscle memory alone. "I have to admit I'm a bit disappointed you didn't join us last time, Brian." I mechanically continued the process of blending the drink. "Don't remember telling you my name." "I hope you understand that there is still a lot I need to do here," she said. "Like-minded friends to find, meaningful connections to make, departures to schedule," she said. My throat caught. The ritual of making a drink for a customer was the only bit of normalcy I had left in this exchange. I tried to cling to it. I tried to drag it out as long as possible, but I had to speak. "Monica?" I finally said, more breath than voice. But when I studied her features, she didn't resemble Monica at all, and I can only assume she knew as much. "You can call me Elizabeth this time," she said. "And don't worry, I never, ever want to rush you." And then that same knowing, disarming look. "You can join me when you're ready." I struggled to find the finishing touches on the cocktail when I heard my boss's voice. "Brian, what are you doing?" I turned to look at him confused. "What? What are you doing?" he repeated. "Making a drink?" I looked ahead and there was no one at the bar. "A drink," I finished. "For yourself?" "Thought about it. I guess, yeah." He gave me a concerned look, the kind of look that asks you to say more and share what might be going on. But I changed the subject. It was probably best to keep things surface level from now on. No need to go deep. I can barely remember what life was like before we found the game that June night. We were 6 high school kids bored out of our minds, trying our best to fill the void. Most of us had part-time summer jobs, but we were hesitant to spend money on anything. We all hoped to save for college. After what felt like hours going back and forth on deciding what to do for the day, we took a walk around our suburban neighborhood. It was the end of a yard sale day, and most of people were packing up and heading inside. A few people still remained outside, eager to sell. We didn't really have the intention to buy anything, but I still combed through the last pieces of used crap people set out. I always think I'm going to find some kind of amazing treasure, but always end up questioning my purchases hours later. I found myself digging through a shoebox full of old board games. I thought I might be able to find a new game for all of us to play. I also figured, since it was the end of the day, I might get it for super cheap. At first, I only saw games that looked in too bad of shape to even buy. That, or it was a game I knew my friends wouldn't want to play. I've always been a board game fan, but not so much my friends. I had to beg them for months to play D&D with me, and they were only willing to play it for my birthday. I'm always trying to find new games that might interest them. I was ready to give up, but then I saw a game at the bottom that I'd never heard of. Tasks with Friends. With the tagline, "The game you and your friends will never want to put down." The box looked colorful and pretty worn out, but not so bad that we couldn't play with it. It just looked well loved. I tried to open it up, but the sides were taped down. I mean, it makes sense. You don't want all the pieces to come flying out after all. I didn't see a price tag or sign for the price, so I found the owner and asked her, "Excuse me, how much are you charging for the game?" I said eagerly to the woman while admiring the bright colored box that lacked any company branding or trademarking. "Oh, that old thing? I don't know. Do you have $1 on you?" The woman said as she put the yard sale leftovers into one big box. As she told me the price, I perked up and started to dig through my purse. She either got annoyed with me taking too long or just wanted to be nice and told me to just take it. She immediately started to pack up her box again. "So, is the game any fun?" I said to her awkwardly. "I actually never played it. My friend Jen gave it to me a few years back because her kids got obsessed over it or something, so she just wanted to get rid of it. She thought my family would enjoy it, but we just never got around to playing it," she said with her back facing me. I kindly thanked her and called for my friends to come over to see what I got. As I called for them, I could see their curiosity over what I found. That excitement was quickly lost when they saw I had a board game in my hands. They rolled their eyes knowing that I would try and get them to play it with me. "Kate, you know we don't do the board game thing," Aaron said to me annoyed. "Come on, guys. You've all been going on and on all day about how bored you are. At least try. This game looks really fun. I actually haven't played this one before, so we can all learn together," I said as I saw their faces start to grow curious again. James came up to me and gestured at the box in my hand. I gave it over to him, hoping that he would be convinced to play after looking at it. I knew if he was down to play, everyone else would be too. As he held the box, I could see the expression on his face change from doubt to excitement. "Dang, this game looks fun. Let's go play," he said with a giddy tone I'd never heard him use. He started to jog in the direction of his house with me close behind, and the rest of our friends slowly walking behind me, looking confused as to why James was so excited to play a board game when he was normally the person most against them. We all made it back to James' house. We walked in and were greeted by his mom, confused as to what made her emotionless son so excited. As we stood in the entryway not sure what to say, we heard him calling us from the basement. We ran down the steps to see the game fully set up on the floor and ready to play. He was sitting on a pillow reading the instructions with intense concentration. "James, are we actually playing this game?" Bree whined. "Yes, we are. I promise if you just sit down and start to play, you will have fun. I had a chance to learn the rules while you guys got here," James insisted as he shuffled a pile of cards one last time. After a few minutes of back and forth, everyone was sitting down and ready to play. James explained the rules of the game directly from the instruction manual. Each player starts with their token at the start of the board. Players will take turns drawing a card from the top of the deck. Each card will have a task. If that task is completed, you may move the number of spaces that are specified on the card. Once you see the card, it will say secret or public at the top. If it's a secret card, do not read it out loud. This task must be completed without anyone noticing or questioning the action on the card. For example, hold someone's hand, sing a song, insult someone, etc. Just complete the task without anyone calling you out. If a player does something you believe to be a secret task, say out loud, deceiver. If the player was caught, they will show their card and fail their task. Do not move any pieces. If the person who calls out deceiver wrongly accuses the player, then they must move back one space. The accused player will keep that card and continue to try and complete the task. Once you have successfully completed a secret task, you may announce task complete and move your token forward as many spaces as specified on your task card. If you pull a public card, you must read it out loud. These cards will include things like saying the alphabet backwards. Don't say or until your next turn. Singing a karaoke song, playing Dead for 1 minute, etc. Some cards have time limits and specified instructions. Every card will clearly state the task. The player who gets their token to the end of the board wins. The game will start with the player who lied last drawing a card. Take turns drawing one card at a time, with the person to your right going next. Have fun. James folded the paper instructions up and sat them by his side, asking if anyone had questions. No one said anything. It seemed like they all understood the game fine, or maybe they just didn't care. "Alright, let's get the game started," James proclaimed, but was met with blank stares. "Come on, guys, I just read the rules. You should know how the game starts. We have to start with who lied last." Everyone remained silent. No one wanted to say their last lie. "This is so dumb. I guess I'll go. I told my mom that Henry wasn't hanging out with us when I left the house. There, I'll go first," Bree blurted out as she leaned forward to grab a card. As she looked at it, she rolled her eyes. "This is so dumb. Why are we playing this game?" "Come on, Bree. It can't be that bad. Can you read it out loud?" Henry said, sensing that the card was embarrassing. "Ugh, public card. Pretend to be a cow for 3 minutes. She threw the card down and looked at Henry, who was to her right, expecting her turn to just be over and not wanting to even try. The rest of the group started to laugh and encourage her, chanting her name and begging her to do it. After about a minute, she gave in and got down on her hands and knees. When she first started, she was annoyed, staring daggers at Henry. As her time ran down, I could see in her face her feelings towards the game change. When the timer went off, she didn't stop for a few seconds. She kept going because she was laughing so hard. "That was so fun. Someone moved my token up one space. Henry, it's your turn now," Bree said with a giggle and a newfound excitement. Henry looked at her in disbelief. He was so used to her cold exterior, but liked that this game made it melt away. Henry picked up his card. He motioned, zipping his lips shut, and shook his head. Me, Bree, and James all squealed in excitement, with the rest of the group looking lost, not understanding what they missed that got us so excited. Since Henry had a secret card, it was AJ's turn. She was chuckling along, but clearly just doing it because she didn't want to look dumb for asking us what was so funny. She pulled her card and read it out loud. It's a public card," she said with a dry tone, trying to gauge the room and observe everyone else as they celebrated her public card. "It says I have to do jumping jacks until my next turn." As she stood up, everyone in the room cheered her on except for Aaron. As she got to her feet, she paused and looked over at Aaron. I can imagine he felt like the only sane person in the room, and wasn't sure what was going on. After a second of hesitation, she started her jumping jacks. Aaron looked around at us, eyeing him down desperately, waiting for him to read his card. By the time he finally picked up his card, AJ had started to laugh while doing her jumping jacks. "Sorry, it's a secret card," Aaron said nervously. as everyone was wiggling with happiness. "Well, looks like it's my turn," I said as I leaned forward, but was cut off by Henry quickly standing to his feet and lunging towards AJ, tackling her to the ground, interrupting her jumping jacks and making a loud thump as they hit the ground. "Henry, what are you doing? What's wrong with you?" Aaron yelled in a serious tone that turned into him trying not to laugh by the end of the sentence. "I'm calling a deceiver on that tackle, Henry," Bree stated with a laugh. Okay, you got me," Henry said while still laying on AJ from his tackle. They both smiled over the event, even though it clearly hurt when they hit the floor. But you have to admit, that one was tricky. I tried to start my turn again, but was interrupted by Aaron. "Ha! Task completed. I yelled at Henry and didn't get caught. I get to move 2 spaces," he said as he smugly moved his token 2 spaces on the board game. We kept playing the game for hours. We finished the first game and everyone wanted to play again, and again, and again. I looked around at them in disbelief. It felt impossible that all my friends were enjoying a board game. It was a dream come true. After years of begging, finally, normally at hangouts like this by 10 p.m., Bree and Henry would wander off to make out in some closet. AJ goes home to sleep, and Aaron, James, and I are left to awkwardly try and find something to do with just the 3 of us. It got to be 2 a.m., and we were either exhausted, or our parents calling us telling us to come home, or we would be in serious trouble. We all went back to our houses, but all had a hard time going to sleep. We stayed up until 5 a.m. for some of us, just talking about the game over text, strategies, when we could play again, funny things that happened that night. We couldn't get enough. The games we played started out pretty simple. No tasks got too wild, and well, we really loved to play. It wasn't like it was taking over our whole lives. Not yet, at least. Because we played the game at James' house the first time, we ended up just keeping it there. Even though the game was technically mine, we always hung out at his place, so it just made sense. It was around 10 a.m. the next day when our group chat started to blow up, with everyone asking when we could get together that day. Now, because it was summertime, and we were all teenagers, we either had work in the mornings, or most of us slept until noon. But not me. I was always up early, waiting for my friends to get up so I had something to do, or trying to make some money as a dog walker. That being said, I was shocked when I saw that everyone was up, and everyone claimed to not have work. James didn't have a job at that point, so of course he was free, but everyone else was too. That did not happen often. We all met up at James' place at around 11 a.m. that same day, everyone eager to play. We must have played 10 games that day. The games consisted of us doing accents, being banned from saying certain words, backflips, and so on. Nothing too weird. We realized after a few games that we never got a repeating card, not one time. This was strange because there were probably 200 cards in the deck, but even with us playing a dozen games, every card was new. I knew I had a couple of dogs to walk that evening, but texted the owners to cancel. No way was I going to leave while all my friends were enjoying a board game this much. I knew AJ said something about her having a shift at 4 p.m., but when the time got close, she went to the other side of the room and called out of work. She didn't even mention it or talk about it. She just stood up, walked to the corner, talked to her manager, and came back. No one thought anything of it. After a few minutes, she loudly proclaimed, "Task completed," moving her token up 3 spaces. We looked around, confused at what tasks she had, and the card said, "Call out sick to work." We were surprised by this card, to say the least. It was the first time a card had to do with something outside of the players. Everyone else in the group canceled any plans they had for the rest of the day, although AJ was the only person who completed a task for it. It was around 11 p.m., which made it a full 12 hours of the game. Bree pointed out that we forgot to eat any food all day. After thinking about it, I realized that I hardly drank any water, and went to the bathroom like one time all day. Things started to get out of hand that night. AJ pulled a card that said to go into a closet with the player to her left and kiss them for 5 minutes. Of course, that player was Henry. Bree was not happy, but she knew how serious everyone was about the game. She told him she wasn't okay with it, but he insisted that it was just a game and it wouldn't mean anything. It was worth 4 points for both people who would go into the closet. AJ and Henry stood up and went to find a suitable space. All while Bree freaked out and said she would end things with Henry if he went through with it. It was never completely clear what Henry and Bree were. They don't like to use boyfriend and girlfriend, but everyone knew they were a thing. Aaron tried to call it off, saying this wouldn't be worth it and to just stop, but it was like they didn't even hesitate. Bree sat on the carpet and started to cry as the timer on her phone counted down an agonizing 5 minutes. I thought I would either hear kissing or nothing at all, but instead I heard talking. It started as soft whispers, then crying and yelling. They stayed in for about 2 minutes, then came tumbling out. "That's it, Henry. I can't believe you would do that for a game. We're over," Bree said with a red, wet face. Henry came and silently sat down with AJ. AJ was now beet red as well, despite 3 of my friends just going through something I couldn't wrap my head around. They all looked at James calmly and nodded for him to pull his card. No one had moved any tokens forward, so it was clear they failed their task of kissing in the closet. James hesitantly leaned in for a card and read it to himself as we were bombarded by Bree, AJ, and Henry all saying, "Task completed," and then shot confused faces at each other. They all threw down their cards and moved their tokens forward. Bree's card said, "Break up with Henry." Henry's card said, "Make AJ cry," and AJ's card said, "Tell Henry you love him." All those cards were worth way more than the stupid kissing card, so the kissing task was ignored, and they all individually completed their tasks without ever communicating it with each other. They all saw opportunities to complete a task worth more points and they took it. After this moment, it was like nothing even happened. The girls stopped crying and started laughing and saying how impressive the completion of the tasks were. "Wait, guys. Something's wrong here. Do you not see it?" Aaron said with concern, trying to take a break from the game. "Oh, stop. You're just jealous you didn't get to move 6 spaces," Bree said with arrogance. "No, I'm not talking about that. Does no one find it weird that the cards are using our names now? Not only that, but the cards are somehow interacting with other cards to almost try and make bad things happen," James blurted. As he said that, it was like we all froze in our spots, all looking at each other, realizing how hungry and tired we were, looking around at the room seeing how big of a mess we made, Bree grabbing Henry's hand with a look of sadness, and coming to grips with how they hurt each other for a game. I looked down at my arm and was reminded of the crude things I had drawn on my arm with Sharpies in order to move 1 space in an earlier game. I saw Aaron's jeans that were now cut into shorts with some kid's scissors. I looked at James' leg and saw his one shaved leg lying crossed over the untouched hairy one. I looked at AJ and saw she had a huge purple bruise on her arm. At that moment, I remembered feeling like an addict trying to get off drugs. I knew this game was hurting us. I wanted to stop, but felt like I couldn't. I could see the same feeling in all my friends' eyes too. The urge to say, "One more game, just one more time," just to feel the high of this dumb game again. I think we need to take a break from this game, guys. It's getting kinda weird and out of hand, I murmured with the strength that I somehow mustered up. It was like telling an alcoholic you were taking away their beer. They all looked horrified at the idea of not playing the game for even a moment. Just then, James' mom came downstairs and was horrified at what she was looking at. 6 disheveled teenagers, all sitting in a circle looking like they had all just been through a war. Not only that, but her whole basement was a mess. James, what happened to your leg? Are you all playing that dumb game again? I can't believe this. Everyone out of my house. James, you're grounded. His mom shouted with rage in her voice. We all ran out of his house, not saying a word to each other, just trying to get home and get some food. As I sat in my kitchen with long-sleeve sweatshirt covering my now inked-up arm, I tried to eat a sandwich I made myself. I was starving. I could feel and hear my stomach growling, but my need to play the game was so much stronger. So strong I didn't even want to eat. I sat at my dining room table staring at that sandwich for what felt like an eternity, telling myself that I needed to eat and I'd feel better if I did, but somehow the thought of the game was taking up all my energy. I was holding back the urge to text my friends. It took every ounce of self-control I had left. I felt my phone buzz in my pocket, and I involuntarily grabbed my phone so fast it was in my hand before I could even think about it. It was James in our group chat. Hey guys, so do you think that was a long enough break? I think I can find where my mom put the game and bring it to that old treehouse back behind Mr. Baker's house. I couldn't hold back anymore. I had to play again. Before I knew it, I was sneaking out of my house, trying to remember where the old treehouse was. As I ran through the neighborhood, my phone lit up with texts from my friends saying they were on their way. After running around for a while, I found the treehouse. I couldn't believe I had such a hard time finding it, considering how much time a few of us used to spend in it during middle school. I could hear all their voices sounding annoyed, as I was the last one to get there. I climbed up the old wooden ladder to find all my friends sitting in a perfect circle, barely able to see the board or each other. It was around this time something strange happened within the game. It wasn't about winning the game necessarily. It was about playing as many games as possible, and completing as many tasks as we could. If anyone won a game or finished a task, everyone felt a high, not just the winner. Because of this, players stopped calling each other out for trying to complete secret tasks, so people stopped being so secretive to complete secret tasks. They still kept them a secret because it was a rule of the game, just no one called them out. This made us all more ruthless. I sat down on the hardwood in between Bree and James. Our next game began. AJ drew a card, and it was a secret card. She didn't seem giddy. She looked flush and scared. In fact, it felt like the mood had shifted with everyone. We weren't laughing our butts off anymore. We were terrified to stop playing. It was something in our guts that made us have to play, like a virus growing in us, desperately trying to get out. Next, Aaron drew a card and read it out loud. "Hold your breath for 5 minutes," he whispered with confusion. "How am I supposed to do that?" he said, trying to not get worried. It's not that the card was all that bad. It's that he knew he would stop at nothing to make it happen. He told us to keep playing the game while he did it, and got a timer up on his phone. He took a few deep breaths, then held his nose shut and became extremely focused, not making eye contact with anyone. Next, it was James' turn. He had a secret card and didn't show much emotion towards it. Next, Bree nervously took a card, and yet again, it was a secret card. In fact, we all drew a secret card until it was Aaron's turn again. It had been about 45 seconds, and he was really focusing, and we didn't want to make him draw a card while trying to finish his task. As we sat and watched our friend became more and more red from holding his breath, we found ourselves in complete silence, other than the wind weaving its way through the trees outside, and the soft sound of crickets in the distance. We all just stared at each other, terrified of what was on those secret cards. I knew I had to use every little bit of self-control I had left in my body to not try and complete the task on my card. I was betting that's why everyone was being so quiet. They all had tasks that they didn't want to do, but felt the uncontrollable urge to do it. My card said that I needed to remove one of James' fingers by any means necessary. It was worth 10 points. I couldn't believe I wanted to complete it so badly, but I was frozen figuring out how to do it. As I stared at him, I noticed he was looking over at Bree. I figured that his card had something to do with her. It seemed like everyone was fixated on someone else. I glanced down at the timer Aaron had, and I was amazed to see he had been holding his breath for almost 2 minutes. Just as I was about to comment on it, chaos broke loose. Everyone jumping onto someone else, making it one big pile of people viciously grabbing each other. I didn't read their cards myself, but it was clear by their actions what their tasks were. Of course, as you know, I was going for James' fingers, but James was ripping at Bree's ear. Bree was pulling Henry's hair out. Henry was tearing at AJ's neck, and AJ was trying to open my mouth to get my tongue. For a solid 30 seconds we were all attacking each other when Aaron passed out from holding his breath. This seemed to snap us out of our trance for a bit. We ran over to our friend and checked his pulse. After we realized he was still breathing, we got lost in the game again, and all jumped on each other to keep brutalizing one another. Just as I got my teeth around James' pinky finger, we saw a bright flashlight coming through the cracks in the treehouse and froze. A police officer popped his head through the bottom entrance of the treehouse and looked at us in horror. He saw Aaron out cold in the corner alone with the rest of us in a pile of blood and ripped out hair. The officer grabbed us one by one and practically threw us to the ground, where another officer put us each in handcuffs. We had hours and hours of questioning that night, but we were all released by sunrise. No one was badly injured. Just a lot of cuts, bruises, and a few patches of hair missing. Even Aaron was okay. Honestly, Aaron made it out in the best shape. We all got grounded for the rest of the summer. All the parents agreed that we needed to stop spending time together because they insisted on us having some beef between us all. None of us mentioned the board game was at the treehouse that night because we didn't want them to take it away from us. We knew we had to play it again. However, they caught on to it and banned us from playing it again. We spent the next 3 weeks of summer miserable. Each one of us tried to fill the hunger to play the game by playing other board games, or attempting to remake it, but it wasn't the same. It was the night before school started, and I got a message from James through Skype. Our parents banned us from talking to each other, but it seemed my parents and James' parents forgot about Skype. He told me I had to come over right now. I managed to hop out of my window and ran for James' house. I got to his house in what felt like record time, and jumped down the fire escape to the basement. There I saw the rest of my friends all sitting by the fireplace weeping. As I got closer, I saw they were covered in ash. I saw tiny little bits of what was left of the game lying out on the ground. "She burned it. My mom burned it," James said in between tears. Everyone was desperately trying to find any pieces that were left of our precious game. Some of them rubbed the ashes of the game on their faces and arms to try and feel something again. As I watched them, I saw something in the corner of my eye. I looked over to our normal hangout area and saw it. I saw the board game sitting out. Not just the box, but the whole game was out and ready to play. Are you sure that your mom burnt it, James? I said as my eyes got glazed over looking at the beautiful board game sitting out for us to enjoy. Yes, I'm sure. She did it right in front of me, so I'd stop looking for it. Just as James finished his sentence, he looked at me and then at my eye line. He saw the game. The next week of our lives was a whirlwind. After James' mom burned the game and it reappeared, we all ran away with the game. We stole a car from AJ's mom after we got a task card for it and left town. We would play the game in the car, in random fast food restaurants, and sometimes in parks. It's all we did all day. We would fall asleep playing the game, and only manage to eat maybe a bag of chips or something small during the day. We kept moving because we didn't want to be found. In that week, we all managed to lose our jobs and all missed the first week of our senior year of high school, all because we were addicted to a board game. I still remember the last game we ever played. It was a late Sunday night. We were actually in our town sitting in an old barn near the treehouse we sat in before, all because the game told us to. Up to that point, we were hanging out far away from home. We didn't want to be close. We knew we could be found easily by our families and the authorities if we were too close, but we had no choice. We were slaves to the game. At this point, we were in bad shape. With every new game started, we broke down a little bit more. We surrounded the board with tired eyes and growling stomachs, missing teeth and bruised bodies, concussed heads and broken toes. Please, we have to stop. I can't do it anymore. I want to go home, Bree said as we were about to start our next game. I can't imagine not playing this game. It's all I ever want to do. I think I might die if I couldn't play it. I know the game hurts us, but it would hurt so much more if we stopped playing it, Henry said with a gravelly voice. Guys, why are we talking? We have to play again, Aaron said while trying not to cough. I know we have to. I've never hated something and loved something so much in my whole life, Bree remarked. We started the game with shaky hands, moving slowly and holding our breath whenever someone looked at their card. AJ went first. She reached down and picked a card, cringing to herself after reading it in her head. Next was Bree. She rolled her eyes and she read off the words, Public card. Waterboard the player to your right for 5 minutes. Both players move 8 spaces, Bree timidly said as she glanced at James sitting next to her. I can't say we really knew how to waterboard someone, but we laid him on his back with his legs elevated and dipped water over him. We let him take a card for his turn before Bree started the waterboarding, so we didn't have to wait for 5 minutes for them to be done. His card was a secret card. We continued the game with the awful background sounds of gagging and choking. Next, it was Aaron's turn. He read his card and winced. He closed his eyes tight and opened them again, as if he was hoping he was in a dream. As he opened his eyes, he slowly looked at all of us, making eye contact with each one of us. Just then, James was done being waterboarded, and he and Bree came to join us. I was so glad they were done. Not just because I was sick of the sounds, but because it meant they got to move 8 spaces. Aaron stood to his feet slowly. I prepared myself because I figured he was about to hurt us. In an instant, he ran out of the barn and into our stolen car. We all looked around confused as to where he went, but kept playing the game as he drove off. Next, it was my turn. Public card. Jump off the roof of the barn. 9 points. I said out loud nervously. Henry and AJ jumped up and started to walk outside, not even questioning if I would do it or not. They weren't wrong in the assumption. Before I could even think, I was on my feet trying to find a way up to the roof. I found my way to the top of the 10-foot-tall building. I took a deep breath and leaped off, and was met with a hard thump as I hit the ground. I felt a gut-wrenching pain in my right ankle as I landed. I knew I broke it. I had no doubt in my mind. I was thrashing in pain, grabbing my ankle as my friend dragged me back into the barn. We knew we had to keep playing. Next, Henry took a card. He picked it from the pile with his eyes closed and brought it to his face while peeking just enough to see the words on the card. Then closed his eyes again, trying to pretend he never read the words in the first place. Next, AJ took a card. Even though it was a secret card, I knew it was about me. She glanced down at my ankle right after her eyes left the card. Just as James was reaching for his card, we saw Aaron walk back into the barn. We all sat in shock as his silhouette became clear and vivid in the doorway. Blood trickled down his arms and hands, dripping on the dirt as we all stared at each other. His eyes were blank at first, but then turned to pain. We watched him as he walked from the doorway to the board game, blood dripping on the game as he moved his token 30 spaces. "Aaron, what have you done? 30 spaces?" AJ muttered in fear. "James, I'm so sorry. I had to." Aaron whimpered as he sat in the dirt with his secret card crinkled in his bloodied fist. "Tell me what you did right now. What does your card say? Show us." James yelled as he stood to his feet. Just as James was about to jump onto Aaron, Henry reached into his pocket and pulled out some matches we used to start small campfires while we had been on the run. We all stood still, waiting to see what he was about to do as he lit 3 matches and threw them into the nearby hay bales, igniting the whole inside of the barn. Without hesitation, AJ saw the opportunity and stomped on my ankle as hard as she could. If it wasn't broken before, it sure was now. I looked down at it to see it now bent sideways. She then stomped on my other ankle, not breaking it, but making it so I couldn't walk. She moved her token 12 spaces. Even though I was in agony from the pain, I still felt such an intense high from her moving so many spaces. Aaron dropped his card in the midst of everything happening. James fell to his feet to see the card and started to weep as he read it out loud. "Secret card. Killed James' mom. Move 30 spaces," he said with anger bubbling up. "I can't believe you would do that for a dumb game. How could you do this to me?" "I couldn't control myself. Come on, you know what I mean. I couldn't control myself. Don't do anything you will regret," Aaron said cautiously. "Oh, I think it's a little too late for not doing things we regret," James said as he jumped onto Aaron, choking him with all his strength. It seemed at that moment he was able to break free from the control of the game. He wasn't feeling the high of someone else completing a task. He just felt hate. Red hot hate. I was overwhelmed, to say the least. The barn was in flames. James was trying to kill Aaron, and to make matters worse, AJ out of nowhere jumped up and dug a pocket knife into Bree's stomach. Now Bree and AJ were in a fighting match too. Henry and I sat across from each other in disbelief at our surroundings. He looked at me with death in his eyes as he reached for a card. It wasn't even his turn, but I don't think he cared anymore. He knew the others would be occupied for a while. The fire was getting bad. I knew I had to get out of that barn as soon as I could, because of the damage done to my ankles. I couldn't walk, so I dragged my body out of the barn, taking the game with me. I made it a few feet and looked back to see Henry not moving. He set his card down on the board before I started to drag it with me, and I read it as I continued to crawl. Secret card. Let the fire overtake you. Move your token to the finish line and win the game. I was able to get out of the barn with the board game in hand. I sat and watched as the flames overtook Henry. He didn't even flinch when he caught on fire. As I saw it happen, I moved his token to the end space so he could win the game. I felt an intense high overtake my body as the game was complete. Only a few moments after Henry caught fire, the whole barn came down, with all my friends in it. I looked at the burning barn and then back down at the game. I'm ashamed to say that my biggest worry was not knowing who I'd play with now. I hate myself for thinking that, but that's how all the game is. I tried to start a new game by myself and drew a card, but that's when I saw the sirens of police cars and fire trucks pull up next to me. I was immediately surrounded by people trying to give me medical attention, taking me away from my game. I scratched and threw my body around like a toddler not getting their way. I remember them giving me some kind of sedative, and waking up in the hospital. I was the only person to make it out alive that night. All I could say to the doctors and my parents was that I needed the game, that I had to play the game. It was the only meaning to life. It was the only reason I had to live. My parents got me a great lawyer, and I got out of everything by pleading insanity. Our families all knew the right people and had the right money to ensure the word never got out about the deaths. They even managed to make the death of James' mom disappear. When they told me my friends were all dead, I didn't have much of a reaction. I just kept asking where the game was. When they eventually told me the game was gone and never coming back, that's when I lost it. They had to put me into restraints because I kept hurting the hospital staff from my meltdowns. I started to threaten the staff and told them all the horrible things that would happen to them if they didn't get that game back to me. I eventually ended up in a psychiatric hospital. I yelled and screamed so much that I never had my voice. I hardly ever slept because all I thought about was the game and how I craved to play it again. My skin was red and torn up from my insistent picking due to the withdrawals. After months, I felt numb. Maybe from all the drugs they pumped me up with, or perhaps I was so used to the withdrawals I didn't feel it as much. It still felt like I had an uncontrollable urge inside my bones, but I was able to hide it. They then sent me home after a while. I knew I had to mask my emotions for the game, pretend I didn't care anymore, even if it killed me inside to say it out loud. I walked into my bedroom, and I felt like I was being treated like a baby. My old bed frame was gone, and it was just a mattress on the floor. All my sharp shelves were taken down, along with anything else I could possibly hurt myself with. I rolled my eyes but knew my parents had to make these changes for me to even come home. I sat on my bed and I looked around at my room, now with a doorknob that locked from the outside to keep me in, as well as bars on my windows. I searched my room desperately, trying to find something to take up my mind. That's when I dug through my closet and I saw it. I saw that beautiful, colorful box that I came to know so well, just hiding in the back of my closet, waiting to be found. I knew it came back the first time it was destroyed, but it was feeling like it was a one-time thing. But here it was, patiently waiting for me to come and play it. I ripped open the box, giving myself a paper cut in the process, and started to play the game by myself. With all that being said, I can finally say, task completed, and share what my first card said in that solo game. Secret card. Spread the word about this game online so more people can join us. Move 20 spaces. So what do you say? Care to come join me for a game? Abby's shrill cries echoed through the hall, shredding through the thin veil of sleep I'd settled into barely an hour before. Alan rolled in place, groaning wordlessly as he folded the pillow over his ears. I stared daggers into him, scoffing to myself before wiping the sleep from my eyes and pulling myself from bed. It had been his job to put her down for bed last time, so I supposed it was mine to check on her. I shot a glance at the clock on my husband's bedside table, though I already knew what time it would read. 2 a.m., more or less on the dot. The clock read 2:03, right on schedule. Despite having dealt with the process every night for the past few weeks, it never got easier. It was as if our daughter had reverted back to her days as a newborn, rapidly regressing since turning 3. Things had been relatively easy with her over the years, but in the last few weeks she'd become more difficult than usual. There had been complaints about misbehaving at daycare, hitting other kids and biting, things of that nature, and we noticed it in our day-to-day life that she was beginning to grow obstinate. Where she'd once been an agreeable and rather easygoing kid, she was now difficult, often seeming to listen clearly, only to turn around and do the opposite of what she was told, or something entirely different and altogether unacceptable. It was like she was trying to goad a reaction out of people. One of the hardest parts to her challenging new behavior was her sudden inability to sleep through the night. It was like she'd found some new, messed up circadian rhythm all of a sudden. We thought it might be the new house, a side effect of having a young child in an unfamiliar environment, but it felt odd. She'd been fine for the first week or so in the new place. Heck, she'd seemed to love it, and then one night, a little over 9 days after we'd settled in, she began the nightly tantrums, setting off every night around 2 a.m., like she was following a schedule. Given the fact that Abigail was still relatively nonverbal, and couldn't really articulate herself in any other way, we dismissed the tantrums as anything other than commonplace. I shuddered as my feet met the wood floor, the chill of fall filling the room. I grabbed my robe from the foot of the ottoman beside our bed, throwing it over my shoulders as I made my way to Abby's room. The hallway was pitch black. Only faint traces of moonlight could be seen shining through the solitary windows. Even through the grogginess and irritation, a blooming unease found a home, growing with each protesting groan of the floorboards, and my daughter's shrill cry echoing off the walls. As my hand closed over the cool brass of the doorknob, my ears perked up unintentionally as my body tried to account for lack of sight. I heard something that made me freeze in place. Amidst the sound of Abigail's crying, I felt certain I'd heard a voice. For the briefest of moments, I thought it was her father's before immediately remembering I'd left him behind in the bedroom. My stomach dropped, a surge of sudden panic dissipating the final mists of sleep clinging to me. I threw open the door, heart pounding as I rushed forward and into the room. Quickly I made my way to the side of Abigail's crib, nearly tripping in the act as my foot fell upon something soft and plush. I looked down to see the large stuffed bear I'd assumed my husband had gotten her when we moved. She'd been clinging to it like a flotation device in water every time I'd seen her since. Upon assuring her safety, I set to scouring the room for any sign of intrusion. My eyes frantically darted about the little space, and for a moment my own reflection on the sliding mirrored doors of the closet made my heart jump. I quickly pulled open the closet, it being the only place in the room someone could hide themselves, to find it entirely empty. I meticulously scanned the room, as far as I could tell, undisturbed from the night before. The moonlight cast shadows across the carpet, making strange and forbidding figures of the mundane. It occurred to me that she must have tossed it out of her crib sometime during the night, and I wondered if that wasn't the reason for the latest of her nightly outbursts. As I picked up the stuffed animal sitting on the floor beside her bed, I found myself peering in through the thin wooden bars at my daughter. I felt a surge of relief as I saw her, though it was quickly replaced by a familiar sort of exhaustion as she cried, her little face scrunched and reddening, that I would be spending the next few hours of precious sleep time trying to get her back to sleep. I reached into the crib, gently lifting her from the bed and pulling her into my chest. Almost immediately, her cries settled into a soft babble, and I felt a flood of emotion I'd only known post-pregnancy, an overwhelming sort of love. I made my way to the rocking chair opposite the bed, settling into a rhythm as I began to hum a lullaby. At the back of my mind, I replayed those moments before I'd entered, questioning whether I'd really heard anything at all. I had felt so sure, in those brief moments before I'd entered, that there had been another voice. Yet the window was shut, and the room empty with the exception of my little girl. She was calm now, or no longer crying at least, but her eyes were wet and her nose was red, still running from her prior tantrum. She babbled softly, her head bobbing as she leaned back to look at me, her mouth trying to work around some word, a duh sound. "Daddy?" I chuckled, despite the exhaustion rapidly regaining its footing. "No, not Daddy. He's sleeping. It's Mommy." She looked at me, as though somehow her little mind was unsatisfied with the response before turning and pointing one of her little fingers towards the crib. "Daddy." It took me a moment to understand what she was asking, as I stood and made my way to the crib, reaching in for the stuffed bear her father must have gotten her at some point. I felt her grip tighten around me as she spun away, hiding her face in my neck. Something in me twisted at that, a distant unease in my gut, instinctual though vague. I looked the ratty thing over with mild interest. For the life of me, I couldn't understand why Ellen had chosen it for her of all things. It was a large, rather ratty thing. Clearly a hand-me-down, and the line of stitching running along its belly told me anything. He'd likely seen it on one of those shopping trips at the local thrift shop as we tried to furnish our home on a budget, and thought of our Abigail. It was sweet, though a part of me wondered if he'd remembered to wash it. I made a mental note to ask him in the morning. It clearly meant a lot to Abby, and for the moment I noticed it, it had been practically glued to her hand, never to be anywhere she wasn't. Which is why I found her reaction somewhat unnerving. I lowered the stuffed toy back into the crib, somewhat surprised by the weight of the thing as I did so, a bit heavier than I might have expected. Abigail glanced over her shoulder curiously, as if to ensure I'd moved the toy, turning around fully when she saw it back in the bed. I felt something stir in me that I couldn't quite place. Again, something odd in her reaction that triggered some instinctual sort of maternal unease in me. My eye lingered on the doll before searching the room once more for comfort and settling into the rocking chair with my daughter. It took several minutes for that faint unease to fade to the back of my mind, lingering silently under the surface, and it took a little longer than that for Abby's breathing to slow and sleep to fall over her again. I could feel the drowsiness billowing back up in me as well, my eyes feeling grainy, lids heavy as the faint creak of the chair formed a dissonant lullaby. The protesting groan of the floorboards and the search for the door's hinges pierced the veil of sleep that had come to settle over me. Suddenly I found myself going straight into defense mode, my mind immediately thinking back to the voice I'd thought I'd heard earlier. Even my eyes shot open. It took a moment to adjust to the darkness, and my heart plummeted into an icy pool of fear in my gut as the outline of a man grew apparent in the doorway, only settling once my husband spoke. "You coming back to bed, Leanne?" he asked, sleep audible in his voice as he rubbed at his eyes. I took a breath, allowing my heartbeat to return to a normal pace, before nodding. "Yeah, just had to get her back down," I said, doing my best to rise from the seat as carefully as possible to avoid waking Abigail. I made my way to the crib, slowly lowering her in besides the stuffed bear, before making my way towards Alan. "You okay?" he muttered, closing the door as silently as he could manage as we crept back towards our room. Some of that lingering unease must have been visible on my face, I realized. I shrugged, shaking my head as though to free my mind of the cobwebs of exhaustion. Yeah, I'm fine, just..." I shrugged, hearing that voice again in my mind, the sound so clear I had to wonder if I wasn't misremembering. Thought I'd heard a voice earlier, in Abby's room. Seeing the flood of emotions making their way to his face, I quickly added, "I checked everywhere. The room's empty. I think I'm just tired." He nodded but glanced back at the room for a moment, as if considering whether or not to check himself. I placed a hand on his arm, stifling a yawn. "It's okay. Alan, she's fine." He nodded, casting a parting look at Abigail's door before turning and heading with me back to our bedroom. I glanced once more down the hall, its darkness casting it in an unshakable eeriness, and did my best to assure myself Abby was all right despite the odd, vague feelings of unease still clinging so stubbornly. Sleep came soon after as we climbed back into the covers, and while I struggle to recollect my dreams from that night, I know they were dark, the sort to ensure my sleep was a restless one. Looking back, I wonder if it was my mind's way of warning me not to let my guard down, that the worst was yet to pass. "Cheerios or Frosted Flakes?" I asked, lifting both out of the boxes. Raising an eyebrow as I asked Abigail for the third time which of our two kinds of cereal she wanted. I'd already had to clean up a bowl of oatmeal from the kitchen floor that she'd tossed in a little fit of rage. The question only prompted more tears, her face growing a bright red and wrinkling into a silent scream, as though she were building up for another bout of shrieking. That moment had been especially challenging. Abigail was acting out even more than she had been in the past few weeks, to the point that Alan was offering his apologies on the way out of the door, knowing that I'd have to wrangle her all alone, while also trying to manage my online classes. By the time afternoon rolled around, I was at my wit's end. My nerves were so far beyond frayed that every noise seemed poised to send me into a fit of irritation. Class had started, and despite moderate success for a few hours, Abby had set back into one of her tantrums again, this time showing no signs of stopping. There was a test that day, and after spending most of the time juggling between my class and Abby, I did something I knew better then, and hated doing. I flicked on the television, turning to the first YouTube playlist I saw featuring familiar kids' characters. "Mommy just needs 20 minutes, baby," Please just watch TV, okay? I'll be right back." I left her in front of the living room television, hurrying to shut myself off in the room before too much time could pass on my exam. I did my best to stifle the flood of emotions I felt as I heard her cries grow louder, tottering behind me. As I entered the small room off of the living room, which I had been using as an office, I closed the door behind me. Abby's cries rose into shrieks, her little fist pounding against the door. I swallowed hard, sighing as I fought back the watering in my eyes. Just 20 minutes. She'll be okay for 20 minutes. I tried to remind myself, every bit of me wanting to open the door despite my exhaustion. I remained steadfast, making my way to the computer and beginning work. After a few minutes, she stopped, her cries falling into pitiful sniffles before I could hear her totter away. I tried not to rush through my test, my grade in the class already having suffered from so many sleepless nights. Yet my mind wavered between the work and thoughts of Abby. I pushed through, eventually losing myself in the test as it grew in difficulty, until I'd reached the end, falling back in my chair with a sigh. I turned in place, spinning the seat to face the window that made up most of the wall. Outside, I could see the neighbor lady, Mrs. Janice Melody, as she'd told me to call her, and her husband in their yard. Their ancient old pickup shone in the driveway, a unique shade of orange that could be described as something of an eyesore at best. She was watering the grass, despite the fact that the Illinois weather almost certainly meant some more snow could be expected before summer. Well, he passed out popsicles to a few of the local kids, a group of boys taking a break from their play. They'd been playing a game of street hockey, which I'd tried to drown out while working, but watched with some mild interest as my mind drifted to thoughts of the future. It wouldn't be too long before Abigail was out there. I could almost see her in my mind, a perfect mix of her father and I, smart and sweet, but with an attitude to boot, out there with the other kids. After a moment, Mr. Melody, I'd yet to remember his name, appeared to return to his house, disappearing to the side of my window and out of view. I watched for a few minutes as the kids continued their game, his wife stopping her busy work every few minutes to yell at them when the ball touched her lawn or some similar offense, remaining lost in thoughts of the future. It was as one of the children fell, scraping a knee and crying out, attracting the attention of one of the parents, that I realized, with a feeling of dawning horror that any parent knows, it had been too long since I'd last heard Abby. The few times I've had to lock myself away to get work done, she settled in the living room outside the office, distracting herself scrolling through YouTube and playing with the assortment of toys we'd gotten her over the years. The sound of her little babbles or clattering of toys was something I'd listen for at points to make sure she was all right. I had gotten distracted, first by the test, and then my own thoughts in the first real moment of silence I'd had all day. I had let the time get away from me, forgetting completely to keep an ear out. I shot up from my seat, hurrying to the door, yet feeling unable to move fast enough for my heart as it pounded in my throat, feeling every bit a shoddy parent. "Abby?" I called, swinging the door open to the sight of an empty living room. My breath caught in my throat. The only sound to greet me was the antics of whatever cartoon characters came over the television. I hurried to the kitchen set, calling her name as I checked behind the island in the off chance that she was playing some random game of hide and seek. Yet, as I went from room to room downstairs, without a sign of her, I felt my heart grow painful in its thunderous beating. A faint nausea ripped at me like a dog at the heels, as a faint tremor began to emerge through my body. "Abigail?" My voice came more forceful than I'd intended, shaking more than I'd have thought. As my face grew hot, I searched the first floor, every room coming up empty, the tremor growing until I shook like a leaf in the wind. As I approached the garage door, I was greeted immediately with a gust of frigid air and the sounds of birds chirping. My heart dropped, disappearing into a pit widening in my gut as I saw that it was somehow ajar. My body seized with awful anxiety as I opened it fully. The garage was wide open, having a full view of our neighborhood beyond. My knees shook with the threat of giving way entirely, as a sensation like being doused with freezing water almost turned my body to ice. Had it not been for the adrenaline that coursed through me in that instant, searing my veins as it did so, I might have passed out from the sheer horror of it. It didn't make sense. I was sure I'd heard my husband close it this morning. Had she opened it herself? There was no way. I felt certain. The button was several feet above her head. Besides, surely I'd have heard it. I could see no way for her to have somehow opened it without my notice, and yet the reality remained the same. I cursed myself for getting distracted. "Abigail?" I shrieked her name, uncaring who I disturbed as I ran out and onto the driveway. I searched, eyes darting about with no idea of where I ought to be looking, the world descending into a blur of colors, sound, and panic around me. The taste of salt was my only warning that tears were falling. My face, every part of me, feeling numb, like television static had seeped beneath my skin. I could see curtains parting as curious and judging eyes cast glances through windows, wondering about the crazy woman disturbing the peace, but none seemingly willing to venture forth and see what was wrong. I felt lost, unsure of which direction I ought to be going or where to run, suddenly aware of just how small I was in the vastness of the world. The small groves that lined either side of the street, beyond the yards forming a barrier between the outside world, usually so serene and beautiful, now seemed like treacherous forests, past which I could picture my daughter falling into some ditch crying out for me. Or if she'd somehow made it through the brush, out onto the busy streets on either side. I felt as though I could vomit at the thought. I rounded the left side of my house, entering the space between my yard and Miss Melody's. Panic racked my thoughts for every step I took, carrying with it the fear that I was moving farther from where she might be. All the while, another part of my mind wondered if she wasn't still in the house, somehow having escaped my thorough search, and by leaving, I was putting her in danger. "She's gone. She's gone. You're an awful mother. She's..." The thoughts played on repeat like some record of a nightmare. The very blood rushing through my head, audible as my heart pounded. "Abigail?" I called again, struggling to take in a deep breath as my lungs seemed to quake at the sheer dread, as though the act of taking in oxygen was something requiring concentration I couldn't spare. The sound footfalls in the grass made my head spin as I turned to face whoever was approaching. I could have cried at the sight of Miss Melody. Despite the sour look the old woman fixed me with, disapproval written within the wrinkles of her face. In the arms which strained with the effort, she held Abigail, clutching in her hands that ever-present little stuffed bear. "Oh my God, thank you." I sucked in a breath, hiccups racking my chest as the tears poured. Rushing forth to take hold of my daughter, she pulled back, putting a shoulder between the two of us, her eyes never wavering from mine. It was as though she were trying to see through me, searching for some reason not to return Abigail to me. "Please?" I tried to sound as polite as I could manage, but the edge in my voice was apparent, and I could only imagine how I must have looked in those openly reproachful eyes. I didn't have to see my face to know it was red and splotchy, my hair a mess still from the morning since I'd had no plans of stepping out, screaming like a banshee only moments before. "Where was she?" I asked, watching Abigail as she chewed on the ear of her teddy with a feeling almost akin to the moment of her birth. An awful anxiety suddenly lifted, though I waited uneasily for her to be returned. "My backyard," she spoke, her tone no more pleasant than her expression. "Making an absolute mess of my garden, I might add." "I'm so sorry, I took my eyes off of her for a minute and she was gone. She interrupted, hardly even acknowledging I'd spoken. "Just keep your child away from my house. Do you understand me? And keep an eye on the girl. You never know what might happen if she wanders off again. Whoever finds her next time may not nearly be as cordial as myself." Her tone was as cold as ice, and even more biting. No hint of friendliness or subtlety in her words. I couldn't tell if it was a stern warning or a threat. She stepped forward, forcing Abigail into my arms, before appraising the two of us. Then, with a shake of her head, she trudged back down the little hill that sloped into her yard and into her yard out of sight. I clutched Abigail close, tears trailing into her hair. The air smelled sweeter, the wind a gentle caress, as my mind lingered on what could have come to pass. "Don't do that again. Don't ever leave me again like that," I sobbed. "How did you get out?" She raised her toy, little arms wavering a bit beneath its weight. "Daddy," she cried, before flinging the bear as far as she could manage, sending it tumbling barely a foot away into the grass. I sighed, leaning over to grab it, before making my way back towards the house. My stomach gurgled, the adrenaline fading, leaving only exhaustion, nausea, and anxiety in its wake. I could see the peering eyes through windows, as my neighbors watched through slits in curtains, and my face burned hot. As I entered the garage, I cast a parting look in the direction of the Melodies' home, towards the backyard and the grove beyond. As I did so, I caught sight of someone in one of the windows on the second floor, the side nearest my house. I glanced up and caught an eye of Mr. Melody. He was watching me with a look I couldn't read, but one my mind immediately defined as judgment. Casting my eyes away, I made my way inside, heart thudding in my chest. The rest of the day passed by in a blur. No matter what I busied myself with, my mind continuously returning to that afternoon, replaying every way that things could have gone wrong. I didn't let Abigail leave my sight. She spent most of the day in the living room, where I set up the old playpen we hadn't used in months. Unwilling to have a repeat of earlier events, I couldn't make sense of it, how she'd ended up outside, knowing there was no plausible way she could have reached that button. It made me deeply uneasy. If she had found a way outside somehow, I couldn't afford to ever let my guard down. Even a bathroom trip could offer her the chance to slip out. The hours seemed to crawl by, me never leaving her side, before Alan returned from work. "Hey," he'd called, stirring me from a sleep I wasn't aware I'd even fallen into as he strolled through the garage door. My eyes darted about the room, searching for Abigail, my heart immediately in my throat, pounding with unrelenting intensity. It wasn't until I realized that she was on the couch beside me, her little form curled against the arm of the chair, fast asleep that I could breathe again. "You okay?" Alan asked, slowly lowering his bag as he crossed the room towards me, opening his arms immediately as I fell into them, head shaking without thought. I recounted the events of the afternoon, my test and the resulting distractions, the panic upon the realization, and the brief confrontation with our neighbor. By the time I was through, tears were running freely. I bit my lip, feeling irritatingly fragile. "Get a hold of yourself," I thought, chiding myself silently. I didn't like how off I felt about it all. It was more than just the fact that she had gotten out, as horrifying as that had been, but it felt like there was something more, something greater that I was failing to see regarding my daughter, and it petrified me. Alan's reaction was a struggle to read, a multitude of feelings seeming to display themselves all at once. Concern, shock, and perhaps it was just my conscience, but I thought I could see a bit of blame in his eyes. Still, he hugged me tighter. "It's okay. She's okay. We're fine. You just can't let her out of your sight again, I guess." He kneeled in front of Abigail, kissing her lightly on the forehead, as to not wake her. "I'll check out that garage door. Maybe it glitched or something," responded to a neighbor's remote, and bang, out she goes. I nodded. Though the thought felt unlikely, it brought comfort to have some sort of theory. "We should take something over to them. A thank you gift. Maybe it'll smooth things over. We don't want to seem like the dysfunctional family in the neighborhood." I winced at the idea. The very thought of having to see the old woman again making me flush with embarrassment, but I knew he was probably right. She had found Abigail after all. Regardless of what her attitude might have been, surely I owed her for that. I nodded, sighing and running my hands across my face as if to wipe away the events of the day. Alan pulled me close again, pressing his lips against the top of my head. "It'll be fine, love. Promise. She's okay. Everything's okay." God, how I wish he had been right. We settled in for dinner half an hour later, before setting Abby down for bed. I stood by her crib for what felt like half an hour, caressing her head as she fell back into a deep sleep, arms wrapped around that massive stuffed bear. The old heating system of the house had seemed to kick into overdrive, and Alan had suggested leaving her window open to allow for a little breeze. After some resistance, I relented on the condition that we lock it in place, opening it no more than an inch. The events of that afternoon lingered fresh on my mind, and I wouldn't open the door to allow for a genuine tragedy. I watched her for a few moments as she slept, my heart aching at the thought of what might have happened. After some time, long after the sounds of my husband moving about the house had faded, I made my way to our bedroom and climbed into bed beside him. I pressed in against the heat of his body. Though my back was facing him, my eyes were on the doorway as if somehow it might allow me to peer into her room, though there was little to be seen but the darkness of the hallway. At some point, exhaustion overcame anxiety, and I could fight to keep my eyes open no longer. My thoughts growing loose and sporadic as the fog of sleep grew heavy. I don't know how long I had been out, when the commotion of the house snatched me from my slumber. The room was dark when I pulled myself into a sitting position, eyes still bleary and rough with like sandpaper. Yet I had no time to gradually awaken. The sound of my daughter's cry, a shrill shriek like nothing I'd heard from her before, and Alan's voice bellowing my name turned the blood in my veins ice. "Alan?" My voice was strained, and hardly recognizable through the panic that filled it. My heart felt as though it were plummeting through my feet and into the earth, pounding all the while as I struggled to stand. My head swam, the air thick with a dreamlike quality that, when paired with the stomach-churning anxiety, felt altogether nightmarish. Alan? I was near the point of tears as I approached her room, the sound of her shrill, pained shrieks making my chest ache sharply. I pushed the door aside with such force it made the wall shake, the sound loud enough to make my ears ring. And yet, as Alan turned to face me, standing beside our daughter's crib holding her close to his chest, his expression bore no surprise, just a blazing panic and sadness. "What's wrong? What's going on?" In my hurry, I nearly tripped over that god-forsaken stuffed bear, the side of my foot where I'd kicked it, stinging as though I'd just kicked a small rock. There was something there, something inside of it more than fur and stuffing, and I had no time to dwell on the matter. As I approached, I could see the reason for all of the commotion, and my stomach dropped through the floor. Her arm. I couldn't finish the sentence, feeling as though the air had been knocked from my lungs. Alan cradled it close to him, not wanting to let the limb dangle, but I could see the state of it even then. It was swollen, the entire arm an angry red color save for an area a bit below her wrist, which stood out a nasty purple. The tremor I felt seemed to rise until I was shaking uncontrollably, nausea growing at my gut as darkness played at the corner of my vision. My head swam as the panic reached a fever pitch. "What happened? How did this happen? I don't..." Questions stampeded over each other to the forefront of my mind. I felt lightheaded, and my skull pounded with every drumbeat of my heart. The world felt so odd and surreal, as though I were in a nightmare, like I could wake up at any moment still in bed. But no, it was all very real. I could tell. "I don't know," he responded, voice strained with emotion, neither of us taking well to seeing our child in pain. "I heard a slam, and next thing I know she's screaming. She had to have climbed out of her crib somehow and lost her balance. He looked at me, confusion and a sort of pain I resonated with, on a primal level that seemed to grow with her every cry. "She's never done that before. I don't understand." I shook my head. He was right. Abigail had never shown any signs that she'd been trying to climb out of her crib. Had she, it would have been moved to our room that same day. Until now, I wasn't sure she was even capable. It made a small part of me, some minor area still capable of questioning through the sheer panic, wonder why. Why tonight of all nights, after the somewhat inexplicable events of that afternoon? Still, I had no time for weaving theories at that moment. Alan had risen to his feet and was speeding past me towards the door. "Where are you going?" I asked, yanked from my thoughts. "Hospital. We've got to get this looked at immediately." I nodded, almost feeling stupid that I hadn't thought to suggest it sooner. My head felt all over the place, the events of the day rendering me mentally drained. I just wanted to curl into a little ball, Abigail safely at the center, and sleep for a week. "I'll come with you," I started. "Just let me throw some pants on." The drive to the hospital was a tense one. I sat in the back with Abby, doing my best not to lose it as I tried and failed to calm her down. Not a second going by that Alan wasn't peering nervously at us in the rearview mirror. The night seemed to move on in a blur of hurried conversation and odd glances. Perhaps it was my exhaustion. but as we sat in the waiting room while our daughter's arm was scanned, it felt as though every glance spoke of judgment. In my sleep-deprived mind, in some odd way, it seemed like everyone knew of the events of the day before, my failing, as though the world itself was calling me negligent, and I was beginning to question it myself. What is happening today? I breathed, running my hands across my face and through my hair as I leaned into Alan's shoulder. I could feel him shaking his head as he put his arm over my shoulder. "It's been something," he said, voice every bit as tired as I felt. "She's getting older. Maybe the terrible twos are showing up a bit late," he offered. I thought for a moment, knowing there could be something to the theory, the sudden temper tantrums and disappearances, and how this incident with the crib, it was all so sudden and unlike her, and my every instinct told me that something was wrong. And yet, I couldn't tell what. It felt like that afternoon all over again, an awareness that my daughter could be at great risk, yet an utter directionless when attempting to confront it. Mr. and Mrs. Price, the doctor who had presided over Abigail's treatment, called us from across the waiting room, yanking me from my thoughts. Alan was up in an instant, striding across the room in quick pace as I hurried to follow behind, heart pounding in my chest as a nauseating effect. The expression on his face was polite but slightly somber, and I already expected what we would be told. There was a break just below her wrist in 2 places. Her little arm had been shattered by the contact. The doctor's best guess was in line with our own. She'd likely fallen and broken it in the process, but the mental image sent me back into tears. I know it's upsetting, believe me, but if it's any consolation, little ones are remarkably resilient. She'll likely heal faster than either of you would in a similar circumstance," he said with a sad smile and nod. "We'll do our best to make sure her arm is set perfectly. I've got a friend who specializes in pediatric orthopedist. He's one of the best. She'll be safe in his hands. I'll have the front desk give you the number." "Thank you," Alan responded, reaching out and shaking the man's hand. The doctor nodded. "They'll be bringing Abigail out in a moment. You folks try to get some sleep tonight. She'll need the rest too. The medicine will have dulled the pain, but she'll be tired. I imagine you all are." I simply nodded, still somewhat lost in thought. The doctor affixed me with a tight-lipped smile, the sort that was more apologetic than happy, before turning and beginning to back down the hall and on to the rest of his night. He paused as he reached the hallways, and in that instant I could see something like reluctance in his posture as he turned to face me once more. "Accidents happen. You shouldn't blame yourselves," he said, though looking at me directly as he did so. I felt my face run flush, realizing my thoughts must have been all but visible on my face. The self-loathing apparent even to a stranger. But also, if you think there might be something wrong, listen to yourself. You know that little girl better than anyone in the world. I'm sure sometimes that alarm bell in your head is going off for a reason. Trust your instincts, Mom and Dad. With that, he was gone, leaving me with only a parting smile and enough time to nod my acknowledgement as he disappeared behind a set of double doors and deeper into the hospital. I peered over at Alan, skin prickling with an eerie sort of sensation like some warped déjà vu. "That was nice of him," he said with a thin smile, exhaustion heavy in his eyes. "I'm sure it's standard. We're definitely not the first distraught parents he's dealt with, but cool of him all the same." I nodded again. While logically, I knew his words were likely little more than some standard platitude fed to all the worried parents. I couldn't shake how much it resonated with what I'd been feeling since that morning. It was disconcerting, to say the least, and only added to the feeling that I was missing something in plain sight. Loose pieces of a puzzle all scattered about my mind with no ability to be connected. "I take it you're the parents?" a shorter woman, with a round face called. The sight of Abigail in her arms scattered any and all previous lines of thinking. As both Alan and I hurried to meet her, I scooped her from the woman's arms as gently as I could manage, holding her as one might some restored artifact that would fall to dust in a heavy breeze. Alan handled the rest of the interaction, being led to the front desk as he was asked about insurance information, while I returned to the car with Abigail. I had had enough for the day, enough of the fluorescent blaring lights of the hospital, and of people and their judgmental gazes. I crossed the silent parking lot, passing an older man in a wheelchair taking a smoke outside, the click of my shoes on the pavement echoing through the night. I'm not certain at what point I became aware of that sensation, that stomach turning, creeping feeling like a skeletal hand along the back of my neck that told me I was being watched. At some point, I slowed down, heart thudding heavily against my chest, ears straining as I listened to the footsteps I'd slowly grown aware of. My stomach sank as they slowed in turn. Perhaps it was the exhaustion, paired with the stress of the day rendering my nerves shot, leaving my mind unable to think clearly. But in that moment, with Abigail in hand, all I could think to do was speed up. The area of the parking lot I'd entered was empty as far as I could tell, save for myself, my daughter, and whoever was behind me, and the realization filled me with a cold, heavy dread. My pace quickened until I was practically speed walking. All the while, I could hear the echoes of footsteps following not too distantly. In between my own, realization struck me like a blade in the dark. They're following me. Somebody is following me. I broke into a run. To my horror, the person behind me soon followed suit. I wanted to scream, to shriek out for help, and yet in the moment I felt robbed of words. Panic flooded my every mental pathway, as I could think only of one thing: get Abigail to safety. I ducked to the right, moving between a van and a parked ambulance, and darted out in front of it, doing my best to use the vehicles to shield me from my pursuer's view. My head spun. Moments from every true crime podcast or murder show I'd seen playing out in real time. My arms ached with the effort of carrying my daughter while running, and I struggled to balance her with one arm while I grabbed the keys with the other, clicking the panic button as I scanned the cars around me for any sign of mine. Several rows ahead, I could hear it, and to see the blare of its lights glowing from behind the other vehicles. It seemed all the motivation my body needed to conjure up some extra bit of speed, as I could hear the footsteps behind me approaching. The car came into view, one row ahead, the sight of it making my heart lurch. Every second spin covering the distance between it was excruciating, and every hair on the back of my neck was at attention, prepared to feel someone yank me back. I was nearly there. I could almost reach out and grab the handle when I felt the hand on my shoulder firm, nearly making me lose my balance. "No," I shrieked, finally finding my voice as I spun around and tried to fight my captor, only to feel a firm set of arms pull Abigail from my grasp. In my panic, I felt my boots catch against each other and I fell back, sliding back against the car and onto the ground with a force that made my teeth clatter. Leanne, it's me. Relax, baby. It's me. Even through my terror, I recognized Alan's voice. Immediately the fear dissipated, giving way to a strange and overpowering sorrow. I fell into his shoulder, the tears running freely as I did so. I was drained, both mentally and physically, and in the moment I wanted to cry, vomit, and pass out, perhaps all at once. I didn't mean to scare you like that. I saw you running and I got worried, so I hurried to catch up. What were you running from? I looked up at him, unsure of how to respond for a moment. There was some part of me that felt suddenly quite foolish for how I'd reacted, almost certain I'd perhaps blown things out of proportion as we sat there alone in the parking lot. I shook my head. I thought I'd heard someone. It's nothing. Let's just go home. I could see in his face that he was worried, but knew better than to push any further, which I appreciated more than he could know. Okay, he nodded. I'll get her in her seat. You just go ahead and try to doze off. I nodded, smiling though I felt no humor in it, as I began to round the car for the passenger side door. It was as I was climbing into my seat, pulling the door shut with a groan, that I peered out into the world beyond the window, and felt my heart stop. I swallowed hard as I stared at the vehicle exiting from the parking lot only a few yards away, caught for just a moment beneath the streetlights, as it turned onto a quiet residential street. It was immediately familiar to me. An old pickup in a shade I could only recall seeing once before, in the driveway of our neighbor's house. Old Mrs. Melody, the very woman who had brought Abigail to me that afternoon. The realization made my stomach turn, and somewhere in the back of my head, I could hear the doctor again. Sometimes that alarm bell in your head is going off for a reason. Trust your instincts, Mom. At that moment, though I could find no way to prove it, my instincts told me that something was going on with the woman next door, and I feared, somehow, my little girl was involved. That night, despite my exhaustion, I doubt I slept more than 3 hours in total. It was a light sleep, with every stir of my daughter in bed snatching me from my slumber, as I would shoot up, scanning the darkness beside me until I was certain she hadn't awakened. I wasn't sure when, if ever, she could go back in that crib. I couldn't see myself feeling safe leaving her in her room, alone again for a long while. At the very least, until we could be sure she wasn't attempting any more midnight escapes. And God only knew how we would manage that. I couldn't even be sure of when this had started. At some point during one of those moments, sitting in the silence of the room, listening to the breathing of my husband and daughter over the continuous drone of the ceiling fan, the hope of sleep seemed to escape me. I sat in the darkness, my eyes adjusting to the faint light pouring through the windows, a combination of the moon and distant streetlights all I had to see with. My eyes lingered on the stuffed bear, sitting at the edge of the bed like some sentry standing watch. From the moment we'd returned, even through the mental slur of the painkillers, it had been the first thing she'd mentioned, and Alan had brought it to the room for her. I had moved it at some point, after rolling on to the thing only to be awakened by the sensation of it digging into my back. Something in it firm and hard, complete with some pointed edge I could feel. The sight of it there in the dark, sitting there unmoving, with its blank eyes peering forward seemingly through me, made me feel a strange sort of distress. I'm not sure how much time passed with me tossing and turning in the vain hope that sleep may lie in the next position, but I found my eyes kept lingering back towards that bear. I glanced beside me, confirming that both Abigail and Alan were sleeping soundly, as I edged towards the end of the bed. With one quick motion, I booted the thing off the bed, those eyes watching me accusingly. It hit the ground with a thud that made me grit my teeth, peering back to ensure my daughter remained asleep, and muttering a silent thanks that she had. I glanced over my husband's sleeping form. At the digital clock on his nightstand, 1:55, it read, only 5 minutes or so away from the time of our daughter's nightly tantrums. The thought brought me on a great sense of foreboding, that I couldn't shake lying there in the darkness, massing in my chest like the tangle of so many weeds. Perhaps it was the result of a day of mishaps, leading me to feel there could only be something worse around the corner, and feeding my anxiety like trees and dry brush to a forest fire. It was ridiculous. I was certain of it. I rolled over, placed my hand across Abigail, as though it could bring me all the security I felt lacking in that moment. She was there, hurt as much as it killed me, but safe. I couldn't see her waking up in the next 4 minutes. I laid back and forced my eyes closed, doing all I could to drag myself back to sleep. It had only been a few minutes. My ears turned to the alternating sounds of my husband and daughter's breathing, and the whirring creak of the ceiling fan as I'd begun to drift, when I heard it. At first I was certain it was my imagination. The sound was so faint, I could almost dismiss it as such. But no, it was far too persistent. A strange mechanical hiss, like someone had switched on a broken television somewhere in the distance, that echoed out amongst the whirring of the fan and usual murmur of the house's inner workings. Before I could even identify a source, I felt my heart pounding furiously against my chest. My eyes fell back on the glowing display of the clock. 2 o'clock. The timing, it seemed strangely intentional. I could feel a chord of unease struck, reverberating through me with a chilling effect as my ears perked to listen closer. I sat up, wavering in my mind between waking up Alan or not, settling quickly on the latter. He had to be up in a few hours, and while I felt unsettled, I saw no need to disturb him yet. Instead, as carefully as I could manage, I slid out from beneath the covers and stepped gingerly out of bed. The wooden floorboards creaked their protest, making me grimace as I watched Abigail stare. After seconds passed without another movement, I felt okay to chance another careful step forward. My ears felt tuned as I listened for that sound. Louder, it seemed. Now that I was really listening for it, I could think of nothing in my room that could be responsible for it, save for perhaps the white noise machine I hadn't used in months, and that was much louder. No, this sound brought to mind something else. It was oddly reminiscent of the static one might hear on a walkie-talkie, or something of the like. I had owned one during my childhood, which I'd used to talk to some of my friends in the neighborhood, and as I inched across my bedroom floor, gripped by the quiet and frigid night air that seemed to hang heavy in the room, it was all my mind could conjure. I stepped forward again as delicately as I could manage, my eyes scanning the dim light as best as they could, though I was relying almost entirely on my hearing to guide me. That mechanical hiss was growing louder with each step. Somewhere to the right of me it seemed, near the foot of the bed. I could feel my heart in my throat with every footfall, my mouth running dry as the hairs on the back of my neck rose with the creep of anxiety. It was louder now, so much so that I was beginning to worry it might wake my family. A series of cracking and popping noises, audible amongst the hissing. It seemed to be coming from more than one place. Though the noise faded in and out, I was almost certain it was coming from 2 different directions. The thought made my skin crawl and the pit of my chest widened, as though I was being surrounded by something unseen. My home invaded by specters I could only listen for. It was then that I heard it, faint but unmistakable, a voice from amidst the disembodied static. Hello? In that moment, I could have sworn my heart stopped. An icy shock tore through me as though I had just been submerged in freezing waters. My eyes scanned the darkness, wide and searching for anything that might be the source of the sound. Babe? I leapt, nearly losing my balance as I stumbled away from the sudden sound, only to glance over and see Alan sat up in the bed. He looked tired and confused more than anything, hands running over his eyes, but after a few minutes I could see that he too could hear it. What is that? Little bear? You there? I sucked in a breath, head spinning with such force I was certain I might fall out from the sheer panic starting to flood my system. That voice again amongst that phantom static, raw and hissing. Our eyes met, and I felt a surge of some gruesome satisfaction that I wasn't alone. He heard it too. Are you there? I spun to face behind me, certain I could hear that voice drifting from somewhere over my shoulder, and found only an empty room to greet me. From behind me again, the static grew louder, and for the first time since it had appeared, I could pinpoint from where. My eyes fell on the baby monitor on our nightstand. Its lights glowed with the hiss of the audio, sparking with color the louder it grew. Alan followed my gaze, snatching it up in one quick motion, before pressing the button to respond. Who is this? There was a shrill sound, like the squeal of audio feedback that made us both cringe, and set Abigail to stirring immediately, followed by an echo, as though his voice was being played back simultaneously from somewhere else, somewhere nearby, ceasing only when Alan released the monitor. In an instant, it was all gone. The air hung heavy with an electric sort of surreality, like the early moments of some waking nightmare, yet there was nothing but the usual sounds of our home to fill its void. The room was silent, or as close as it could be anyways. Abby had begun to kick up. Though still asleep, she was starting to wake. The sounds finally growing too much for her, and I could hear the beginnings of a tantrum building as sleep began to wane. For several moments, Alan and I lingered in place, our eyes locking, a coiling tension passing between us both. In an instant, a thought crossed my mind, and before I could even think things through clearly, it was out of our room and hurrying across the hall towards Abby's. The door loomed ahead, as ominous as a gravestone, my mind fully prepared to meet the intruder I knew must be on the other side. I could all but see it, some figure clad in shadow, hunched over the baby monitor in my daughter's room. The thought filled me with terror and a rage like nothing I had ever felt. It was the only thing I could think of at the moment that made some sort of sense. It was obvious that whoever we had just heard had been trying to speak to our daughter, and I could think of no other way we would have heard them over her monitor. Leanne, where are you going? Stop, wait. Alan's footfalls grew heavy as he rushed ahead of me, putting himself between me and the door. He shook his head, eyes locking with mine, a look that was part confusion, but a majority of visible worry etched on his features. I'll check. You stay behind me. We don't know who might be in there. I nodded, still nudging him forth until he was pushing the door open. As we pushed into the room, my eyes fell immediately on the nightstand. The baby monitor was untouched. Alan began to search the room, flicking on the lights and checking under the bed, and in the closet. All the while, I found myself lost in thought as I looked at the monitor. I was all but certain it had to be the source of the voice, and yet there was no one. The thought should have been comforting, but it only made my fear grow thicker. "Awake, little bear?" Alan shot up, stiffening as he turned to face me. Our eyes locked, an unspoken terror shared between us as the two of us hurried back to our bedroom. "What is going on?" Alan's voice betrayed the discomfort we were both feeling as he grabbed the baby monitor from the nightstand. "Who is this?" he growled into the receiver. "I swear to God, I'll..." "Just turn it off." I couldn't take it anymore. That sound, the way the air seemed uncomfortably heavy with a strange sort of unearthliness. He stared at me, reluctant, before finally switching it off. The device went silent, and yet for a few moments I could have sworn I still heard it. That faint hiss of static still hanging in the air, persisting somehow despite the monitor being off. A squeal like the feedback of a microphone pierced the air, making the both of us jump. It was gone, as soon as it had started, leaving only the thud of my heart and a buzzing unrest in the air in its place. Abby began to stir, angry coos soon turning into a full-out tantrum. Alan and I said nothing, neither knowing what could be said to do away with the strangeness of the night. "I'll take care of her," I finally said, scooping her up and off the bed. "Okay," Alan said, his voice hard with a sort of anger I'd never heard from him before, as he busied himself yanking the cord out of the wall and gathering the components of the baby monitor. When he finished wrapping the cord around the monitor and shoving it into his pocket, he faced me with a sigh. "I'm gonna look the house over. Be sure there's no one here. After that, I'm throwing this out." I nodded. Well, it was clear he was agitated, the events of the night finally wearing down his nerves. I didn't feel as if he was wrong. It felt like, even then, I could still hear that voice. A man's, rasping and old, echoing in my head as it beckoned for some little bear. "I'll try to get her back to sleep. Tomorrow, I'll call the police to file a report. Maybe see if they'll come out and..." I shrugged. "I don't know, scan the house or something?" He nodded, making his way towards the door, where he paused to face me. "Stay here with her. I don't know. Something doesn't feel right about this." "Okay." With that, he was gone. I listened as best as I could to the sounds of his footsteps moving about the house, my heart on edge that at any moment a sudden commotion might ring out as he stumbled upon some intruder. When none came, I let myself settle into the rocking chair we'd placed in the corner of the room, trying my best to soothe our daughter back to sleep, cradling her injured arm close. Alan returned minutes later. His eyes glistened with a look of utter rage. In his hands dangled a series of wires from which hung various smaller gadgets. I didn't want to ask what they were. Some part of my mind already knew the answer, and was horrified by the implications. "Radios," he finally said, in a voice that was strained with emotion I'd never heard from him before. "A bunch of radios. One in her room, one in the living room, and a camera in the garage." I felt my skin crawl as my eyes began to wander the room instinctually. The thought that there had been cameras in my house without my knowledge made me feel ill. All of the sudden it felt like from every corner there might be eyes watching. Distant perhaps, but watching me all the same. "I'm calling the cops now," he continued, though his voice seemed to have drifted into the background. "And the realtor tomorrow. It's ridiculous. It's invasive. He trailed off, and I could see his eyes on Abigail in my arms, glistening with tears I knew resulted from a feeling of frustration and powerlessness. "I'm calling them now," he finally said with a sniff and a nod, gathering himself as he grabbed his cell phone and made his way out of the room. I just sat on the edge of the bed, head swirling with half-formed thoughts and eerie suggestions. The memories of the day before, Abigail's escape, and my apparent encounter with whoever had been following me in the parking lot, all seemed content to gnaw away at my sanity. Strange and paranoid thoughts began to force themselves to the forefront. Lack of sleep, terror, and the paranoia of discovering I had, in my own house, been watched and listened to by somebody, served as ample kindling for their fires. The police were at our house nearly an hour and a half later. Alan walked them through the events of the day, everything from my escapade that afternoon to the inexplicable events of the night. 4 officers were dispatched. 2 stayed with Alan in the living room listening to his account of it all. The other 2 I led from room to room as they searched the house. "Do you guys have any idea what this could be? How can we find out who's behind this?" I'd asked, as I led them from the laundry room and up the stairs towards Abigail's bedroom. One of the 2 officers accompanying me shrugged, a short Hispanic man with kind eyes and a wide face. "We can't be sure of anything, ma'am. We'll get the devices your husband gathered into the tech guys and see what they can determine." He pursed his lips, giving an apologetic smile as though he could tell the answer wasn't what I wanted to hear. Still, I nodded, leading them into Abigail's bedroom and flicking on the lights. "This is our daughter's room," I said, "where she was sleeping when—" I didn't feel it in me to recount the events of the previous night again, the very thought draining. The other officer nodded, stepping past me and beginning his search of the room. "If you have the means, you might consider staying in a hotel for the foreseeable future." He kept his voice low, and in his expression I could see a level of care his sterner partners felt lacking. "I'm a parent, 2 daughters. One of them barely older than your little girl. I know how scary this has to be. I'll do my best to make sure we stay on this." I could have hugged the man in that moment, Officer Ramirez, according to his badge. He'd been the only of his colleagues to treat the situation without an almost clinical sort of coldness, and it made me feel somehow less hysterical about it all. "Thank you," I muttered, wanting more to say but finding nothing. He nodded before joining his partner in the search. They were gone 15 minutes later, Officer Ramirez leaving Alan and I a number to call if anything else unusual happened. And with that, my little family was alone again in a house that suddenly felt so much less like a home than only that morning. Any hope of sleep was long gone, and I spent the next few hours pacing the bedroom and hallway, Abigail in my arms, my mind moving faster than my body could manage. Alan tried to stay up with me, but with work in only a few hours, I encouraged him to get some sleep around 4, promising that Abigail and I would stay close. We did, spending the hours until light began seeping through the blinds and dusty rays in the rocking chair, until my eyelids grew heavy and sandpaper-like. "You gonna be okay here today?" Alan asked me, his eyes watching me through the standing mirror while he worked at his tie. "You can always go stay at my sister's today. Tracy would be fine with it if—" I'm fine, Alan, I interjected, exhaustion robbing me of any tact. My voice sounded harsher than I'd intended. I'm fine, I repeated, softening my tone a bit. Maybe if she's free, I'll call Tracy later and see if she can watch Abby for a bit while I get some sleep, I offered. Alan frowned but nodded, seeing clearly that there would be no point in an argument. As he completed the final buttons on his shirt, he made his way over to us, kneeling down to plant a kiss on Abigail's cheek and then my own. We're gonna be okay. I know last night was... He trailed off. But we're gonna be fine. I nodded, smiling, though his expression failed to reach much of my face. As he rose to leave, making his way for the door, a thought occurred to me. That stupid bear you got her. Can you bring it here? I asked. I think I threw it in the crib when the cops were here. Sorry. I'm exhausted and just really don't want to get up and risk waking her, so I can listen to screaming for the next 3 hours. He fixed me with a quizzical look, and for a moment I wondered if, in my exhaustion, I'd misspoken somehow. Finally he smiled, chuckling to himself. Sure, boo. I'll grab it, and I don't know what you mean I got her. I'm tired of her lugging that thing around as much as the next guy, but don't put the blame on me. I felt my eyebrows raise, mouth opening in search of the question I felt struggling to form through the fog in my mind. But he was gone and off in search of the bear, as if responding to the sudden rush of my thoughts. Abby stirred, cooing to herself in her sleep, and in my heart I knew I would stand between a train, a bullet, or anything else for her. Here it is. Alan's voice stirred me from my thoughts. The sight of the large stuffed teddy making my skin crawl, my gaze moving to those cold eyes from the night before. Thank you, love. Can you just leave it here? I nodded beside the chair, and he obliged. He placed his finger under my chin, tilting my head up for a final kiss before heading for the door. As I watched him leave, I felt a vague sense of déjà vu, and his words from before seemed to drift to the forefront of my mind. I don't know what you mean I got her. I'm tired of her lugging that thing around as much as the next guy. He was being humorous, that much was obvious by his tone, and yet it didn't seem like he would lie about that detail, even as a joke. It was too minute, too random for him to simply be teasing me. I wanted to call him back and inquire further, but the groan of the garage somewhere below told me the opportunity had passed, and with my phone across the room and a sleeping baby in my arm, I relented on the idea. Instead, I found myself staring at the bear. I realized I had never really taken the time to look it over. Why would I? How often does anyone deeply examine their children's toys? The thought had never so much as occurred to me. However, now that it was, details previously taken for granted suddenly seemed odd under scrutiny. It was big for a stuffed animal, almost half of her size, and unwieldy as all get out to have her constantly carrying. As I leaned forward slowly, reaching for the toy while trying not to wake Abby, I felt the wrap on her injured wrist brush against my skin, sending an awful chill through me that momentarily dissipated whatever unsavory thoughts I might be having of getting rid of the thing. I grunted under its weight. With only one arm free, it never ceased to amaze me the weight of the thing. I raised and lowered the stuffed bear, gripping it by the ears, as though somehow my arm might realize it had masculated how heavy a pile of stuffing and fabric ought to be. Perhaps it was the accumulation of paranoia after a night of events that would serve to make anyone paranoid. Or perhaps it was a far too delayed reaction of that mother's instinct. I can't be certain. All I'm sure of was the disquiet I could feel creeping through me like the unwanted caress of cold fingers against my back as I struggled with the unnatural weight. I twisted the bear so that its back faced me, moving my hands through its fur in search of any sign of a zipper or button or some sort of opening. As a child, I could recall the first time I'd received a fancy toy of any sort. It had been a doll from my parents. One of those electronic ones that could cry and babble like a real baby, and I could recall just as easily having it taken away after flinging it at my sister during an argument. I hadn't meant to hurt her, but being a kid, I'd failed to account for the small plastic box at the center of the toy, which housed all of its electrical components, and the resulting gash it caused had me grounded for half of the summer. As I searched Abigail's toy, my arms starting to quake with the prolonged effort, I could almost feel the weight of that doll again from all those years ago. I adjusted my grip, grabbing the toy around its stomach and pressing down. My heart jolted, settling into a rapid pace as I felt my hand close around something hard and square. My eyes immediately settled on its stomach, on the thin line stitching that I had hardly taken the time to notice before, assuming it to be a sign of wear and tear. Now it seemed almost threatening. I stood from the chair and carefully made my way over to the bed, settling Abigail at the center of it as gently as possible. Before heading over to Alan's bedside table, I pulled the drawer open, rifling through all of the miscellaneous junk, old chargers, and ancient mail, before finding what I was looking for, a rusting pair of construction scissors. It was the only pair we had in the house, despite many a mental note to buy another, and necessary to what? Despite intense mental debate, I knew I was going to do. In the back of my mind, I could already hear Abigail's future tantrum when I had to deny her the bear, until I could manage to sew it back up. But in that moment, all that mattered was finding an answer to the question at the center of my mind. I pushed the tip of the scissors blade through the faint line of stitching across its stomach, cutting carefully along each of the stitches until an opening large enough for me to fit a few of my fingers was made. For a moment, I found myself pausing over the stuffed animal, a strange sort of apprehension gripping me from inside. I needed to know, to abate the fears forming in my mind, every bit as disquieting as they were unclear. Without another second of hesitancy, I pressed my index and middle finger into the bear, digging through its inner workings. Mostly cotton and what looked to be old rags were shoved beneath its skin to fill the stuffed toy, until my finger fell against something cold, hard, and plastic. I tried to get a grip of it, struggling and failing not to widen the tear as I forced my hand in after whatever lay at its center. I listened closely for Abigail's sleeping breath, the only sound over the faint rip of fabric. As my hand closed around the object, it felt like a box of some sort. Running my fingers up its shape, something seemed to extend from one of its corners. It was thin, a thread perhaps. No, whatever it was, I was certain it felt of plastic, not yarn or any sort of cloth thread. No, this felt more like a wire. My heart kicked into motion like a prize racehorse, sending an icy hot wave of adrenaline washing through me. I gave up on any sort of care, the breath in my throat coming quick and uneven now, as I set to digging through the stuffed animal like wrapping paper, until what lay inside was revealed. I pulled hard against the box, feeling a great bit of resistance from within, straining until, with a sudden pop, it shot loose, nearly sending me careening off the bed. As I collected myself, I looked over what I held. It was a small white box, maybe 4 or 5 inches across. On one side, a series of holes were placed in the same configuration one might see on a phone or a walkie-talkie. On the other sat a switch, unlabeled. I immediately recognized the design of the thing, or something of the sort at least. It was eerily similar to that which had been inside of my own doll years ago, except that was meant to be electronic. As far as I knew, the stuffed animal was meant to be only that. Beyond all of that, there was one difference between the object I held now and that I had seen in similar toys. I felt my mouth run dry. The wire that extended from it was a pale green, and when I saw what dangled uselessly at the end of it, my stomach tightened like a fist. Hanging from the end of the pale green wire sat one of those cold, glassy eyes. The thoughts in my head descended into a hurricane of thoughts and things I ought to do. Call Alan, call the police, burn the thing, and yet I sat staring as if somehow it might change the disturbing reality of what I was seeing. It was a camera. I had no doubt about that. A camera lens made to look like the glassy eye of my baby girl's stuffed bear. My hands shook with such force. I was certain I might drop the thing, and my stomach flipped 180 degrees. I quickly grabbed the eye, closing it in my palm, the fear that somehow it might still be active, and whoever was on the other side watching me making my skin crawl. My chest ached with the racing of my heart as I pulled until my arms strained, until I heard a snap and the eye broke free of its wire. I stared at it for a moment in my hand, the object making a faint mechanical whirring that grew quiet by the second, and all I felt was rage. Without thinking, I tossed it without thinking, sending it careening into the wall and scattering into a shower of small electronic components. It was all it took to stir Abigail awake. The tears were immediate. It had been hours since she'd been given anything for the pain, and I could only imagine it was the first thing she was aware of, and the thought made my heart ache like I'd been stabbed. It was all more than she deserved. Everything. The recent speech issues and temper tantrums, the injury, everything that had happened in the past 48 hours. It felt like I was failing in every way to protect her. Painkillers. Where are her painkillers? My focus momentarily split. I scanned the various shelves of our room to the mild painkillers we'd been recommended, eventually finding them on my dresser. I rose, quickly making my way over to the little orange bottle. As I turned to make my way back, I heard it. A faint whirring click from that little white box. It was followed immediately by the sound of static, hissing like a broken television, and through the static I could hear that voice again. The distortion was greater than before, but I could hear it more clearly than ever sitting atop my bed. Little bear, don't cry. Come outside. Even with the electronic distortion, my blood ran cold. It was as though a light bulb had been set off in my head, recognition blooming amidst an equal amount of cold, sharp dread, and blazing anger. I watched in horror as Abigail slowly grew silent, eyes opening and hardly bothering to take notice of me as she seemed to search the room for the source of the voice, her eyes falling on the bear. Splayed open only feet away. "Daddy?" She spoke with bleary recognition. All at once, it felt as though the struggle of the past several weeks, once appearing separate, but equally distressing issues, suddenly revealed themselves as one. I made my way to the bed quickly, scooping Abigail up as though the bear itself might take hold of her, and grabbing my phone off the bed. "Come, adventure." The hiss of distortion grew, the words in between becoming lost on the storm of sound, and yet all I could do was listen. That voice, I hated myself for not recognizing it sooner. Though we had only spoken once before, it belonged to our neighbor, the old man next door whose first name I could hardly even recall. My husband hadn't given Abigail the bear, I realized. Her father was the most present man in her life, Daddy being the only name she would think to call the voice speaking to her in the night. I opened my phone, immediately navigating to Alan's number and pressing the call button. The seconds between each ring seemed to stretch on for an eternity as I waited. Hello? My heart leapt at the sound of his voice. Alan, I know what's going on, I said. So many things I wanted to say at once, my thoughts still in a whirlwind. I struggled to even determine where to begin. Are you okay? You sound freaked out. His voice came quickly, the panic audible. Is it happening again? Yes, Alan, yes, just listen. I know who's doing this. I know who gave her the bear. It was Melody, the old guy next door. There was a moment of silence from Alan's end, on which I could hear movement. Sorry, I needed to get out of the office. What do you mean he gave it to her? I thought you... No, we both did. We never thought to ask because of course we wouldn't. Alan, listen. I'm going to take Abby to your sister's. I want to get her away from this place. I'll call the police on the way. If you still have Officer Ramirez's number, call him too. I could feel myself speaking at a mile a minute, but felt unable to seize, moving about my bedroom just as frantically in search of my keys. On the bed, the box continued to hiss and crackle faintly, and through it all I could hear breathing and... movement. Hold on, I breathed to Alan. Ears perked as I tried to hear through the foggy audio. It sounded as though there were 2 voices, loud and yet far too distant for me to hope to make out anything being said. Still, even without being able to make out the exact words, I knew the sounds of an argument. The realization only hastened my search, as I tore drawers open and tossed pillows and sheets aside with my free hand, all the while Abigail screaming in my ear. Okay. Alright, I'll do it now. Just get to Tracy's, please. I'll call you back. Keep your phone close. I love you. And with that, he was gone. With a sigh of frustration, I gave the room one more look, seeing no sign of the keys before resigning to check the rest of the house. I knew that when they weren't on the bedside nightstand, most of the time they'd be found on the small table beside our garage door. I was on my way out of my room when I heard 2 things that made me freeze, my heart falling through the chasm I felt in my chest. There was a scream, audible through the speaker sitting amidst the cotton-strewn remains of the bear's insides, and somewhere in the distance. The hairs raised on my back at that realization that it was coming from more than just the bear. Something was screaming next door, a woman shrieking bloody. There was a bang, this time loud enough that there was no doubting whether it had been from the bear or somewhere very, very close. For a split second, I felt frozen. The sound seemed to echo, an unmistakable crack reverberating through the cul-de-sac, echoing over the speaker, which fell silent immediately after. Abigail's wails grew louder, my heart threatening to burst from my chest as I lingered in the horror of what I was certain I had just heard. The keys, I thought. Find your keys. The thought spurred me into action, pushing me forth and out of the room, as I chanced one final glance in hopes of finding them. I took the stairs as quickly and carefully as I could manage, hyper-aware of the way Abby's cries grew louder with the force of our movement. My mind felt torn in a dozen directions, like holding the leads of a pack of wild dogs, and the world seemed to spin as my head grew hot with sheer panic. I hurried to the back room where the door to our garage was, and felt my heart drop as I saw nothing on the table. "Where are my keys?" I shouted, far louder than I should have so near Abigail, but the panic had frayed my nerves past the point of repair. Her tears quieted for a moment as she watched me with glossy eyes, her little face almost confused by the outburst. She looked between me and the table, and I saw that innocent little smile begin to play across her lips as she pointed with one chubby finger on her uninjured hand towards the table where I had once felt so certain they resided. "Daddy," she waved her little fist, pantomiming her favorite thing to do with either of our keys, waving them about for the noise. And in my heart, for the first time in a while somehow, I felt I understood my daughter immediately. My stomach did a complete 180. Though I suddenly felt quite sure that my keys were no longer in the house, and likely hadn't been since the events of the prior afternoon, I knew I had to be certain. I racked my brain for where they could be. The kitchen was the only place I could think to look next, hurrying there with my thoughts feeling all the more scattered. There was nothing, no sign of them anywhere. I could feel a strange sort of helplessness beginning to seep in, and as I searched for some answer, without my keys, I had no way for us to get out, no way to escape the house, and if I was stuck, I needed to be certain that help was on the way. I pulled out my phone, dialing 911, and switching it to speaker. Quickly, I made my way to every door and window, ensuring each was locked, starting at the front of the house. I peered out my front window, onto our street. An eerie silence seemed to have fallen over everything since the sound of the gunshot had rang out. Not even the usual odd bark could be heard. It seemed even the birds had gone into hiding. I craned my neck to see the house next door, and felt my blood run cold. Their front door sat wide open, a sight I'd never seen before at the home of Miss Melody. She was the sort I'd heard berate her husband for leaving a window open and risking a chill, and as minute a detail as it was, it felt a surreal confirmation of my fears. I sat Abby down in the living room, needing every bit of movement as I continued securing the house. It was as I arrived at the back door that a thought occurred to me, almost freezing me in motion. The police. It struck me like a bolt of lightning, the realization, I still need to call the police. I quickly pulled out my phone, working the locks with my free hand and dialing the number, setting it to speaker. I had arrived before the garage door when there was an answer, yet as I stared ahead, feeling a nightmarish sense of deja vu like nothing I had known before, my mind felt filled by the sight of the open door before me. A breeze rolled in, up the driveway and into the house, and somehow it felt like the caress of death. With it came a single thought, laden in venom and horror that racked me with tremors. "Hello? Hello?" A man on the other end of the phone called, momentarily pulling me from my shock, though terror coursed through every inch of my being. I raised the phone to my ear, breathing my address into the receiver, and as brief a synopsis of my situation as could be managed. My final words sent a chill down my own spine. "I need police as soon as possible. Please, I think he's in the house." "Units are on their way, ma'am. Please stay on the line." As I stared at the open garage, I felt transported back to the day before, and with the feeling came only one thought. Abigail. I raced back towards the living room, not even bothering to shut the door behind me as I did so, my heart climbing higher into my throat with each step. As I turned the corner into the room, my eyes shot immediately to where she'd last sat on the couch. I felt my blood curdle, and struggled to bite back the scream I felt rising in my throat. Abigail sat on the couch, in her hand a stuffed pink bunny, with which she was occupied. Behind her, holding her as like he bore some familiarity, was my neighbor, Mr. Alvin Melody, as I would come to know him, sat hardly bothering to acknowledge me as I entered. His leathery face was covered in trickles of deep red, which spread along his clothes and arms, a baseball cap hanging loosely atop his thinning silver hair. I felt a fear like nothing I'd ever known, cold and sharp through my veins, along with a pain in my chest like I was being stabbed. But it all felt second to the rage. "Get away from her," I hissed the words through clenched teeth, hardly even recognizing my own voice through the sheer hatred in it. I peered over at the fireplace for a moment, just behind the couch, seeing my opportunity. I hurried over and snatched the poker from its place, brandishing it like a club. "Get away from her now." The last part I roared, taking another step forward and raising my impromptu weapon. He looked up at me, with eyes such a cold, lifeless blue it almost gave me chills, and sliding a single hand across the couch, bringing my attention to what sat beside him. A single 9mm handgun. "Quiet now," he spoke, in a tone that was almost casual. "You don't want to upset the baby." He caressed Abigail's head, the very sight making my skin crawl. I could taste blood in my mouth, alerting me to the fact that I'd been biting my tongue. "Get away from her." He laughed, and it sounded genuine, and in his eyes, beneath mock civility, I could see a glimpse of something unhinged. Even backed into a corner. "See how the mother bear roars for her cub?" He smiled, meeting my gaze with an unwavering stare. "I like you, you know?" He spoke with a sort of familiarity that unmanned me. No hostility in his tone, just a cold sort of appraisal like some school principal. Unattentive, perhaps, but you're a good mother deep down. Your love for your little girl is fierce, admirable. It's a trait I wish my wife had had. He spat those final words, his expression shifting for the first time into something hateful. "I had a daughter too once. Her name, too, was Abigail." He smiled down at Abby, who was utterly oblivious to the danger she might be in, distracted with her newest toy. "I love that girl as much as a man can love, more than I'd ever known I could. I spent months, sometimes years away from home as a military man, but it was always made better knowing I was returning to this little person who looked at me as though I held up the sky." He smiled, though there appeared something behind it this time, something deeply sad as he nodded to himself. "My wife, though, she never loved her like I did. Oh, she said she did, but I could tell every time I was home. She resented how close we were." His eyes narrowed as he looked at me. Sick woman she was. I got the call when I was deployed, running comms for an operation overseas that my Abby had. I could see that the man was struggling, his jaw tightening visibly. My eyes fell back on the gun. It sat perhaps a foot or so away from him. I could be no more than 4. In my head, I tried to play out some situation in which I might advance on him before he could get to the weapon, either striking him with mine or taking his, without risking mine and my daughter's lives. He seemed not to notice my split attention, his own so wrapped in memories from years past, and likely the waning adrenaline and shock on his own actions. They say it was an asthma attack that took her, my Abby, but I know better. It was my wife. He hissed the words like it was venomous, staring off and out the window in the direction of his home. I inched forward, moving so lightly it made my muscles burn, but even still my heart bounded with the fear that the ground might crack beneath me. I'm sure of it, as sure as I was when I saw this little girl. I felt my stomach tighten, and fought the urge to rush forward and strike in that moment. That day you all first came to this house, and I heard her name, I knew what it meant. He smiled at me, and for the first time, any mask of civility or calm was gone, a gut-wrenching, wide-eyed fanaticism in its place. My little girl had returned. I was being given another chance. She's my daughter. I couldn't hold my tongue any longer. You have spied on our family. You took her from my house. You are sick. Rage flashed like a supernova beneath his eyes, his smile falling instantly. No, she isn't. Not anymore. And as to my devices... His lips quivered into a little grin. The bear? Of course I needed to keep an eye on her. I wasn't going to let negligence rob me of my joy again. I realized, listening to him speak, what I already knew. The man was insane, beyond any sort of reasoning. The police would surely be on the way, and at his age, how far might he go before being caught, even if he was successful? For some reason, the thought brought me no comfort. The opposite, in fact. It made me realize there was no predicting how he might respond. Don't think of it all as ill-intentioned. That bear was my Abby's long ago. She loved it, didn't she? He nodded, smiling wide. Of course she did. That's how I knew. You and your husband were very distracted on your moving day. I saw her sitting on the porch, and gave it to her while the two of you directed the movers. The way she smiled, I knew in an instant. He peered down at her, and every part of me wanted to swing down with the poker, bringing it down atop his sun-leathered scalp. I fought back my instincts, instead inching forward once more. Keep him talking. It was the singular thought running through my head. What happened to Mrs. Melody? I asked, wanting to hear nothing more about my daughter from that man's mouth. He frowned momentarily, shrugging as his eyes met mine. She found out what was going on. Always has been wary of me, that one, as if our daughter didn't die on her watch. Always said I was paranoid. Didn't want to hear it when I explained. Told me I was insane. He chuckled like the assertion was unthinkable. Told me I was sick. In the end, I did what I should have done all those years ago. Nothing should stand between a man and his daughter. He stared down at Abigail, planting a kiss on her hair, and it took every bit of strength I could muster to stop myself from leaping forth. Instead, I took the momentary distraction and inched forward. There was perhaps a little more than 1.5 feet between us now. If I was quick... His smile faded for a moment as he looked up at me, and for that instant, I felt my heart stop in fear that he'd seen me moving forward and had grown suspicious. But the face he wore was almost apologetic as he ran a hand over her injured arm, still wrapped from the ER visit. I assure you this wasn't my intention. I meant her no harm. Or you. Even yesterday, I was simply worried. You can understand, I'm sure, how we care for our daughters. Swing. Hit him. Kill him. Some primal, cave woman part of my brain shrieked like a chimp attacking the bars of its cage. Fighting for immediate action, I simply inched forward. I forgive you, I managed, as genuinely as I could force myself to sound. To my surprise, his smile grew at that, as he nodded fervently. Good. I knew you would. You're a good parent. You would understand. Perhaps, he began, his eyes meeting mine. Perhaps you could join me. A girl deserves a good mother, and you and I could take care of her. The distant sound of sirens suddenly echoed through the air, the room filled with a silence that buzzed with awful tension. Slowly his expression shifted, any of the previous affection replaced by a mask of animal fury. The sirens grew louder, almost certainly somewhere down the street. You, he spat the word, face going a deep red, animated in a way that almost seemed unfit for his age. You're just like her. He turned to see the approaching vehicles. Still not visible yet, though I could see the approaching glow of police lights through windows on the neighboring houses. They were on our street now. I had to act. We could have raised her together, he roared, still staring towards the approaching vehicles as if in shell shock. Abby? I spoke, voice hardly above a whisper. Her eyes fell on mine, wavering between myself and the man, fear growing palpable on her little face. Go outside, go run, go play. I spoke, as quickly and with as much forced levity as I could manage. To my relief, she smiled, nodding and sliding off the man's lap, tottering past me and towards the open door. He turned to face me. We could have raised her happy, but because you wanted to be a fool, my Abby will have to be raised without a mommy. I saw his hand make a move for the gun. I raised the poker above my head. Everything seemed to blend into one long moment, time warping and melding and losing its meaning as there was only movement. His arm moving towards the weapon, my legs forcing themselves to close the distance. The poker raised high into the air. He grabbed the gun, making to raise it at me. It was too late. I brought my arms down with a grunt, swinging with all the force I could muster. I felt a sensation like nothing I'd known before, my arms shaking with the sudden feeling of resistance, followed by a wet crack as one of the poker's curved edges dug itself into the man's head. Our eyes locked in a moment that remains frozen in my mind, his wide and searching, almost unbelieving of the fate dawning on him. For a moment I tried to pull, yet the feeling of resistance and the gurgling sound the man began to make made me stop. Even in my hatred, that human part of me unable to go any further. His mouth opened as though to speak, yet only a faint k came forth. We stayed like that for several moments, frozen in a horrid union. until I found it in me to release the poker. His head swayed forward, then back. With an almost staggering suddenness, he dropped back onto the couch, going utterly and completely still. For several seconds that felt like minutes I stood there, processing the image of him, the reality of what I'd just done. Before taking a breath, I had no time to mourn for myself or grapple with ideological qualms. I needed only to get to my daughter. As I made my way outside, I found her sitting on the step, little pink bunny in hand, and for a moment I considered grabbing it. Instead, I watched her with a growing smile as she attempted to braid its ears like hair. I made a mental note to give it a thorough look, as I would be with all of her toys from here on out. But for now, I felt there was no rush. Even if there was a device, I had the distinct feeling there would be nobody to take advantage of it. My smile grew, a genuine expression despite the storm of emotions still under the surface. Something told me that Abby would be experiencing no more late-night outbursts. That night, after statements had been taken, Alan had arrived, and it seemed like 100 calls had been made and received. We all had our first full night of sleep in months.
Hello. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I can't share who I am, and I can't even share my name with you, so for the future of this document, I will refer to myself as Pepper. There's not much I can tell you about the day-to-day details of my job, but I can say that in this world there's plenty of supernatural things. Creatures that can't be comprehended, cryptids, ghosts, even local horror stories. All of them are rooted in some sort of truth. It's my job to kill these things, or at the very least protect the public from them. I tell you this because I believe everyone should know. The creatures that go bump in the night are actually there. I want to start with an interview I had with the victims of one of these supernatural attacks. The document you read has been transcribed from audio to text. The name of the victim has been changed in order to keep their identity a secret. Tape begin 5:02 a.m. Pepper. Sarah, is it? Sarah. Yes, that's me. Pepper. Hello, Sarah. My name's Pepper. I understand you've been through hell tonight, which makes sense if you find yourself in my office. Sarah. Are you sure I'm safe here? What if it comes back for me? What if... Pepper. Sarah, I assure you nothing will get you while you're in this office. Now, Sarah, I need you to explain everything that's happened. No matter how insane it seems, every detail, no matter how minor. If you think it's important to the story, then include it. I will inform you this whole conversation and further on will be recorded. Do you understand? Sarah. Yeah, I understand. Pepper. Good. Please begin. Sarah. It started about 3 days ago. I was at Jim's Coffee on my way to work. There was this homeless man outside the shop. He asked if I had some change I could spare. Well, you see, I hadn't slept well the night before and was in a grumpy mood. I'll admit, I was kind of mean. I told him to stop being a leech and to go get a job. He didn't like that. Grabbing my arm, he pulled me close to him. It was like the colored part of his eyes had disappeared, and he stared into mine. You should learn to be kinder, he said. It may not sound that scary to you, but something about the way he said it terrified me. I ended up skipping coffee that day. Pepper. This man, did he have any distinguishing details you can remember about him? Sarah. No, he seemed normal enough. Well, I guess he seemed pretty clean for being a homeless man. Pepper. Interesting. Please continue. Sarah. The rest of the day went on pretty normal. When I got home, my door was unlocked.
It seemed weird, but I figured I just forgot. I couldn't sleep that night. I was so tired the next day that my boss sent me home and told me to go get some sleep. When I got there, my door was left open. There was no way I forgot to close the door. I went into the garage 'cause I keep a handgun in there. I went through my house, checking each room. I couldn't help but think of the homeless man. I got through the whole house, finding nothing. I stopped in my bathroom to wash my face. I must have been super tired to leave my door wide open. I looked up into the mirror to see a figure standing right behind me. I didn't have much time to react. I grabbed the gun from the counter and snapped before firing a shot. Nothing was there. All I did was put a bullet hole in the wall. I ended up putting some duct tape over the hole. I'll call someone in the morning. I wouldn't have been supervised if one of my neighbors called the cops. I didn't sleep again. I was stirring at every sound I heard, the constant feeling of being watched. At one point I turned over in bed to a shadowy figure standing in my doorway. I blinked and it was gone. I kept my gun on my nightstand all night. I thought there was nothing. No, I knew there was nothing to be worried about. I was just sleep deprived and I was seeing things. There was no one in the house. I was just worried and I got scared by some old homeless man. Pepper. That was a long pause. Sarah. This next part is just really hard. Pepper. Take your time. We have all night. Sarah. Thank you. Morning came and I called someone to come repair the hole in the wall. I didn't want to be alone in my house anymore, so I asked the repair service if I could leave a key and they could just come in to work while I wasn't home. They agreed, and I called my neighbor Scott to see if I could stay in his house for the night. He was a nice guy. Scott was a tall, skinny guy with brown hair and beautiful blue eyes. I always liked him. He let me stay, and I went over immediately. I explained to him what was going on. He was supportive. We hung out most of the day, and nothing weird happened. I started to think it was all in my head. I even felt safe enough to go upstairs and shower alone. I went back downstairs to go lay on the couch and sleep. Scott was just standing in the kitchen, just staring at the fridge. "What are you doing, you weirdo?" I said while chuckling. He didn't respond. Something was dripping from his head. "Scott?" He turned around. His lower jaw looked like it had been ripped out. His eyes were hanging out of the sockets. He fell to the floor. I ran to him trying to feel for a pulse. It was stupid. Who could have survived that? I was just being hopeful, I guess. That's when I saw him standing near the couch in the living room. A shadowy figure, blood stained his hands. His eyes were glowing red. I was terrified. My brain was telling me to run. It was screaming at me to move. "Move your legs," I screamed at myself. I moved hard so I could get out of the house. Started moving through the brushes towards mine. I looked behind me to see that creature behind me. Its legs moving in ways that shouldn't be possible for the human body. Almost like it had no bones. And the noise it was making. Pepper. Explain the noise. This is very important. Sarah. It sounded like when you slide something heavy against a hardwood floor and scratch it. You know, like the... Pepper. Oh no. Sarah. What do you mean, oh no? Pepper. Continue the story, Sarah. I need a second to think. Sarah. I tripped sometime while in the forest, and when I did, I couldn't see it anywhere. I took my moment of peace to call the police. I tried to explain to the lady there was a shadow monster chasing me, and it killed my friend, but the line was cut. I tried to call back, but there was nothing. The call wouldn't go through. There it was standing above me. Its mouth opened to a white glow, and something fell out of it on my forehead. It was a tooth. I'm sure it was one of Scott's. I crawled and cried as it moved towards me, mouth agape. It was gonna kill me. It grabbed me by my leg, pulling me towards it. Its mouth widened while pulling my legs in. I cried, I kicked, I screamed. I did everything in my power to escape. It all seemed hopeless, but then nothing short of a miracle happened. I heard the beautiful sound of a shotgun racking a shell before the loud gunshot. The round blew a hole through the creatures, and it screamed in agony. I couldn't help but laugh at its misery. It let go of me and scurried off into the woods. The man with the gun took my hand and led me to his truck. Next thing I know, I was here in your office. Pepper. Thank you, Sarah. This interview has brought a lot to the table, and I think I know what we are dealing with. My associate outside will take you to a place you'll be safe until we can deal with the entity. I promise you have nothing to worry about. Sarah. Thank you. Tape end, 6:17 a.m. I lied to Sarah, and while I truly feel bad about it, I was left with no other choice. See, the creature is something I've dealt with before, and it always ends the same way. The entity which the organization has named a yonder. Yonders hunt those who fail the test brought upon by it. The test can present itself in many different ways, from an actual physical test to a morality test. In Sarah's case, I believe the test was the old man asking for change. After she was rude and failed to give the man the change, the yonder chose her as the target. The thing about yonders is they are relentless in their hunt. They will kill anyone who gets in the way of their target. Their goal isn't simply to kill their target, but to consume them whole. Yonders cannot be killed, and it's best to give them what they want in order to avoid more bloodshed. Sarah could have avoided Scott's death if she simply never got him involved. But that being said, I must inform you of Sarah's eventual fate. I'm sure you could guess this, but she is dead. Sarah and my associate outside, who was also listening to the interview and had already figured it was a yonder, 6:31 a.m. went to a nearby hotel which is owned by the organization. There my associate left Sarah and went to his car to smoke, knowing by the time he was finished, she would be gone. He heard her scream and didn't return to the room until the screaming had finished. Just like that, Sarah was gone. I know you might think wrong of me and the organization I work for, but I assure you I did what would result in the smallest loss of life. While Sarah's death was unfortunate, it was necessary. While yonders are one of the many supernatural entities that roam our world, they are especially dangerous. Their test can be ultimately anything, and there is no way to know when a test has taken place. I inform you of this simply because I believe it is important to know. I leave you with this story, with this one bit of advice. Always be scared. Hello, it's Pepper again. I appreciate everyone who took the time to read the last story. However, I liked to emphasize the point of the story was not for entertainment, but as a tale to be weary. People of the world are ignorant of the horrors around them, which is partially the fault of the organization I work for. I have another one for you, and this one is especially scary to me. Unlike the yonder from my last story, which has been documented several times and is somewhat understood by the organization, there are only 2 living people who have seen and survived this entity I'm about to list. I am one of them. This was almost 11 years ago. I had only worked at the organization for roughly 5 months. This was the first case I was ever allowed on. I was a level 4 field agent at the time, which meant I wasn't allowed to be on a case alone, and had to be placed with a level 2 field agent. The organization doesn't require you to be a tank of a human to work there. Due to the high turnover rate, most field agents don't live past their first year. I'm a short guy, not very muscular myself, and the only thing that kept me alive this long was my brain. The other agent I was placed with was in their 3rd year, and he has seen some stuff. I didn't even meet the other agent till we arrived on the site. He was the exact opposite of me. Tall, muscular, wearing a dress shirt. Scars covered his hands, and he had one on his chin. and he had a sword, along with 2 handguns, 9mm Berettas. I, on the other hand, had a flashlight and a .38 revolver. At the time I was young, and I thought he looked awesome. Despite his massive size, people took to calling him Mouse. Most agents had some sort of code name. No, I won't tell you how I ended up with the name Pepper. So, first case? Said Mouse. Yeah, well, first one where everyone isn't dead when I get there. I wouldn't be too sure about that. Most of these missing person cases usually end with us finding the bodies. There are a lot more cold cases than I care to admit. Mouse's voice was much softer than you would expect from looking at him. They give you the details? He said. Yeah. Several missing persons have been reported around the area. Ages range from 14 to 44. 4 males and 6 females. You got 2 things wrong. First 7 females have been reported missing. When was the 7th? Yesterday. A 9-year-old girl. That was the second thing you got wrong. I know it's my job and all, but someone so young going missing kinda shook me. The worst part is, she was almost definitely dead. If there was a chance she was alive, we wouldn't be here, and the police would be dealing with it. Even knowing the information, I still asked. You think she's still alive? He ignored my question. I knew it was stupid to ask. They tell you about the sawmill? He asked. Yeah, it's abandoned and seems to be the center of the disappearances. There's a legend of a cult back in the 80s that used to meet there right after it closed down. Long story short, the cultists went there one night, and they all just floated away. The lady who told me framed it as a way to keep kids away from the place. He said. That's what I'd guess. You always listen to the legends around here, especially if we're in small towns like this. These legends can say a lot more than most people can. I learned to live by that rule. The sawmill is what you would expect from something straight out of the 80s. It was in surprisingly good condition for something abandoned for that long. There was a large wooden building surrounded by smaller ones. Large metal pieces stuck out of them. The whole place did seem eerie. I think we split and check the smaller buildings until we'll meet at the large one, said Mouse. Yeah, I'll take the left. I moved my way towards the building. It reminded me of a barn. It was red with white stripes and had 2 large swinging doors. Despite that, I decided to go through the smaller door on the right. It didn't want to budge at first. I had to put my whole weight into it to get it open. It fell off one of its hinges and kinda hung by the other one. The building was just for storage. It had a ton of logs. The wood had begun to rot, and it smelled really bad in there. I pulled my revolver just in case. I made my way through the rows of logs, being careful to check each corner. At the end of the final row, I found what made the place smell so bad. It was a deer carcass. It was small and decaying. You would have thought it was young, till you saw its head in perfect condition. Still with large antlers, I pulled my camera, which every agent had, took a picture for later. Besides that, there was nothing of interest there. I left and made my way toward the main building. I found Mouse at the main entrance. Anything on your end? He asked. Found a dead deer, I said. Yeah, mine was for equipment storage. Nothing interesting. However, something's blocking the main entrance. We can't get in through this way. There is another door up to the right. It's on a balcony, so we'll have to climb. Like I said, not very fit, so climbing up this was hard. Mouse, on the other hand, scaled the side with no effort. The door on the balcony wasn't even locked, and we made our way inside. In contrast to the outside, the inside was disgusting. It was old, falling apart, and full of dirt and cobwebs. What you'd expect from an abandoned building. In the area we were in, you could load the logs into machinery. The main entrance is where they would bring trucks to load the logs. Honestly, it seemed normal until we came across the stairs. These stairs lead down, and that made no sense. They'd have no reason to build a basement here. At least to my knowledge, they wouldn't. The stairs, just like the outside, were in great condition. They didn't belong here, though. They were nice, like what you see in Victorian-style mansions. The wood was waxed, not scratched on them. I didn't want to go onwards. Seemed off, I told Mouse. We should get back up first. He didn't listen and just started walking down the stairs. I followed. It got dark quickly. I pulled out my revolver and my flashlight. Mouse did the same, and I couldn't even tell you where he was storing that flashlight. It's so dark, like it's eating the light, I said. Yeah, it's too dark. The stairs went on for an impossibly long time. By the end, I was starting to get tired. I was so relieved when we reached the end. The relief was short. The room was way darker than the stairs. Even with the lights, we could only see 5 feet or so in front of us. We walked through the room. About every 30 feet or so, we would see a pillar. This place seemed wrong, like whoever built it didn't know what a pillar was even used for. Then we came across something. It was large and round and looked like an egg. I was the first one to touch it. Ugh, it's squishy, I said. What? Don't touch it, yelled Mouse. His face was pale. I looked back at it, and I figured out why. The thing I was touching wasn't some weird blob like I had first thought. I saw the ears, the eyes, the nose. It was a human. Their head was swelled at a tremendous rate, and their body had shrunk. They were floating almost like a balloon. It was horrifying to look at. "Kill me," it whispered faintly. It was still alive. Suddenly the darkness seemed to fade, and our flashlights were now able to shine up to 40 or so feet in front of us. Looking up, we saw more balloon humans. Off a quick head count, there were 11 of them. 7 females and 4 males. It was the missing people. One of them was visibly smaller, and I knew it was the little girl. We were barely able to collect our thoughts before the humming started. It was off tune. Whoever was humming didn't have a human voice. We were snapping around trying to find whatever was humming. When my eyes met it, the singing started. My mother gave me a red balloon. Oh, we were such pals. Oh, I loved this red balloon. Oh, it was my gal. Then I lost my red balloon. Oh, how the fun shall end. Oh, won't you be my red balloon? Won't you be my friend? The entity's voice was scratchy. After finishing its song, it stood from its sitting position. We both had our guns locked on it. In its right hand, it held a pointy piece of wood, and its left held a sickle. I have a hard time remembering what it looked like due to the short time we had to look at it. It had on a green outfit, reminiscent of the outfit Robin Hood wore in the cartoon minus the hat. It was short, maybe 4 feet tall. Its skin looked wooden like an old doll. Its eyes were human, though. That's all the details I can remember. Mouse began yelling at it to drop its weapon. It took a step forward before either of us could react. It was on us. The sickle it held made contact with Mouse's left eye, blinding him in it. I shot at it twice. It was quick to react and threw the wood at me while dodging both shots. The wood impaled me in my stomach, making me bleed from my mouth somehow. It cut the holster with Mouse's sword and other handgun. They both fell to the ground. I shot 4 more times and even managed to hit its chest. A yellow, vicious fluid shot out from the hole. That slowed it down enough for Mouse to play the hero card and grab it. "Shoot it," he yelled. I tried, but I had no shots left. It sliced off Mouse's arm and he let go. It ran further into the darkness. I didn't want to let it go, so I picked up Mouse's other handgun and went after it. I figured missing an arm, Mouse would die anyway from the blood loss. Even with my flashlight, it had the advantage. I wasn't the hunter in this situation. It began singing its song again. I realized the meaning of the song this time. It kept making noises and moving through the darkness. It was toying with me, but I wouldn't let it kill me. I was watching its movements in the darkness, and I was able to pick up on the patterns. Like I said, brains kept me alive. Just as it went behind another pillar, I shot, barely hitting one of its hands. It screamed before moving into the darkness. I ran after it, but it made its way down another staircase. I made the smart decision to retreat and call for backup. Despite what I thought, Mouse lived, making him the only other living person to see that creature. I still talk to him and even ask him for advice on cases to this day. He, however, isn't sent on many cases due to him missing an eye and arm. The case was decided to be too much for us, and was placed with more experienced agents. Despite that, no one ever saw it again. It was discovered the stairs kept going for miles, and it was deemed safer just to seal it and cut off the public from accessing the sawmill. The human balloons were taken and humanely put down. An autopsy discovered the reason their bodies had shrunk was due to their internal organs being sucked into their head, with any excess space being filled with a gas similar to helium. The fluid was tested as well as the finger of the creature, which I had shot off when I hit its hand. Its skin was similar to petrified wood, and the liquid inside was a slimy substance that has yet to be identified to this day. I often wonder what happened to the creature. Most likely, with its home being filled in, no one will ever see it again. We never figured out how it balloonified the others. Honestly, I think I'd rather not know. Working this job desensitizes you. I've seen so much messed up stuff that I think it's normal at this point. Just the other day I was taking a recruit on his first case and we came across a mangled corpse. I was confused as to why he threw up. I see worse stuff than that at least once a week, but that made me remember I was like that once. I was that scared kid who couldn't understand how a creature could do that. So I sat there and I tried to remember the stuff I shut out. This is my story. And I don't mean some cases I choose to forget, I mean my personal story. How I ended up working a job where almost dying is pretty common, and the life and the people that I'd much rather stay forgotten. I was 20 at that time, and I thought life was amazing. I was broke working a dead-end job, my family had long disowned me, and my only friends were junkies and alcoholics. So why did I think life was so great? Well, it was 'cause I had her, my beautiful girlfriend, Josephine. I can see her now, her purple hair up in that messy bun, her snakebite lip piercings, her clunky glasses, her brown eyes. I missed those things. She was shorter than I was, and I think that's one of the things that drew me to her. But then I got to know her, and we clicked. We dated for 2 years and she moved in with me and my roommate. She was broke too, but our struggle kept us together. She liked Mike, my roommate. She tried even harder than I did to get him off the pills. But enough of that, 'cause that night would be the best night of my life. I saved enough for a ring and I was gonna take her to the fanciest place in town and propose. It was a mixture of excitement and anxiety. I framed the whole thing as a celebration of the promotion she just got. Arriving at home, I saw Mike coming out of his room. He looked horrible, probably coming down from a high. Mike had been my friend since middle school. I guess that's why I kept him around so long. He couldn't keep a job, and what little money he had, he spent on pills. I gave up trying to help him a long time ago. "Where are you going tonight? Jay's getting ready," he asked. "We're having that celebration dinner tonight." "Oh, that's tonight? Let me get ready." "Who said you're coming?" "I did," Josephine said. I can still see her in that outfit. We were going to a nice restaurant, and despite having nicer clothes, she didn't dress up. She was like that, never liked being the center of attention. We're celebrating me, so I figured my friend should come, she said. I didn't fight her. I always gave in to her. Mike coming threw a thorn in my plan, but I figured I could bribe him to go away. The drive to the restaurant was full of them discussing what they would have to eat. I sat silently, kind of mad. Looking back at it, I'm glad he came. The restaurant was named Clive's. I don't think it's still open. I couldn't find any information on it before posting this. I'd been there once when I was little, and my family still talked to me. From what I remember, the food wasn't very good, just expensive. That was the appeal, and Josephine had never been. She and Mike ordered drinks, and since I was driving, I didn't drink, though I desperately wanted to just calm my nerves. A man was leaving the restaurant, and at the time I didn't think anything of him. We had our full meals, and just like I remembered, the food wasn't great. Mike and Josephine shared the same sentiment. It was time to put the plan into action. I pulled Mike to the side. I need 20 minutes with just me and Josephine. I'll give you $10 to go get a drink or snack from the gas station, I said. Free money? You got it, sir. Clive's was a short walk from the park where Josephine and I met. That's where I was gonna propose. We made the walk, landing in front of the pond, the same place where I bumped into her on a drunken binge. That day was the first day anyone had asked me if I needed help. That day I fell in love, and she saved me. Beautiful night, she said. Not as beautiful as you, I said, pulling out the ring and bending down on my knee. What are you... Oh. Josephine, since the day you said those first words to me, I knew you were the person I wanted to love and hold, to walk through the struggles of life with, to die with. Will you make me the happiest man alive and marry me? I will, she said, tears in her eyes. I put the ring on her finger and stood up, her lips locking into mine. I was the happiest I've ever been and ever will be. My happiness turned to confusion as I saw the man running behind her, the same insignificant man from the restaurant. Normally a man sprinting at full speed would scare anyone, but the thing chasing him was much more terrifying. Help me, please. His sentence was cut short as the creature jumped on his back, slamming his face into the concrete. The creature was human-like, with no clothes but lacked genitals, so I guess it didn't need them. It was long and running on all fours. Its eyes were pure black, and its face was shaped similar to a deer. It looked at us, and I saw its mouth try to form a smile. We were its target now, and it came right for us. I don't remember anything until we made it to the car. Mike was sitting there drinking his Red Bull and eating a honey bun. We quickly hopped in, and I popped it into drive. I swerved around the corner. Mike got slammed to the side in the back seat. Dude, he yelled. Babe, it's still behind us, Josephine said. Mike looked behind the car, watching as the creature started to gain on us. It had to be running 50 miles per hour at this point. Oh, dude, drive faster! I swerved into my neighborhood, and I thought I lost it. Looking back, I should have just driven to the police station or something, but I returned to my place, swinging open the door and running to Mike's room. Call the police, one of you, I said. What was that? Mike asked. Like we know, Josephine said. Mike, where's your gun? Where's your gun? I yelled. I got rid of it, dude. Just then we heard it banging on the door. I grabbed Mike and Josephine and pulled them into Mike's room. It was in the house. Josephine's phone was out in the hallway. We could hear the operator answer the phone as it was crushed under the creature's feet. Mike pulled out a pill bottle and I smacked it from his hand. It was no time to be getting high. I began trying to open the window. Mike pinned himself against the door like somehow his weight could stop it. Just as I got the window open, and turned around to tell them to come through, the creature's arm went right in the wood of the door. It reached and grabbed Mike, and he desperately tried to get away. Josephine went to grab him, but it was too late for him. We both watched as it snapped his neck. I don't know if he died instantly, but I'd like to think he didn't suffer. Fear makes you stupid. We should have just got back in the car. I left it running, but no. We ran down the streets of our neighborhood yelling for help. It was 1 a.m. by this time. No one was gonna help. No one was awake to help. I had a small moment of weakness. I let go of Josephine's hand and kept running. I was 90 feet ahead of her before I even realized she had fallen. I turned around to help her, but it was there standing just over her. Me and her locked eyes, and she mouthed those words. "I love you." It hit her hard upside the head. So hard. She flopped her body, went into dead weight. I froze. I stared into the eyes of the creature. It began trying to form its smile. It walked towards me. I didn't move. I gave up. It killed the only two people who cared about me, and I didn't care anymore. It could have me. I looked into the ground, waiting for my eventual fate, when I heard a loud crashing noise. I looked up to see a man getting out of the truck. The creature lay writhing on the ground in pain. I thought some random bystander hit it. But no, this man was carrying a large rifle. He placed his boot on the neck of the creature before shoving the barrel into its mouth. With one loud bang, it no longer had a head. He turned around to look at Josephine's corpse before he began walking towards me and put out his hand. "Looks like you had a really bad night," he said. He took me to his truck and we began driving away. "Don't worry, I'll send someone for the bodies. For now, let's get you out of here." I'd later know this man as Trojan. He would be my first introduction to the organization that I now devote my life to. He is also the toughest guy I've ever met. The creature I ran into that night was one of a species. They're called Halsbrecker. And the one I met was only a juvenile. The adult ones are way worse. And if it was an adult, I would have surely died. They typically stay in the wild, but when one finds themselves in a city, it's a bloodbath. The one I met that night killed 27 people in 3 days. I've met 4 other ones in my time in the organization, and while all of them have been killed, it's never blood-free. I tell this story now because lately I feel like I've been losing my humanity. While it is beneficial in this job to hold no emotions or attachments, it's not good for a human to forget who they are. I usually don't like sleeping. It's time I could be working, but tonight I went to sleep, and even more, I went to dream of my friend. He was a junkie and a loser, but he socked someone in the mouth for even looking at me wrong. But what I want more than anything is to dream of her, the girl who changed my life when I had nothing. I no longer want to forget who I used to be. So please, if anything is up there, let me see them one more time. Thalassophobia is the fear or phobia of large and deep bodies of water. These can be lakes, rivers, or the ocean. It's become more mainstream in the last couple of years. Games like Subnautica or Iron Lung have shown people the extent of those fears. It reminds me of something from my teenage years. Or should I say, someone. Charles was my friend and he had thalassophobia. Like many people with the phobia, Charles was brought on by trauma. When he was only 8 years old, his father attempted to drown him. I didn't know that at the time, but to my friend group, Charles was the kid who was scared to go swimming. We tried several times to take him swimming, and he'd always fight us on it. If we could get him to go, he'd sit on the sidelines. One day, someone had the bright idea to force him to conquer his fears. So we drove him to where we'd commonly go cliff diving, blindfolded him, and took him to the top. He fought us at first, but I convinced him to jump. and we all jumped. As I looked at him treading water, he had a smile on his face. But just as quickly as the fun started, it ended. Charles went under the water and never came back. The authorities chalked it up to him drowning, but none of us were convinced he was pulled. They never found his body. See, to me, the fear never came from what was in the water, but what could come out. I just finished my most recent case, and the creature I'd been hunting had the highest kill count of anything I've encountered. I was one of 4 agents placed on this case, which is unusual for the organization, and is one of the few cases I've been on with more than 2 agents. There was me, a level 2 field agent, Flamingo, level 2 field agent, Recruit Sam, a level 4 field agent, and Trojan, a level 1 field agent. I'd never worked with Flamingo, and Sam was assigned under me for this case. It was his first case. "Oh man, this is nerve-wracking," said Sam. We were driving to a diner nearby from the case location. Here we'd meet with Flamingo and Trojan. "First cases are like that," I said. "Why do they call him Trojan? According to everyone at training, he's a big deal, but no one knew where the name came from." I chuckled. "I'm afraid it's not 'cause he's really cool or anything." "So he's not really cool?" "No, he is. Just ask him and I guarantee he'll show you." The diner looked like every roadside diner you'd ever seen. We usually choose places like this when Trojan and I work together. Man loves 3 things in the world, and the first one is food. Walking in, I saw Trojan, and who I assumed was Flamingo, in a booth. "Pepper, great working with you again," said Trojan. "Nice to meet you both," said Flamingo. They had already ordered food. Trojan knew what I liked. It's confusing, though, for something they deemed so dangerous to send us all out. "Why would they have us bring a recruit?" Flamingo said. "It was a last-minute thing. I haven't even got a case file and was hoping you'd share yours," I said. "Of course." Trojan slid a file across the table. I picked it up first and was shocked at what I was reading. It was a campground, and a very popular one. Not the first one I've been to, but this one, from what I was reading, shouldn't even be open. "This can't be right," I said. "Yeah, I thought it was a mistake too," said Flamingo. 312 missing persons in the last year? This place stayed warm year-round and was very famous. People from all over the world came to visit, but in no world should this place still be open. I handed the file off to Sam, and he seemed just as surprised. "You can see why they wanted all of us. Normally they'd just send me," Trojan said. I spent the rest of the meal going over the file with Sam. Arriving at the camp, we were to meet with an organization plant who worked as a forest ranger. The organization placed several people in different national parks. Parks can be a breeding ground for entities. The park grounds surrounded a large, beautiful lake. People were kayaking in it, and everyone around looked like they were having fun. I was just mad they still had it open. I was asked to meet with the ranger while the others unpacked our stuff to put in the cabins we were generously given for the case duration. "You fish?" I confusedly asked. "I know, the name's stupid," he said. "Ain't the worst one I've heard," I said. "Look, I gotta make this brief. I may work for the organization, but I still got a park to manage," he said. "I understand. Something's taking people in the night, and despite my protest, we can't get them to close the place down. It ain't uncommon for people to go missing, but we used to get 20 or so a year, not 300. I don't know why it took the organization so long to send you guys. We have a body that's not the first one found either. It's over in a shed off to the east. We also have someone who claims to have seen some creature in the ranger station. I suggest you all start on those," he said. "I appreciate the information." I made my way to the cabin to meet the others. Entering the cabin, I heard Sim ask, "Why do they call you Trojan? It's killing me to know." Flamingo and I started laughing, while Trojan pulled out his wallet. He reached in and pulled out a condom, a Trojan condom. Sim stood there looking mad. "You kidding me?" Sim said. "I dropped this once, and no one would let me live it down," Trojan said. "So what, did you screw a flamingo for your name?" Sim said. "No." Flamingo said, pulling up his pant leg to reveal a flamingo tattoo. "So what's your story?" Sim said, staring at me. "Maybe I'll tell you one day." I shared the information with them. We decided to split. Sim and I would check on the corpse, and the others would interview the person in the station. Sim seemed nervous as we walked up to the shed. I opened it. From what I'd been told, the smell was horrible. Sim threw up. It didn't affect me. The person had several broken bones. Their limbs were bent in a direction that was not possible. Their skin had been somewhat dissolved. I'd seen stuff like this before. The body had been eaten and regurgitated. "So it's overeating," I said. "How can you tell?" Sim said, trying to recover from his nausea. "The body has been partially digested, but whatever did this threw up. That leads me to think the creature has always kind of been here." "I'm not getting it," Sim said. "The park normally gets 40 or so missing persons a year. Most of those are probably from the creature, but this year the missing persons have drastically increased. I don't think that's the fault of the creature." "Something's helping it then?" asked Sim. "Bingo." We met back with the others to exchange information. According to the person who had seen the monster, several nights ago he watched as a human-like creature with legs that seemed like jellyfish tendrils came from the lake and wrapped its tendrils around the person and pulled them into the lake. "Did they mention seeing anyone else?" I asked. "No. That's all the info they gave us. Said it was too dark to discern anything," said Flamingo. "I think we start patrolling the lake at night to see what we can find," said Trojan. I had to take Sim with me. I couldn't let him go on dying. The rest of us split up. We followed the edge of the water. Sim pointed out footprints leading down the lake. We followed them. They led us to a man. Sim foolishly yelled at the man to get down with his gun drawn. The man ran off into the woods and we were unable to follow. I reprimanded him. Where the man was standing, there were imprints in the dirt similar to snake tracks. Trojan found tracks similar to the ones we found. We met back at the cabin close to the morning to discuss our findings. But one of us was missing. Flamingo didn't return. 2 nights passed and we waited for him. Sim looked like he was going insane waiting. He couldn't help but feel guilty, like somehow he was the reason Flamingo went missing. It didn't bother me or Trojan. "We can't keep sitting here waiting," I said. "I agree. We'll head out tonight," Trojan said. Sim didn't like it, and I didn't like him going. Sim's young, and this case seemed too much for a starting case. The night came and I asked Trojan to take Sim. He had much more experience than I. I returned to the spot where we saw the man, and to my surprise he was there. I called out to him, and he turned to me. "The violent one is with you," he said. "I got him working with someone else." "You're here investigating the deaths, aren't you?" I was getting closer to the man. I could pick out his details now. He was normal, with blonde hair and average height, wearing jeans and a blue hoodie. "Do you know anything about them? The deaths, I mean," I said. "I am the one feeding Dagon. Your friend made a great sacrifice." I was a few feet from him now. Did I hear him right? He was feeding the creature and was calling him Dagon, the fish god. Flamingo, that must have been my friend he was talking about. I had my hand on my revolver now. "Goodbye," the man said. Just then I felt something around my ankle. I was being pulled into the lake. I barely had time to take a breath. I fought back against the thing around my ankle. Completely under the water, I could feel the creature enveloping me. Desperately trying to reach for my knife in my belt, I was getting dragged around the bottom of the water and I could tell my arm was bleeding. I could feel the tips of my fingers on the handle of my knife. But once again I was jerked around, moving me away, forcing me to restart the journey to my knife. I got my blade barely. I began stabbing at the tentacles. They let go and I began desperately trying to swim toward the surface. I had no air in my lungs. I was taking in water. Just then another tentacle took me and I had no air to fight back. I thought of Flamingo and how this is what it felt like while he was dying. Light began leaving my eyes, and it wasn't for the angel Trojan I'd be dead. I watched with my final bit of sight as the creature met the blade of the Trojan. I woke up on land to Sim attempting to give me CPR. "You can stop now," I said, coughing up water. "You're alive," he said. I looked over to see Trojan next to the same creature that had taken me. He had filleted the creature, and inside were the remains of Flamingo and 2 others. I didn't know him well, but someone so experienced getting so easily was scary. I didn't even realize the creature was there until it grabbed me, so I could see how it got him. What I didn't notice though was the part. It was a massive 23 feet at least. Each tentacle was almost 10 feet long. It was brown, matching the color of the lake. It had 6 eyes, and its mouth was right above the tentacles. It looked like a squid somewhat, but had fins as well. Never seen anything like it. We began hearing yelling. "No, how could you kill the Lord like that? You'll be punished severely." The voice was cut off by Trojan, who knocked him out. It was the same man I talked to. We called the organization in to clean up the creature. The man was taken in by the organization, where he was interrogated. He admitted to helping feed, which he called Dagon, but claimed he was being controlled by it. If that's true, then it is a first for me. Sim decided to leave the organization, claiming he wasn't cut out for it. I'm glad he left. I wouldn't want him to end up like me. I did almost die, and that reminded me of my humanity. I can't leave the organization at this point. I spent a large part of my life here, and honestly, I can tell I don't have much time left. The Ash Mountain incident may be the most important event in the organization's history. If you tried to find information on it, you wouldn't be able to find it, at least to the event I'm referring to. When I joined the organization I work for, it was one of many at the time that dealt with the unexplainable. The Ash Mountain incident caused the merging of several of the organizations to create the superpower I now work for. If I were to talk about the entirety of the incident in detail, I could write an entire story about just that. Unfortunately, I was not there for the incident, and was merely sent to deal with the aftermath. However, I can give a brief overview of the incident. The Ash Mountain Incident. February 1st, 2014, 3:17 a.m. An unknown entity arrives through a hole producing a dark gray smoke in unnamed national park, and is spotted by a fire tower ranger. The ranger radios to another tower, and both check on the smoke. Upon arriving, they are faced with the creature. Upon making contact, one ranger solidifies into a gray statue. The second ranger touches the first, causing him to turn into an ash cloud. Ranger retreats, calling for local law enforcement. In the meantime, the creature begins making its way toward a nearby campground. One by one, it begins turning people into ash statues. When local law enforcement arrived, the creature already turned 31 people into statues. Law enforcement engages the creature. It turns 5 officers before it's injured and pushed into a nearby fallout shelter where it remains. You just read the basic case info that anyone joining the organization can access, but the paragraph doesn't prepare you for what the place looks like. In the following days, several organizations entered the fallout shelter to go after the creature. 11 days after the incident, I was sent in. I wasn't alone. I was sent with 2 other agents, Trojan and Wolf. Trojan was already a level 1 field agent. Wolf was level 3, and I was still level 4. We were next up on the list to go after the creature, and to prove our organization was on top. We arrived near the entrance of the fallout shelter. The people weren't the only things that were ash. Trees, flowers, grass, anything living around the area had been turned into an ash statue, like a raging forest fire had moved through the area. We made our way towards the bunker entrance. It was a large metal hatch on the ground. Looks like a cellar. Are we sure it's a fallout shelter? Wolf said. We lifted the hatch. After you, pretty lady, Trojan said. Ha ha, you're so funny, I said, heading down the ladder below the hatch. When I reached the bottom, I yelled, I don't see anything. My sentence was cut off by the hatch slamming. I flipped on my flashlight and began scanning around me, the light scanning over the multiple ash statues of people. Alright, open up. I looked up only to see the ceiling was much shorter than it should have been, and the hatch was gone. I was alone amongst the ash statue. I was sure that I would be the next to grace them. I was shocked by the amount of people down here. These were all members of organizations similar to what I worked for. They were all experienced in this field, yet they all were caught and killed by this creature. What scared me was their faces, the pure look of agony upon them. I could tell their death was painful, and the way they died froze that look into place. You could still smell the burnt skin and hair. I found myself needing clarification with the fallout shelter itself. It was an older design, like something from the 50s. I wondered why it was so far out in the woods. The nearest town was more than 45 minutes away, a rich family-owned part of the mountain, and had for some time. Way back before the 50s, they built it. The layout didn't make sense. Most fallout shelters aren't entire facilities underground, but that's what this was, a facility. The long hallways were still powered by the faint light of dying light bulbs, like the place had been somewhat maintained, even though the cobwebs and dirt signs of life remained. One room I came across had a makeshift living space, a bed made of cardboard, a lantern, blankets, old food, and water. Someone was living down here. Something other than the ash entity. Whoever it was, most likely taken by the entity. Just another statue among the rows of others. The whole place seemed like something you'd dream about, like a maze. Hallways lead to nowhere, rooms that seem pointless and constantly ongoing. Between the dim light bulbs and my flashlight, I had a decent amount of light, a welcome change to most of the cases I had been on. Of course, that didn't last long. Suddenly my flashlight went out. The light bulbs followed soon after. Now I was in complete darkness. Darkness can do a lot to the human brain. When you are in complete darkness, your body has no concept of time. In my head, hours passed, but I couldn't tell you how long I was down there. On top of that, it's not uncommon for governments to use it as a torture technique. When your brain has no sense of what it's seeing, it causes it to fill in the blanks. Isolation causes you to hallucinate. You add the two together, and you get a real bad time. Soon my head started playing tricks on me, and suddenly I could feel things moving around me. I tried talking myself out of it, telling myself there wasn't anything there. But the problem was something was down here with me. Something had to take the lights out in the first place. I had 36 bullets on me, and 6 more in the gun. I could use that light to give a brief view of the room, but that came with risk. Not much ammo, and I could easily hit something, and the bullet could ricochet. I weighed it, but the risk was worth it. I decided to shoot down the way I thought I came from. One shot gone, giving me such a brief glimpse of light, but it was enough to see the ash demon 20 feet away. I didn't know how quick it was or how easily it could kill me. It waited this long to attack me, so something was stopping it. During the initial fights with police, it was rumored it was injured, and that's why it made its way to the shelter. Not many creatures you meet in this career fear firearms, but this one did, and that was the only advantage I had. I shot one more time where the creature had been seen. Just like I thought, it was scared of the gun. It retreated further into the darkness. The lights came back on once it was gone, leading to the theory it was the one controlling the lights. With the lights back on, I reloaded my revolver and went back to freely roaming the facility. I'd been counting the ash statues. 112 people dead. We were all sent in with barely any information, sent to die from the higher-ups. But the naive me didn't think that he was to focus on killing the creature for the glory of the organization. If I could go back now, I'd slap that kid and tell him to move on with his life, and that this wasn't his calling. But no, I'm that kid, and I gotta live with my choices. 112 naive kids in there, and only through a miracle that I wasn't 113. I saw it again staring at me from just beyond the light of the room. It didn't take out the lights this time. I watched it figure out what it was taking. I couldn't make out the details besides what I had seen from the flash of the firearm earlier. It looked just like the ash statues around me, but it was gray instead of black. I aimed the revolver at it and shot, missing. It came at me dulling, but not taking out the lights. I choose not to fight, but to run. Every once in a while I look back and shoot at it. It was quick, but I had the speed advantage. I was going further into the facility. I turned a corner, tripped over a statue. It exploded into ash, and I was on the ground. It came at me. I shot it and hit its stomach. It was hurt, but knocked the gun out of my hand. I was hopeless, and just then the hatch opened above me. I hadn't even realized I'd made it back to the entrance. The ash demon began to burn and burst into its ash cloud. It died that easily. The light was what hurt, and I realized why it cut the lights in the first place. It didn't come in here 'cause it was hurt, just 'cause it was dark. I looked up to see Trojan and Wolf. I was covered in ash. "Did you kill it?" Wolf said. "Kinda." They took me out of there. I couldn't wait to shower and get all the ash off of me. Trojan stopped, though, to get me something to eat. I was down there for 3 hours, so he figured I must be hungry. He handed me some cheese fries. When I looked down at them, some ash fell from my hair right into it. Then, looking at the black dust, I couldn't figure out if it was human or the creature. "I don't think I'm hungry," I said, looking at my food. Trojan looked at it too. "What, you scared of some pepper?" Wolf said, trying to make a joke out of it. Trojan liked the joke, and for the rest of the ride, they began calling me Pepper. Guess the name just stuck. I hate that name. Hello. I'll keep this part swift. Unfortunately, I am not the man you know as Pepper. If you have read the previous parts, you have at least heard of me. People call me Mouse. But I'm not here to tell you my story. I won't keep you in the dark. Pepper is dead. I wish I could say he got out, that he went on to have a normal life and he was no longer haunted by his work. But no, he died how he lived, buried in his work. I'm loyal to the organization I work for, and I will be to the end. So loyal that I thought about not putting this out. And even after deciding I would not use my code name, but I guess in the end, I was more loyal to my friend. Pepper kept notes of all his cases. Some of the stories you read were straight out of his journal, and I'm almost surprised that he didn't make the stories as long as they are in his journal. But I understand why he didn't. This one's gonna be longer than the rest. This one comes straight out of his journal. It's his final case that got him in the end. It was an honor to be a part of. Pepper's journal. Only a couple days have passed since the last case. The organization already called me in for another one. This one was different. I walked into the same meeting I'd been in so many times before, ready to be sent on another near-death experience. Before getting my case report, I was handed something else. The director slid me a little gift box. I was confused. Was it my birthday or anniversary? I don't keep track of that stuff anymore. I opened it and was shocked. "Congratulations, Pepper," the director said. "I never thought I'd live to see this day," I said. It was a badge similar to the one I always kept on me, but with one key difference. This one said Level 1 Field Agent. That made me one of 4 agents in the organization with that rank. With that, I was given a case file. It was another unusual one I was leading. Not the first one I've led, but this one allowed me to choose 2 agents of any rank to come join me. Of course, I chose Trojan. He was the number 1 agent in the organization, and one of the few I knew I could trust. For the other one, I wanted Mouse with me. Even with his lack of arm and eye, he was still one of the smartest guys I knew. Through experience, I've noticed something. It doesn't matter if you are Christian, or if you are a Buddhist, or if you follow Norse mythology in some capacity, they are all right. That even includes the demonic. You may think that's a little silly, but I've seen demons and I've killed them. But the problem with fighting them is if you do not believe that a cross will kill them, then it won't. That's the struggle of making yourself believe. You might think that after doing it once, you will be fine to do it again, but it's not that simple. Demons are the easiest things to identify for organizations. Unlike everything else, we deal with the purely in it for the sport to make you feel pain. So when the case file said most likely a demonic force, I got ready to fight a demon. Guns, knives, and explosives are all useless. Just like that, I stood in front of the site with both Mouse and Trojan. We all had nothing but a cross in our hands. I never believed in religion, until I got this job, Mouse said. I don't think there are biblical demons, more like a monster that was born from the idea we have of demons, Trojan replied. Looking at him, you'd think he was nothing but a meathead, but he was often very insightful. "So you don't believe in the afterlife?" Mouse asked. "I'd rather there not be one," Trojan said. The site was a mansion, a modern one. Some rich guy lived there at some point, but he's been missing for some time. His disappearance was investigated by local authorities who were attacked. There was only one survivor. He described what they were fighting as a humanoid, constantly shifting his form. Bullets didn't do anything to it. They could move the room around them. It constantly changed the layout of the mansion like it was trying to keep them stuck there. We opened the door and the mansion was beautiful. Marbled floors, several large glass windows couldn't be seen through, and a large, gorgeous chandelier. We keep together, we split. It kills us all, I say. You act like we ain't ever killed a demon, Trojan replies. Doesn't matter, this one feels different. Lead the way, Mouse says. I take a marker and begin marking the room we go through as we wander the mansion. This paid off. I saw one of the mini marks I put on the next rows we went in. We were traveling in a straight line through the room, although we'd come back to the room we'd been in. I then traveled backward into the room we had just come from. It was different. It was already shifting rooms and we hadn't seen it yet, but this proved it had limits. It couldn't add new rooms, just rearrange what was already there. Journal end. At this point, Pepper stopped writing. He was always putting down notes in his journal. He wrote everything down. I asked him once why he did it. Why did he have to document everything? He said someday someone's gonna read it, and maybe my experience can save them. That's the man he was, always thinking of others. It was unusual that he stopped writing. I guess he knew what was coming. From this point on, the events of the day are from my point of view. I had come to the same conclusion that it was in the room with us, and before we could figure out what it could be, I watched as Trojan. No, his real name was Michael Avernatch. I watched as the strongest man I have ever met, the man that seemed unkillable, was punctured through the chest, right through his heart. And if there was a god, he blessed that man, 'cause not even that could bring him down. He swiped around, pulling the cross from his belt. The end of it was pointed. He shoved it down at the demon. It dodged back, placing itself into the next room. Demons aren't what you think they are. The red humanoid isn't accurate. They're more of a shifting mass of gray goo that can change its shape. This one hid in the shadows of the curtain, perfectly forming in the shape of the shadow. "You all right?" Pepper asked Trojan. "I've had worse," he replied. At first, I thought the wound had hit his heart, but it narrowly missed. It didn't seem to affect, even as blood poured down his chest. He stood there as if nothing had happened. We went in the direction after it. "I've never seen that before," Pepper said. "Seen what?" I asked. "A demon like that. They're smart, but not so smart as to shape themselves into a shadow. This one is far beyond anything I've dealt," Pepper said. "On top of that, they're not ambush predators. Those things feed on fear," Trojan replied. "I'll admit it, in my career I've never met or dealt with a demon, so I'm not very knowledgeable on what they're like, but I got what they're saying. It's not a demon, is it?" I said. They didn't answer, but the silence was enough for me. It meant we were even more underpowered than we thought. The one weapon we thought we had, the cross, was useless and was just a knife. It can shift form, it can control the area around us, and its look can be mistaken for what we know as a demon. That left me with one other theory. "It's a copy," I said. Copies are monsters that are ambush predators, and they are devilishly smart. They have a unique trait in that they can take the form of any non-living thing, but can take the form of living things if one condition is met. They have to eat whatever creature they are mimicking. But from there, they can make the noise, they have the looks, and can even take on the memories of the creature they ate. If I ate a demon, it would solve every question but one. "How is it shifting the building?" Pepper said. My theory didn't account for that, but at the same time, copies aren't necessarily strong creatures, especially compared to demons. A few bullets should take them down, but the police officer said guns were useless. Demons are otherworldly. You think a copy eating one could change its biology, Trojan said. "We have no way of killing it. We need to attempt to leave," Pepper said. "No, I got a way to kill it," Trojan responded. Pepper looked down like he knew exactly what he meant, but despite my prodding, neither would tell me. We came across it again in the same room where the mansion began with the beautiful chandelier. It was in its normal form now, what you'd expect a copy to look like. A skinless man running on all fours. When they were in this form, they were much stronger and faster. Trojan squared it up, but instead of fighting, he stood there and let it take him, giving both of us a smile as he did so. The way I wish I could explain how it unhinged its jaws and swallowed him whole. I'd worked with him a few times, and Trojan was always one to fight. He was unnaturally strong and durable. He could take a hit no man could. He gave up. I stood there terrified. No, he gave us a fighting chance, Pepper said. I didn't understand at the time what that meant. It was only after the case was over that I was able to look into Trojan's file. It made sense where his unnatural abilities came from. He was born into a cult that worshipped a large fly-like being they called the One. When he turned 18, he was given as sacrifice to this creature, but instead of willingly dying to it, he chooses to fight. During the fight, he managed to kill it, and the creature's blood mutated his DNA, giving him his intense strength and durability, and his blood. That any time an unexplainable creature took from his blood, they were severely weakened. Pepper never told me this, but it's clear to me how he knew. Just in case you're wondering, after Trojan left the cave of the creatures, he turned on the cult and killed them all. Sometime later, he was found by the organization. His blood was potent. Shortly after he was gone, the creature began to writhe in pain. Pepper took no time to let it recover, charging at it with his crucifix blade. Before he had reached it, the creature shifted the room. Suddenly we were falling toward the ceiling. I landed inches from the chandelier glass, shattered, and I fell among it. It cut into my good arm, making my body even more useless than it already was. At that moment, I thought, why? I don't know why Pepper brought me. There was better options than me. I tried pressing my feet, but the damage to my body was too much. I was losing a lot of blood. Focused on attempting to stop the more dangerous holes, I looked over to see Pepper. More cut than I, but he wasn't deterred. He held a piece of the shattered chandelier. The copy was much more weakened than I previously thought. He fell to the ceiling with us and was cut by the shattered glass of the chandelier, but it wasn't moving. Pepper took the glass, standing over it. He stabbed the glass straight into the creature's head. Just at that moment, the glass met with the head of the copy. It turned its hand into the same blade that stabbed Trojan, but unlike Trojan, it didn't miss the heart. It all happened in a second as both of them stabbed each other. Unable to move my legs, I crawled to him, desperately clinging to the hope I could save my friend. He fell to his back. I made it to him. I took my phone, calling for backup, telling him it will be okay. Someone was gonna save him. He grabbed my hand and stared at me, and at that moment I knew he didn't want to be saved. I tried to hold back tears as he told me, "Don't worry, I got some people waiting for me." At that moment, Ken Dean Olson, otherwise known as Pepper, was dead. I wouldn't bother trying to figure out anything about him. As far as I can tell, the organization already scrubbed him from all records. A ceremony was held for him and Trojan, and it was a lot for everyone who knew them. Demons are the easiest thing to identify for organizations. Unlike everything else, we deal with them purely in it for the sport, to make you feel pain. So when the case file said it was most likely a demon force, I got ready to fight a demon. Guns, knives, and explosives are all useless. Just like that, I stood in front of the site with both Mouse and Trojan. We all had nothing but a cross in our hands. And his friend, once again. The branches crawled up to the heavens, folding over one another, blocking any sunlight from reaching the ground. It was oddly quiet, save for the commotion of my friends, as the common squawks of birds and the occasional rustling of leaves caused by mammals were nowhere to be found. As Max and I were draping the tarp over the tent, Sarah was setting up the chairs, which now circled the pre-made campfire. Penny, meanwhile, sat on a bench. her face shoved into a generic fantasy novel. The three of us exchanged a glance, watching the blonde's lips subtly open and close as she read along the page. She was so engrossed in the book that she didn't notice Sarah slithering behind her. She grasped Penny's shoulders, causing her to flinch and let out a squeak. She dropped the book, which landed unceremoniously in the dirt, before turning around and glaring at the perpetrator. "Don't give me that look," Sarah chuckled, raising her hands defensively. "You're in a camp with all of your friends, and the best thing you can think of doing is reading a book? Penny, no offense, but that's lame." Penny, who was already fidgeting under the gaze of the group, began wringing her hands together, biting her lip. She turned away, refusing to make eye contact. "I didn't want to come here anyway," she murmured under her breath, her attempts to hide her frustrations less than successful. I let out a sigh, leaning on the opposite side of the bench from her. She immediately tilted her head up, teal eyes piercing through my gaze. "Alright, listen. How does this sound? You can decide what we do today." She perked up at that, though her expression was still laced with uncertainty. "Really?" Her voice teetered between excitement and skepticism. "Yeah, really," Max ushered, trying to give me a look that told me to reconsider my tactic. I simply shook my head, silently telling him I knew what I was doing. He rolled his eyes but yielded, crossing his arms. "Well, I guess I've always wanted to see you guys hunt." She trailed off, her nails swiping at the bits of dead skin hanging off her fingers. Sarah's face twisted in confusion, tilting her head to the side. "Hunt? Like hunting deer or something?" "Yeah, or rabbits. Anything, I guess." Max laughed at the suggestion. "Well, we'd have to leave camp for that. Are you sure that's what you want to do? You can't just give up halfway because you're too scared." Penny's face flushed, her hands collapsing in on themselves. "No, I won't back out. I want to see," she muttered, her voice a candle's flame compared to the forest fire that was Max's. It looked like she was regretting her choice, but didn't want to prove Max right by getting cold feet all of a sudden. Sarah, eyebrows furrowed, opened her mouth to question Penny's decision, only to be cut off by a thunderous clap. "All right, well, you heard the boss," Max scoffed, rummaging in the car and producing 2 hunting rifles, one of which he passed to me. Even after how many times I've used it, I still couldn't get over how heavy it was. Its weight dragged me down with it, and I just barely caught myself before it could escape my grasp. "Just so you're aware," I began, propping the firearm against a nearby tree as I grabbed my backpack. "These are pretty loud, so you're gonna want to stay back. They might damage your ears if you're not careful. Not to mention, hunting takes a really long time. With how quiet it is, I'm not even sure we're gonna see an animal. Oh, and also..." "Okay, we get it, Johnny boy," Max interjected, his tone oozing with sarcasm. "Penny's a frail, fragile flower. We'll make sure no deadly rabbit starts, I don't know, gently gnawing on her." Penny's face lit up in hot red, Sarah's giggling hiding the girl's mumble of a response. "Let the boys have this one," Sarah attempted to whisper, though her words still reached the 2 of us. "It's the only thing they're good at." I rolled my eyes, slinging the pack onto my back before following Max's steps. "That so? Then I'm sure you can handle yourselves, so I'll be going without." Before I could finish, Penny's shuffling footsteps already reached behind me, her body centimeters away from mine. I could practically hear Sarah's eyes rolling as she awkwardly jogged to catch up with us. It was weird. The woods were usually filled with noise, birds squawking, branches swaying in the wind, and the occasional scurrying of rodents. So when the only sound consisted of dry leaves crumbling beneath our feet, the grip my fingers had on the gun tightened. Sarah attempted to fill the void with snide remarks, only to be silenced by, much to our surprise, Max. Each hush left her even more flustered, clearly frustrated with having the resident joker taking her role of the responsible one. I thought that this was all in my head, that my paranoia was causing inconsequential details to appear unnatural. That wasn't until I took a look at Penny. Her eyes, the same hue as the sky above, constantly darted to every corner of the forest. Her body seemed to slouch more and more every time, wrapping her arms around herself to block off any attacker. It was hard to tell if this was just how she usually acted, or if she too felt the urge to check behind her every now and then. I slowed my pace, allowing her smaller strides to keep up with mine. "Hey, Penny," I greeted, causing her to look up at me with a start. Her wide eyes seemed to have trouble focusing on anything. I know Max's comment probably made you feel a little self-conscious, but he's just like that. I promise, if you really want to go back, none of us will judge you. Well, besides Max, but again, she didn't respond, so I pressed on. "Do you want to go back? Be honest, alright?" She took a moment to mull over the offer, before shaking her head. "No. Making Max wrong is worth staying. I can handle myself." Despite uncertainty lingering in her words, stubbornness overshadowed it. "You know, not in a million years would I have expected your first choice for what you wanted to do to be hunting. I mean, no offense or whatever, but I always thought you were squeamish." She laughed, her hands fidgeting with the straps of her bag. "No, I'm, a big fan of biology. I've seen way worse things in documentaries than a dead deer. Though, I am a little afraid. To see one in person, at least. You're the expert. What should I expect?" I smiled, rubbing the back of my neck sheepishly. "Honestly, not much. Hunting's a lot of waiting around. Like I said, we're probably not going to see any..." Max's voice rang out across the barren forest and, on instinct, I readied the firearm. "There's a wolf. It's..." His voice trailed off. The fear that was once hunting his words, morphing into confusion. "What the hell? Is it dead?" I motioned for Penny to stay as I approached the carcass, keeping my gun aimed at it just in case. As I neared where Max stood, the reason for his bewilderment became apparent. The corpse, the body of a young wolf, lay just a few meters away. With how its state was almost perfect, I didn't put it past him to assume it was simply sleeping. However, once I walked around it, the chunk of flesh forced out of its throat proved that assumption was false. I winced, not because of the fact I had seen the carcass. I've witnessed animals in much worse states, some caused by my hands. No, it wasn't the sight that unsettled me. It was the fact that it was done to a wolf. If it was a deer or a rabbit, sure, I wouldn't question it. But what would take a bite out of a wolf? The potential answers to that question made me shiver, and I stood up, deciding that this wasn't safe anymore. However, before I could turn to the group and announce it, Penny brushed past me, and kneeled next to the animal, studying its wound. "Guys," she murmured, reaching her hand just close enough so that they weren't touching the matted tufts of fur jutting out of the sopping wound. "This bite, I don't know how to say it. It just looks weird. It's sloppy. The flesh is all stringy like whatever took the bite had to pull just to tear the flesh off." She pulled her hands away, wiping it on the grass next to her despite no physical contact being made. "The bite marks look too small. Too, A house dog or something. A dog, Penny? Really? Sarah's sudden aggression surprised the rest of us, and even she seemed to be taken aback by it. Her nails dug into her skin, a flash of fear overtaking her, who was always the most sound of mind. Do you realize how dumb that sounds? It's probably a wolf or something. Her explanation fell flat. Penny's analysis poking holes in her logic not but a few seconds ago. What? Why are you freaking out? Do you not think we were gonna see a dead animal? Max's attempt at reassuring her was not as successful as he'd hoped. In fact, it only caused her agitation to spike, her words coming out with uncharacteristic venom. The two's conversation barely lasted before Penny's meek voice cut through the argument. It doesn't have teeth. The statement, as if it were a sentence from a different language, was met with silence. Sarah's already light face now grew as pale as snow, lower lips barely trembling as she fought back the urge to let her fear show. They're gone. Well? Max scratched the back of his neck, dark eyes glaring through the carcass in an attempt to make sense of the situation. Maybe a native did it. We're close to some native villages, and they've got those rituals, right? Jesus Christ, Max. Sarah's form now seemed to be quivering, the lightest of touches enough to set her off. Her eyes avoided the wolf with conspicuous intent, clearly attempting to direct her sudden burst of fear toward a different emotion. You can't say stuff like that. Hey, my voice felt foreign, as it was the three who were carrying the majority of the conversation. Sarah, you're right, but let's not turn this into an argument. I'm sure all of us are on edge, so why don't we call it a day and head back? Like hell, he scoffed, arms crossing over one another. A wolf got into a fight or whatever. It gets some weird injuries and dies. The end. So what? Missing teeth, a massive chunk of its throat gone, and a bite pattern that's apparently similar to a house dog's? I shot back, puffing my chest out in an attempt to at least level the playing field out with Max's tall stature, to little success. You don't see anything wrong with that? I'm just as disappointed as you, man, but I don't want to risk getting mauled over some hunting. His eyes lit up with a fire that indicated this conversation would go nowhere, but the flame was swiftly put out as he sighed. Fine. His features softened, guilt etching itself onto his face. Hey look, I'm sorry, alright? I didn't mean to be like that. Let's just head back. I felt my shoulders sag, the potential fight draining me more than I'd care to admit. It's all good. I patted his shoulder, a gesture he physically cringed at. This was a bad spot to camp anyway. We should have just gone to a public one, where we didn't have to worry about any predators. Speak for yourselves. Sarah's usual snark finally returned, if a little forced. I actually agreed to come camping because I wanted to be mangled by a bear. Max rolled his eyes, though a subtle chuckle still escaped his lips. My attention returned to the crouching girl, her fingers still tracing the edges of the fatal wound. Penny? No response. She seemed to be completely engrossed in the carcass, teal irises practically piercing through the chunks of muscle and flesh. Only when my fingers made contact with her shoulder did she jolt her head up, narrowly missing my chin. We're gonna head out, so if you want to stop probing that dead animal, now would be great. A shade of pink splashed across her face as she rose, dusting her hands off. Before she could even finish muttering her apology, Max stopped once again, bringing forth a groan of irritation from Sarah's lips. What now? She hissed, to which Max simply raised a finger to his lips. My heart lurched, expecting to see another carcass or worse. the cause of the previous one, but as his lips stretched into that grin I knew so much, I wasn't sure if I should have been relieved or even more worried. "There's a deer, right there." He pointed, and sure enough, with its back facing us, stood a young buck. Its coat was a soft brown, the occasional splotch of white speckling its hind legs. Its head was buried in the foliage, munching away at the leaves and shrubbery. As my eyes flicked between the animal and Max, I noticed him already beginning to aim. Like reading my mind, he held a hand up, stopping me from going on another tangent. "It's not moving. I have a clear shot. The noise is gonna scare whatever animal or monster you guys think is out here, so let me get the shot off before you start complaining." I knew better than to attempt to wrangle the rifle out of his arms, so I instead looked toward Penny. "Well, guess you got your wish," I joked, her expression immediately twisting into regret. But really, you should close your ears. It's going to be really loud." She nodded hesitantly, bringing her palms up and tightening them against her ears. Sarah, rolling her eyes at the display, opted to plug them with the tips of her fingers. She leaned in my direction, her voice barely below a shout as she tried to compensate for the soon-to-be ringing. "Are you going to cover your ears, or do you want to impress her that bad?" Instead of entertaining her jab, I slowly pushed my hand closer to her sides, knowing she wouldn't be able to block it without sacrificing her hearing. "Hey, I'm sorry, jeez." She shuffled away, opting to shove her fingers back into her ears. Max's finger curled around the trigger, the firearm readying itself for the impending shot, before the percussion of gunfire shook the ground beneath me. A lack of panicked birds fleeing from their homes would have unnerved me, if not for the sight of the deer. Though I was sure Max got a clean shot through its skull, the animal remained standing, its only movement consisting of its jaw clamping down harder on the vegetation. Max leaned back, the rifle now aimed at the ground. Once steely eyes were now wide with confusion, dark eyebrows knitted in frustration. He muttered something under his breath, either a curse or a question. Sarah, who had been plugging her ears with a smirk, now let her arms drop to her sides. The fear I saw earlier returned in full force, her previously pale face now a ghostly white. "Did you miss?" She squeaked before clearing her throat and repeating the question in a more confident volume. I thought I landed the shot," he replied, voice trailing uncharacteristically low. It only became apparent just how silent it was when the eventual ringing faded, leaving nothing in its wake. Not even the sound of my breathing could fill the suffocating void. Why isn't it running?" The question shared by the group only left one mouth, Penny's, as Max and Sarah remained speechless, anxiously waiting for someone to answer. I didn't have enough time to alert the others as I saw Max's shaking finger tighten around the trigger once again. This time, when the shot rang out, a burst of blood burst from the other side. The bullet tore straight through the skull of the animal, allowing me to see the greenery on the other side, and yet it still stood. No, even worse, it was moving. The deer's head lifted, rusty marionette strings forcing its mouth away from the vegetation. Mechanically and with little motor control, its body turned. One foot stumbled over another, causing it to trip over itself, and I could hear Sarah let out the breath she held since Max first pulled the trigger. Her relief was short-lived as the herbivore caught itself, the sudden halt in movement causing a chunk of something to spill from somewhere within its throat. As its face came into view, Penny gagged, hand clasping over her mouth. Its left eye, once full of life, retained not a single trace of color. A gray, lifeless orb bulged out from sunken sockets, tendrils of red snaking from the ends of its pupil. Its right eye, however, was no longer there. Viscera shot out from the hole where its eye once was, brain matter oozing out like honey. Its neck could barely keep its head up. The skull limped despite the deer's attempts to keep its eye on us. All of that would have been enough to make my legs give out and for me to run screaming, but what truly did it was the fact that instead of rows of flat, dull teeth, monstrous fangs lined its rotten gums. Like the blades of a bear trap, they gnashed together, so large and out of place that it forced its mouth to remain open in a permanent, savage gape. Tufts of black fur jutted out from between each overlapping tooth, the strands swaying in the wind ominously, the same color as the wolf's fur. Max immediately unloaded the clip into it, uncaring what the string of percussion might do to us. Each destructive explosion caused my ears further harm, my hands doing little to block out the noise. Sarah had already fled from the scene before the rifle could finish its barrage. It continued stumbling to us, each bullet taking a chunk of bone and flesh from its face, but doing nothing to slow its advancements. Feet held by nothing but sinew and tendons dragged across the dirt, the clicking of its hooves reverberating through my ears. Max, realizing the futility of his actions, tossed the firearm at the beast, barely phasing it, before finally turning tail and following Sarah. Penny, seemingly paralyzed, watched the monstrosity approach us even closer, her nails digging so far into her skin that it began to bleed. Teal eyes suddenly flicked to me once my fingers wrapped around her wrist, breaking her out of her trance. I tugged, sending her forward. Her legs attempted to keep up with mine but failed, resulting in her white tennis shoes scraping across the muddy ground. The disjointed gallop that followed our every step gradually sped up, the beast seemingly gaining stamina the longer it chased us. I spared a glance behind me, Penny's haunted face filling my vision. The deer's teeth snapped shut with an audible click, its distended neck pushing out in an attempt to reach us. Just before we managed to reach the campsite, Penny's scream rang out, and I watched as the deer slammed its teeth down onto her leg. Blood shot out of the wound like a water balloon popping. The sudden halt of speed caused my body to lurch onto my back. I watched as its mouth opened to slam its jaw shut again, the angle of the bite unable to make a clean break. Before the blades could clamp onto her flesh, I reeled the butt of the rifle back and thrust it forward, smashing it into the animal's skull. Its teeth detached from her skin, and Penny, who had already risen to her feet, began limping after Sarah and Max. Before it could recover from the blow, I once again slammed the rifle into its head, this time breaking the skin and sending bits of skull scattering. The deer crumpled to the ground, twitching violently as if attempting to force itself to get up. However, I stuck the barrel of the rifle into the soft entrance I managed to cave way into before firing once, twice, thrice, until all the firearm produced was a pathetic click. Its writhing ceased, smoke exiting the wound as various exit shows littered its body. I scrambled back, turning to see the others stopped in their tracks, staring at me with an expression that I couldn't place. Only when I joined them by their side was Max able to break the silence. "What was that?" he demanded. His voice cracked under the stress. I could barely formulate a sentence, the sentiment ringing true for the others. "We have to get her to the hospital," I breathed, dragging the base of the rifle along the dirt, attempting to clean off the bits of brain. "That thing could have been rabid. We can't risk anything. It could have already gotten in her bloodstream, or..." My words died out, causing silence to fill the air once more. I placed my hands on my knees, letting out a shaky sigh. Can someone drive? Too dangerous. Sarah winced, looking up as the sun's rays, which were already muted as a result of the branches overhead, dissipated to nothingness. There is at least a mile of nothing but trees from here before we get to the main road. We'd crash before anything could happen to Penny. Okay, does anybody know first aid? Sarah gingerly raised her hand, which I nodded at. Okay, get her to the car and patch her up. Penny, if you feel anything change, and I mean anything, tell us, alright? We're gonna stay for the night, but if you so much as feel uncomfortable, we're out of here. She nodded, her eyes refusing to leave the shallow wound left by the deer. Upon arriving at the campsite, Sarah and Penny both immediately sat down, with the former grabbing the medical kit from the tent. I turned to Max, who was kneeling over the campfire and attempting, albeit failing, to light the pile of twigs. What was that? My voice trailed off as Max shook his head, refusing to meet my gaze. Don't ask. His head shot up, his glare causing me to stumble back a few steps. The less we have to think about it, the less we're gonna have a problem. We just need to get her to a hospital, and then we can forget this ever happened. Max, drop it. His shout rang out any argument I had, his voice reaching the two. Penny's wide eyes were directed at Max, making frequent stops to mine. Her expressions were akin to a patient awaiting bad news, fear interlacing her teal irises. Sarah gave Max a silent warning, to which his shoulders dropped. Just drop it, man, please. I nodded silently, turning my attention to the makeshift first aid Sarah was providing Penny. How are you? Penny's head suddenly jolted up, a movement that never failed to startle me. It didn't help that my paranoia was already at its maximum, causing my muscles to tense. As brown met a familiar shade of teal, I allowed myself to relax. How are you holding up? I continued once I realized Penny wasn't going to respond. She barely nodded her head, her eyes growing distant a few moments later. Her eyelids fluttered, attempting to concentrate on staying open. Sarah seemed to notice this, as the back of her hand lifted to touch Penny's forehead. Not that bad, all things considered. I thought you were burning up, but you just seem tired, she concluded. Penny barely acknowledging her comment, with a sigh, Sarah gently brought Penny's head down to her lap, fingers interlacing with Penny's blonde locks. We should head to bed now. I think she's had enough excitement for one day. That's probably for the best, I agreed. Noticing that the source of light was now reduced to the dying embers Max attempted to ignite. Me and Max will take turns keeping watch. We'll wake you guys up the moment there's any sun so we can get Penny to a hospital. Sarah hummed in approval, gently tapping Penny's cheek, whispering something that caused the blonde's form to rise. She was practically dragged to the tent by Sarah, who gave a small wave before disappearing behind the fabric. Max and I stood in silence, neither daring to make the first move. I'll take the first watch, he muttered, fingers digging into his pockets as he fished out a cigarette. Least I can do for losing my rifle back there, right? You can sleep now. I got this. His attempt at humor was not that great even by his standards. Right. Disappointment etched itself onto his face as my lack of reaction caused him to sigh. If anything happens, please wake me up. He nodded, fighting the cancer stick before collapsing onto a chair, his stare fixated on the tree line. I spared him a final glance before entering the tent, which was situated across the girls' tent, though the inferior of the two. I didn't pay the jutting rocks digging into my skin any mind, though the sense of dread I felt in the forest no longer loomed over the air like a thick smog. That still didn't mean I could ignore the fact that there was something wrong. I was so sure that something was lurking in those woods that upon being awoken by Max, I was half expecting to see his pale face, eyes wide with horror, shaking my shoulders and telling me something terrible had happened. But all I awoke to was his dull expression, eyelids drooping with exhaustion. "Your turn." By the end of his words, he fell onto the sleeping bag, his loud snoring already sounding off before I exited the tent. The fire, which had already been reduced to a few desperate embers, flickered in the wind as the dying flame miserably fought to keep itself alive. I tossed a few logs into it before beginning my first trek around the campfire, my body desperately screaming at me to return to my sleeping bag. However, the encroaching darkness, fought off by only the dying fire and the rare ray of moonlight, was all my brain needed to keep my legs moving and my body upright. Or I hoped it would. By the half-hour mark, the butt of my rifle, which started positioned firmly in my right hand, now dragged across the dry terrain, the imprint of a circle appearing wherever it trailed. Max's shift seemed to be eventless, but never had I expected boredom to so easily replace any remnants of fear. Eventually my wandering brought me to Sarah's seat, which sat right in front of their tent. I carefully sunk my weight into it, careful not to make too much noise and potentially wake Penny up. It was quiet, far too quiet. Yes, it may have been the dead of night on a day with little wind, but I still found myself yearning for the chirps and trills of distant insects. Irritation was a preferable emotion to isolation, I figured. Each time my head bopped down, eyes threatening to close, a howl of wind would pierce through the silence and jolt me awake. The sun was beginning to rise, making up for the dwindling flames of the campfire, when I was shaken out of my stupor once more, but this time, it wasn't the sound of leaves swaying in the wind, nor was it the snapping of twigs. It was wet. Though barely audible, the crude squelches instantly brought me to my feet as I walked to the side of the tent where Sarah slept. "I get that you're hungry, Sarah, but you really shouldn't be up right now," I ushered, my voice careful not to rise too high. "Get some sleep, all right?" However, the sloshing sound didn't cease. In fact, it only got louder, a faint smack of the lips accompanying it. My heart sank and a sudden wave of fear washed over me. "Come on, Sarah. Penny's gonna wake up." Nothing. With an agitated groan, I walked in front of the tent, fingers clamping down on the metallic zipper, giving Sarah one final chance to announce herself. I unzipped the entrance, only for a pungent odor to hit me square in the nose. The moment the scene inside was made visible, my heart lurched forward, and bile began rising from my stomach. The lack of light did nothing to hide the obscene amount of crimson splattered against every surface of the tent, the source of both the sound and the smell becoming apparent. Sarah's limp body sprawled out across the inside of the tent, chest caved in, one of her arms having been torn completely off. Tendons and ligaments hung out from the shoulder, bits of skin and muscle still clinging on to the bone. My eyes traveled up, catching sight of golden strands sticking to one another, dried blood causing ropey threads to form. Frail fingers dug into the gaping hole, bringing pieces of flesh into her gnashing maw. Eyes once mimicking the sky now glowed a vile yellow, pupils dilating irregularly. My gaze finally descended to where the gauze once sat, where an inflamed yellow wound pulsated. As the realization dawned on me, The form paused, head jolting up like an animal sensing prey, her neck twisted hard enough to tear her head off, exposing rows of crumbling teeth, not at all fit for tearing meat. My heart hammered against my chest at such velocity that I didn't hear the percussion of my rifle, nor the sound of Penny's mangled body landing on the ground, nor Max's heavy footsteps as he approached. By the time the piercing ringing blocking my ears faded, his fist had already connected with my jaw, sending me sprawling to the ground. The impact of the blow didn't hurt as much as the sudden shock, which kept me frozen in place. Max immediately got on top of me, his fingers wrapping around my neck as he continuously applied pressure. I could barely point my finger in the direction of the tent and choke out a few unintelligible syllables, but thankfully he understood what I was implying. The grip around my throat loosened, and he looked toward where my finger was pointed. He yelled, scrambling off of me. His eyes hesitated, unsure what part of the situation warranted his attention the most. "Sarah, Penny, John, what did you do?" I simply shook my head, my hand rubbing where his fingers once were. I didn't." My words barely passed through the aching in my throat, voice hoarse from Max's assault. "Penny, she, the deer, it made her like this, Max." I wanted to say more, but as the reality of our situation dawned on us, a sudden crushing weight forced my words to die out. It was too ridiculous. I had already imagined countless scenarios for how we would explain this to the police, and each one was less plausible than the last. A mix of a laugh and a cough escaped my lips, and absurdity of the situation taking away the realization that I had just witnessed my two closest friends die gruesome deaths. Luckily, Max was too busy checking the state of Sarah to pay attention to my hysteria. Otherwise, I wasn't sure if a punch was all I would have received. "Oh, God," I wheezed, finally managing the strength to push myself off of the ground. "What are we gonna do?" Max, who was delicately closing Sarah's eyes, ignored the question, instead directing his attention to Penny's corpse. Its limbs twitched, faint raspy breaths still being drawn despite the hole tearing straight through her skull. "We burn it," he concluded, marching over to me and forcing me on my feet. "They'll never believe anything we say, so we burn Penny, bury Sarah, and return ignorant." They ended up missing after we left them alone, and we had no idea where they went. Got it? His fingers dug into my skin, shoulder blade shifting painfully. All I could muster was a pathetic nod that could have easily been mistaken for a shiver, the merit of the plan outweighing its morals. I didn't need to look up to realize how out of his element Max was. My shoulders ached not only because of the pressure applied to them, but the constant shifting as a result of his quivering. "I'll bring the shovel," I muttered, gently prying Max's fingers off of my shoulders. Once freed, I grabbed the tool from the car, returning to the gruesome scene. "Who's dragging Sarah?" The words felt heavy on my lips, and the moment they left, a rush of guilt flooded through my veins. How could I talk about her like she was just some thing now? I stared at him expectantly, and he back at me. After a few seconds, he finally sighed, his shoulders slumping. "I'll do it." He entered the tent, giving me room to grab Penny's ankle, the one that the wound wasn't located on. Though the feeling of the flesh, soft and pliable, sent my heart racing, I refused to acknowledge it. Max finally exited, Sarah's broken figure dragging along the ground, blood pooling beneath her. The walk through the forest was silent, neither of us daring to utter a single word. A mixture of fatigue from the lack of sleep and the events that transpired caused my vision to blur. The only thing keeping me awake was the feeling of her limb in my hand. I was so caught up in the daze, I didn't notice when Penny's body began to resist, her fingers clawing at the dirt, desperate to break free. I did notice, however, when 5 bony digits wrapped around my ankle, forcing me back to reality. My hands fumbled for the shovel and slammed the sharp tip down, uncaring who or what the source of the appendage was. There was a sickening crack, and a guttural groan escaped Penny's lips. The limb, its state of rot increasing exponentially, was cleaved clean off, dark, cold blood dyeing the dirt, and the shovel an inky black. Her other hand came up without skipping a beat, but by the time the decayed fingers wrapped around my calf, Max was already aiming his rifle. The percussion caused my ears to ring, but the sudden release of weight was worth it. While the idea of burning the body may have seemed barbaric before, I was now more than willing to throw her limp figure into a blazing inferno if it meant not having to see her reanimated corpse move once again. Max, noticing my hesitance to touch Penny's body, once again grabbed her remaining leg, dragging her alongside Sarah. Once we arrived at a far enough clearing, I dug the shovel into the ground and peeled back a layer of earth. The sound of the metal digging into the earth violated the silence that seemed to so desperately cling to this forest. Each shovel took an eternity, the physical labor only heightened by the emotional toll. By the time I had made a shallow hole barely deep enough to cover Sarah, my limbs were beginning to ache. Max, noticing my exhaustion, grabbed the tool out of my hand. He pointed at the pile of dried leaves, sticks, and shrubbery covering Sarah, silently ordering me to gather more. By the time I returned, arms full of foliage, Max had already finished digging Sarah's grave. A makeshift cross made of 2 branches dug into the dirt acted as her headstone. I opened my mouth to tell him that marking her grave would only lead police directly to her body, but he must have already come to the same conclusion as his boot reeled back. The cross burst into various splinters the moment Max's foot connected, scattering across the makeshift headstone. Without a word, he dragged Sarah's corpse into the hole, the body tumbling down, leaving pieces of red mush stuck to the dirt walls. He kicked the dirt in, her form slowly but surely being obscured. Her face, initially stuck in a ghastly expression of agony, was now calm, almost peaceful. "Why?" His voice cracked once he dropped the last bit of dirt, the mound barely standing out amongst the rest of the ground. He waited, and once he realized he wouldn't get an answer, his head turned toward me. The moment our eyes met, I instinctively returned my attention to the pile, where I dropped the bundle of shrubbery I held. "I'm sorry," was all I could mutter before dousing her still convulsing body in gasoline. You didn't deserve this. Neither of you did. I'm so sorry." I threw the empty container aside, taking the box of matches from Max and lighting one. My hands held the small flame over the gas-covered pile, but I couldn't bring myself to drop it. To be the one to take her life was one thing, but this? Burning her corpse until it was nothing but ashes? The fire managed to reach my fingers by the time Max's patience ran thin. He slapped the match out of my hand, the whittled stick falling onto the tower of branches. It took a second for the fire to spread from a twig, then to a leaf, then finally to the gasoline. A blast of white enveloped my eyes as a burst of fire shot up. tongues of flame lapping at each other until all that remained of Penny was ashes. The walk back was just, if not quieter than the walk to, now that the sound of dragging corpses was absent. I stole a glance at Max, the usually tall and proud figure now bent over, shoulders sinking and his gaze permanently fixated on the dirt. "Sarah," his voice cracked, the mere mention of her name threatening to tear down his walls. Sarah and Penny's families are gonna blame us, but we can't say anything. I know it sounds cruel, but we don't have any other choice. If we tell the truth, Penny's body is gonna be investigated. Sarah's grave will be found and we'll be taken in. We didn't do anything wrong, John. We didn't deserve to have our lives ruined because of that thing, okay? Though it was a question, I knew better than to respond with anything but a nod. We packed our things up as if nothing had happened until my eyes landed on the second tent. Now, with faint rays of sun illuminating our surroundings, it became apparent just how much blood Sarah had lost. Crimson speckled every fiber of the tent, bits of muscle still attached to the material, though the vile stench emanating from the tent filled the air like smog. We still had to take it with us to hide any evidence. Once I finally entered the old, beaten-down vehicle, I rested my forehead against the steering wheel, attempting to collect myself before starting the engine. Max sat down next to me, slamming the door shut. His gaze was fixated upon the mirror, his face twisted in monotony, his constant blinks undoubtedly to make sure that what happened wasn't some fever dream. "John," he mumbled. The glazed look left his eye and returned to mine. "Drive." I nodded, twisting the key in the ignition. The engine coughed to life, only for the gas to sputter out and end in a chilling silence. I twisted the keys once again, and more gas was pushed through the pipes, only for the same result. Max's lips curled into a scowl, and he snatched the keys out of my hands, repeating the action. However, the outcome was much the same. My ex Lloyd is like a Sean Cody model. I'm more Sean Astin. I was constantly reminded on Instagram every time he posted a couple's selfie. Some of the men that followed him, the eternally shirtless types, posted hurtful comments. "Beauty and the Beast. Dude out here helping the less fortunate. Slide into my DMs if you come to your senses, bro." I have a realistic opinion of myself. Not just my looks, but the whole package. I was absolutely punching above my weight. Lloyd came to mind one evening to chill. He turned to me as we watched The Bear, uttering that classic line everyone loves to hear. "Toby, we need to talk." He'd met someone else. I didn't argue or beg him to reconsider. I sniveled a bit after he left, then shook it off and restarted the episode. It wasn't until the next day that I thought about the few belongings of mine that were at his house. A couple of work shirts, and a pair of shoes I'd left there for the nights I stayed over. More importantly, I'd left a watch that belonged to my late brother. Only a simple Casio. The kind you can pick up for less than a round at Weatherspoons. He loved the retro aesthetic. That watch meant the world to me, and I kicked myself that I'd left it there. I texted him to ask when was a good time to pick up my things. He said he'd let me know, followed by nothing for days. I asked him again, and even said he could leave them in a bag outside the house. Then I suggested he post me the watch and bin the rest. Months of excuses later, It didn't look like I'd be getting my things back anytime soon. Then I saw the Instagram post. Me and this boy. Heart emoji. Hashtag instagay. Hashtag gay follow. It was Lloyd with his brand new and improved muscle boyfriend. They were in the Caribbean, embraced on a beach with matching designer stubble. The comments were vastly different to what I was used to. Wolf, room for one more? Suddenly I had a hard time accepting the audacity to disregard my requests, and I wanted nothing more than to get my brother's watch back. Don't be an idiot, Toby, said my best friend Carl when I told him I was considering breaking into Lloyd's house. He's in Aruba, I said. It's the perfect opportunity. They're just things, he said. It's not worth breaking the law over. They're not just things, I snapped. That crappy watch is all I have left of my brother. I'm sorry, Toby, he said. Look, please just wait. When he's back, go to his place unannounced. Don't give him a chance to make excuses. If I'd slept on it, the chances are I would have come to my senses. But I was hurt and angry. Irrationality got the better of me. I'm going tonight. I'll face the consequences. Carl shook his head. Fine. I'm going with you. Absolutely not. After arguing about it for some time, we found ourselves Googling how to pick locks and other tips for breaking into a house. Incognito, of course. In the early hours, we were outside Lloyd's house, dressed in black jeans and hoodies. Fortunately, it wasn't a big neighborhood, and the house was detached. Let's go around back, I whispered. I can't believe we're doing this, said Carl. I think my heart might explode. Mine too, I said as we got to the back door. I think you should leave. It's not fair that you get dragged down with me if... Sod that, he said. I'm committed to stupidity now. Due to being spontaneous, there was no time to acquire proper lock-picking tools. Instead, we had a couple of jumbo paper clips and the smallest flathead screwdriver we could find. I started with that, carefully inserting it into the lock. Barely seconds had gone by when we heard a click. We looked at each other in shock. Have you done this before? Asked Carl. Beginner's luck, I swear. The back door opened directly into Lloyd's kitchen. I put a finger to my lips and crept inside, signaling for Carl to stay put. I silently made my way through the dark house, then upstairs to the bedroom. There were no signs of anyone being home. I let out a sigh of relief, then started looking for the watch using my phone torch. Carl made an appearance after a few minutes, which almost made me scream. I got worried, he said quietly. I can't find the watch, I said. What about your shirts and stuff? To be honest, I was only looking for the watch. I looked through the wardrobe and couldn't see any of my shirts. He must have taken them out already. I'll go look around. I'll keep looking up here, he said. I crept back downstairs, going from room to room. I eventually found a bag in the downstairs bathroom, wedged between the toilet and the wall. It contained my belongings, watch included. Gee, thanks, Lloyd, I thought to myself, but was happy nonetheless. I went back upstairs to get Carl. Okay, we can leave, I said. He stood by Lloyd's bedside table looking at something. It was a notebook with a leather strap around it. I don't like the look of this, he said. Where was it? He pointed to the bottom of the wall, where a skirting board panel had come loose. Why would you keep a notebook hidden in there? He said. A shiver ran down my spine. I found my things. Let's put it back and get out of here. Wait. We have to look. We do not, I said in a loud whisper. Whatever's in there, I don't want to know. Before I could stop him, he picked up the book and unraveled the strap. I was about to curse his name when he dropped it open, a hand covering his mouth. There was a printed Instagram selfie of an attractive 20-something man. Below it was another photo of the man, though in that one he was handcuffed to a pipe in a dingy-looking room. He was shirtless and had a mechanical-looking tattoo sleeve. His eyes were wide with fear. Next to the pictures were handwritten notes, a bio of the man, descriptions of his behaviors, conversations, etc. As it went on, became more graphic. There were descriptions of tortures inflicted on him. I was disgusted, but couldn't stop reading. "What?" Carl said under his breath. "There's more," I said. A hint of plastic was visible on the edge of the page. I turned it over, recoiling in horror. There was a clear plastic bag fixed to the page. Inside was a rough square of tanned, leathery skin, partly covered with the tattooed cogs of a mechanical wheel. "I think I'm gonna be sick," said Carl, turning away. I went into a daze as I stared at the book, shocked at how Lloyd could be capable of such a thing. There were other pages too. The book contained 3 different men, all with similar pictures and descriptions, and a plastic-covered skin sample. "I recognize him," I said, going back to the first picture. I took out my phone, hands trembling as I scrolled through Lloyd's Instagram feed. I had to go back a couple of years, but there he was. It was another ex of his. "You were dating a psycho," said Carl. "Toby, that could have been you." "Don't," I shouted. "I can't be thinking about that right now. We need to give this to the police." He nodded. "We'll be screwed for breaking and entering, though." "I know. I'm sorry you had to be here too." "Don't be stupid," he said. "I knew what I was potentially getting myself into. Well, I didn't expect this, but you know." I shook my head. "These men will have families, people who care about them. Let's do the right thing." I hugged Carl, then put the book in the bag with my belongings. As we were about to leave, there came a noise from somewhere in the house. We both froze until we heard it again. It was coming from the basement. "No," Carl said. "We've gotta go." My stomach was in knots, but I put the bag down and crept to the basement door, pressing my ear against it. "There's someone down there," I said. "I can hear them struggling." He was shaking his head. "This isn't happening." "Call the police," I said, trying the door. I was surprised it opened. "Toby, don't." "Call the police, Carl." Taking out his phone, I could see his hands shaking. "What do I say?" "Tell them we need help. Probably an ambulance, too." I told him Lloyd's exact address, then switched the light on before descending the dimly lit staircase. It was the only room in the house I hadn't been in. My legs felt like they could give way at any moment. I'd never been so scared in my life. When I saw the man sitting on the floor, cuffed to a pipe with a rag tied around his mouth, it didn't seem real for a moment. It was like I was watching a film or something, but as soon as he saw me, his muffled screams for help snapped me out of it. I ran to him, untying the rag. "Thank God," he cried. "Get me out of here, please." "My mate's upstairs," I said, trying to stay calm. "He's calling the police. Are you hurt?" "My foot," he said. "I'm pretty sure it's broken." I hadn't noticed, but I grimaced when I saw it. It was so bruised. His whole foot looked like a dark shade blue. "Okay, let's try and get these cuffs off." I looked around the basement for something that might be useful. There was a countertop with some drawers and cupboards underneath. There was a selection of knives and other sharp instruments in the drawers, which made me shudder. The closer I looked, the more unsettling it became. There were deep scratches and dark stains on the wooden counter and walls. When I opened the cupboards, I fell back with a fright. "What is it?" yelled the man. There were 3 adult human skulls sitting on a shelf. I noticed one had some teeth missing before I kicked it shut. "What was it?" he asked frantically. I could feel something digging into my upper thigh, and remembered I had the paper clips and screwdriver in my pocket. "You don't want to know," I said, taking out the screwdriver. I stuck it into the cuff's lock and started to dig around. I hadn't really gotten a good look at his face until that moment. I realized it was the same man from Lloyd's Instagram picture in Aruba. I was a bit confused on account of it only being posted the day before. It hadn't occurred to me that the photo was taken at another time. "When were you in Aruba?" I asked, still trying the lock. "What?" he asked. "I recognize you from Lloyd's Instagram. You're the man he was in the Caribbean with." "What are you talking about?" he said. "I've never been out of this country, let alone the Caribbean." "Toby?" Carl screamed from upstairs. I heard a thud. My blood ran cold as loud footsteps came charging down the staircase. It was Lloyd. I held out the ridiculously small screwdriver with a trembling hand, the only thing I had to protect us. The cuffed man began to whimper. "Why are you in my basement, Toby?" asked Lloyd with an unnervingly calm tone. "What did you do to Carl?" I stuttered. "Why are you in my basement?" I thought you were in Aruba. I came to get my things. My brother's watch." "So you broke into my house?" "I was upset," I said. "I didn't really think about it. Just..." He started laughing. "The last thing I expected from you was something as wild and spontaneous as this. I'm actually kind of impressed." He started coming closer. "I saw your picture," I said. "You were both in Aruba." "It's amazing what Photoshop and AI can do," he said. "It wasn't even my body, Toby. I'm buff, but not that buff. You should know that." "But why?" I asked. "If we're in Aruba, people don't get suspicious. People don't file missing persons reports." "Oh God," the man cried from the floor. "Please let me go." "Don't be silly," Lloyd mocked. "You know how this goes now." "Stay back," I shouted, swiping the screwdriver at him. He laughed. "I'm embarrassed for you." He turned towards the counter. Without thinking, I charged at him. The screwdriver stabbed into his upper arm, making him scream. With barely a moment's hesitation, he swung his fist around and knocked me to the floor. "Look who decided to grow a spine," he sneered. He pulled the screwdriver out of his arm and threw it in my direction. I flinched as it bounced somewhere behind me. He started rummaging through the drawers. I tried to focus. My vision a little blurry. Like music to my ears, the sound of sirens could be heard in the distance. Lloyd snapped his head back to the staircase, frozen. "Thank you, Carl," I said, attempting a smile. Lloyd screamed, coming at me with a blade in his hand. I covered my face with my arms and kicked my legs out. Lloyd fell to my side, giving me time to turn over. I crawled towards the cuffed man until I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder. Then Lloyd forced me onto my back. The blade now glistened with blood. "We're even," he grinned out of breath. "But I'm about to take the lead." He brought the blade down and I caught his arm, groaning as I struggled. Lloyd was strong on account of his regular gym sessions. The newly injured shoulder didn't help matters either. I could feel him overpowering me. His teeth gritted into a frightening expression. His handsome features were replaced by something almost inhuman. There came a scream from nearby, and Lloyd was no longer on top of me. Instead, he was writhing on the floor in agony. The screwdriver was sticking out of his side just above his pelvis. As I caught my breath, I saw the cuffed man. Though he was no longer cuffed, he was leaning against the wall, standing on his good foot. I scrambled over to him. "Come on," I said. He put his arm around me and I winced at the pain in my shoulder. "It won't be easy getting up those stairs, but we can do it." "I don't think so," sneered Lloyd. He was standing at the bottom of the staircase, hand held against his blood-stained shirt. "The only thing leaving this basement are your skins." As a chill went through me, there came a crashing sound from upstairs. "Police!" called out a loud voice. "Help!" we screamed together. Lloyd began to approach us with a roar, but didn't get too far before he fell down, convulsing as a police officer tased him from the staircase. "Down here," she yelled. "You two stay right where you are." The cuffed man, who I later found out was called Daniel, was treated in hospital. He did indeed have a broken foot, inflicted by Lloyd as part of his torture. He was also malnourished, but made a full recovery. We've stayed in contact, having shared this crazy experience. I guess we owe each other our lives. I was happy to see Carl alive and well, albeit with a sore head. When I left the basement, we had broken into Lloyd's house regardless of the outcome, and he made sure we were charged with it. The judge was lenient. We were given a €2,500 fine, plus 40 hours of community service. Justice was served for the men who weren't so lucky. I'd be very surprised if Lloyd ever sees life outside of prison again. I originally had no intention of visiting him, but something kept playing on my mind in the subsequent months after the incident. Annoyingly, he still had his good looks and didn't appear fazed at all. If it weren't for the cuffs and all-gray outfit, you'd think he'd be living it up. "Couldn't stay away, huh?" he smirked. "Don't flatter yourself, Lloyd." "Why are you here?" "Those men you tortured and..." I couldn't bring myself to say it. "Skinned?" He smiled. I took a deep breath. "You had some kind of sexual relationship with all of them. Why not me?" He scoffed. "We had sex. I remember because it was so bad." "I mean, why didn't you do that to me too?" "Oh, Toby," he said pitifully. "Look at yourself. You were never good enough for me." Part 1. Well, it's my first time doing this, so I think an introduction is in order. My name is Jake. I'm a young American, and less than a month ago, I started working the night shift at a convenience store in Denton, Texas. The job is to save money for college, since I wasn't fortunate enough to come from a wealthy family or succeed in school, either in sports or academics. The routine, though monotonous, has its calm and tranquility. I organize shelves, attend to sporadic customers, and, of course, take the opportunity to study between customers. The first point is that, yes, it messes with your biological clock. I'm only just starting to get used to it in these last few days. My shift is from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., but, on the other hand, the sleeping city creates a unique atmosphere during the wee hours. The yellow lights of the gas station cast soft shadows on the asphalt, and the constant hum of the refrigerator is my soundtrack. As mundane as it may be at times, The comforting solitude of this hour is something I appreciate. While the world sleeps, I'm here, earning a few bucks to build my future. If that were the only thing, I wouldn't be writing here. But I need to report to someone who understands the events of last night. As always, I arrived for another night shift and was greeted by Ryan, my coworker. A nice guy, but always seemed a bit tense. They say he got involved with drugs in high school and owed some people money. His shift ends before mine, so sometimes our schedules overlap when he does overtime. During one of the breaks, Ryan told me about a strange guy he had seen lurking around earlier. He said the guy seemed out of place, watching everything with a disturbing look, wearing sunglasses and a cap, like a movie disguise. He said the guy seemed to be keeping an eye on the gas station's activity. I thought it might be someone after Ryan, given his history, or in the worst case, I should be alert for a possible robbery. Just to be safe, we decided to inform Mr. Gonzalez, our boss. He's an elderly Mexican man who is well respected in the town, said to be one of the oldest residents. He usually keeps a gun under the counter, in addition to the one he carries with him. The sheriff, apparently a close friend of Mr. Gonzalez, even came here with him to warn us that if necessary, we should use that gun for safety, along with a hidden button that sends an alert to the boss's phone. After reporting the situation, he simply shrugged and said there was nothing to worry about. Everyone knew who he was in the area, and if things got tough, just press the button and he would come. He even swore to be on standby during that night. Hours later, Ryan left for home, leaving me alone and wishing me good luck. The store fell silent, only the distant sounds of the city echoing. Slowly, the fear left my body. I grabbed an energy drink and started reading a book. About an hour passed, around midnight, when I noticed a suspicious customer entering a black van. He refueled quickly while staring into the store, then decided to come in. He wore a cap that covered half of his face, and his eyes seemed to examine every corner of the store. He looked like the guy Ryan described, so my tension increased. I kept my finger on the button under the table. The suspicious customer just wandered through the aisles, examining the products, nothing abnormal. Then he picked up a pack of cigarettes, condoms, and left. I chuckled internally, understanding what had happened, and how I had worried for nothing. It was just a country guy afraid of Puritan neighbors and becoming local gossip. That relieved my tension, but only for a moment. As he left, a strange feeling enveloped me, as if the air were electrically charged. For a brief moment, the light flickered, coming back quickly but not completely. I became tense when I saw that a specific corner of the store was dark, almost impossible to distinguish with the naked eye. That caught my attention, and every few seconds, my vision was drawn and coerced to look there. With each glance, the hairs on my neck raised more. It was as if there was something there, as if my subconscious knew. Suddenly a sound of something metallic falling echoed through the dark aisle. I jumped back, freezing in place. Ah, you're a clown, I thought. It's just a poorly placed can on the shelf. Don't let Ryan's paranoia get to you. I took the first step to move to the aisle when suddenly another noise began, this time more constant. It was the can that had fallen, but this time it rolled toward me, hitting my foot. I looked at it as it stopped and it was open. There was someone inside the damn store. I looked into the darkness and could swear I saw something taking shape. A slender, feminine figure walking towards me. Was I crazy? I hoped so. But that thing started to approach, methodically and rhythmically. I didn't want to reach for the gun, I knew there was a chance I was in danger, so what I did was discreetly press the button under the table and run to the warehouse at the back of the store. As I started running, I could hear footsteps behind me running too. Very fast. She seemed to almost not touch the ground and still got so close. I reached the door and slammed it behind me, milliseconds before feeling the impact of her weight being thrown against the metal structure. I turned the clock. This door was extremely heavy and resistant. I was sure I could spend the rest of the night peacefully inside until I saw her blows making the door shake. I calmed down as the power of the attacks gradually subsided. A good amount of time had passed. How much? I don't know. I made the mistake of leaving my phone on the counter when I ran. I didn't want to risk going out before making sure it was safe, and the lack of windows in the warehouse left me unsure if it was already dawn. As I calmed down and the adrenaline dissolved in my blood, I began to think more rationally. What if that woman was just a homeless person, mentally unstable, and became reactive to my unexpected action? Besides, what could an old lady do against me? I felt like an idiot, decided, with great caution, to open the door and try to talk or at least approach in a more peaceful way and understand the situation of that person. When I unlocked and peeked my eye out, I saw Mr. Gonzalez speaking like the sheriff, scribbling on a notepad while the old man spoke. I approached them, and then both seemed confused. "Jake, how did you get into the warehouse?" he asked. "Well, I had some problems last night and had to hide there. Did you just arrive now?" "Jake?" Well, never mind. I'm glad you brought the sheriff because I think there's a woman who... Kid." He raised his voice. "You've been missing for 3 days." "No. What? Did I really spend all that time in there? But I didn't feel anything. Thirst, sleep. What's going on here?" "Jake, you didn't spend the whole time in there, because the warehouse was the first place we checked when we arrived." I was stunned and disoriented. After a glass of water and sitting for a while, I finished telling them what had happened. "Look, young man, I heard the alarm when you pressed it and I ran here. Maybe 15 minutes at most. The store was deserted. I searched the warehouse, the bathrooms, everywhere, and nothing. Neither you nor Ryan, actually. Do you have any information about him?" "No, he left before all of this happened. Long before. He was all paranoid. You know how he is." "Usually, the season is not that time of year," the sheriff murmured. "What?" I asked. "I think we need to talk," Mr. Gonzalez said. "I have a proposal to make, and you must decide what you want for yourself, right? If you want, I can fire you now and pay your rights and a hefty compensation. Or if you prefer to continue working here, you need to be aware of the risks you are taking. Not just the obvious ones like criminals or raccoons in the trash. Now go home. Take the day off for yourself and think about it. If you want to leave and put this behind you, which I completely understand, just send me a message and the money will soon be in your account. If you prefer the second option, meet me at the cafe today at 8 p.m., as I'll need to give you some information." He patted my shoulder, and I said goodbye. I ended up spending a good time responding to friends and family, modifying the story a bit, talking about a nighttime intruder, a physical confrontation, and how I ended up disoriented in the middle of the fight. Most didn't ask more questions and wished me well. Now what occupies my mind most of the time is the proposal I received. I really don't know if by continuing to work there, I'll be sinking deeper into this quagmire or saving myself. Saving myself from what? You might be wondering. Well, after a restless sleep on the couch, I woke up to a single knock on the door. I peeked through the peephole without seeing any trace of anyone, but when I opened the door and saw what was there, my stomach churned. A can like the one from last night, open and almost empty, with some sticky remnants at the bottom. The disturbing part, however, was the strange label, from a brand I've never heard of. On a vibrant yellow background, red letters announced, "Canned Ryan." I felt nauseous instantly, locked myself in the house and refused to even look out the window. I've been in front of the computer ever since, writing this, and would like some advice. Should I accept the proposal to continue working the night shift? Part 2. As some of you suggested in the comments, I decided to face the unknown and talk to Mr. Gonzalez about the unexplainable events at the convenience store, since if he has been alive in the store for so long, he must know at least how to protect himself. I quickly packed my things, locked the door of my house with a mix of apprehension and distrust, put the Ryan can in a black bag, and took it with me as I headed to the cafe where we arranged to meet. Upon arrival, I found Mr. Gonzalez in a corner, fiddling with a cup of what looked like coffee, and upon closer inspection, turned out to be brandy. I sat down, greeting him, and he placed the cup on the table, giving me a consoling look. "Jake, I'm glad you decided to come. Your courage is remarkable, and we need someone willing to face the unknown," Mr. Gonzalez said. "And of course, I also bet $20 with the sheriff that you would come, so thanks for the money too." He chuckled. I thanked him for the opportunity. The joke had eased the tension a bit, but every time I remembered what was in the bag in my hands, I trembled. I wanted answers. I wanted to understand what was happening in that store. Gonzalez seemed to sense my unease and began to explain. "Here, Jake. We've been dealing with something ancient, something rooted in the depths of the store. For years, even before I took over, strange things happened here at night. Shadows, whispers, things that defy logic. But we've learned a basic rule. Ignore the thing, and it ignores us." "Strange things?" I asked. "And why didn't you warn us? Did Ryan know about this?" "Well, Jake, the thing only really shows up after a certain time, when a new employee comes. They are left in peace for a while. Usually it's 2 or 3 months before things start getting weird. That's why we hired someone around this time of year. The thing manifests itself in the dead of winter, and you can probably figure out why. Less movement, more tranquility, especially at night. And no, Ryan didn't know about this." This only increased my perplexity. Mr. Gonzalez was playing with lives here. I couldn't hold back and pulled the can out of the bag, placing it on the table. "You knew? All along? Knew that negligence caused this?" I pointed to the can. He seemed taken aback. His eyes widened, and he made the sign of the cross. "Jake, I didn't know that this could happen." Sweat started to bead on his forehead. "But if I can at least defend myself. I decided not to tell you because things only start when you're aware of them, at least within the time frame I set. 3 months is the maximum it takes for it to manifest, and 2 months is the minimum. Usually it's during this period that I call new employees to explain more. Maybe Ryan found out on his own. Did he tell you anything? He seemed haunted lately." I remembered his paranoia. Yeah, he seemed frantic, but nothing much different from his usual conspiracy rants. "I believe this time it was worse. He might really have found out, and I genuinely feel sorry for it, kid." He put his hand on my shoulder. "And to prevent this from happening again," Gonzalez continued, now passing a folded paper to me, These are the new rules of the job. Consider it a contract. Follow them to the letter, and you can continue working here. Don't think it's a normal job. It's a pact we make to keep things under control. Accept this, and you'll be safe. I stared at the folded paper. Take as much time as you need to read it, and if you agree, just sign it and come to the store tomorrow. With a lump in my throat, I accepted the paper and unfolded it. The rules were written in an old typewriter font. They seemed like a mix of superstitions and strange instructions. The content of the paper was as follows. Contract to the Gonzales Convenience Store rules. Welcome officially to the Knight family. Firstly, we congratulate you on your courage in accepting this peculiar job. Here you are not just serving customers but dealing with forces beyond human understanding. Please read the rules below carefully as they are essential for your safety and maintaining harmony in this establishment. 1. Greetings. By accepting this contract, you agree to keep sensitive store data confidential, namely address, inventory reports, cash in/out, names and social media of the establishment or employees without express authorization. Disclosing information will compromise not only your safety but the safety of everyone around you. As for strange events, nothing will prevent you from sharing, but be aware that it may attract unwanted attention. 2. Nature of the store. Understand that the store is linked to a supernatural presence. It has existed for decades, and the exact nature of this entity is unknown. We ignore its existence, and in turn, it leaves us in peace. Don't try to understand it, just accept it. 3. Lighting. Always keep the lights on. Avoid dark areas as much as possible, as the creature seems to be drawn to darkness. Light is your ally. 4. Closed compartments. When entering any rooms such as bathrooms or storage rooms, do not close the door. The creature seems to have a control that we don't understand when you are in a closed room. Keeping doors open reduces risks. 5. Never-ending night. Remember, the night in this store does not follow the common pattern. Time may seem stretched or reduced, and the line between reality and the supernatural may become blurred. Stay calm and continue with your tasks. 6. The offering. Upon arriving at the store, start your work as usual, but remember that at exactly 11:59 p.m., place a plate of raw meat in the office and lock it from the outside. Usually we ask the afternoon employee to prepare the meat and leave it aside, but if they are off or forgot, you can use one of the available meats in the store. It won't be deducted from your salary. 7. The meat corridor. Pay special attention to the lights in the refrigerated corridor where we store meats and cold cuts. If the lights there go out, try to quickly illuminate the corridor for the next 2 minutes. This usually happens when you don't follow the previous rule. If you can't illuminate it, see Rule 9. 8. Night customers. Serve night customers as usual, but avoid prolonged contact or excessive questions. Some of them may feel uncomfortable or not be what they seem. 9. The weapon and emergency button. Have the weapon under the counter and the emergency button always at hand. Use them wisely. They are your last resorts. 10. Special coffee. Always keep a fresh coffee available on the checkout counter. Some night customers have a preference for drinking something fresh at night, and if it's not coffee, they gladly accept to drink your blood. 11. Ignorance of customers. If any customers report a strange event, an appearance, or any of the elements mentioned here, just tell them it's nothing. Deny seeing anything, even if you did see something. Their ignorance protects them from the entity. 12. Your ignorance. Likewise, if you hear whispers, something tapping on your shoulder, footsteps behind you, or any of these lures, ignore them. If the creature knows that you know it's there, it won't have a reason to hide anymore and will become stronger. 13. Breaking the contract. Any attempt to break or disrespect this contract will result in unknown consequences. The responsibility falls on the signatory. By signing this document, you agree to strictly follow these rules. Remember, you are now bound to something beyond human understanding. Good luck, and may your stay at the convenience store be long and safe. Employee's signature. I stared at the paper for a while, trying to understand. I think it must have been about half an hour or so until I decided to sign it. The extra pay for this would cover my college expenses, and well, if others have been in the store for so long, I believe the rules are themselves effective. Very well, kid. You can start tomorrow. All good for you? Sure. No problem. Either way, I couldn't sleep that night. Reversed circadian rhythm, coupled with anxiety and fear. I didn't have problems, at least not at home. At dawn, I went out to buy coffee and found a circle of small dead animals in the garden. That thing knew I was aware of it, and it wouldn't make things easy. I called Mr. Gonzalez, and he said that it's normal for such things to happen in the first week. The creature is testing you, seeing if you have the guts to stay in the store. I just wanted to finish telling you about some strange things. I'm now on the work shift, and indeed, the boss wasn't joking when he said they test you. First, I went to check a toilet flush. A customer who had just left complained that it was stuck. I barely remembered to leave the door ajar, securing it with a nearby bucket. The flush was just too tight, and I loosened it a bit. Nothing major. However, as I was washing my hands, I saw the door sliding slightly. Starting to pick up speed, I ran over and held it. It wasn't as if the wind had pushed it. There was indeed some intentional force applied. I held it tighter, and finally exited the bathroom, looking behind the door. Nothing. Nothing until I felt a poke on my shoulder. There was no one behind me before, and I should just ignore it. I struggled to contain myself as I felt the breath of whatever it was making a condensed sweat on my neck. I walked slowly to the counter and continued to act normally. That's when a shadow began to enter my peripheral vision. A dark mass moving slowly in front of me. The creature from the other night, with its oily hair in front of its face, came up to me, staring a few inches away. I grabbed one of the magazines and pretended to read, frozen with fear. This thing doesn't stop haunting me, whether in front of me or whispering in my ear how delicious Ryan was, disappearing when a customer appears and returning as soon as they leave. I'm taking advantage of the moments when it's out of sight to continue writing here. The problem is that it's becoming more brazen, and it started licking my face about 5 minutes ago. A customer is deciding which flavor of energy drink to take, so I'm taking the opportunity to finish writing and post this. I don't think I'm in trouble, but I'll be making updates between customers until next time. Updates. Crap. I forgot to put the meat dish in the office. I'm going to call Mr. Gonzalez right away. Update 2. Okay, I think everything is fine now. I got yelled at, but I'm still in one piece. I'll bring more updates later. Part 3. Hello again. Jake here. First of all, thank you to everyone who has followed my story so far and expressed concern. Last night was tense, and I need to share the latest events. After the incident with the meat dish, I quickly pressed the button under the counter, summoning Mr. Gonzalez, expecting the worst. It felt like an eternity until he finally called me, making me jump back in fear at the ringing of the phone. His voice on the other end sounded calm, but I could sense the tension. "You forgot the dish, didn't you, boy?" he said straight to the point. Yeah, Mr. Gonzalez. I don't know how it happened. I only noticed when things became more insistent. My voice betrayed my anxiety. Happens to the best of us, Jake. The creatures like to test, see how far you can follow the rules. However, you need to be more careful. A breach in the contract can have unexpected consequences, and failures like this will not be tolerated. And I don't mean tolerated by me, if you catch my drift. Put the dish there, maybe it'll be in a huff and won't accept it, so keep an eye on the meat aisle. He hung up before I could thank him or ask more questions. I returned to work, still tense, keeping a close watch on every move, making sure not to make any more mistakes. The night continued, customers came and went, and I kept the lights on, following the rules precisely. It seemed like the air around me was calmer, less aggressive. Even the creature that had licked my face had disappeared. Maybe it was satisfied with my discomfort and decided to retreat. I just hoped everything would go back to normal, until around 3 a.m. The lights started flickering frantically, and a whispering voice echoed throughout the store. Indistinct words that I didn't even know in what language they were. Shelves shook. The objects were thrown off their shelves. A sinister presence hung in the air, making me cower on the floor. Terrified, I looked around, searching for something, and I realized the darkness spreading in the meat aisle. It was as if something prevented the light itself from entering there. I swallowed hard and quickly grabbed my flashlight. My hand started shaking as, shining the light into the darkness, I saw those dreadful eyes staring at me, along with a mouth where a piece of chicken lay. I kept the light strong on the aisle, barely holding on to the flashlight, and slowly, the presence dissipated. I couldn't see the creature anymore when the front door opened, and I jumped, pointing the flashlight right at the face of the entering customer. "Oh, sorry, sir," I said, turning off the light. He seemed unfazed. That's when I noticed him, a distinctly peculiar man. He wore a pulled-down hat and sunglasses, even at night, had long, graying hair, and a stubbled beard. His furtive manner raised my suspicions, and I felt a shiver down my spine. He approached the counter, but something about him made me uneasy. His movements were calculated, and his eyes seemed to penetrate my soul. "What do you want?" I asked, keeping my voice steady. He smiled, a smile that didn't reach his eyes, remaining cold and expressionless. "I'm looking for something special," he murmured, looking around the store. As he examined the aisles, I noticed his shadow moving. It didn't seem to belong to him, but rather followed him silently, with slightly different, slightly delayed movements. A wave of discomfort ran through my body. The customer finally approached the counter with a vacant look. "Do you believe in secrets, Jake?" He whispered, looking both ways. "How do you know my—" I began, now more uncomfortable than ever. "Secrets hidden from you? Things that happen when you're looking the other way?" "I still don't quite understand what you're getting at." He put his hand in his coat and pulled out a black and white photo. To give you context, during the slavery period, there were a series of revolts known as the Texas Troubles, where slaves and abolitionists were pursued and later hanged. The photo in question depicted one of these situations. 2 bodies were tied to a tree, hanging by their necks, and below next to them, a man with a thick mustache posed with his rifle, as if boasting about a successful hunt. The thing is, a few seconds later I realized something. The man in question with the rifle was our sheriff, Butch Cornwell. But how? These events are from 1860. Think about it, kid. It seems like someone wants to hide something from you. Those words shook me. I always trusted the sheriff, believing he was keeping things under control, but now, in front of this stranger, I began to question if I really knew the man with the golden star. The mysterious customer left the store, leaving me perplexed and full of unanswered questions. The shadow continued to dance around him as if responding to his call. I decided that I needed to uncover the truth about the sheriff and what is really happening not only in the store, but in the whole town. There are more secrets hidden in the shadows than I could ever imagine. Well, the weekend is approaching, and some regional holiday festivities are coming up. I hope to keep an eye on Butch and at least understand what's going on around here. It has crossed my mind that maybe it's a trick from the entity to break the trust between us, but I'm still not sure. That customer was eerie, but in a different way from the store. I'll keep you updated and welcome any tips on espionage you can give me. Part 4. Let me clarify a few things to start the conversation. Yes, I've been living here since I was born, and as far back as I can remember, so has Sheriff Butch. Asking my mom, she mentioned that Butch comes from a long line of law enforcement officers, starting with his great-grandfather, the Cornwell patriarch who already wore the badge back in his time, and apparently they're stubborn about it, as both Butch's great-grandfather and grandfather died tragically in service, in a barn fire during an operation and in a car accident respectively. His father had dementia and was declared missing, although given the time that has passed, he's been dead for years. That said, our little town is getting ready for a party that promises to shake things up around here. The main street is adorned with colorful lights, and local merchants are setting up stalls for the celebration. It's a typical festival called Robistelio, in anticipation of year-end and Thanksgiving festivities. We usually gather on the street and share food, drinks, and games. Mr. Gonzalez is an enthusiast for the celebration, and, of course, being a good employee, I was tasked with getting some items from the store for the party. I was off that day, and I have to confess it's pretty weird to go out there without being on duty. Upon entering, I found the other employee, Dave, behind the counter. Dave is a middle-aged guy with graying hair and an expression that oscillates between exhaustion and cynicism. Hey Dave, preparations for the party? Yeah, Robistelio. Tell me, what do you need? Some drinks, some snacks. The town is going to be lively tonight. I'm sorry I can't cover this night. It must be tough to be here alone. I'll bring you a drink after your shift, I promise. It's okay. I enjoy being here when there's no one. It's therapeutic. Dave started sorting the goods and the conversation inevitably turned to the store and its idiosyncrasies. Dave was the new employee who replaced Ryan. Hey Dave, I commented, simulating a casual and ordinary conversation. Have you noticed anything strange in the convenience store? Dave. The old Gonzalez convenience store. Sure, I've heard of some bizarre things happening, but every place has its secrets, right? Legends circulate through the streets, but so far, nothing has happened. Except for the animals rummaging through the trash bins. Me. Well, can you check one more thing for me, please? I think I need that beer brand Gonzalez likes. It's in the back of the store. Dave. Sure, man. Be right back. I took advantage of Dave's departure to grab a thick slice of meat and put it on the office plate. I know, I didn't receive instructions for that, but I didn't want to risk encountering a canned Dave in the morning. A few hours later, the party was in full swing. The street was filled with laughter, lively music, and the tempting smell of street food. Kids ran around and stalls offered prizes. The smell of cotton candy filled my nostrils as I salivated. I decided to take a walk to see if I could find someone I knew. In the midst of the crowd, I spotted Sheriff Butch Cornwell and Mr. Gonzalez, both standing near a beer stand. I approached unconsciously, remembering what the stranger had told me a few nights before. "Hey, Sheriff, Mr. Gonzalez?" "Gonzalez? Jake, my boy. How's it going at the store?" "I'm surviving, Mr. Gonzalez. The night seems to be lively. Are you sure it's a good idea to leave Dave alone at the store?" Gonzalez: "I trust him, and especially in ignorance." He laughed. "The guy has no idea what's going on there, and for now, let's keep it that way. You've kept the store entertained, though. Let it get used to the smell of the guy." I didn't know what it was, but there was something strange in the way Gonzalez spoke. Something intimidating, a grotesque mockery. I don't know, maybe it was the beer. Speaking of which, the sheriff turned his can upside down, letting a single drop fall. Butch. Damn, just when I was starting to have fun. He scratched his head for a moment. "Jake, come with me. I need someone strong and more sober than me to help me get the beer stock. Can you give me a hand? I have more at home." The idea of going to the sheriff's house made me a little nervous, but I didn't want to refuse. We crossed some streets while the sound of music and laughter faded, muffled, as if the world had its volume muted. We arrived at the sheriff's old colonial house, a property with a classic style but in perfect condition. Large pointed spears rose at the gates while the moon reflected its light through crystal clear windows. He stopped and searched for the keys, struggling for a few seconds until he found and unlocked the door. The house had a strong smell. It wasn't a stench, but something more chemical. It resembled the smell of a hospital or maybe a solvent factory. "Butch, there's a freezer in the basement. Can you grab a few packs in there? I have to deal with something upstairs." He started climbing the stairs. Well, I know you might be thinking it was foolish to go down to his basement despite my suspicions, but he was still the sheriff I had always known. And besides, numerous people had seen me leave with him, and if he really wanted to do something to me, he would have already. I descended the creaky and worn stairs. The basement was totally dark, but the chemical smell seemed weaker. I felt the wall until I touched the switch and turned on the light with a small click. It was as he said, a mini fridge full of beers. I had taken 2 packs and was preparing to go up when, turning, I saw something that caught my attention. Under the stairs, a large covered pile. I approached, trying to understand what those outlines were. Sharp angles, straight. They even looked like cans. I looked up the stairs to see if there was any sign of Butch. Apparently not yet. Slowly I pulled apart of the tarp and looked at what was there. A heap of cans of bleaching powder. I think that's where the chemical smell comes from. I swear I almost overlooked it, almost covered it back up and went up, but it seems my subconscious already knew what was going on. Behind the cans I saw a small part of the peeled and open wall, like a secret door. I pulled it carefully, and what I saw completely killed my appetite and the mood for the party. There were separate piles of clothes everywhere, tufts of hair and gnawed bones. It looked like some kind of clandestine cemetery. In the middle of all this, there was a wooden post, seemed to support the upper part of the house, but in the middle of it, 2 handcuffs with iron chains hung, and leaning against the trunk, a sepia photograph of a slave, a gray-haired black man looking directly at me. His gaze seemed to pierce my flesh and pierce my soul. feeding on it. It was agonizing. Uncomfortable, seeing the mix of fear, hatred, and suffering on his face left me breathless. My back started to burn and throb. I almost passed out with the sensation. I just wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. I closed the door and covered the pile, grabbed the packs, and started running towards the stairs when, turning the corner to go up, I came face to face with Sheriff Butch. 2 steps away from me, standing. "Butch, I almost thought you were dead," he laughed. "I couldn't open the fridge. I think the seal got pressurized." Butch, yeah, that kind of thing is always happening. Well, let's go back before they miss us." He ran his hand through his graying hair, fixing his hairstyle. I followed him, still thinking about what I had seen. We arrived at the party, and I really tried to forget, but I couldn't. At least I hope I disguised it enough. I went home to sleep while Gonzalez and the sheriff were still drinking on the sidewalk. When I went for my pajamas, I felt the fabric brushing against my back, causing a pain that wasn't there earlier. I ran to the bathroom and contorted to observe them in the mirror. My back was marked with rods, deep cuts that bled, as if I had been beaten and whipped all night. I slept in pain and turned on my stomach, pleading with any supernatural entity that it would pass soon. The next day I woke up with my boss at the door, ringing my bell insistently. "Good morning, Gonzalez. Any problem?" I said between blinks and a yawn. "Good morning, Jake. Can I come in?" "Feel free," I said, making way. He walked to the living room and sat on the couch, gesturing for me to sit too. "I need to talk to you about the store." His expression became more solemn. "Sure, I'm going for the night shift today, right? Relax. You know I don't mind going despite the night out. I'm not even hungover." "Jake?" "It's Dave. He's dead." I trembled a bit. But how? I had talked to him yesterday. I had even left the plate in the office and locked it. Something wasn't right. Gonzalez promised me explanations today before my shift. I'm finishing updating you so I can go to work. I don't know what's going on, but I intend to put an end to it soon. Update? The bruises on my back are gone, like they were never there. No scars or anything. Part 5. Hi everyone, Jake here. I know I've been gone for a while, but I'll try to catch you up on the past week. Things around here are totally crazy. Not just the workload, but also some weird stuff. Before I dive in, I want to thank everyone who has been following this story and providing tips and messages of support. It means a lot to me. As I mentioned before, Gonzalez came to my house to tell me about Dave's death. I was shocked and incredulous because I had seen him just a short time before at the store. Gonzalez explained that when he arrived to open the store, he found the door ajar, lights flickering, and an unusual silence. Upon entering, he encountered the shocking scene. Dave was on the floor, pale, eyes open in a vacant stare, with strange marks around him. At least this time it wasn't a can. The police found no clues and declared it as sudden death. Seeing Dave's mother crying at the funeral broke my heart. I offered my condolences and hugged her tightly. She's an elderly lady who didn't deserve to go through this. I wonder what would have happened if I had swapped places with Dave that shift. Or maybe, upon reflection, if I hadn't put the meat there. Yeah, it made sense. Maybe my offering at the office had invited the creature, and Dave, unaware of the special rules, violated something. This thought started to gnaw at me bit by bit. The guilt was unbearable, and I had to talk to Gonzalez about it. I decided to go to work early to have time to discuss it. I put on my uniform and started my walk to clear my head. As I approached, I could see Sheriff talking to the chief inside the store. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a busybody, but after everything, I decided to sneak up, crouching and approaching the window slowly. I caught the conversation halfway through. Gonzalez. It wasn't supposed to be Dave, Butch. The store is acting on its own. Butch. Look, the store got what it wanted, right? Just because it changed the order of things doesn't mean we need to panic. Gonzalez. It's the first time this has happened. It must really like Jake. Butch. We'll see about that. I accidentally stumbled on an empty beer bottle on the ground, making noise. They both stopped. The sheriff turned and began walking slowly towards me. I started moving towards the back of the store, but he was almost at a point where he could see me. I was just a few inches away and I could already see the brim of his hat and his eyebrows when one of the lights inside the store burst, making him turn, and Gonzalez jumped. Butch. This thing is playing with us. It knows we're talking about it. You know, Beth, I always admired that stubbornness in you. That indomitable spirit made everything more fun. He tapped the wall twice. I backed away and arrived 10 minutes later, casual. I greeted both of them and said I needed to talk to Gonzalez alone. Gonzalez. You can speak up, young man. I have nothing to hide from old Butch. Me. Well, it's about Dave. I put meat in the office that night. Thought I was protecting him. Butch approached me, chewing tobacco, and got so close I could smell the smoky scent coming from his mouth. Butch. Look, Jake, it's not your fault. The store is sometimes mysterious. Don't worry about it. He put his hand on my shoulder. Butch. You've got potential. Maybe when old Gonzalez retires, you could even take his place. Me. No, you're exaggerating, sir. Gonzalez. Can't deny it, kid. The store likes you. And I've been thinking about retiring for a while now. Butch's radio beeped. Butch. Gentlemen, duty calls. He left, and after a few minutes of conversation, Gonzalez did the same. The night went on without many problems, and, truth be told, no special rules needed to be followed. No lights, no strangers, nothing. It was around midnight when I heard a low, sinister laugh echoing through the store. I turned around, and there, in the dark aisle, was a familiar figure. The strange one with the hat. My legs hesitated before taking a step back. The figure advanced slowly, revealing glowing eyes. His hair looked even more unkempt, and he ran his hand over his stubble. His shadow danced with joy, moving from one shelf to another, now completely independent of his body. Stranger. Beth knows you heard about her. Me. Who? Stranger. Don't play dumb. It's ugly to do that after the mess she saved you from earlier. Butch doesn't like snoops. He reached into his coat and pulled out a USB drive violently, making me think he was armed, and I recoiled in fear. Before I could react, he disappeared as if he had never been there. The light stopped flickering, and the store returned to its usual silence. Nothing else happened that night. I was counting the minutes to go home and see what was on the device. I almost flew out the door when Gonzalez arrived. He was covering the morning shift while the issue with Dave was still being resolved. Back home, I inserted the device and found some strange, minimal things. I couldn't copy or extract them. They seemed to have some encoding, so I'll just describe them. Some old photos of someone I now assume is Butch, him with slaves, next to hanged people in the Civil War, with hooded figures wearing pointed hats. And the most disturbing of all, he was standing, smiling sadistically while holding the chain that restrained a young girl. She had a gag and deep marks all over her body. She looked at the camera with profound hatred, conveying her disgust with the situation. This was just one of the folders. In another, there was a compilation of newspaper articles since around the 1950s about young people dying in the store, even before Gonzalez. The last names of the sheriffs involved in the investigation were obviously the same: Cornwell. It also included headlines of accidents that killed Butch's predecessors: Levi Cornwell, the grandfather, and Josiah Cornwell, the great-grandfather. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I started writing this post for about 10 minutes until my heart almost had an attack. Through the window behind me, allowing sunlight in, there was a shadow. A human male shadow with a hat, standing. I didn't know how long that person had been there, and by the hat, I could guess who it was. The shadow started moving. I saw it slowly going to the door, his silhouette passing. While walking, I saw him taking a rifle from his back, loading ammunition and putting it in. He stopped when he reached the door. 2 knocks, hard and dry. Silence. 2 more knocks. Suddenly my phone vibrates. A message from Butch. Hey Jake, you home? I need to talk to you. I found another batch of beers at home close to expiration, and I need to get rid of them, if you know what I mean. Update. He sent a new message. Well, unfortunately I can't wait long. I'm going to go into your kitchen to leave some cans on your counter. Just letting you know so you don't get scared if you're at home. Part 6. Hi. I'm writing this in a hurry, so please forgive any mistakes. Anyway, I think you remember how things were in the last part. Butch remained at the door, a menacing figure under the brim of his hat, holding a rifle. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the room. A tense silence hung in the air as I, with a racing heart, tried to make sense of everything that was happening. Did it have any connection to today's conversation? Butch. Jake, are you going to open the door, or should I come in? I choked at the moment. The words were laden with intent, and a sense of desperation seized me. Quickly I grabbed my notebook and headed upstairs, seeking refuge in the bedroom. With every step, the creaking sound of the floor echoed, alerting Butch to my escape. Butch. Jake, don't make this harder than it needs to be. Open the door. I ignored the plea and reached the room. Irregular breathing was the only sound in the room as I hid in the corner, contemplating what to do with the data. Perhaps I should release it, in case something happens to me. The door creaked open slowly, interrupting my thoughts. I began to hear the sound of boots ascending the stairs as I locked the bedroom door. Butch. Jake, it doesn't have to be like this. Open the door and we'll talk. He called my name with apparent calmness, but beneath it, the tone of his voice carried a grim determination. Ignoring his words, I climbed onto the bed, trying not to be in the direct line of the door. He kicked once. Butch. If you want to do this the hard way. Another kick, and the door gave way, almost falling against the wall. Desperation grew within me, and my gaze fixed on the window, the only escape route. Without thinking twice, I opened it and prepared to jump. Butch noticed my intention and took a few hurried steps in my direction. Butch, you're not getting away. The moment he raised the rifle, I jumped through the window, landing on the lawn below. The impact was harsh, but adrenaline blurred the pain, and my notebook cushioned the fall. I think, unfortunately. It broke in the process. As I got up, I heard shots echoing in the night, but the shadows helped me escape as I ran towards the forest, seeking refuge. The shots failed to find their target, and the pursuit was just beginning. I disappeared into the shadows of the forest, determined to uncover the truth behind Butch's threats and find a way to stop it all. The forest was too silent, its twisted branches and dancing shadows amplifying the atmosphere. I ran, breathing heavily, trying to get as far away as possible from the threat following my every step. In the distance, I began to hear the hoarse and steady rumble of a jeep approaching. It was Butch. I left the main road and threw myself into the midst of the trees, lying face down in the middle of the dense bushes. Shortly after, the car parked a few meters away from me. Butch got out. I couldn't see him, but I heard his steps getting closer. And was he sniffling? "Look, kid, I can see you, and you're in serious trouble. Come with me to the station to sort things out, and I promise to go easy on you. Otherwise, I won't have any choice but to..." I heard the rifle being prepared for a shot. "Come on, I'll count to 3. I didn't know what to do. Run or surrender. 1. Was he bluffing? 2. Well, if he wanted to. 3. He fired upwards. Some birds flew and small animals scurried away. He kicked the car's body and got in, accelerating. I made the right bet. If he had seen me, he would have shot without saying anything. I waited a few minutes before continuing. At this hour of the night, moonlight fractured through the dense tree leaves, creating ethereal patterns on the ground covered with dry leaves. With every step, fear grew, fueled by the uncertainty of what awaited in the depths of the forest. My body felt a tension of strong emotions. My joints ached and my body was feverish, but an urgency propelled me forward. The night sounds of the forest became sharper as I approached the town's perimeter. Broken branches under my feet echoed like gunshots, a sinister soundtrack for my escape. On the horizon, the familiar silhouette of the store rose like a shadow, a beacon of salvation, or perhaps my final destination. The moon cast its light on the store's parking lot, creating a surreal view of the place that, not long ago, seemed like just an ordinary market. The facade was quiet and dark, but the echo of my footsteps seemed to fill the void with palpable tension. The fear of being followed persisted. I looked in every possible direction as many times as I could. I approached the entrance hesitantly, as if the sheriff would jump from the heavens and kill me with his own hands. The door creaked as I pushed it, making the bell ring, revealing the silent and unexplored interior. You might think it was reckless to come to my workplace, but you see, since Dave's incident, we hadn't found a replacement. I knew the other employee who worked in the morning, a college student who couldn't wait to leave the store, whose boyfriend promptly picked her up. The store would either be empty or occupied by someone with no desire to work, and unaware of what was happening. I entered slowly and surveyed the empty interior. Most lights were off, creating dancing shadows, and the characteristic smell of dusty products filled the air. A shiver ran down my spine when I realized I wasn't alone. The figure I saw on my first night, the woman with hair over her face, emerged from the shadows, a slender and threatening figure. But this time, it was different. I felt no fear. She floated calmly, not projecting herself towards me. In fact, it was as if she waited for my arrival. That mysterious visitor came from one of the shelves talking. He had no shadow. "Jake, you're finally here. I'm sorry for how things unfolded." Me. "What's happening? Who are you? Why is Butch trying to kill me?" "Butch is just fulfilling an ancient agreement, settling the debt with the store. Do you have time to hear a story?" His deeply wrinkled eyes carried a seriousness that conveyed a long and dark tale. "Well, the well-known sheriff, Butch Cornwell, is actually older than any of you. He was an overseer on one of the slave farms in this region about 2 centuries ago. I suppose you suspected, right? He showed the photo he had given me when we first met. He wasn't just another overseer. He truly reveled in it, like hunting animals, he said. There were tumults during the abolition period, revolutionaries, reformists, rebellions, and repression. There was a young woman named Beth. She was a slave. She fell in love with a man who was born a slave but bought his freedom. He raised his hands, bringing them together in front of his body, causing the sleeves of his coat to retreat and reveal shackle marks on his wrists. I was the young man, Kenway, at your service. He bowed with his hat. Kenway. But you see, I fell in love with Beth. I wanted to marry her. We spoke with Reverend Bates. He was an abolitionist who had agreed to perform our marriage, which, by right, would make her no longer belong to her former owner. She would be married to a free man, and therefore free. But that's when conflicts erupted. Butch was never sympathetic to it, and when he found out, he incriminated us. Claimed we were planning to release all the slaves and take over the town. With that, taken to a mob trial, we were condemned. The Reverend was hanged shortly after. We weren't as fortunate. He did, well, horrible things to Beth. I think I don't need to mention what they were. He tied me up and made me watch while he was there, again and again. He gagged her after she bit him. But that didn't stop him. He used everything to hurt her. Whips, hot iron, even some shots. The store lights began to flicker. Kenway. Sorry, Beth, but he needs to know. He looked at the woman with long hair. Her gaze was teary. Kenway. Finally, when he got tired, he tied her to a log, cut out her tongue, and left her there to die. As for me, I was a citizen with rights. I couldn't be treated that way, so he put me at her feet and shot me, forbidding my body to be buried until Beth died too. He wanted her to see me rot. I don't even know what to say. Don't say anything. Hatred, pain, all together, made Beth's spirit wander. As you can see, she can't speak, so I ended up being her spokesperson. We went after Cornwell. At the time, he wasn't called Butch. He was Josiah. He evaded us for a while, until we thought he had died in an accident. But no, it turns out the curse caught up with him too. He doesn't die until Beth kills him, but after so many escapes, he found a way to continue his life. The store. The store? What do you mean? Well, the store was built on the site of our death. We need to stay nearby, or we could lose strength and even fade away. So he proposed the following deal. He would bring people here, like store workers, and Beth could feed on them to quench her thirst. He would cover up the deaths. I'm sorry for this, but when Beth goes into her frenzy for blood, she becomes much more aggressive. I can't even manifest myself here because of how strong her presence is. That night, it should have been you, but for some reason, Beth liked you. She saw potential in you to help us end Cornwell. She doesn't want to do this anymore. He looked at her and held her hands. We don't want this anymore. But why didn't you just end Butch? Just feed on him? We would have done that a long time ago, but he's cautious. He avoids the store at night, where we are stronger, and anyway, he walks around with a protection amulet. Amulet? Yeah, it's bizarre, but he always carries a bone from each of us tied to his body. He found out about it and managed it over a century ago. Since then, we can't even get close to him anymore. That's why we guided you. so that he could follow you here. Follow me? Tire sounds echoed from the parking lot as the Jeep parked carelessly. Cornwell got out with red eyes and his rifle in hand, walking with strong steps. I could hear him shout, "Get out of there, you coward! Don't make me drag you out. At least act like a man in your death." I looked at Kenway. "Kenway, continue here. Remove the bones hanging from him. One is on the leg, the other on the neck. 2 small and worn flanges. We can help you survive, but if he comes in here, our presences won't be visible anymore. Can you do that?" I honestly don't know. Part 7. The final part. I know I left you all hanging, but I finally had time to wrap up my story. As you read through it, you'll understand why. Thanks for sticking around. Have a great end of the year and happy holidays to all of you. May God help us. Well, the room was tense, filled with silence only broken by the distant rumble of Butch's Jeep. I looked at Kenway, a mix of confusion and determination in his eyes. He nodded, conveying a confidence I wasn't sure he possessed. "Kenway, you can do this, Jake. Remember, he's vulnerable now without the amulet. You can use some weapon or whatever to stun him. He may not die, but he can still feel pain very well." Butch, outside, continued yelling as he approached the door, anger overflowing in his words. I decided to act quickly, rushing to lock the entrance and buy some time. After doing that, I went to the counter and fumbled blindly underneath to grab the weapon as quickly as possible. I couldn't find it, and Butch kept advancing, now more slowly. I crouched to look, and the old smoke-stained barrel wasn't there. I heard a mechanical click behind me. It seems I had found the weapon, and it was cocked and aimed at me. Mr. Gonzalez. "Jake, my boy, you've got yourself into trouble, huh?" He smiled, but it was an empty smile, betrayed by hidden malice. Butch approached, eyes fixed on me, and Gonzalez blocked my escape route. Me. "What's going on here? Mr. Gonzalez, are you betraying me too?" Mr. Gonzalez. "Betrayal? Not exactly. I'm just doing what's best for me." Still with the gun pointed at me, he walked backward to the door and unlocked it, letting the sheriff in. "Butch, looks like your boss here made the right choice. Now, Jake, it's time to pay for your misdeeds." He aimed his rifle. "Butch, come on, bring it. I hate shooting people like you. Need a good excuse that you attacked first." I stood still, looking at him. There was nothing that could be done. "Butch, okay, you've exhausted me. Say goodnight, Jake." "Good night, Jake," a ghostly voice echoed, and with that, all the lights in the store went out, except, I think, for the soda machine. Butch. "What the hell, Gonzalez? Quickly, find the circuit breaker." I felt like a guiding hand, an intuitive force showing me where and how Butch was. I lunged at him, turning his gun away, just seconds before Gonzalez lit the light. We were then in this body-to-body game to try to take the gun from each other, when a sharp crack whizzed by my ear, making me deaf for a while. Gonzalez almost shot me. Mr. Gonzalez. "Don't make things harder. Be a good collaborator, Jake, as you always were." Butch tried to push me into the line of fire. I was lost. That's when, over his shoulder, I saw the office open. Under his desk, an empty meat plate. Would I die? Maybe, but it was a necessary risk. I grabbed the gun more tightly and pushed Butch with my shoulder. He grabbed my shirt and pulled me along, the gun flying from my hands and landing at the feet of my now ex-boss. I quickly locked the door when we entered. It was time for the nightly snack. And if I had to send this damn racist to the devil, God, I would be part of the feast with pleasure. The sheriff clung to the bones like talismans, and now that I could see them clearly, it was a few seconds of silence and tension, but nothing. Suddenly outside, a noise started. It was Gonzalez. It started with shouts that seemed like fear, then panic, and finally, pain and suffering. He begged to die 2 or 3 times before falling silent again. Wet noises of things breaking and swallowing filled the air. Butch and I didn't even react for that moment until, suddenly, I jumped on one of the bones, untying its knot skillfully. Butch, you damn traitor. What's happening here? He said, regaining his senses and advancing towards me. I put my full weight on the ground and pushed him up, giving a kick with all I had. He flew backward, hitting his back on a filing cabinet and falling. I ran to the door and opened it, ready to see a sea of blood. However, nothing. Just one of the guns, a standard deputy's rifle. I quickly ran to the gun while already hearing Butch approaching. I threw myself on the ground to grab it, and when I turned, he was almost on top of me. I saw his expression change when he saw the gun, and realized I was about to shoot. I pulled the trigger, and I watched as the quick fragments opened spots leaking red all over his shirt. He fell, and without wasting time, I stood up and gave 2 more shots, one of them in his face. I checked for a moment his vital signs. He was dead, but I knew not for long. I looked at the amulet in his hand. It was loose, almost hanging. I ran my fingers over it. Instantly, like a contraction, his fingers closed and his hand became a fist hitting my face. I fell backward, seeing stars as he took the rifle from my hand. I walked back helplessly as he pointed the barrel at me, about to shoot. The empty click echoed 1, 2, 3 times. There were no more bullets. Butch, no problem. He took the gun as if it were a bat and hit my stomach. I fell, unable to breathe. Butch, it's going to be more fun. I grabbed a can from the bottom shelf and hit his face, now decayed but quickly taking its original form again. He howled as I struck the rough-edged metal on his nose, still without skin. I gave another blow, breaking the thin aluminum can. He, however, held my hands. He squeezed my fist into a closed shape, causing one of the fragments of the can to pierce my palm with more and more force. I lost strength doing that, and he handcuffed me. Butch, we always got along, didn't we? He spoke while rubbing his nose, now almost complete. Butch, you just had to play your part, but you had to meddle where you weren't called, huh? He hung his macabre pendant around his neck while I tried to deal with the pain and move away as much as possible. He noticed, and calmly, with the same sadistic smile from his past photographs, he took a hunting knife from his belt. Butch, you're going to bleed, kid, like a pig. I had walked to the wall. He was a few steps away. There was no way out. I was helpless, hands tied, but then it came to me, the idea that could end it all. I projected myself toward him, raising my arms. I think he didn't expect that because he didn't defend himself. I drove the fragment that was in my hand into his neck, passing through the cord of the amulet. At the same time, I felt a sharp pain on the side of my body. We both hit each other. Butch, you got me. For real. He spun the knife. But if I go down, you're coming with me. Blood started to trickle from his mouth and he recoiled. Kenway appeared along with Beth. She stepped on the small bone, crushing it. Kenway, judgment time has come. Time to reap what your actions have sown. Not just for what you've done to us, but for all those who died in your place. For this entire town. Butch, get on with it already. You're going to give a little speech now? Beth lunged at him, tearing a chunk from his shoulder with a bite. He screamed piece by piece. Inch of flesh by inch of flesh, she devoured him. He remained conscious the whole time, even though biologically it shouldn't be possible. I turned away not to look when there was only half of his body. I felt a hand on my shoulder. Kenway. You can look now, Jake. Again, we apologize for everything. I guess we caused trouble too, but at least it's over. Don't worry about anything. We'll figure out a way to clear your name. I felt a pulsation in my abdomen. The cut was bleeding thick blood. I fell to my knees. Kenway. We called the police and an ambulance. Thanks again. My vision blurred a bit as I fell face first onto the cold floor. I saw the couple walking out. They walked hand in hand. After a few steps they stopped, turned to me. Kenway tipped his hat in a greeting, and Beth, in the same manner, lifted the corners of her dress in a brief curtsy. And with that, I blacked out. I woke up hours later in a hospital. The staff asked some questions, and days later the police came. Apparently someone had made an anonymous tip by phone, saying they saw the sheriff trying to shoot me and stabbing me. He is now a fugitive, and Gonzalez is considered his accomplice. Legally there were no heirs, so, until further notice, I'm in charge of the store now. I started walking freely 2 days ago, made some changes to the store, cleaned the place, rearranged the stock, and now you could say there are no more special rules for the night shift. There haven't been any more strange incidents. Or rather, just one. Yesterday I was in the store during the night shift when I decided to close. It was around 1 a.m. I walked through the cold parking lot when something hit my foot. It was a can. I looked up and I saw a figure in a hoodie looking at me. He started approaching, and by the moonlight, I saw his face. Me. Didn't expect to see you here. Everything okay? Ryan. I've been talking to Dave, and well, it seems like you need some employees. What do you think? I smiled. Mind working the night shift? Okay, so never done one of these before, so bear with me. My thoughts are kind of scattered. This happened a few months ago, though, so I've had some time to figure out how to explain this. But let me give some background. Me and my friend group from high school go on a trip every summer to some place. One year we got a lake house for a week, the next a penthouse in the city, but this year we got a beach house in North Carolina. I changed the names, but there's me, Griffin, DJ, and then there's Kylie, Maddie, and Claire. We all sort of went our own ways in college, grew up a bit, and changed. This trip every summer always brought us back together. So this was our third trip, and we just finished our junior year of college. We got to the house, and it was sick. We practically had our own beach because the closest houses were like half a mile on either side. It was a super awesome spot, and we were all excited that we didn't have to worry about noise complaints or anything. We promptly got changed and made our way to the beach. Griffin and Maddie hung back to make us frozen drinks. We're pretty sure they're hooking up. Not important. I just wanted to add it because Griffin sometimes reads this kind of stuff. But yeah, they hung back, and when they came down to the beach, we got plastered. Looking back, putting the frat boy and party girl in charge of making us drinks wasn't a good call, but dang, were those drinks strong. So we all got super drunk and had a pretty solid day at the beach. About an hour or two into chilling, DJ goes, "Wanna grab the spike ball?" "Why? You want me to give you the smoke?" Griffin said this, then spilled his drink while laughing at his own joke. "Ah, shit, it's on my pants." Then he ran in the ocean. DJ and I went back to the house to grab the lacrosse sticks he brought and the spike ball net. We got to the house and grabbed the sticks and stuff from the car. That's when we heard the most blood-curdling scream we've ever heard. I know it's cliche, but I genuinely felt the hairs on my arms stand up straight. DJ and I looked at each other and he started in a full-on sprint to the beach. I guess he assumed it was one of the girls and wanted to see what happened in case something went down. I followed. Once we got over the dunes, we saw Griffin running to us. DJ asked, "Bro, what happened?" "What do you mean? That wasn't you guys?" Griffin asked, confused. "No, we thought it was you guys." We all just sort of stood there and scanned the area. After walking around the perimeter for a bit, we went back to the beach and tried to play it off, but we made sure to keep an eye out for whatever made that noise. We ended up chalking it up to being a fox or something. DJ was a hunter, and said it was plausible, so that's all the explanation we needed, and we got right back to drinking and messing around. It did kind of kill the vibe though, so we packed up after 30 or so minutes, and went back to the house. We all went to our respective beds / couch for post-beach and drinking naps. We woke up an hour or two later and continued our day. Honestly, the rest of the night was pretty normal. We just sort of hung out, played some drinking games, and hung out. But when we woke up the next morning, we realized we wouldn't be able to have another beach day, as it was torrential downpouring outside. All that really meant was the drinking and smoking would be taking place inside today. We were pretty much split half and half. Me, Griffin, and Maddie were drinking while DJ, Claire, and Kylie were getting high. As the day went on, the rain got worse, and we got more messed up, which is why when Claire and Kylie said they heard something outside, we figured it was just them being paranoid and freaked out from the storm. But after they insisted on it not being the weed or rain, we set our designated tough guys, Griffin and DJ, to check it out. After about 10 or so minutes, they came back soaking wet and out of breath. We asked them if they saw anything, and then they explained that they were just doing a lap around the house and talking shit when they saw something moving by the dunes. They called out, but whatever it was just went deeper into the dunes. So they head over, but when they got there, they couldn't find whatever it was. So after looking for a bit, they gave up and came back. This sort of creeped us out, but they assured us it was fine, and it was probably just an animal or the wind or something. Everyone else relaxed a bit, but I was more skeptical. After 8+ years of friendship, you pick up on subtle speech patterns and stuff like that. And I could tell when DJ said this, he was trying to make us calm down. I pulled DJ aside and asked him about it alone, but all he said was, "Listen, man, I don't know what it was, but we're all good. Odds are it was just a deer and Griffin just had one too many." I honestly agreed. Griffin, well, I love him, is not the most reliable source, especially while drunk. As the day went on, we just hung out and tried to wait out the rain, which didn't work because it went on until it was dark out. We ended up playing a drinking game in the living room. It was something called spoons, but that's not important. What is important is that after playing for a bit, we heard what we thought were people outside. It sounded like they were playing music and talking and all that. It was like they were having a party. We all looked at each other confused. Kylie went, "I thought there was no one else around." There isn't, I answered. Who's out there? Griffin and DJ stood up. DJ grabbed a lacrosse stick, and Griffin grabbed a flashlight. I was going to let them handle it, but after the girls looked at me, as I just sat there, I felt guilty, so I got up too. All I had was a pocket knife I always kept on me. I guess my role was moral support, as if there were people outside and we had a confrontation. DJ and Griffin would be our main assets. I just sort of followed them as they walked around the house. Like an idiot in a horror movie, Griffin shouted, "Who's out there?" and then shined his flashlight across the dunes. This time I saw it. We couldn't make out what it was, but it looked like something was moving. DJ and Griffin looked at each other and take off towards it. I was hesitant, but I followed as well. But when we got to the dunes, there was nothing. No people, no footprints, nothing. Nothing on the beach, no sign of anything being there. We looked around for a bit but couldn't find anything, so we went back to the house and locked the doors, and turned on all the outside lights. We slowed down on the drinking and all just sort of sat there. The girls kept asking what was out there, but just had to explain there was nothing, which they found annoying. What was weird is how this affected the vibe. We never had any problems, hardly had any fights in our group, but now everyone was on edge. Kylie and Maddie, who have been best friends since they were 6, weren't talking. Claire, who is our resident chill stoner, was paranoid as heck. So I figured the girls were just freaked out, but when Griffin was acting off too, I knew something was wrong. Griffin was one of the nicest guys I've ever met. Always cracking jokes, always smiling. He was stone cold. Looking out the window, at nothing, fists balled like he was ready to fight. DJ, on the other hand, was drinking. Way more than usual. I was also distant, just not involved in what was happening. Like everything was in a fog and I couldn't connect to the conversation. I figured it was best for me to bring this up. I'm not usually one to speak up about stuff, but I just had to say something. Guys, we gotta stop. There's nothing out there. Let's just relax, okay? Have some fun? They all just looked at me, and like that, they snapped out of it. Like nothing had even happened. It's like they came out of a trance or something, and then bam, we were having fun again. We quickly got back into the swing of things and kept drinking. But there was still some tension between everyone. I decided to throw on some music to hopefully alleviate the awkwardness. This actually did help a bit. The mood was a bit better. Griffin started cracking jokes again. The girls were talking again. It was going pretty well. Sadly, because of how well things were going, we didn't realize that DJ had left. He just up and walked out. We were lost in our conversations until we were all cut off by another blood-curdling scream. We all went silent. We were frozen. Something was different about this scream. It was closer. That's when Claire broke the silence. Wait, where's DJ? We all looked around the room. Nothing. We ran through the house. Nothing. Then all of a sudden, Griffin went into superhero mode. He grabbed one of the lacrosse sticks left on the table and practically ran through the door. He didn't seem to care about the potential danger. I, on the other hand, was more scared of what could be out there. But I couldn't just let Griffin go out there by himself, so I grabbed a flashlight and followed. We ran for only 30 or so seconds, yelling out for DJ. We didn't get a response. Only thing out there was the beach and the ocean. We made it to the beach, but were stopped in our tracks by a low, deafening sound. The closest thing I could relate to it would be like a tugboat horn. It felt like how it feels when you hear fireworks and get that hit to your chest. It lasted only 10 or so seconds, but those 10 seconds blew. I shined my flashlight out into the ocean, but we didn't see anything besides a buoy floating 50 or so yards out. I looked at Griffin. He was mad. Stick close to me. Then he breaks off in a jog down the beach. He's scanning back and forth looking for any sign of DJ. We made it to another set of dunes, then he stopped. I stopped too and looked at him. He went from pissed to terrified. Turn off the light. I'm obviously pretty confused, but then I follow his gaze and see it. I don't really know how to describe it. It was like a giant moving mound of sand or something. It was shaped like someone made a sculpture of a human out of sand. I honestly don't know. It had 2 arms, 2 legs, had a head-like thing, but it was more of a dome that sat on top. And it was covered with scattered rocks and seaweed. I fell back in fear. I genuinely couldn't move. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. The flashlight got buried in the sand, and that just made it harder to make out what this thing was. I don't think I really understood how big this thing was. I was just mesmerized by it. And more accurately, terrified. Then I realized it was getting closer to us. Griffin stood there motionless. He followed it with his eyes, but he too was frozen. While it was getting closer, it wasn't walking towards us. It was walking past us with no purpose or urgency, like it was just going for a stroll on the beach. It walked sluggishly, like it was dragging its legs in the sand. It wasn't until it was right next to us, I mean like 15 or so feet away from us, that I realized how big it was. Griffin is just over 6 feet tall and is pretty built. He looked like a child next to this thing. It had to be almost double his height and twice as wide. It dwarfed him. Then it looked at us. I could tell because it turned its head towards us where I saw 2 divots in the sand. I'm guessing those were its eyes. That was when a mouth formed. It opened up like a puppet and out came a muffled and echoed, "Why? You want me to give you the smoke? Oh shit, it's on my pants." It was Griffin's voice. I looked up at Griffin and saw that tears began to roll down his face, but he still couldn't move. "What?" These words were broken up by Griffin trying not to burst out in a sobbing, crying fight. The thing kept walking past us. Then another voice came out of it. It was DJ. "Calm down, man. You're good. Just relax. You're fine. Just breathe." This must have provoked Griffin enough that he could muster up all the courage to speak. Quietly, I heard him ask, Where is he?" The sand thing turned and looked at us. It then lifted one of its arms in the direction it came from as if it was pointing. Then it continued walking. We didn't move. It just kept playing these sounds. There were seagulls, waves crashing, rain, anything you could think of that you might hear on the beach it had copied and was just repeating. I also noticed that despite it dragging its feet in the sand, it didn't leave a trail. The only thing it left behind was the occasional piece of seaweed or rock that fell off its body. We watched it go to the dune, grab a handful of grass and shove it in its mouth, then keep walking. Eventually, after it was over 100 or so feet away, I slowly got up and approached Griffin. He was still messed up, but snapped out of it when I said, "We've got to go find DJ." We wandered down the beach, and eventually, after looking for 10 minutes, we found him unconscious in the sand. He didn't seem to be hurt, no bruises or anything like that. So me and Griffin picked him up and carried him back to the house. We were pretty cautious not to run into that thing again, despite it not actually doing anything to us. We didn't want to risk it. We made it back to the house and put DJ down on the couch. Then we had to explain what just happened to the girls. I honestly wasn't sure where to start, and Griffin didn't even really want to talk about it. But we really didn't have to because DJ woke up. And the first thing he said was, Was that real? Me and Griffin instantly knew what he was talking about. Griffin spoke up, but only said, "Yeah." I had to ask, "Did it hurt you?" DJ was shaken and trying to collect his thoughts. Can't blame him. He went, "No, I went for a walk to try and calm down. Then that thing showed up and, waved at me." "What thing?" Claire was getting annoyed. We didn't care and kept listening to DJ. Then it offered me a bunch of seaweed. That's pretty much all I remember. "What are you guys talking about?" Kylie was also getting annoyed. Then we started to explain the whole situation. They didn't believe us. To be fair, it is a lot to hear and pretty hard to believe, but we were getting pissed off that they didn't believe it. Then, almost on cue, we heard us. From outside, that thing started playing me and Griffin calling out, DJ, dude, where are you?" The girls went over to the window. We locked the doors, as if locking the door would stop that thing if it wanted to get in here. They said they didn't see anything, but pulled the blinds down. We left the next morning. We honestly didn't really talk about it much. The car ride home was pretty quiet. We only talked about this a handful of times. Once was when we all got together over Thanksgiving break. This was when DJ told us why he really went out for his walk that night. He said he needed to find out what was in the dunes, and that it just didn't make sense. So he dipped when no one was looking because he didn't want to sound weird. Then he said he started getting paranoid and had a panic attack. The other time was actually last night. I was on Xbox with Griffin and around 1 a.m. just started spilling about how he hasn't really stopped thinking about it, and now he wants to go back. I also want to go back. That thing wasn't malicious. It almost seemed helpful from what we saw, and what DJ said. If we go back, I'll update you guys, but yeah, I just wanted to tell someone about it, because right now, it's pretty much just our group that knows. So yeah, thanks, I guess. Oh, and by the way, DJ had a good name for this thing. He called it the Sandwalker. Okay, so I guess, hey again. If you read my last post, you understand that stuff sort of went down over the summer. If you haven't read my last post, well, I guess the best way to explain it is that stuff sort of went down over the summer. I'll link it here. Honestly, you'll be pretty lost, so I kinda recommend reading it. Long story short, saw a giant thing on the beach. It made some weird sounds, and we left. What I'm writing right now is picking up just about 2 weeks ago. After about a few days of me and Griffin texting DJ trying to convince him to come with us back to North Carolina, somehow we eventually got through to him. Which, I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting, at all. Out of all of us, he seemed to be the most freaked out by the whole situation. To be fair, we were all pretty shaken up. I didn't really hide my emotions too well, but compared to DJ, I was doing just fine. Pretty much every time we brought up the whole situation, he would just sort of shut down. It really messed with him. But I guess he was also the one who was most intrigued by it. Despite how we all felt about the situation, and how terrified we may have been, it was unanimous that we had to go back to confirm what we saw. The whole trip was pretty short notice. By December 7th, we had decided to go, and by the 9th, we had the house booked. We were even able to get the same house as last time. I mean, it wasn't like we were fighting with other renters to get a hold of it. Not too many people are trying to rent a beach house in mid-December. Not to mention, since it was the off-season, the price was lower, which meant we were able to afford to just go with the 3 of us. We all decided to leave the girls behind because, 1, we didn't want them to get freaked out any more than they already were, and 2, they never even saw the Sandwalker, so in reality, they didn't really have much to do with it. Not to mention it was unanimously agreed upon that none of us wanted to get the girls involved just in case anything happened. My dad dropped me off at Griffin's house the morning of the 14th. I got there around the same time as DJ, and after Griffin's parents made us some breakfast, we were on the road. Griffin pretty much always had a smirk on his face and practically dripped confidence. The smirk was there. The confidence was not. It was almost like he was putting on a facade to hide something. I can only assume that something he was hiding was fear. DJ had a different method of dealing with his anxiety. His eyes were locked on the road and he remained quiet for the majority of the drive. I wanted to chalk this up to him being focused on the road, but I knew he was mentally preparing himself for the days to come. I tried to break the silence by playing some music. At most, this helped drown out the awkwardness that had engulfed the car. After the 2-hour mark, it seemed we had settled in and DJ finally started talking. So, how's school been? It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Luckily, this was all that was needed to get Griffin on a tangent about one of his funny yet somehow bizarre college stories. This kickstarted what was a relatively normal car ride. Eventually, we pulled into the driveway of the house and began to unload the car. It wasn't until this moment that I realized just how much each of us was affected by our encounter this last summer, and how each of us had approached this trip in our own unique ways. DJ had unloaded his 3 bags, his backpack, his suitcase, and then a duffel bag filled with guns. Unlike last time where DJ had packed a spike ball net and lacrosse sticks, he must have decided that if anything were to happen this time, he would be prepared. I shifted my gaze to the left and watched Griffin swing a case of water over one shoulder and his 2 bags over his other. It was here that I realized his idea of prepping for this trip was to put on as much muscle as possible. Just in the few weeks since Thanksgiving, he had grown significantly larger. I, on the other hand, had spent my time researching different mythology, zoology, and cryptozoology. It seemed we had all played to our strengths to get ready for our return to the beach. DJ with his history of hunting, Griffin with his physicality, and me with my, I don't know, being a nerd, I guess. You get the point. We all grabbed our stuff from the car and then just sort of stood there. All of us looked out towards the beach. All of us, presumably, replaying the events of our summer vacation. The atmosphere was almost identical to the last day of our previous trip. Cloudy, looked like it was about to rain, and nothing but the sound of waves crashing and seagulls chirping. The sound of the beach ambience was broken when DJ said, "Come on, let's go," and then made his way inside. I went with shortly after, and then after a few more moments of waiting, Griffin followed as well. We unpacked our things, and after settling in, we went out trying to get some information from the locals. Unfortunately, we didn't seem to think that almost all of the houses would be empty on account of the majority of them being summer homes. After a little over an hour of going door to door looking for someone, the sun began to set and we settled on going back to the house before we lost daylight entirely. By the time we got back to the house, it was about 4 in the afternoon. After getting back to the house, it was decided that we would go to this diner/barbecue place we passed on the way there for dinner. Since we didn't have any luck talking to locals in the surrounding houses, we figured this would give us a chance to maybe get some more information. We also used this as an excuse to delay the inevitable of going back onto the beach. Griffin drove us there, and after getting seated, we realized just how dead this town really was during the off-season. There were only 8 people in the whole restaurant, 3 of which were us. We ordered, and had all decided that it would be best if we wait to ask about the thing we saw over the summer until after getting our food. Sadly, the waitress wanted nothing to do with our questions. I guess she disliked the topic so much it prompted her to bring out the busboy to make sure after finishing our food, and paying, we got out immediately. So we ate our food, left the cash on the table, and were escorted out. Before practically throwing us from the barbecue joint, the busboy, who was more of a bus man, standing about a foot over myself, said a bit of information that actually was of some value. "Listen, I know what you boys are talking about. Just drop it. It ain't worth the trouble you're gonna get in." I don't think those were his exact words, but this is close enough. The weird thing is, he didn't say this as a threat. He said it as advice. Like he was looking out for us. Like this has happened before. After returning to the house, we contemplated what to do. It was eventually decided that we would ignore the man's advice and continue on with what we came to do. We rested for only about an hour. Then as we all sat there in the living room, I watched as the clock went from 8:59 to 9. It was officially as dark as it was going to get, with only the moon lighting up the beach. I looked up at Griffin and DJ. They were just sitting there staring at the guns on the table. I guess I had to be the one to initiate stuff now. So, against better judgment, I mustered up a, "You guys ready?" They both lifted their heads to look at me. Griffin had a forced smile on his face. DJ was deadpan, ready to go. There were 3 guns on the table, 1 shotgun, 1 rifle, and 1 handgun. I would go into the specifics, but that is genuinely all I know. DJ had given me and Griffin a quick rundown to how to shoot guns in an open field we passed on the drive down to the house. Plus, he had taken us shooting back in high school when we stole one of his dad's hunting rifles. DJ didn't want us going into this without knowing how to use our guns, so this little bit of shooting practice we underwent was the best we could do for the time being. DJ took the rifle because he was the best shot out of the 3 of us. Griffin took the handgun, and I took the shotgun. Griffin also insisted on bringing a baseball bat there he kept in his backpack, as he wasn't a huge fan of guns. Honestly, I'm not sure of what he planned to do with this, but whatever made him feel better, I guess. It had been discussed previously that we weren't here to hunt the Sandwalker, but just observe and if we're lucky, get a picture. But the guns were our contingency plan. Along with the guns, we each had flashlights on us, and Griffin even had his GoPro strapped to his chest. We all looked at each other and knew it was time to go out there. The cold air flooded into the house as we opened the door to the porch and looked out onto the beach. This gave nothing but the sound of waves crashing and wind blowing. The only thing was we couldn't even tell if it was authentic or if it was being replayed by that thing. And I won't bore you with the details because there are none. We were on that beach from 9 until midnight, and there was nothing. No monster, no weird sounds, absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. This, for lack of a better term, made us mad. It made us feel crazy, made us question what we had all seen. We decided we'd go back to the house and try again the next night. We didn't get that chance, though, because on the way back as we walked through the sand, we heard the roaring of engines. Initially, we all thought it was the Sandwalker, until we saw the lights emitting from headlights fastly approaching. We all assumed that these were cops, which prompted DJ to dig his gun license out of his pocket, and also had us begin to hide the other 2 guns in Griffin's backpack. As the lights approached, we realized these weren't cops. They were just regular people, all brandishing guns. We fished the guns out of the bag and stood there waiting. The 3 ATVs were followed by a dune buggy. In total, I counted 7 men, all of which were armed. They got within 15 or so feet of us when they let up on the throttles and the engines died down. There were a few seconds of a stare down between us and the men. Within these seconds, there was nothing but silence. This silence was cut off by a familiar voice saying, "Oh, these guys again?" I turned my gaze to face the voice and noticed that the man who was talking was the same busboy from earlier. These are the city boys I was talking about. We're not from the city. Griffin was interrupted by one of the men. Despite this being a beach town with a population that was made up of relatively normal suburban people, these men were different. These men were rugged, more calloused. You could tell just from looking at them. They weren't just regular people who lived in a beach town. The best way I could describe it is that they were more outdoorsy than the rest of us. What the hell are you boys doing out here? One of the men said this as he held his gun. He didn't hold it towards us, but he was ready to fire at a moment's notice. Don't tell me you're trying to hunt that thing. The busboy spoke up once again, with a few guns and a baseball bat. I decided since it was originally my plan to come back that I should be the one to speak up. We're not trying to hunt it. We just wanted to know what we saw. The following 10 or so minutes were filled with us arguing back and forth, mainly consisting of us three leaving for our own safety. Throughout these arguments, we luckily were able to gain some semi-valuable information. This was more than we expected to get when we traveled house to house looking for locals to interview. There were three main things we gained from this conversation. The first was that every year, this thing procreates, and that their litters can consist of anywhere between 10 to 20 pups. The second thing we learned was that the older these things get, the more docile and tranquil they become, only coming out every few nights when no one is around, eating whatever plants are readily available. The third thing we learned was more disturbing. The sandwalker, while docile in its older age, is incredibly hostile and aggressive in its younger years. While its more mature counterpart is herbivorous, the diet in their earlier years consists of anything they can get their hands on, including animals, and in the rare case, people. This is where the hunters we had run into come into play. They were equipped with enough guns and bullets to take out a small army, and it became abundantly clear to us it was because they planned on taking out an entire litter of sandwalkers. They said they did this to protect their own. Apparently, if these things ever got out and began to wreak havoc, as one of the men put it, the tourism in their town would plummet and the lives of a lot of people would be ruined. So every year they would take out the freshest batch of sandwalkers. The three of us stood there, confused and processing what we had just learned. We tried to digest the information, but it was too much. You had an encounter with the big one of the bigger guys asked. We assumed that he was their leader because of how he positioned himself in the front of the group, and how his voice carried a sort of authority with each word he said. DJ spoke up. Yeah, just sort of... His voice trailed off and he grew silent. Griffin then took over as he realized DJ was shutting down once again like he always did when the subject was brought up. It's a long story, but with you guys hunting, the cops ever get calls about gunfire and stuff? The leader just sort of chuckled. Well, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Blake. People call me Chief 'cause, well, I'm the chief. He pulled out his badge and flashed it to us. I don't know much about the police badges, but I'm pretty sure you can't just acquire one, so this dude was legit. You boys ever shoot before? DJ snapped out of it. Been hunting since I was 10. You two? The chief asked. I'm still unsure of why, but Griffin lied to the man and told him we had a decent amount of experience with guns. Despite this, the chief instructed one of the men to get us off the beach and back to the streets to make sure we were all good. The busboy hopped from his ATV and offered to take us back. But before we could even get a few feet from the group, we were distracted by a sound. It sounded like a boat blowing its horn. We all directed our attention to the ocean. but even with our flashlights, all 11 of us were shining them across the horizon, but none of us saw anything. There was an eerie familiarity of this exact feeling, the feeling of looking out to find the sound of a boat but being met with nothing. This instantly sent a chill down my spine. Then suddenly, the sound grew. It no longer was just one horn, but like a symphony of trumpets. It seemed almost as if a bunch of car horns were going off at once, like rush hour traffic. Then I remembered the sound we had heard a few months before. It was the tugboat horn. I froze. I was absolutely paralyzed and stuck staring at Griffin and DJ. They too were frozen with fear. The mental prepping, the gun collecting, the muscle building, the monster research, everything we had all done to get ready for this trip seemed futile. As we were all overtaken with fear, I was eventually able to turn myself around, and I then saw the chief yelling, but I wasn't fully able to make out the words. It was obvious that the other men were able to hear his orders as 4 of them promptly lit their flares they had pulled from their bags and threw them into various spots of the beach. This provided enough light for us to see 15 or so miniature sandwalkers closing in on us. I say miniature, but these things ranged anywhere between 3 to 7 feet tall. They were slightly faster than the one we encountered over the summer, but still relatively slow. While we stood there staring at them, the chief scrambled to us and rushed us into the dune buggy. He pulled my ear to his mouth and yelled, "Stay up there and get ready." Then, all hell broke loose. Each one of them opened fire. The flares resting in the sand grew obsolete because of how much the muzzle fire lit up the beach. The sound of the tugboat horn switched from a low rumble to a more screeching cry. Originally, I mistook this as a cry of pain, but I quickly realized that it was actually a battle cry of sorts. DJ hopped off the buggy and began to do what he could in order to help. Me and Griffin, on the other hand, were still in total shock. I guess DJ's experience with hunting had prepared him for this kind of stuff because he had some sort of instinct neither Griffin nor I possessed. I still could barely move. My hands shook with fear and my palms were cold with sweat. I turned my head to Griffin, whose mouth was hung open, and eyes wide with awe. My gaze then shifted to DJ, whose face displayed a different kind of expression. His eyes narrowed and his teeth were gritted. He had taken his fear and turned it to rage. I tried to keep count on how many bullets it took to take just a single one of them down. The most I counted was around 50. The least I counted was around 20. There was the rare occasion where one of the pups got too close to one of the men, and they would all shift their fire to focus the approaching threat. Their synchronized fire and organized demeanor made it obvious that they had done this many times previous to tonight. After 10 minutes of non-stop gunfire, it finally began to die down. Once muzzle fire stopped, the beach became illuminated by the low red glow produced by the flares that had now become slightly suppressed by sand that had been kicked up from stray bullets. With a call from the chief, 4 of the men then began gathering the bodies and dragging them to form a pile. They did this while the busboy doused them in gasoline. The chief then walked up to us and said something to the effect of, "Sorry about that. Didn't expect them to come out so early. Guess we got them excited." He laughed as he said this and then lit a cigarette. Then he made some joke about how we had probably never hunted anything like that before. Honestly, I don't know what exactly happened because of how my eardrums were filled with what I can only describe as the roar of war. It was the gunfire, the screaming, the sound of the battle that had just been fought. The strangest part about all this sound was that it somehow managed to be even louder than before. Despite us all being in the center of it, the sound was so powerful that it genuinely forced me to the ground. As I sat in the sand with my back pressed against the buggy, I plugged my ears. Even then, I was unable to escape the sound of gunfire. I looked up and realized even the chief was stunned. He winced as he covered his ears. We all turned our gaze to the direction of the sound. That's when we saw it. The silhouette of the sandwalker. This was the supposedly docile and peaceful mature version, who at that moment was charging us. Well, I still wouldn't consider its pace fast by any means. It was significantly faster than what I had witnessed over the summer. We could barely make it out, but it couldn't be anything else. There was a gap in the roar of mimicked gunfire, and in that moment I could hear the chief mutter the words, "What the hell?" The cigarette that hung from his mouth dropped to the sand, which promptly ignited the trail of gasoline that had unknowingly been building as the busboy too was frozen with fear. Within seconds, the pile of corpses erupted into flames. The stench filled our noses, and the flames illuminated the beach. With these growing flames, we could finally clearly see this Goliath charging us. It was maybe 20 yards away, but it was gaining speed. Guns were drawn and two men quickly opened fire once again. But unlike the pups, this one didn't go down as quickly. The 7 hunters, 8 including DJ, were blasting bullets into this thing, one after another. There wasn't a second where it wasn't being pierced with someone's shot. Despite this, it didn't stop. It hardly even slowed down. Stray fragments of sand and rock sprayed from the sandwalker, with each bullet hit, but it seemed to just be filled in with some sort of the excess it carried upon its body. I was in such a panic from the gunfire that I hadn't realized where exactly the sandwalker was running to. Its path was lined up with the ignited pile of sandwalkers, in front of which was DJ, who stood firing his rifle from atop the ATV. Griffin must have caught on to this because suddenly, he drew his gun from his holster and began rushing to DJ. As he ran, he frantically fired into the approaching beast. I quickly realized that the few bullets from Griffin wouldn't be nearly enough to do any harm. I too tried to run, but my feet wouldn't move. I was still paralyzed with fear, and the roar of gunfire was still being matched with the cry of the monster. It didn't matter that I couldn't move, though, because once I finally got myself to move, the sandwalker finally reached them. Griffin stood there clicking his gun that had already run out of ammo. Griffin reached back and in a single motion pulled his bat and swung as hard as he could into the monster. It didn't even flinch. It hardly acknowledged him. Griffin drew back once again and his face donned a furious expression of rage. I watched as the sandwalker haphazardly swung its arm into Griffin, which flung him through the air. He flew 30 or so feet where he landed somewhere in the dunes. Griffin's attempt, while futile, gave DJ enough time to fire his final 2 shots into its head. Those 2 well-placed shots did stun the beast, but within seconds DJ too was launched by a single blow from the sandwalker's arm. Watching my friends, both of which I consider brothers, both of which were men more equipped to deal with a threat of any scale, being manhandled by this thing set something off in me. It was only at this moment that I realized we really could be killed by this thing, and that prompted me to open fire. I began shooting, round after round. I can still feel how much the shotgun shot back into me, and how much it hurt each time it slammed against my shoulder. But my shots only seemed to get its attention as it then changed its attention from my 2 friends to me, and the rest of the hunters. The men continued to fire, and so did I. After the butt of the shotgun stopped firing back into my body, I realized I had run out of bullets and began stumbling backwards away from the approaching beast. I hadn't been keeping count, but at this point, 100 rounds had to have been fired into it. Luckily, in its frenzy, The sandwalker had stumbled into the flames, which distracted it momentarily and allowed for a few of the men to get a couple clean shots. This must have inflicted enough damage to provoke some sort of fight or flight within it, which forced it to retreat. As it then began moving down the beach, all of the men stood there, eyes wide, and guns following the trail left as it ran. What I just described may seem like it was a lengthy ordeal, but in reality, I imagine it lasted no more than 30 seconds from the time we saw the grown sandwalker charging us to the time it began to retreat. As we all stood there, Griffin came stumbling down the dunes, clutching his stomach in pain. Hanging loosely from his torso was his now shattered GoPro. Two of the hunters ran to DJ and helped him to the dune buggy as he too clutched his torso. Nobody said anything. It was silent for minutes as we all tried to collect our thoughts on what just happened. The smell of the burning corpses was now replaced with the scent of gunpowder. The flares that once lit the beach were now almost completely buried by sand. We could only see what the fire and the lights of the ATVs illuminated. We didn't wait for the sun to rise. After a few words with the men, we just packed our stuff and left. The ride back was quiet, even more so than the ride there. I drove this time as DJ lied in the back seat. Griffin and I let him sleep as he seemed to catch the brunt of the damage. Luckily, the only injuries we sustained were a few bruised ribs for DJ, the wind knocked out of Griffin, and the bruise on my shoulder. I pulled over at a rest stop to grab some drinks and use the bathroom about 2 hours into the drive. When I entered the bathroom after paying for my water, I caught a glimpse of Griffin staring at himself in the mirror. I was able to notice it momentarily during my occasional glance over at him while driving, but it became clear while looking at him in the glare at his reflection that he had been drained of every ounce of his frat boy charisma, and had now displayed a deadpan and defeated expression. I said the only thing I could think could possibly give him any semblance of hope. We didn't die, and we're not going back. Griffin gave a half smile, turned, and hugged me. Once we made it back to the car, we gave DJ pain meds and some snacks purchased from the rest stop. We got back to Griffin's house at 8 a.m., and I was back at my home by 8:30. When I got back, I stood in my shower for 30 minutes and just ran over what we had just gone through. I was mainly worried about how Griffin and DJ were doing. As I stepped from the shower, I looked at my phone and saw a text message from DJ in our group chat. It read, "Screw the Sandwalker," and "Screw North Carolina." This was followed by a text from Griffin. "We messed that thing up. Love you boys." Screw the Sandwalker, and screw North Carolina. Three years after graduating college, I decided I needed a break from the corporate grind. The 45-minute commute, early mornings at the office, and late nights on the computer took their toll on my physical and mental health. This amount of stress culminated in me waking up one night with chest pains and feeling short of breath. Convinced I was having a heart attack, I called 911 and was transported to the ER. A few hundred in medical bills later, I was diagnosed with panic disorder. Although my mental health had never been perfect, I had never experienced anything this intense and was shocked stress could have this much of a physical effect. Against the advice of my parents, former academic advisor, and colleagues, I quit my first grown-up job less than 2 years in. Luckily, I'd always been somewhat of a saver and had worked my way through college, so I had some time to figure things out before the bills would start piling up. I found a much closer job at a small bar and grill called Al's. It was in a pretty remote location, but was often pretty busy since it was the only restaurant and bar in the village. The atmosphere at the restaurant was like night and day compared to my office job. I could wear a t-shirt and jeans. Start time was never earlier than 10 a.m., and my coworkers felt like friends rather than competition. I loved working there, and still look back on the 2 years I spent there fondly, despite what happened. It was a Friday night, and we were preparing to close at midnight. Sometimes we stayed open later, but the last few bar guests cleared out early that night. Jean, a server in her early 20s, sat at the counter counting her tips while Ben and I restocked the bar and washed the last few beer glasses. "Better hurry up before that fog spreads," Jean said in a joking voice. "You know, I'm staying across the street tonight," Ben responded, sounding annoyed. Ben's parents lived just down the street from the restaurant, and he would sometimes stay there if he was too tired or too intoxicated to drive home from the late shifts. I glanced outside. It didn't look too bad in the village, but out towards the main road leading back to where I lived, the fog was so thick the road disappeared. "Driving through that's gonna be really bad," I said, shaking my head. Suddenly, Ben and Jean looked up from what they were doing. They exchanged tense-looking glances. "Where do you live?" asked Jean. "Warlington," I answered. Jean looked pale. "You realize you can't drive all the way back tonight, right?" she asked. "They should have let you go earlier before it got bad." "I mean, I have to," I said, confused. "Where else would I stay?" "You don't know anyone in town?" Jean asked. I shook my head. "Then you can stay with me if you need to. You can crash on the couch, just don't go out in the fog at night, especially on 23. It's dangerous. There's so many accidents already with normal visibility. Imagine how dangerous it is when you can't see 10 feet in front of you." She wasn't wrong. 23 was notorious for deadly accidents, being a rural yet busy 2-lane highway with a ton of sharp turns. I'd had a few close calls driving to and from Al's already. I was still shocked she offered to let me stay at her place. We were friendly, but she'd never given any indication she was interested in anything more. But her offering to let me stay over to avoid some minor driving conditions seemed extreme. It wasn't like it was a snowstorm. I agreed to stay the night both for reasons of safety and being curious to see if she did see me as more than a friend. I had to help Ben put away a few things in the walk-in, so Jean said I could meet her outside and follow her to the apartment when I was done. "Hey, do you think Jean's into me or something?" I asked Ben once we were done. "I'm surprised she actually invited me to stay over." Ben shrugged. "Maybe," he said. Ben wasn't his usual self tonight. He was usually outgoing and boisterous. On the slower weekend nights, he was known to sneak some drinks back to the break room, but tonight he had been fairly quiet and remained completely sober. We got our closing tasks completed for the night, and I was getting ready to walk out the door when Ben stopped me. "Hey man, seriously, don't drive in that fog tonight. I don't care what happens at Jean's, just wait until morning to head back." This was out of character for Ben. He didn't have a reputation of being a safe driver. He regularly drove under the influence and wasn't opposed to street racing. I wanted to know why this was such a big deal to him, but was exhausted and knew Jean was outside waiting for me. I nodded. "No worries. I'll see you tomorrow," I said, waving to Ben. It was less than a 5-minute drive to Jean's apartment. She lived in an older duplex. She grabbed some blankets and a pillow from the closet and put them on the couch for me. I thanked her. I felt pretty awkward at this point. It felt strange spending the night at her apartment when we only ever saw each other at work or the occasional bonfire or party. Luckily, Jean broke the ice by putting on a Marvel movie. We were both fans of the Marvel Universe. We watched a few movies, smoked, and ate some snacks. It was starting to be clear to me that she didn't have any interest in me romantically, but I was okay with that. She was still a good friend, and I really enjoyed her company. After a while, my mind drifted back to Ben's strange demeanor tonight. Did you notice how Ben was tonight? He was quiet and didn't have a single beer. Yeah, don't worry about it. He always gets like that when it's foggy out. He doesn't like to talk about it, but he saw a bad accident out there a few years ago when there was fog and it was hard to see. He wouldn't tell me much about it, but it must have been pretty gory. I nodded. That made sense. Jean decided to head to bed after the movie was over, and I got settled in on the couch. I was just starting to doze off when my phone rang. I jumped up and quickly silenced it. It was my roommate, David. I figured whatever he was calling about could wait until morning and tried to go back to sleep. Then I saw a text. "Call me now." It read in all caps. Annoyed, I got up and stepped out onto the porch to avoid waking Jean up. I called David back. "What's so important you need to call me at 2 a.m.? I asked. "Our house got broken into," responded David. "Are you kidding me?" I asked. "No, I just called the police and they're on their way. I just got home from Jenny's and it looks like the back door was kicked in. The lock's broke, the place is totally ransacked, and our TV's gone." "What about my Xbox?" I asked nervously. "Sorry, man, I don't see it here," David responded. "I'm on my way," I said and quickly hung up. I quickly gathered up my things and folded up the blanket. I decided to leave quietly and text Jean in the morning to let her know what happened. I didn't see the point in waking her up, and I wasn't in the mood to be talked out of going to see what all had been stolen. I was getting angrier by the second. I hated how rampant theft was in Warlington, and was even angrier remembering how many hours I spent at a job that almost killed me to earn everything I owned. I texted David to let him know I may take longer than usual to get home, since I would have to go slow to get through the fog on 23. Once I got onto the highway and realized how thick the fog was, my rage subsided a bit. I knew I'd have to stay fully focused on driving. I was pretty tired, so I turned on the radio to help me stay alert. I drove 25 despite the 55-mile-per-hour speed limit. I couldn't see anything. The fog was the worst I'd ever seen, even worse than snow blindness. Almost every station on the radio was breaking up. The only station I could get a signal on was from some folky-sounding country station. I eventually gave up and turned it off, annoyed. I started to see some light through the fog, so I slowed down a bit. I quickly realized there was a pickup truck on the side of the road with the hazard lights on. I slowed to a stop behind it and got out. There was a man who looked like he was in his 50s sitting in the driver's seat with the door open. He was mumbling and crying, head in his hands. Sir? Are you okay?" I asked. He continued to mumble and sob at the same time. "Do you need help? I can call someone," I said. He looked up, appearing very distressed, and his face was very red. "The phones don't work out here. We're screwed, we're dead," he said as he began to hyperventilate. "What's going on? I can help you." I tried. "They messed with my truck. I looked away for 1 minute and my truck won't start," he stammered. "Look, man, it's okay. I'll call a tow truck for you and the police if you need me to. It'll be fine." He continued to sob and hyperventilate while I pulled out my phone and dialed 911. I tried 3 times and the call wouldn't go through because of bad service. I knew this area didn't have the best reception, so I told him I was going to walk up the road a ways to try to get service. It's no use, he kept repeating. I started to feel like I was a little out of my element. I didn't know how to calm down someone who was hysterical and had no idea how his truck was damaged since it looked fine from the outside. If someone really did mess with his truck, were they still out here? I walked about 50 feet away from where we were parked and again tried to call 911. Still no service. I cursed Verizon's coverage and walked back to the man in the truck. Hey, I'm not having any luck right here, but if you want to come up with me to the gas station, we can call for help from there. No, he snarled. You're one of them. He began mumbling things under his breath that didn't make sense. I've been out here for 6 hours. Nothing's real. The road should have ended miles ago. I started to fear this may be a mental health issue rather than a car issue. It's okay. You're safe now. I can take you up the road and everything will be fine. The man didn't take this well and began fumbling around for something in the glove compartment. To my horror, he pulled out a shotgun. I stepped back. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to hurt you. It's fine, I'll go. He continued to point it at me until I was out of sight. I ran to my car, slammed the door, and peeled out of there. My heart was beating into my chest while I sped over the foggy road. When I couldn't see the truck headlights anymore, I slowed down knowing I couldn't keep going this fast. I had trouble regulating my breathing, so I dug into my bag, trying to retrieve my anti-anxiety meds. I decided I was probably far enough away to pull over, so I did, and was luckily able to take my meds. I was sitting there trying to get my bearings when my phone rang. I quickly picked it up, happy to finally have service. It was Jean. Where are you? She asked. I could hear the concern in her voice and began to feel guilty. I had to drive home. I'm sorry. It was an emergency, I explained. Where are you now? She asked. I'm still on 23, about halfway to Warlington. I'm pulled over. I just had some weird stuff happen and it scared the heck out of me. You can't be alone out there like that, Owen. It's really dangerous in ways you don't understand. I'm coming to get you. No, Jean, there's no reason for you to risk driving all the way out here. I just saw some paranoid dude and it freaked me out. It's not a big deal. I realized she hung up and tried to call her back. The call would not go through no matter where I moved my phone. I yelled, slamming my hands on the steering wheel. I didn't feel like I could leave because she knew where I was and was coming out here, but I also didn't want to sit parked on the side of a dangerous highway in the middle of fog. After about 10 minutes, I walked out into the woods to pee and try to get better cell reception. As I was heading back to the car, I saw a faint light in the woods. I squinted and was able to see the silhouette of a person holding a lantern. The person looked heavy and somewhat tall, kind of like the man in the truck. I didn't want to stick around to see if it was him, so I booked it back to my car. The fog was thick in the woods as well, and it made it hard to see around the many trees. All of a sudden, I ran into something. It knocked the wind out of me and bloodied my nose. I jumped back, then looked up. Owen? Said Jean. Jean, are you okay? Yeah, but walk much? She joked. You shouldn't have come out here. It's impossible to see, and there's some delusional dude out here with a gun. I didn't want to leave you out here alone. We need to go before the fog gets worse, she said, following me back to the car. I didn't see how it was possible for the fog to get any worse. I'd driven in fog many times over the years and had never seen anything like this. It was like trying to see through milk. Do you want me to drive? Asked Jean. I've seen this before and I think I can do it. I nodded. It felt weird having her drive my car, but I was pretty shook up and she sounded confident. We continued on, albeit at a faster speed than I was comfortable with. I did suggest she slow down a few times and she would initially agree, but would quickly come back up to speed. I had no idea how she was able to see the road, let alone any other cars. Not that there were any on the road. I tried to make conversation, but she was quieter than usual. She seemed tense. I decided it was probably best not to distract her. I eventually felt so uncomfortable with her speed that I asked if she could stop at the quick stop gas station that was a few miles before the exit to Warlington. It had to be coming up. She agreed to. By the time we reached Quick Stop, I was shaking with fear. Jean said she was going to stay in the car, so I went in alone. I locked myself in the bathroom and splashed some cold water on my face. My phone rang. It was Jean. "Hey," I answered. "Where are you? I've been on 23 for like 10 minutes and haven't seen you." I felt a shiver run down my spine. "You're outside Quick Stop waiting for me," I stammered. "Stop messing with me, Jean. It's been a weird night." "Owen, listen to me. Whatever's at Quick Stop with you, that's not me. I should have told you how serious this was before you left. Something paranormal that no one understands happens when the fog covers 23. It happened to my grandpa years ago. He was always really paranoid about fog, but never told anyone why. When he was in his twilight years, he told me more about what he saw out there. They can manipulate you and distort your perception. You don't have much time. They know you're out there." "Okay," I stammered. I struggled to compose myself, breaking into a cold sweat. Jean's odd demeanor in the car began to make sense. "Listen to me. Find something to use as a weapon and don't let them know you're on to them until you're ready." I was frantically trying to ask what they were when the call cut out. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. "Owen, are you okay?" I heard Jean's voice. I knew I needed to buy some time. I tried to sound as normal as possible. "I'll be out in a second." "Hey, can you go look in the car and see if I have a lighter?" "Yeah, just try to hurry up so we can get out of here," she answered. I heard her walk away, and when I heard the ding of the front door close, I quietly slipped out of the bathroom. I walked around the store looking for something, anything to use as a weapon. There was no one else at the store besides it being open 24/7, not even a cashier. Unfortunately for me, this wasn't one of those shady gas stations that sold brass knuckles and pocket knives. I glanced outside and noticed whatever was posing as Jean was standing off to the side of my car. If I could get in the car before her, I could take off. Seeing few other options, I made a break for it. The being posing as Jean must have picked up on my determination as she frantically tried to get back in the car. She was halfway in when I shoved her out as she screamed. Next thing I knew, she was in front of the car, and before I could hit my brakes, I felt the thrust of my car hitting something. I quickly threw my car in reverse and took off. I knew I had to get out of here. I sped up despite having no visibility. I called Jean back, and on the third try, the call finally went through. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Yeah, but what's happening?" I yelled. "It's too much to explain right now. Just focus on getting out. If you're past Quick Stop, it shouldn't be much longer. Just don't trust any interaction you have on 23 tonight. They're out." "Who's they?" I demanded. "No one knows what they're called. They can shape-shift and distort things. Just get off the road as soon as you can." I continued driving at a slow but steady pace and was hopeful I would start to see the lights of Warlington ahead. However, to my horror, I noticed two blinking lights just feet away from me. I swerved to avoid hitting the car. A man ran up beside me and started to pound on my window. It was the guy from earlier in the truck. I wasn't sure if he was a regular guy or one of them, but I didn't want to take any chances. I tried to speed up to get around him, but the loose gravel slowed me down. "Please, man, I'm sorry about earlier. I have a wife and 2 kids at home. I need to get out of here. Please help. Against my better judgment, I unlocked the door, and he got in. I wasn't sure why I took this risk, besides the fact that he did try to warn me earlier. That, and he has a gun that may be needed at some point. Where's the gun? I asked. He sat it on the middle seat. It'll stay right there. I won't touch it, he promised. I took off, unsure if I made the right decision. I learned that the guy's name was Josh and that he lived on the other side of Warlington. He seemed like a very normal guy, and I began to feel more at ease as the drive continued. What brought you to 23 tonight? I asked casually. He chuckled and looked out the window. This seemed strange, and I suddenly had a bad feeling. I kept a close eye on him. He glanced over, and I caught a look into his eyes. They were gray with no visible pupil. I remembered him having brown eyes when I saw him by his truck. This wasn't him. I slammed on the brakes, and at the same time we both reached for the gun. He lunged at me in an attempt to grab it out of my hands. We struggled for a moment over the gun. I was able to grab it and pull the trigger as he lunged at me. The shot made my ears ring. I began to panic as I had to pull him out of the car, then I tossed the gun into the woods. Luckily, my car wasn't hit by the bullet since his window was open. I was shaking, speeding off into the night. It felt like I'd been on this road for hours. I tried to call Jean several more times. The call dropped a few times, then rang. "Are you okay?" I asked frantically. "Yeah, I had to turn around. It was getting too dangerous. I'm sorry I couldn't help," Jean said through tears. "It's okay. Another one tried to get me, but I'm almost out," I told her. We stayed on the phone until Jean arrived home safely. Our connection was beginning to cut out again, so I let her know I would let her know when I got home. It felt like a miracle when I began to see the lights of Warlington. The fog rapidly thinned out as I turned off of 23. Breathing a sigh of relief, I sped home, still shaking and sweating. When I arrived home, David greeted me. "What did the police say?" I asked, trying to sound as normal as possible. At this point, a break-in was the least of my worries. An expression of genuine confusion crossed David's face. "What?" he asked. "Police?" I glanced around the living room, nothing looking out of place, and nothing was missing. That said, I knew it wasn't in my best interest to sound crazy. "Did you hear about any break-ins around here? Someone at work said there was one in Warlington tonight." I improvised. David looked confused. "No, I haven't heard anything." I went to bed and tried to get some sleep. I had no idea what happened, but assumed I'd gotten through the worst of it. One thing I was certain of is that I would never drive on 23 in the fog again. I woke up early the next morning and quickly got ready for work. When I realized this would involve going on 23, I hesitated. I stepped outside and the sky was crystal clear. I looked on Google Maps to see if there was another way to Al's. There were some back roads I could take, but it would take almost twice as long. I decided to bite the bullet and go. I took my meds and left. Everything looked normal. The radio also worked better this time, and the music helped me stay calm. Eventually I began to relax. I remembered I was almost out of gas, so I went to turn into Quick Stop and had to slam on the brakes when I noticed the yellow tape and multiple police cars. I cautiously pulled around to drive away when I noticed Ben and several other people from the village standing at the edge of the tape. I parked my car across the street and walked over. "Ben, what's going on?" I asked. Ben turned around and I was shocked to see he was crying. He shook his head. "Jean was hit. Whoever did it took off. Didn't even call for help. Some guy from Warlington got shot further up the road, too. I think he worked at the hardware store in the village." I started shaking. "Where's Jean now?" I asked even though I already knew. "She's gone. I'm sorry," Ben said. I began hyperventilating. I stepped away and ran back to my truck. I shut myself in, slamming my fists into the steering wheel and wailing. Ben walked over and was trying to calm me down, but I was inconsolable. I'll never get over it. I was never convicted or even questioned because the security footage at Quick Stop wasn't working the night of the fog. I later checked my call records, and there was only one call from her that night. The first one she made to me to tell me she was coming to find me. There was no record of the call from David. I quit Al's, broke my lease, and was moved out of state by the end of the week. I can't shake the guilt I feel daily, and I'll never forget how Jean tried so hard to keep me out of the fog. I'll never drive in fog again.